Chapter 1 The Sacrifice. 1 Bao. 2nd Bao. 3rd Bao. Kowtow. Listening to the cacophony of sounds coming from all around, Ji Yang struggled to open his eyes, wanting to get a glimpse of what was going on. A little while later, the blurred consciousness gradually awoke. In front of his eyes was a strange shrine, and below the shrine, there were rows and rows of blurry figures sitting on their knees on the green stone slabs, kowtowing to themselves. Ji Yang murmured in his heart, "Dead?" It was also true that an out-of-control large truck, one was bound to have no reason to survive. However, in the moment before he became unconscious, he exerted all his strength and finally crawled to the middle of the crosswalk, so he thought that the compensation should be quite a lot. This is also considered to be his dying before doing some modest contribution for the family. Ji Yang sighed, but then realized that something was wrong. He was young and childless. Even if it was a funeral, there wouldn't be so many people kowtowing for him, right? Besides, he was dead. Where did he get his consciousness? Not waiting for Ji Yang to think more, a slightly turbid consciousness suddenly surged into his mind. It was the inheritance of memories. The original fuzzy consciousness quickly came to its senses. Along with that, his sight became clear. When Ji Yang looked towards the bottom again, he noticed a difference. Only because of the people kowtowing below, he didn't recognize any of them, and these people were dressed strangely, wearing clothes made of ancient animal skins, with a peculiar shape. Ji Yang lowered his head, wanting to see his current state. Is the soul ascension? But when Ji Yang looked at that height is not more than 2 meters, thicker than a bamboo pole, like a deadwood-like body but after a long time cannot speak, only because this deadwood is not an adjective, but a realist. He actually really turned into a tree. Although he couldn't tell the species, the withered and grayish branches told him that the tree was not in good condition. At the same time, the impact of the memories in his mind was causing Ji Yang to fall into deep thought. Right, ritual. As the crowd rose, there were soon a few people carrying the bodies of several unknown animals and placing them in the dirt area below where there were no stone slabs to cover them. After the sacrifices were placed, an old man dressed in rough clothing slowly stood out, holding a yellowed animal skin, with one hand raised high in the air, spitting out a string of strange and tongue-twisting words. Great divine tree, please grant us divine power, give us hope for life, show your endless glory. For this unfamiliar language, Ji Yang clearly understood its meaning. Combined with the tattered memories that had just flooded into his mind, everything in front of him in the arcane was answered. Not only had he become a tree, he had also become the small family's sacred tree of worship. The target of this sacrifice was himself. Through the original memories of this tree in his mind, Ji Yang learned that the world at hand was not his original world, but the new world, and it was also a high martial arts world where the family style was prevalent. People applied the power of chi and blood to the extreme and exerted extraordinary power, and in doing so, established a unique cultivation system. In this world, there were people who could break mountains and rocks, and there were people who could soar through the sky. All the impossibilities of the previous world had now become a reality. Outside of this unique cultivation system, there is also a thing called the totem of consecration. Regarding this aspect, Ji Yang did not have many memories in his mind and only had a half understanding of it. However, it was certain that the current him was the totem of this family. As a new century talent, Ji Yang quickly accepted the fact that he had crossed over. But for himself to become a tree, even if it was a sacred tree that was being worshipped, it still made Ji Yang's heart a little rejected. Ji Yang tried to stretch his body, but no matter how hard he is, the lower branches are not moving, only the breeze. To let his thin body to come from a sense of fluttering, Ji Yang can only try for a long time to no avail to give up, and then lowered his head and silently watched every move of the crowd below. Watching this special ritual, after some worship from the old men below, several beast corpses placed in the dirt were quickly slit through the throats with knives. A large amount of blood gushed out, instantly coloring the ground a scarlet red. Although there were no more bodies, the sight of this still made Ji Yang frown uncontrollably. It was actually a blood sacrifice. What kind of good thing could this sacrifice be? But then remembered that the crowd was worshipping what seemed to be themselves, so it was fine. As the blood invaded the ground, Ji Yang's body at this moment was sending out a strange feeling. Ji Yang was not sure if this was good or bad, but as a three-good youth he rationally wanted to refuse. But when the blood penetrated into the underground roots, a tremor came from Ji Yang's soul. It was a longing that came from instinct. In the next moment, several buried root whiskers absorbed all the blood that had penetrated below, and only stopped when all the blood had been sucked dry. The old man who had finished the sacrifice looked up at the divine tree in front of him, and saw that the divine tree was unchanged as usual, which caused a hint of disappointment and confusion to appear in the old man's eyes before he once again bowed his head and prayed. As for the others besides the old man, they had different expressions at this time, and some of them even revealed a bit of disgust and hatred in their gazes when they looked at their own god tree. However, at this time, Ji Yang did not pay attention, but was immersed in a strange pleasure. After the underground roots had finished absorbing the blood, a crisp tinkling sound came from beside Ji Yang's ear. Immediately afterward, several floating subtitles were slowly outlined in front of Ji Yang's eyes like patterns. Name, Ji Yang. Race, weak acacia. Vitality, 0. 5. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Technique, none. Battle technique, none. Chi and blood, 5, can be converted into life force. Spiritual power, 2. Status, as an enshrined divine tree. You are already a candle in the wind and dying. Deduction? Please bind to the family as soon as possible to unlock more functions. Looking at the illusory subtitles in front of him, for Ji Yang, who was familiar with all kinds of internet literature, he had instantly reacted. It seems that this is his own golden finger, but acacia is acacia. What is the meaning of adding a weak one in front of it? Eye of Insight, which can find out basic information about the target. This was Ji Yang's only skill. Vitality, without a doubt. This represented Ji Yang's lifespan. 0. 5 Vitality, representing Ji Yang's few lifespans. The status column explained this quite clearly as well. As for the chi and blood and spiritual power at the back, Ji Yang was not clear, but the strange feeling just now let Ji Yang roughly know the source of the two. 80% was the effect of absorbing the blood of several beast corpses. Among them, chi and blood can be converted into life force, which means that one is able to enhance one's lifespan. No need to be a short-lived tree? Sensing his poor state, Ji Yang did not hesitate and used his consciousness to tap down towards the column of chi and blood. The moment Ji Yang tapped down, a line of bolded and reddish subtitles appeared in front of his eyes once again. Family binding is required before using this function. Chen clan detected. Is it bound? Once bound, irreversible. Do not move the body. Yes? No? Faced with the choices that suddenly appeared before him, Ji Yang hesitated. Although it was true that clicking on it would strengthen his life force, the big red letters and the two no's at the end were telling him the seriousness of the matter. This, if the family in place is not chosen properly, can only completely wait for death. Just as Ji Yang was ready to continue to study his golden finger before making a decision, at this time a thin figure was running from outside in a panic, his mouth shouting, "Patriarch, it's not good, the Li family has hit the door." Chapter 2, The Danger of the Family. At these words, all the people in the ancestral hall had a fury and indignation on their faces, and then in unison, they turned their gazes towards the old man holding the animal skin. "Patriarch, fight them." "That's right, our Chen clan is not that easy to bully." Under the burning gazes of the crowd, Chen Xingzhen, who was over 6 years old, also had a morose look on his face, and instead of the easygoing and respectful look he had just had, his face revealed a hint of indignation. "Humph, the Li family, deceived my Chen family. The end of the clan and the end of the seed is today. My Chen family's sons and daughters, follow me into battle." The aged Chen Xingzhen's body powered up, revealing strong muscles under his loose clothing, which made it hard for Ji Yang, who was looking above, to imagine that the person in front of him was an old man over 60 years old. Under the aura, the others in the ancestral hall also let out a fierce response. Battle! The crowd was emotionally charged and quickly walked out of the ancestral hall. In an instant, the shrine hall had become silent. All that remained was a withered tree within the ancestral hall and a few bloodless beast corpses beneath the withered tree. Looking at the empty Chen clan ancestral hall, the broken memories in Ji Yang's mind surfaced again. The Chen clan, a small clan established in the vicinity of the mass burial mountain. Because of the many resources within the mass burial mountain, there are quite a few small clans like the Chen clan, but the resources are limited, so the many small clans that are attached to this place are always at war. Listening to what a few people said just now, it is clear that the nearby Li clan has come to the door. Just as Ji Yang pondered, outside already came a few angry shouts. After the angry shouts, followed by a variety of weapons fighting sound. Listening to the sounds of fighting and wailing outside, Ji Yang had the intention to peek. Unfortunately, he was only a tree, unable to see the battle outside, and could only hear the fierce sounds of both sides fighting. Quickly asked the old ancestor to come out of the coffin. Not a moment later, Ji Yang heard the shouts of Chen Xingzhen, the Chen family patriarch. It was all about inviting the old ancestor, so it seemed that the situation was not ideal, but on second thought, having been beaten to the door of their home, it was clear that the Chen clan was on the weaker side. Without waiting for Ji Yang to have time to think about the origin of the word coffin, he saw a wrecked Chen clan member running into the ancestral hall where Ji Yang was in a panic. It was only then that Ji Yang noticed that the shrine he was in was only the outside. There was another room inside, and it was thought that what was placed inside should be the spirit tablets of the Chen clan. The man who rushed into the ancestral hall messed around inside for a while. Then Ji Yang saw the man holding a mutilated corpse high in the air and rushed out while not forgetting to shout out from his mouth, "The old ancestor has arrived." Ji Yang was somewhat speechless. It seems that this Chen clan can survive until now or has a certain reason. Sure enough, with the Chen clan's old ancestor's appearance, the sounds of the battle outside the ancestral hall intensified quite a bit. Retreat, as an unfamiliar word resounded all around. The sounds outside gradually weakened until they disappeared. The old ancestor is mighty. In a burst of joyful shouts from the Chun clan, the old ancestor that had originally been invited out was carried back. Only that old ancestor, who already had a broken arm, now had a broken leg. The people from the Chun clan who came in with him were also in a sorry state at the moment, and many of them were seriously injured. It seemed to be a disastrous victory. After a few people worked together to carry the old ancestor back to the ancestral hall respectfully, and after paying homage, the crowd dispersed one by one. In a short while, the ancestral hall returned to the quietness of the previous moment. Looking at the empty surroundings, Ji Yang sighed in his heart, transforming into a tree, neither being able to speak nor move. This was a great torture for him. And today's performance of the Chen clan also made Ji Yang break his idea of transforming his chi and blood into life force. The Chen clan was so shaky and turbulent, perhaps it wouldn't take 2 days for the clan to be exterminated. Growing here was too risky. Ji Yang had already died once. He didn't want to die a second time. Not to mention that this new and strange world in front of him also interested Ji Yang. It was necessary for him to live for a while longer, even if it meant turning into a tree. Time was fast approaching night, and it was quite quiet within the Chun clan, with only a few dim oil lamps resting at various key intersections. In the Chun clan ancestral hall, an acacia tree that was no more than 2 meters high was standing alone on the side of the ancestral hall. Its dry branches were rather feeble, as if a strong wind would be able to blow it down. Under the night color, a figure slowly walked in through the main door of the shrine. Ji Yang, who was silently thinking, sensed the movement within the shrine and quickly looked over. Ji Yang did not have eyes, but his sense of consciousness was more useful than his eyes. Even in the darkness of the night was enough for him to see the surrounding situation. After Ji Yang saw the silhouette clearly, he realized that the person who came here was not someone else, but Chen Xingzhen, the current patriarch of the Chen clan. However, Ji Yang was puzzled as to why Chen Xingzhen had come to the family shrine so late at night. Ji Yang watched with interest, experiencing a different feeling from his previous life. Chen Xingzhen did not stop at Ji Yang's sacred tree after walking into the ancestral hall with a slow pace, but walked straight towards the interior of the ancestral hall. Looking at the many spirit seats above, Chen Xingzhen let out a sigh, and then actually began to mournfully cry, muttering something about the family not being easy. He said that the family is not easy, and that it will be destroyed in his own hands and so on. Outside, Ji Yang was silent after hearing this. In fact, he also wanted to help the Chen clan. After all, he was no longer the guardian tree of someone else's family. But after considering that he was just a tree, Ji Yang's reasoning overcame reality. Perhaps he might not have the strength to help even if he was rooted here. So it would be better to wait and see what happens in order to wait for heaven's time. After Chen Xingzhen cried out about his own difficulties, a sound of footsteps once again came from outside the ancestral hall. Sensing the movement, Chen Xingzhen put away the expression on his face and once again transformed back into the patriarch of the Chen clan. As the patriarch, he could not show his sadness and helplessness. Patriarch, Xingyu seeks an audience. Come in. Soon, a robust young figure walked inside the ancestral hall. Ji Yang remembers this person. In the daytime when he worshipped himself, this person was also in the procession. And what impressed Ji Yang was that this person did not seem to be as respectful to himself as the others, and was even a bit disgusted. Seeing the two men, Ji Yang suddenly remembered that he still had a skill that he had not yet used. Right now it was just the right time to experience it. In the next moment, Ji Yang used his eye of insight on the two men. With the launch of the skill, the information of the two quickly appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. Name, Chen Xingzhen. Age, 62. Realm, Late Blood Condensation Realm. Introduction, Chen Clan Patriarch. Name, Chen Xingyu. Age, 23. Realm, Mid-Blood Condensation Realm. Introduction, the genius of the Chun clan's younger generation. Blood Condensation Realm. This was a unique cultivation realm in this world. Among the 3 realms of body refining, they are the body tempering realm, blood condensation realm, and innate realm. The 5 levels of qi, cultivating internal and external astral qi, gathering the 3 flowers, condensing the 5 qi, and unification of heaven and man. The 3 realms of God concentration, true Dan of the martial Tao, true fire refining God, and heaven and earth passage. Finally, there is the realm of the martial immortal. It is said that reaching this realm allows human power to overcome the heavens. Chapter 3, O Adverse Son. The knowledge in his mind flashed by. As the patriarch of the Chen clan, his realm was only the blood condensation realm, so one could imagine that the Chen clan was indeed a small clan without a doubt. How are the casualties today? Chen Xingzhen slowly inquired. Back to the patriarch. Today the family 5 people were seriously injured. 10 people were lightly injured. The second uncle Chen Tianyu arm injury. The third uncle Chen Tianjing also suffered some internal injuries, is recuperating. The two people I'm afraid that they can't play the strength of the blood condensation realm. In addition, alas, listening to Chen Xingyu's narration, Chen Xingjun let out a sigh. There were a total of 5 blood condensation realm martial artists in the family. One of them had been lost in the fight with the Li clan, and now the other 2 were injured. So if this continued, the decline of the Chen clan had become a certainty. If we don't make some changes, the Chen clan might be removed from the list. Thinking of this, Chen Xingjun's eyes gradually became firm, as if he had made a decision against his ancestors. Then he spoke to Chen Xingyu. Inform them, tomorrow let the younger generation of the family transfer out through the secret passageway. After saying these words, Chen Xingjun's entire body seemed to have aged a lot. Chen Xingyu froze at his words, then said in surprise, "Where are the others?" Chen Xingjun shook his head. "The others and the Li clan are preparing for a duel. Even if we die, we can't let the Li clan have a good time." Listening to Chen Xingjun's decision, Chen Xingyu silently lowered his head. In fact, he had long guessed this outcome, so he did not appear surprised at this time. It was just that for such an outcome, it was still a little difficult to accept in his heart. However, he also understood that nowadays, it was already good enough for the clan to be able to preserve the younger generation. If everyone left through the secret passage, then the Li clan would probably find out soon, and it would be difficult to get out at that time instead. You are the strongest of the clan's Qingzi generation, so you should go along as well. As long as there are still people in my Chen clan, there is still a chance to rise again. I'm not leaving, I'll stay too. Chen Xingyu did not hesitate after hearing this and said decisively. The clan was already no match for the Li clan, and if she left as well, the clan would inevitably have no hope at all. Alas, Chen Xingjun sighed once again, but did not say much. The two of them looked at the spirit tablets above the ancestral hall and remained silent for a long time. Chen Xingyu retracted her sight, but at this time, out of the corner of her eye, she saw the family divine tree on the side. In the moment of looking at the family divine tree, Chen Xingyu seemed to have remembered something, and a trace of loathing was added to his originally calm eyes. Thinking of the family's recent situation, Chen Xingyu picked up an axe from a corner of the shrine and aggressively walked towards Ji Yang. Ji Yang, who had been observing the two, had also noticed Chen Xingyu's movements at this time. After seeing Chen Xingyu walking towards himself with an axe, Ji Yang's heart gave birth to an unpleasant premonition while shouting in his mind, "What are you doing? Don't you come over?" Unfortunately, Ji Yang's words were not conveyed. Chen Xingyu's footsteps accelerated and soon arrived in front of Ji Yang. As he watched, Chen Xingyu raised his axe high with both hands and was about to chop down. At this time, Chen Xingjun, who was on the side, hurriedly rebuked. "Stop, what are you doing?" Hearing the chiding sound, Chen Xingyu's hand movements gave a start, but did not put down the axe, but said in a dissatisfied tone, "Of course I'm chopping down this useless tree." Chen Xingjun immediately said angrily, "You must not be rude. This is the family's sacred tree. Why don't you quickly kowtow and make amends?" "Make amends? But it is just a tree. Now that the family is going to be extinct, what do you care about the divine tree? How many years has this tree been planted in the family shrine? And the blood of the beasts dedicated to it is not less. How come we don't see it displaying its divine power? What kind of divine tree is this? Since the family can't preserve it, what's the point of keeping this broken tree? Why don't I cut it down and use it as firewood, and still burn a meal for the clan?" Ji Yang, who was silent on the side, listened in thought. Hearing him say that, it seemed to be a bit reasonable. However, after remembering his current status, Ji Yang shook his head repeatedly in his mind. "I am the family's divine tree, you rebellious son." Chen Xingyu's words filled with resentment caused Chen Xingjun to let out a sigh from his mouth. "Alas, now that it's come to this, I won't hide it from you. In fact, my Chen family, in the past, was also an extremely brilliant family, only to later lose in a family fight. And after that, I was exiled here, and that's how I came to have the current Chen family. My Chen family's secret method of worshipping our old ancestor and preserving his body and battle power also came from this. This divine tree, on the other hand, is the kindling that the family managed to preserve back then, and the family must rely on the divine tree if it wants to grow. The power of the divine tree is not something that can be attained by human hands, and this is also the reason why my Chen family has continuously worshipped this tree for the past 20 years. Listening to Chen Xingjun's narration, Chen Xingyu slowly put down the axe in his hand, but still frowned and said, "But Patriarch, you have also seen that this divine tree has been like this since 20 years ago, and after 20 years of worshipping it, has there ever been some changes? This kind of divine tree, don't want it. No nonsense. As long as I am still the Patriarch, the worship of the divine tree cannot be broken. As long as the divine tree is still there, the clan has hope." Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Chen Xingjun brought out the name of the Patriarch, which caused Chen Xingyu's face to redden, wanting to say something, but in the end, he was defeated under Chen Xingzhen's majestic face. "I'll go check on second uncle." After saying that, Chen Xingyu pushed the door and left. Looking at Chen Xingyu's back as she left, Chen Xingzhen slowly walked to the main courtyard of the ancestral hall. Looking up at the dried-up family god tree in front of him, with a hint of frustration in his eyes, his mouth murmured, "Was I wrong? But if we don't have the divine tree, won't the family never be able to get ahead?" Thinking back to the beast corpses sacrificed by the family in these 20 years, there were quite a few of them. The key was that the sacrificed beast corpses had lost their chi and blood. Not only could they not allow the family martial artists to temper their bodies, even the meat had become hard, like chewing wax, and was simply difficult to swallow. Perhaps he was really wrong. These 20 years, for the sake of this divine tree, has already consumed too much of the family's energy. Chen Xingzhen was silent for a long time, and left the ancestral hall under the endless night, but his back was much more hunched over without a sound. Chen Xingzhen left. The ancestral hall has been listening to the two conversation. Ji Yang also heart-long sigh. 20 years of sacrifice is indeed difficult for him to be familiar with, but this 20 years of sacrifice he also did not eat. According to the tattered memories in his mind, the Li clan didn't have a totem, otherwise the Chun clan wouldn't have lasted this long. In other words, there was a high probability that he himself would survive after the demise of the Chen family. He lamented what had happened to the Chen family today, but he also had to consider his own survival. The collision of reason and reality, and the intertwining of emotions within his heart caused Ji Yang to fall into deep thought for a while as well. Chapter 4: Qi and Blood Transformation. The night was quiet, the moonlight was bright, and the acacia trees were withered and silent. Day. A slight sound of footsteps soon woke up Ji Yang from his contemplation. Soon after, two tiny voices of words came from outside the shrine. "Well, is anyone there?" A teenager's voice was the first to ring out. "No one. You can go in." Another jarring voice quickly replied. "There's a thief?" Ji Yang, who heard the two men talking, was a little nervous as his heart froze. Now that he had no hands, he could neither move nor speak, and he had no strength to protect himself. If he ran into a thief, he would be finished. At this moment, Ji Yang could only pray in his heart that these two thieves were here to steal the old ancestor of the Chun clan and not at himself. After all, these two seemed to be the only two things of value in this ancestral hall, so it couldn't be that they were here to steal the spirit seat of the ancestor of the Chun clan, could it? With the end of their conversation, the shrine's green stone plate soon came thump-to landing sound. When the two of them climbed over the outer wall of the shrine and entered the shrine, Ji Yang could also see the two figures entering the shrine. These were two teenagers dressed in rough clothing, about 10 or so years old. One of them was pretty and had soulful eyes, while the other had a simple face and was slightly fat. After seeing the two teenagers, Ji Yang's hanging heart dropped a large portion. He remembered these two teenagers. In the daytime these two kneeled in the last row, thought to be the Chen clan's later generation clansmen. He just didn't know what these two were doing sneaking into his family's ancestral hall in the middle of the night. To steal the tribute? Or to do what? Ji Yang, who was secretly spying, was quite interested, and for a while even forgot what he had just pondered. In order to confirm the identity of the two, Ji Yang threw an eye of insight towards each of them. Name, Chen Xinghe. Age, 14. Realm, Early Body Tempering Realm. Introduction, clan member of the Chun clan's Qing generation. Name, Chen Qingmeng. Age, 13. Realm, Early Body Tempering Realm. Introduction, Chen clan's Qing clan. As expected, the teenager who came in first was named Chen Xinghe, and the other slightly fatter one was called Chen Qingmeng. Both of them were members of the Chen clan's Qing Z generation. From the nervous looks of the two, it was obviously the first time they had done this kind of thing, which made Ji Yang even more curious about what the two were doing. The two did not rush into the ancestral hall after landing smoothly, but looked around to confirm that no one was there before the two let out a long sigh of relief. Xinghe, are we really going to do this? What if the matriarch and your father find out? The slightly fatter teenager asked with an apprehensive face. Chen Xinghe, who was a year older, said with a firm gaze, the family is at this point in time. Why do we still care so much? The family divine tree should have been destroyed a long time ago. How much effort has the clan chief spent on the clan over the years in order to sacrifice this tree? Think about it. Other clans that don't have a divine tree are still developing today. I think the clan's decline today is because of this tree. As long as we cut it down, the clan will definitely be able to get through this crisis peacefully. We're not doing something bad. We're saving the family. My father? He will naturally understand when he reaches our age. Hearing save the family, Chen Xingmeng's eyes instantly became quite resolute. Then he nodded his head vigorously. That's right. It's definitely this tree's problem. We'll get rid of the evil for the family tonight. After saying that, both of them took out the mountain opening knives that they had with them, and then quickly walked towards the isolated Ji Yang in the ancestral hall. Ji Yang, who was still very curious, was instantly confused when he heard the two men's conversation. The purpose of these two boys sneaking into the ancestral hall in the middle of the night was to cut themselves up. He had just dodged Chen Qingyu's axe, and now he had to face the two men's mountain-opening knives. Looking at the two men who were gradually approaching, Ji Yang could not cry in his heart, especially this time. Chen Xingzhen, the patriarch, was not present, so there was no one to speak for him. Soon, the two men had arrived at Ji Yang's feet, looking at Ji Yang's parched body with a determined gaze. Xinghe, where to cut first? Are you stupid? Of course it's to cut the tree roots, Chen Xinghe said without a trace of anger. Seeing the two of them holding open knives ready to cut towards his tree roots, Ji Yang let out a helpless sigh in his heart. Gotta. No need to think. If he didn't bind the family and transform his life force, he would by and large not be able to see the sun tomorrow. When the two raised their axes left and right, Ji Yang's consciousness was even faster, quickly transforming his qi and blood into life force. At the moment Ji Yang transformed, the familiar reminder appeared once again, but this time Ji Yang didn't hesitate and quickly tapped yes, and after Ji Yang started the conversion, the original 5 points of qi and blood quickly started to fall, and in the blink of an eye, it had gone to 0. However, in its place, Ji Yang's vitality began to rapidly increase, from the original 0, 5 all the way up, 0, 6, 0, 7, 1, 5, 1, 6. When the life force was raised to 2, 7, the growth rate then slowed down and finally settled at 3, 0, 5 points of qi and blood, converted into life force was only 2, 5, or 2 to 1. But before Ji Yang had time to experience the changes, a crisp slashing sound came from beside his ears. Looking down, the mountain-opening knives in the hands of the two men below had already landed at the root of Ji Yang's tree. It's over. Ji Yang heard a cold, but then realized that he was unharmed. Two people opened mountain knife cut place, also only fell a layer of bark. Did not wait for Ji Yang to think. The next moment, the body of a contained vitality of energy quickly surged through the parched body of Ji Yang. This vitality is like a light in the night, like an oasis in the desert. With the emergence of vitality, Ji Yang's roots buried deep underground also began to expand rapidly, soon spreading over half of the shrine. The spread of the roots made Ji Yang feel like he could see farther. The change was far more than that. After the underground roots stopped expanding, the originally dry tree trunks on the ground also changed. The old bark slowly faded away and a new layer of bark grew, and on the branches in the center of the trunks, a touch of green shoots began to grow rapidly. Below, Chen Qingmeng, who had once again raised his hand and was ready to chop down with his mountain-opening sword, noticed the changes in the divine tree above him. Looking at the dry tree trunk in front of him, it sprouted young shoots and young branches in the blink of an eye. Chen Qingmeng was immediately staggered in place, and the mountain-breaking knife in his hand fell to the ground without him realizing it. The scene in front of him exceeded his cognizance. Qingmeng, don't stare, keep chopping, this bark is hard. Chen Xinghe, who was about to make his second cut below, saw that he had dropped all the tools in his hands and urged with his mouth. The tree is sprouting. Chen Xing fiercely pulled Chen Xinghe's sleeve, pointing upwards at Ji Yang, who was in a state of flux, and said in a shocked voice, Chapter 5, Sprouting. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Xinghe frowned tightly, but still followed where Chen Qingming's finger was pointing. After Chen Xinghe saw the rejuvenated and vibrant divine tree, his mouth was even more unconsciously wide open. This, how can? Chen Xinghe muttered with disbelief in his eyes. After being stagnant for a little while, Chen Xinghe steeply reacted and hurriedly pulled Chen Qingmeng, who was still frothing at the side, and ran towards the outside of the ancestral hall. Run! The two of them looked flustered, unable to accept the scene in front of them, not to mention not knowing how to deal with it. Fleeing was the best way. Wait! Knife! Chen Qingmeng, who was pulled away, cried out from his mouth. What do you care about the knife at this time? Go! The gate of the shrine was locked, and the two hurriedly tumbled out again, following the path they came from, faster than when they came in. After the two left, the shrine hall became quiet again. The only thing that proved that the two had been here was the mountain-opening knife left underneath the sacred tree. Ji Yang inside the shrine was currently feeling the sensation of his entire body being filled with vitality. Although the life force was not much, it was several times that of before. Ji Yang tried hard to stretch his body, but all he got in return was a slight tremor of the tree branches. However, being able to do this still made Ji Yang very satisfied, which meant that as long as he had enough life force, sooner or later, he could make the tree branch turn into his own arm. Looking below again, the place that had just been cut by the two men's mountain-opening knives was quickly restored to its original state while its life force was boosted, which represented its own extremely strong recovery ability, which made Ji Yang overjoyed. He was worthy of being a divine tree. It really had something unusual about it. Moreover, just now when his qi and blood were transforming his life force, his roots were already deep in the ground and spreading quite a bit, while his sight was able to see farther and clearer. However, At this time, Ji Yang also discovered the drawbacks. After binding the family, his rhizome was deeply rooted in the ground and could not be moved. If he were to forcefully move it, his own vitality would probably fade away. This meant that Ji Yang needed to keep growing here, to live and die with the Chen clan. Once the Chen clan was destroyed, his own end was probably no better, although he had taken root because of the two bear children just now. On the other hand, it seemed like he had no choice. In response, Ji Yang didn't have too much annoyance or complaints. Instead, he had a sense of relief, like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Who let him be a tree? Ji Yang then seemed to have thought of something, and his own information was revealed once again. Name, Ji Yang. Race, weak acacia tree. Life force, 3. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Feats, none. Battle technique, none. Blood, 0, can be converted to life force. Spiritual power, 2. Deduction points, 28. Each realm breakthrough in the family can increase the corresponding points. Body tempering realm +1. Blood condensation realm +2. Cannot be deduced. Note, requires 10 blood, 5 spiritual energy, and 5 deduction points to deduce. Status, as an offering to the divine tree you have barely regained a bit of vitality, but not much. Apart from the increase in vitality, Ji Yang was soon caught by the extra deduction function after binding the clan. Although he didn't know what this deduction was for, Ji Yang could feel that this might be the only way to save the Chen clan at the moment for himself. Not just the Chen clan, but also for himself. However, after seeing the preconditions of the deduction, Ji Yang's heart was once again in trouble. The prerequisites for the deduction are enough blood and spiritual energy and extra deduction points. Among the deduction points he directly had 28 points, and according to the introduction behind it was not difficult to realize that these points were probably the result of the martial artists in the family today. The deduction points were enough, but his chi and blood and spiritual energy were quite a bit short, so how could he deduce them? To obtain these two things, the only channel Ji Yang currently knew of was the Chen clan sacrifice. By absorbing the blood of a beast, these two attributes could be increased. But could the Chen clan of today still sacrifice enough beast corpses for himself? If he could, Ji Yang would want to shout Chen Xingjian, the clan head, up to sacrifice for himself right now, but he could neither speak nor walk around, so he could only pray silently in his heart. Hopefully, Chen Xingjian the clan leader would not let him down. The night was as dark as ink, and the bright moon hung high. In addition to the 3 or 2 people patrolling within the Chen clan, there is no more movement, and left Chen Xingha Chen Xingming 2 people also did not return. It seems to have been hiding back in their own rooms. The next day, the sky rose a touch of white. Chen Xingjian full of fatigue from the room out. The family was in danger, and he had a hard time sleeping all night. But after thinking for the whole night, he still couldn't find where the family's way out was, which made Chen Xingjian physically and mentally exhausted. Patriarch, something big is wrong. Listening to the panicked voice coming from the doorway, Chen Xingjian's heart was startled, and his face immediately became solemn. Could it be that the Li clan had hit the door again? But yesterday, they had sacrificed the old ancestor and also made the Li clan fail to retreat in one piece. It was only less than a day ago, so how could they hit the door so soon? With a youth running in hot and bothered, Chen Xingjian immediately said, "Gather the clansmen and prepare to meet the battle." The youth hurriedly waved his hand after hearing this. Patriarch, it's not the Li clan, it's the divine tree. The clan's divine tree has sprouted. Patriarch, you quickly go and take a look. Chen Xingjian, who was still frowning, could no longer maintain the composure on his face after hearing the news of the divine tree sprouting. This news was even more difficult for him to calm down than when the Li clan beat him to the door. You're telling the truth? Chen Xingjian asked again as he suppressed the excitement in his heart. Patriarch, 1,000 times true. I found it this morning when I went to clean the family shrine. Quickly, follow me to take a look. Chen Xingjian's face was complicated as he ran towards the family shrine in a panic. At this time, there were already quite a few people surrounding the family ancestral hall, but none of these people dared to approach the ancestral hall. They just stood at the entrance and watched. The clan head is here. The clan head is here. Everyone, make way. Facing the curious gazes of the clansmen, Chen Xingjian didn't say much, but walked straight through the gate of the ancestral hall and towards the interior of the ancestral hall. After Chen Xingjian walked into the ancestral hall, he was greeted by the sight of the refreshed divine tree. Although the divine tree was not lush, and the new branch that had just sprouted out looked even slightly thin, at this time Chen Xingjian's body was shaken, and the excitement in his heart was beyond words, and he burst into tears. Earlier, after hearing the news of the divine tree sprouting, he was still a bit incredulous, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was able to express the emotions in his heart. He had thought that he would never see the divine tree come back to life again in his life, but he didn't expect to see this scene at this moment. Recalling the greatness of his family's divine tree back then, a hint of hope appeared in Chen Xingjian's eyes, and his mouth murmured in a low voice, "Great! There is salvation! The family is saved!" Chapter 6 Sacrifice Again. However, Chen Xingjin froze for a moment when he looked down and saw the mountain opening blade beneath the divine tree. Looking at the obvious matching marks between the mountain opening knife and the roots of the divine tree, Chen Xingjin fell into deep thought between his brows. At this time, the rest of the family also rushed to the ancestral hall one after another. Chen Xingyu, who had learned of the news of the divine trees sprouting from the others, even quickly came straight from the morning practice ground to the ancestral hall, his gaze filled with skepticism. The divine tree had been silent for decades. How could it have changed today? He absolutely did not believe it. Perhaps this was the patriarch's means of boosting people's spirits? But what was the point? But when Chen Xingyu walked through the crowd and into the ancestral hall, after seeing the sprouting divine tree with his own eyes, the shock on his face was no less than Chen Xingjin's. Surprisingly, it really sprouted. Chen Xingyu looked up at the divine tree and muttered to herself under her breath. Looking at the revitalized divine tree, Chen Xingyu quickly regained her composure. It was just a tree sprouting, not much of a miracle, even if the tree grew relatively quickly. He had never had any feelings for the family's divine tree, and instead of placing the family's hopes on a tree, it would be more reliable to rely on the sword in his own hands, even if it really was a divine tree that sprouted. So what? Is it possible that this will save the family? Moreover, it was not good for this divine tree to sprout at any time, but to sprout at this critical time. Chen Xingyu did not feel that this was a good omen. If he was the patriarch, the first thing he would do would be to cut down this divine tree that was confusing the minds of the clan. However, looking at the delighted look on the patriarch's face, Chen Xingyu did not reveal his inner thoughts. Xingyu, you've come at the right time. Quickly go gather the rest of the clan and come gather at the ancestral hall. Chen Xingjin's face had an excited look on it. Having passed the age of 6, he appeared to be extraordinarily excited today. Chen Xingyu nodded in agreement. He also did not want to strike the patriarch at this time. Soon, everyone in the clan gathered together. Among the crowd, Chen Xingha and Chen Xingmeng were interspersed amongst them. Only that compared to the curiosity in the gazes of the others, the two appeared to be exceptionally restrained, and didn't even look at the family's divine tree more than once, especially when the two saw the mountain opening sword below the tree. They even coincidentally turned their heads to the side. When the number of people had arrived, Chen Xingjin stood underneath the divine tree and swept over the others in the shrine hall. Looking at the few clansmen in the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjin sighed in his heart. The clan had declined to such an extent that he, the clan head, was truly ashamed of himself, but now there was hope for the clan. The divine tree sprouting would definitely be able to lead the clan out of its current predicament. Quiet. Chen Xingjin withdrew his gaze and raised his hand, and the ancestral hall quickly quieted down. Looking at the many clansmen who were looking at the divine tree, Chen Xingjin slowly spoke. Today is the moment of life and death for the clan. It is good that the clan divine tree has sprouted. As long as the divine tree is still there, the clan has hope. Under Chen Xingjin's narration, the Chen clan members below also listened intently. Ji Yang above, on the other hand, was silently watching everything in front of him. The scene before him was naturally what he wished to see, and although he had recovered some of his vitality now, it was still far from enough. He needed to obtain more beast blood, which could only be obtained by allowing the Chen clan to worship themselves. And with Chen Xingjin's support, he thought that there should be no major problems. He just needed to wait quietly. In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjin silently recounted the once glorious deeds of the family's divine tree. Chen Xingjin's main purpose this time was to borrow the germination of the divine tree to stabilize the hearts of the clan. As long as the people in the family worked together, coupled with the sprouting divine tree, the family might really have a glimmer of hope. If the hearts of the clan were scattered, even the divine tree would not be able to save them. As the patriarch, he knew the importance of this point. In Chen Xingjin's narration, back then, the clan's divine tree was infinite in its glory, and not only could it bless the clan members, it could also allow them to enhance their strength. Some of the clansmen below listened with firm gazes and a look of hope in their eyes. As long as the divine tree was allowed to grow, the clan would have hope. But there were also some people who had questionable faces, obviously not listening to what Chen Xingjin said, and most of these clansmen were of the younger generation. Chen Xingjin's face was somewhat helpless. Of course, he knew what this part of the clan thought. After all, they had never seen the divine tree to show the light. Empty words, the crowd will not believe. But now, he couldn't explain it either. After some explanation, Chen Xingjin did not forget the most important thing: sacrifice. Back then, it was written in the family rules that in order to obtain the help of the divine tree, one needed to sacrifice the clan members. When the family had just planted the divine tree, there was a small sacrifice for 3 days and a large sacrifice for 5 days. However, later on, the divine tree had not changed for a long time. Coupled with the dissatisfaction of the clan, the later was a weekly sacrifice, or even a sacrifice in January. But now that the divine tree has sprouted, it is obviously a critical moment. Chen Xingjin decided to sacrifice once a day, and most importantly, the clan did not have much time left. Thinking of this, Chen Xingjin immediately said to the two below, Tian Lu, Tian Ma, you guys go and catch the spirit-tailed chickens that the clan feeds. Use it to worship the divine tree. Yes, clan chief. At this moment, Chen Xingyu, who was on the side, hesitated before speaking. Matriarch, there are only the last two spirit-tailed chickens left in the clan. The spirit-tailed chicken, a bird of prey that was rich in chi and blood power, was a beast that many clans loved to raise due to its gentle character and ample chi and blood. The greatest function of this type of flying bird was to enhance the martial artist's own chi and blood, while also healing wounds. This kind of bird of prey was also extremely precious in a small family like the Chen clan. After sacrificing the divine tree, the flesh and blood of the spirit-tailed chicken would lose the power of chi and blood, and the meat would become difficult to swallow, much worse than ordinary dried food. This was also the reason why Chen Xingyu was hesitant, not to mention the fact that there were quite a few injured people in the clan nowadays, making these two spirit-tailed chickens all the more important. Aha! Chen Xingjin's reply caused Chen Xingyu to fall into silence. It was clear that the patriarch had still decided to use these two spirit-tailed chickens for the sacrifice. Chen Xingyu silently glanced at the divine tree in front of him and whispered in his heart, "You'd better show divine power." Ji Yang above also had some intentions in his heart after hearing the spirit-tailed chickens. The block in Chen Xingyu's words also made Ji Yang even more interested, and he wondered how much chi, blood and spiritual energy the spirit-tailed chicken could provide for himself. Chapter 7, Beginning of Deduction. Soon, the two who had left returned once again. The two who returned were each carrying a large rooster weighing about 10 pounds with maroon tail feathers in their hands. It appeared that this was the spirit-tailed chicken of which it spoke. Seeing this, Chen Xingjin once again prayed towards Ji Yang, and then asked the two to sacrifice the two spirit-tailed roosters. Cluck cluck cluck. Seemingly sensing their perilous situation, the two spirit-tailed chickens let out sharp cries from their mouths. As the sharp blade sliced through the spirit-tailed chicken's neck, blood instantly gushed out and splattered in the dirt below the divine tree, and the spirit-tailed chicken's voices grew fainter and fainter until they disappeared. Feeling the emotion of longing once again, Ji Yang no longer hesitated, and endeavored to stretch out his roots buried under the ground, absorbing the blood that seeped down. While absorbing the blood, Ji Yang did not forget to open up his information and pay attention to the changes. Chi and blood, 1, can be converted into life force, spiritual energy, 2, the original chi and blood that had long since gone to 0 was also growing rapidly from 0 after Ji Yang's root beard absorbed the blood. 1, 2, 3. The same was true for spiritual power, only that compared to the speed at which chi and blood increased, spiritual power grew slightly slower. However, judging from the growth rate of the two, the chi and blood obtained from this sacrifice was more than last time. Soon enough, the chi and blood had broken through to 5 points, and the spiritual energy had also broken through to 4 points. As the blood was absorbed, Ji Yang's chi and blood and spiritual energy growth rate also slowly stagnated, and when Ji Yang looked at the information column again, the display column above also changed. Name, Ji Yang. Race, weak acacia. Vitality, 3. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Technique, none. Technique, none. Technique, none. Technique, none. Technique, none. Battle technique, none. Blood, 14, can be converted to life force. Spiritual power, 6. Deduction points, 28. Deductible. Status, as an offering to the divine tree you have barely regained a bit of vitality, but it doesn't do much good. As expected, the previous notes column had disappeared, and the unpromptable had become promptable. Ji Yang rejoiced at the sight, while no longer hesitating. This deduction requires the consumption of 10 chi and blood, 5 spiritual energy, and 5 deduction points. Does it continue? Yes? No? Ji Yang chose yes without hesitation, while both his chi and blood and spiritual energy plummeted. In the next moment, the world before Ji Yang's eyes changed. The surrounding shrines disappeared and were replaced by a dense jungle. Ji Yang was surprised in his heart. His consciousness dispersed, but he realized that he was not only in a different place. Even the original tree trunk was much thinner. At first glance, it was a thin sapling. Before he could figure out what had happened, a line of subtitles quickly sketched in front of him. You were born in a dense forest. In order to turn into a huge tree soon, you began to grow hard. As the handwriting slowly disappeared, the timeline in front of Ji Yang's eyes seemed to speed up. The sun rapidly rose in the east and set in the west. The sun and moon constantly changed, and the seasons shifted beside him. It was as if time had been pressed the accelerator button, and it didn't take more than a moment. He had already turned from a sapling into a small tree as thick as his arm. Time was suspended and the second line of subtitles soon appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. A spring and autumn cicada chooses to perch on top of your tree trunk. Do you choose? Drive it away, ignore it. Ji Yang's consciousness dispersed and soon noticed a thumb-sized cicada resting on top of his tree trunk. This was the spring and autumn cicada? But what surprised Ji Yang was that he was able to actively choose. It was quite interesting. Ji Yang pondered for a little while and clicked down to ignore it. The timeline lengthened once again, and Ji Yang's trunk grew taller and taller, and his body grew thicker and thicker. Not a moment later, time stopped again, and new subtitles resurfaced. Because of the spring and autumn cicada's perch, you have gradually developed a spirit. In order to accelerate your growth, you have decided to absorb the essence of the sun, absorb the aura of the moon. Ji Yang froze for a moment at the sight. Emotionally, he didn't have spiritual intelligence before this. But is there any difference between these two choices? After hesitating for a while, Ji Yang chose to absorb the aura of the moon. There was no other reason. The main one was a messy choice. When Ji Yang finished choosing, time began to speed up once again. Not a moment later, another line of subtitles appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. Your sap was sucked up by the spring and autumn cicada. You're dead. Under the subtitles, Ji Yang's thick tree trunk shriveled down at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and in no time at all that was left was a dried bark with yellowing dead leaves. This is dead? Damn spring and autumn cicada. No quality. Ji Yang's consciousness quickly blurred, and the world in front of him collapsed in an instant. When Ji Yang came to his senses again, the family members in the ancestral hall had already gotten up and started to leave. Ji Yang consciousness dispersed. He is still the original branch, did not change, and just experienced everything, just like a dream. Just as Ji Yang was pondering, new subtitles surfaced before his eyes. End of deduction. You have realized a new technique in this deduction, lunar eclipse. You have realized a new aptitude in this exercise, reversing the Danxing. Lunar eclipse, gulp down the essence of the moon and transform it into life force. Reversing Danxing, you can actively overflow life force to help people recover from injuries. Looking at the newly obtained feats and divine abilities, Ji Yang pondered. This one feat and one divine ability were not without a cause. If one's guess was correct, it had something to do with the choices one made during the deduction. One of them, lunar eclipse, was a feat that he had obtained by choosing to absorb the essence of the moon. As for reversing the Danxing, Ji Yang was a bit puzzled. Could it be that it was because his sap was sucked by the spring and autumn cicada? This made Ji Yang somewhat speechless. It really was the spring and autumn cicada's success and defeat. But all in all, Ji Yang was still extremely pleased with the harvest this time. The lunar eclipse would allow him to gain vitality without having to stick to the Chen clan sacrifices, except that he needed to gulp down the essence of the moon, which meant that he could only absorb it at night, and that the effects were unclear for the time being. As for reversing Danxing, looking at its introduction, it should be an auxiliary divine ability. This divine ability was useless to Ji Yang himself, but it was extremely beneficial to the Chen clan today. It was only that Ji Yang still had to consider whether the overflowing life force and the harvest were proportional. In between Ji Yang's thoughts, all the other people in the ancestral hall had long since dispersed, and the entire ancestral hall had once again become empty and devoid of people. The family was now in great trouble, and they had many other things to do. Ji Yang realized to look at the sky from afar. There was still some time left until evening. During this free time, Ji Yang could only lament alone. How is he a tree? Chapter 8, Lunar Eclipse. As night approached, a white moon was already hanging in the sky at some point. Under the moonlight, Ji Yang began to run the gong method obtained from his deduction during the day. Lunar eclipse. With the operation of the technique, the moonlight in the sky was gradually attracted. With every breath Ji Yang took, the branches and leaves on the tree trunk gained a glittering white light. The two reflect each other. Under the illumination of the moonlight, in a short while, the whole tree is a white glittering piece. In the night appears extremely bright, like a dream. Fortunately, with the walls of the shrine blocking, this scene was not detected by others. Under the operation of the gong method, Ji Yang's consciousness spread out, checking his information. Name, Ji Yang. Race, weak acacia. Vitality, 3. 1. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Danxing. Feats, Eclipse. Battle technique, none. Qi and blood, 4, can be converted into vitality. Spiritual power, 1. Deduction points, 23. Unable to deduce. Status, absorbing moonflower in. After seeing that his life force had increased by 0. 1 more. Ji Yang's face was elated. According to his calculations, about half an hour would increase his life force by 0. 1, which meant that a night of running the gong method would probably increase his life force by about 1 point. Although the growth rate was quite slow, it was better than lasting. Moreover, with this gong method, he didn't have to be completely limited by the family's sacrifices, and his own survival rate was a whole lot higher, which made Ji Yang very happy. Immediately after that, Ji Yang devoted himself to the joy of absorbing the moonlight. At this time, Chen Xingjin, who had finished dealing with the family's affairs, slowly walked towards the ancestral hall. The family's situation was getting straighter and straighter. Chen Xingjian's trips to the ancestral hall had also become a lot more frequent. But today when Chen Xingjian pushed open the ancestral hall door, its body is frozen in place, only to see the plain and ordinary family god tree in the daytime under the moonlight. The whole body shone with a bright white aura. The flickering fluorescent leaves were a bit blinding, but the joy in Chen Xingjian's heart at this time was difficult to express. The divine tree had manifested itself. This was what his Chen clan's divine tree should look like. After many years, he had finally seen the light of the family's divine tree again. Chen Xingjian closed the door to the ancestral hall and quickly walked under Ji Yang, then fell on his head and worshipped, with some inexplicable words in his mouth. Ji Yang had noticed Chen Xingjian's arrival since then, but Ji Yang did not have much to show. Although he had consciousness, he was not able to speak, so naturally he was unable to communicate with Chen Xingjian. As for the wonders of his own Gong methods, there was no harm in being seen. Anyway, he was the family divine tree, and without displaying some miracles, how would this Chen clan make offerings to him? Sacrifice to him? After binding the Chen clan, he was on the same rope as the Chen clan. While the Gongfu could certainly allow him to enhance his life force, but if he wanted to survive in this side of the world, he still needed to use the Chen clan. Not to mention that the conditions for deduction were quite difficult. Without the Chen clan's sacrifice, he probably wouldn't have been able to grow fast enough. The Chen Xingjian below raised his head slightly after a burst of chanting, then slowly prayed, "Lord God Tree, I know that you must be able to hear the words of the old immortal Chen Xingjian, the current patriarch of the Chen clan. Now that the clan is in decline and the clan's survival is at stake, the old immortal prays that Lord God Tree will give the clan a hint of guidance to allow the clan to get through this difficult time. I am here to thank you. If the family is able to survive this crisis, I will definitely make a 3-day sacrifice for the divine tree lord." Listening to Chen Xingjian's words below, Ji Yang's heart became clear. In the daytime, he had also seen clearly the reactions of the people present. In addition to the patriarch still thinking about the family's sacred tree, other people have few believers. Otherwise there would not be those two boys into the shrine in the middle of the night to secretly cut down the tree thing. The other part of the people who have hope in their faces is only because Chen Xingjian is still the patriarch. Once Chen Xingjian was gone, the probability was that he himself would end up in the fire pit and be used as firewood. So no matter whether it is to protect the Chen clan or himself, Ji Yang has to show something. If it is before Ji Yang can only dry eyes. After all, in addition to his green, and then no half other means. But times are different now. Today's Ji Yang has an additional divine ability in hand. In the next moment, Ji Yang cast his divine ability, reversing Dan Xing. With the execution of the divine ability, Ji Yang's leaf blades sprouted some light green points of light. At the moment when the green dots of light emerged, Ji Yang's vitality, which had just reached 3, 2, also decreased by 0, 1. Undoubtedly, these green dots of light were another form of his life force. At this moment, Ji Yang was able to feel the existence of these green light spots and was able to manipulate them. Under Ji Yang's control, these green points of light quickly surged towards Chen Xingjian's body below. Chen Xingjian, who was kneeling with his head bowed, also noticed the abnormal sensations coming from his body. Chen Xingjian looked up and saw countless green points of light lingering around his body, and for every green point of light that entered his body, he felt that his state was 1 point better. Even the fatigue of the previous days had disappeared at this moment. Faced with the scene in front of him, Chen Xingjian did not know that this was a divine tree manifestation. Immediately, he kowtowed and prostrated. "Thank you, Lord God Tree. Thank you, Lord God Tree. My Chen clan is saved." Chen Xingjian, who was absorbing the green points of light, wept with joy. It took a long time for him to get out of his excitement and start experiencing the effects of the green light. Not only could this green light spot eliminate fatigue, it was also able to revitalize the qi and blood in his body. Sensing this, Chen Xingjian was overjoyed. Martial arts practitioners, the early stage is to rely on the body's qi and blood force. When the qi and blood force reaches a certain level, will be able to break through the realm, changing one's potential. Every high level of martial artist, the body qi and blood are extremely powerful. Chen Xingjian is now over 60 years old, but only a blood condensation realm martial artist. This realm is not high, can only be in the chaotic burial mountain. This kind of small place is not bad, but from the real strong man is 100,000 80,000 miles away. With his age, want to break through again is much more difficult, because with the growth of age, the body blood will slowly decline, as well as lack of energy and other problems. However, this green point of light was able to make the qi and blood in his body active, which meant that as long as he absorbed enough, he might be able to raise another realm. Absorbing it himself had this effect, so what if it was an even younger member of the family? Chen Xingjian, who thought of this, silently clenched his fists. The excitement in his heart was hard to express. If the family divine tree had this kind of divine power, why would he worry about the Chen clan not prospering? Not only that, after absorbing enough green points of light, Chen Xingjin felt that some of the darkness left behind by his youthful martial arts training also disappeared at this moment. As Chen Xingjin's state improved, the green points of light below the divine tree also disappeared. But Chen Xingjin was extremely satisfied at this point. Chapter 9 Crisis. Thinking of the family's current situation, Chen Xingjin could not help but sigh. If he had been able to bring the divine tree back to life earlier, why would his Chen clan be in this situation? But on second thought, it was not too late now. Now that the divine tree had come back to life and was displaying its divine power, there was still hope for his Chen clan. There was still hope for his Chen clan. Chen Xingjin's eyes exuded a strange color and his expression was filled with confidence. Chen Xingjin, who had recovered, didn't bother Ji Yang again, but once again kneeled down and worshipped before slowly leaving. Now that the divine tree had this effect, he needed to plan properly and use it to solve the current plight of the family. Looking at Chen Xingjin, who left the ancestral hall alive and well, Ji Yang nodded slightly. It seemed that the reversing Dan Xing had a good effect, although it had a drain on his own life force. 1 life force was not too much, it was still within the acceptable range. After Chen Xingjin left, Ji Yang continued to devote himself to absorbing the moonlight, and the shrine hall became quiet once again. Only the leaves of the trees emitting white light rustled in the breeze. Patriarch, my greatsword is already hungry and thirsty. When are we going to wipe out the Chen clan? Inside the Li clan's lobby, all the people were gathered together, and a stubble-faced man was the first to ask a middle-aged man in the center. The middle-aged man's face was majestic, with a slight coldness on his face. He was the patriarch of the Li clan, Li Yongcheng. The other people in the hall were also core members of the Li clan. Hearing the Han's question, the others also looked towards Li Yongcheng in the center, waiting for the patriarch's answer. These 2 days of recuperation had allowed them to recover their state as well. So at this moment, the crowd couldn't wait to attack the Chen clan again. Fight, fight, fight. Just knowing how to fight all day long. Can you guys beat that Chen clan's old ancestor? Hearing the patriarch's rebuke, everyone else's heads were slightly lowered. Although there were a few blood condensation realm martial artists present, recalling the might of the Chen clan's old ancestor on that day, it also forced them to be half thoughtful. Patriarch, that Chen clan's old ancestor already only has 1 arm and 1 leg left. If we fight once more, we can definitely take him down. At this time, the Han who had asked the question said once again. The others nodded their heads after hearing this. Although the dead old ancestor of the Chen clan was fierce, he was always dead, fighting twice more. They didn't believe that that old ancestor of the Chen clan would still be able to give birth to 2 more legs. Li Yongcheng saw the situation inside. Although his Li clan has a lot of people, and there are 2 more blood condensation realm martial artists than the Chen clan, the brains of the crowd seem to have been eaten by the mandrill of that mass burial mountain. Li Yongcheng stopped beating around the bush and opened his mouth. There's no hurry, now that the Chen clan is already in the bag. Wanting to overthrow them is just a matter of time. But in addition to our Li clan and Chen clan, there's still a Lu clan watching from the sidelines at the mass burial mountain. Didn't the Lu family make an agreement with us a long time ago not to participate in this time? The Han asked in disbelief. Idiot, you believe what his Lu family says? His Lu family is just trying to make us and the Chen clan lose everything. If we lose too much by then, his Lu family will hit our doorstep the next day. That's why the matter of overthrowing the Chen clan can't be rushed. We have to take our time. Patriarch, then when do we have to wait? Someone from below asked. Li Yongcheng didn't answer. He just looked at one of them and snapped. Has anyone from the Chen clan come out recently? There was, but we discovered it and then beat it back. Li Yongcheng nodded his head after hearing this. Very well, his Chen clan is now cowering within the clan, neither able to go to the mass burial mountain to hunt, nor able to go to the bazaar, which is equivalent to completely cutting off the connection with the outside. Plus there is not much left of the grain and jerky that his Chen clan originally stored. In this case, we only need to surround but not fight, and simmer him for a few more days. Where will his Chen clan still have the strength to fight us? At that time, the Chen clan will naturally break up without attack. Hearing this, the others nodded as if they were waking up from a dream. Fighting wasn't scary. What was scary was fighting hungry. Patriarch is wise. Under the barrage of compliments, Li Yongqing's face radiated a faint smile before he once again instructed several people to watch the Chen clan's surroundings, blocking off the various exits and not allowing a single person to be let go. After the clan members left, Li Yongqing thought carefully again and finally nodded slightly. It was fortunate that his Li clan still had him, otherwise it would be no better than the Chen clan. As long as he waited for his Li clan to engulf the Chen clan and take over the hunting range of the mass burial mountain as well as other resources, his Li clan would definitely be able to be stronger. In particular, the Chen clan's secret method of sacrificing the old ancestor's body had long made him greedy for a long time. Although after the sacrifice, the body realm will be one realm lower than before, but this kind of secret method, in the chaotic burial mountain is rare. The old ancestor of the Chen family is the realm of the innate, although after the sacrifice on a lower realm, but also has the late blood condensation realm. but in the latter battle, the body has been broken a lot, can only play out the blood condensation realm of the strength of the middle, but even so, it was able to let the Chen clan survive until today. It was indeed a good thing. Moreover, he had also heard that within the Chen clan's ancestral hall, there was also a divine tree planted, so after the attack on the Chen clan, he might have the fate to be able to take a look at what this divine tree looked like. If everything goes well, perhaps in the near future, only his Li clan will exist in this mass burial mountain. Li Yongchen looked into the distance, a hint of latent ambition showing in his eyes. Clan chief, something big is wrong. The next day, the shouts of a youth once again came from outside the door of Chen Xingzhen's room. Hearing this, Chen Xingzhen looked at the panicked visitor's face, once again becoming solemn. The Li clan has hit the door again? After saying this, Chen Xingzhen's heart was a sigh. The Li clan did not give them the slightest chance to take a breather. Even if the divine tree showed its divine power now, they were afraid that it would be very difficult for them to get out of danger and change the family's situation. No, it's something else. Early this morning, the clan wanted to go out to hunt in the mass burial mountain, and then they were sneak attacked by the Li clan's people. Learning that it wasn't the Li clan that hit the door, Chen Xingzhen's heart inexplicably sighed in relief before asking again, how were the casualties? Fortunately, we discovered their traces in advance and withdrew quickly. Only a few clansmen suffered minor injuries. Nothing serious. Chapter 10, Old Foolishness. That's good. Chen Xingzhen muttered with his mouth, but this caused the youth who came to report the news to be stunned. How was it that the clan member was injured and the clan leader's mouth was still saying good things? If it wasn't for the fact that it was the clan chief, he would have suspected that the person who said this was a spy sent by another clan. Clan chief, the clan stock of food and dried meat is almost gone. At this time, another youth came to the front to report to Chen Xingzhen. How many more days can it last? Probably less than a day. And almost all of the clansmen who went out were attacked by the Li clan, with no harvest at all. Chen Xingzhen instantly understood the Li clan's plot after hearing this. The old ancestor's blessing was still present. The Li clan didn't dare to come in hard in order to avoid damage, and turned to this method, which was to trap them. The Chen clan, inside this was considered a young conspiracy, and he, the Chen clan, did not yet have a way to fight back. Good tactics. Chen Xingzhen sighed with emotion in his mouth. The two people who came to report were also in a low mood and understood the key. But Chen Xingzhen did not care. The situation has been bad to this extent. It can't be any worse. Immediately waved his hand and said to the two, have everyone in the clan gather outside the ancestral hall. I have some things to say, and those injured clansmen come along as well. Yes, clan chief. The two who heard the command immediately left. However, when they left, they both saw a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. Have you noticed that the matriarch seems to be in good spirits? The two said in unison, and then froze. It seemed that it was not their own illusion. Not knowing the reason, the two did not say any more, but went to inform the other clansmen. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang stood quietly in a corner of the ancestral hall, bored. After practicing all night last night, his vitality now reached 4-1, and if he hadn't used the reversal Danxing once, his vitality would have been 4-2. When converted down, it was also just half an hour of 0-1 vitality. It was just a pity that he couldn't run his gongfu during the day. If he had chosen to absorb the essence of the sun at that time, the result might have been different, but then he wouldn't be able to cultivate at night, and it would still be the same result. Hopefully, he would be able to stumble upon the same choice again the next time he deduced, but Ji Yang found it a bit difficult. I also don't know when the next Chen clan sacrifice will be held. I just demonstrated my divine power yesterday, so I think it should be soon. But remembering the plight of the Chen clan today, this sacrifice didn't seem to be that easy. Just as Ji Yang was enjoying the rising sun, the gate of the ancestral hall was once again slowly opened. Ji Yang looked fixedly, and not surprisingly, the person who came was still Chen Xingzhen, the patriarch. After closing the gate to the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen looked towards the divine tree in the ancestral hall. Although the divine tree did not have the light of the night now, the improvement in his own state could not be faked. Now that the family's situation was becoming increasingly dire, in the face of the Li clan's approach, Chen Xingzhen also had a plan in mind, but this plan was to communicate with the divine tree first. If there is no divine tree's treatment, then their own plans are just castles in the air. Chen Xingzhen, who was clear about this, immediately told his plan. After hearing Chen Xingzhen's account, Ji Yang also couldn't help but look at the invisible line of sight towards the old man in front of him who had passed the age of 6. It seemed that Chen Xingzhen was betting all of the family's retreats on himself, but it seemed like he didn't have much of a choice, now that he was coexisting with the Chen clan. At least for now, he couldn't rely on himself to get out of the predicament in front of him. Chen Xingzhen, who had finished his plan, turned his expectant gaze towards Ji Yang. He believed that the divine tree had a spirit and would definitely give him a response. Under Chen Xingjian's gaze, the branches of the divine tree swayed slightly. Seeing this, Chen Xingjian's face showed gratitude and he once again paid his respects. At this time, there were also noisy murmurs from many people outside the shrine, as if someone was arguing about something. Chen Xingjian, who had finished paying his respects, frowned slightly, then walked towards the outside of the ancestral hall. What's going on? Walking out of the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjian looked at the assembled clansmen and issued an inquiry to Chen Xingyu who was in front of him. Chen Xingyu said with some exasperation, "Patriarch, recently quite a few of the clansmen who went out to prepare for the hunt have suffered attacks from the Li clan, and now there isn't much food left in the clan. At this rate, the clan won't be able to last much longer. I am already aware of this matter." Chen Xingjian sighed back, but Chen Xingyu continued to speak. "Patriarch, according to my thoughts, why don't we gather out to hunt while the clan still has the strength to fight? Otherwise after a while, when the clan's qi and blood are insufficient, and the food is not enough to eat, then the strength of the clan will drop, and we will have no chance at all." After Chen Xingyu finished speaking, quite a few people behind him also nodded slightly, thinking that this idea was good. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a slightly pale face but stood out from the crowd and spoke out against it. "This matter is not good." The crowd immediately looked. The person who spoke was no one else but the family's blood condensation realm martial artist, Chen Tianjing. Upon closer inspection, his appearance was actually similar to that of Chen Xinghe, only that his appearance was much older. Seeing the crowd look, Chen Tianjing let out a sigh before continuing. "Nowadays, the reason why his Li clan didn't come to attack the clan is all due to the fact that the old ancestor is still inside the ancestral hall. If they were to gather out to hunt, the old ancestor would not be able to be brought out, and just with the clan's existing strength, they would not be a match for the Li clan at all, and this would make the clan's situation even tougher." Some of the clansmen below nodded their heads once again. Chen Xingyu frowned slightly, "But third uncle, if we don't go for a fight, won't we have no chance at all? This approach is still too risky. If there is a slip-up, the clan is afraid that." Both sides argued endlessly, each with their own viewpoints. At the back of the crowd, Chen Xinghe and Chen Xingmeng stood aside. After hearing the clan's arguments, Chen Xinghe couldn't help but whisper, "I think my father is really senile. What a good idea clan brother Qingyu has." "Xingmeng, don't you think so?" Chen Xingmeng scratched his head. Alright, I'll say a few words." As Chen Xingjian spoke, the rest of the clan instantly quieted down. "There isn't much food left stocked in the clan, so we have to go out and hunt. And he, the Li clan, has sent people to guard all parts of the mass burial mountain to attack us, so in order to find a way to survive, we need to find another way out, from a place that the Li clan cannot see." After Chen Xingjian finished speaking, the people present all voiced their questions. His Chen clan was built right on the ground, and the crowd did not know how to fly, so how could they avoid the Li clan's guards to go hunting in the mass burial mountain? Then only the family's secret passage will do. As one person blurted out his words, the crowd all looked towards the person who spoke, and at that moment, he also realized that he had said the wrong thing. No way, the family secret passage is the last escape route for some clansmen. It cannot be exposed. Right, once the family secret passage is detected by the Li clan, the clan will no longer have a way back. The duo who were still arguing instantly stood on the same front after hearing this proposal. "I'm just saying," the person who opened his mouth whispered. However, everyone understood at this moment that according to the patriarch's words, it seemed like this was the only way. "That's what I think." As the crowd fell silent, Chen Xingjian slowly opened his mouth and said. The two people who had just been opposing it all had stunned looks on their faces after hearing this. Due to the previous mutation of the divine tree plus other things, the younger generation of the clan had yet to be transferred out today. But at this moment, the patriarch was saying that he wanted to allow the clan to go out hunting through the secret passage. If the secret passage was blocked in advance once it was discovered by the Li clan, it would completely cut off the clan's back roads. The most crucial thing was that both the former and the latter proposal were also said by the patriarch himself, which made it somewhat difficult for the two to accept for a while, not understanding what exactly Chen Xingjian's idea was, even if it was what the patriarch had said. At this time, Chen Xingyu still couldn't help but retort. "But, patriarch." Chapter 11, the patriarch has gone crazy. "Alright, there's no need to say more. I have a measure in my heart." Chen Xingjian interrupted Chen Xingyu's words and said in a loud voice. How could he not understand the huge risk behind this idea? But he still wanted to take a gamble, simply because he did not want the clan that his old ancestor had managed to build up with great difficulty to be destroyed in his own hands. The family's divine tree behind him, which was re-emitting vigor, was the source of Chen Xingjian's confidence. Looking at the patriarch's eyes without fluctuation, the two men did not refute. They could see that the patriarch had other ideas, but the two men could not guess what Chen Xingjian's ideas were for a while. With the careful observation of the two men, at this time, The two men also obviously noticed that the clan chief's mental state seemed to be good, far better than some days ago, which made the two men even more puzzled. Have any of the clan's injured people come over? At this time, Chen Xingjin looked towards one of the previous messengers and asked. All of them have been brought. There are a total of 15 people in the clan who have been injured due to the recent battle with the Li clan. As the words fell, some injured people at the back of the crowd who had been bandaged with white cloth came forward. Among these 10 or so people, some were on crutches, some had their foreheads wrapped, and some were lying on stretchers, and the person at the very front was in his 40s, while one arm was tied with rough gauze. This person was Chen Tianyu, one of the current 4 blood condensation realm martial artists of the Chen clan. Only 2 days ago in the Li clan's attack in the arm injury, although it does not affect the action, but a body strength can only play half now. Clan chief, Chen Tianyu nodded his head in greeting. Well, all of you follow me in. The others are waiting outside and are not allowed to enter the ancestral hall for the time being. Halfway through his walk, Chen Xingjin looked back and said, Tianjing, Qingyu, you all come in together as well. Hearing Chen Xingjin's order, the rest of the clan members all showed puzzled expressions, momentarily not understanding what the patriarch's intentions were. Chen Xingyu and Chen Tianjing were equally confused, but they did not refuse and walked into the ancestral hall together. The rest of the clan could only wait outside in silence, watching the door to the ancestral hall slowly close. Hey, Xing Meng! In the crowd, Chen Xinghe, who was standing at the back, called out to Chen Qingmeng, who was at the side. Chen Qingmeng turned his head in confusion and said, Xinghe, what's wrong? Do you want to see what the patriarch and the others are doing inside the ancestral hall? Chen Qingmeng's eyes widened slightly at the words, understanding Chen Xinghe's mind in an instant, but immediately shook his head hastily again. No, the patriarch just gave the order, and my father and the others are right in front. You want to be punished? We'll go over there from last time. We'll just sneak a peek through the fence. The matriarch won't find out. This caused Chen Qingmeng to fall into hesitation. That's not good. Chen Xinghe saw this and spoke again. Don't you want to save the clan? What does this have to do with saving the family? Chen Qingmeng's face was blank, but he still slowly moved his feet. The two of them silently snuck out from behind the crowd, sneaking towards the other side of the ancestral hall. Inside the ancestral hall, after the crowd saw Chen Xingjin walking towards the family's sacred tree that stood in one corner of the ancestral hall, there was some doubt in their expressions. Chen Xingyu frowned slightly, not understanding what the patriarch's intentions were, but only scrutinizing the family tree at the corner of the ancestral hall, a little scorn in her eyes, while in her heart, she considered that she would have to persuade the patriarch of the importance of the family's secret passageway later on. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Chen Xingjin walked towards the bottom of the divine tree in large strides and spoke slowly to Ji Yang. Lord Divine Tree, this is the person currently injured in the clan. I still hope that you, Lord Divine Tree, will show your light. The faces of the people who heard these words all showed a stunned look, and there was even an incredulous look in their eyes. What was their clan leader doing? Praying for the divine tree to heal their injuries? The patriarch was crazy, right? Although they had learned that the family's divine tree had sprouted, they didn't think that the tree would be able to heal them, not to mention that some of them had suffered extremely serious injuries, and even the family physician had said that they wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. However, these thoughts could only be buried in their hearts, not daring to speak them out. Chen Tianyu, who was at the front of the crowd, did not hide it, but quickly stepped forward and spoke in a low voice to the praying Chen Xingjin. Patriarch, have you not rested well recently? Otherwise, go rest for a while first. He had heard that Chen Xingjin hadn't rested for several days for the sake of the family's recent affairs, and although he was a blood condensation realm martial artist, it wouldn't make sense to go on for a long period of time, or else why would he be uttering such nonsense right now? As a family junior, right now of course he has to persuade. If the patriarch is crazy, then the family is really hopeless. Chen Xingjin looked at the worried Chen Tianyu, his face crying and laughing. Before he had seen the glory of the divine tree, he also felt that he was going crazy. But after personally experiencing it yesterday, he already knew the current capabilities of the divine tree, and it was more than enough to treat the injuries of the people. Chen Xingjin didn't explain too much, and simply greeted the injured clansman present and sat down beneath the divine tree. Explanations were superfluous at the moment, and they would naturally understand when they experienced it for themselves. Chen Tianyu saw the patriarch's serious face that did not look like a symptom of madness. He also half-heartedly walked towards the bottom of the divine tree. The others did not refute it, but they also gazed curiously towards the family's divine tree in front of them. Ji Yangyao looked at the 10 or so people below, silently estimating in his heart the amount of life force he would have to give. I'm afraid it wouldn't be too little, especially the one who was carried in on a stretcher, with injuries that looked more serious. But things have come to this. Ji Yang does not have much choice. Before this, Chen Xingjian had already told his plan and wanted to borrow his own light to treat the currently injured clansmen in the Chen clan, and then let some of the clansmen sneak off from the clan's secret passages to hunt deeper into the mass burial mountain. The proceeds of the hunt would be used to sustain the many clansmen within the clan on the one hand, and used for sacrifice on the other. Ji Yang was naturally eager to make sacrifices. The more things he sacrificed, the faster his qi, blood, and spiritual energy would accumulate, while also being able to perform his next push and enhance his own strength. Although vitality was important, it was currently enough to sustain his own growth, not to mention the existence of the lunar eclipse technique, so he didn't have to worry about it for the time being. The scene just outside the ancestral hall Ji Yang had also watched it all. The family secret passage is the last road of the Chen clan. Right now Chen Xingjian, the patriarch, personally spoke out. Obviously all bets are placed on himself. Now that the Chen clan was in dire straits, if he did not use this method, he did not even know how the Chen clan would respond to the Li clan's attack a few days later. At the same time, Ji Yang's heart was also secretly glad that this patriarch was not some old codger and did not choose to give up on the clan. Otherwise he would really have to explain himself here. So when Chen Xingjian made his request, Ji Yang categorically had no reason to refuse. Chapter 12 Divine Power. Not far away, Chen Xingyu detached herself from her contemplation. After seeing the matriarch's actions just now, Chen Xingyu sighed with a sigh on her lips. The patriarch must be insane. Otherwise how could he pin his hopes on this tree? Although he had long known that the patriarch was extremely obsessed with the family divine tree, he still didn't expect that the patriarch would go crazy at this critical moment for the family. In that case, it seemed that the clan might indeed not be able to hold on. He, Chen Xingyu, the hope of the younger generation of the clan, had the need to think ahead for the clan. Third uncle, do you support me? Looking at Chen Xingjian, who had a respectful face and was silently praying below the divine tree, Chen Xingyu inquired about Chen Tianjing, who was on the side. Chen Tianjing did not answer, but only let out a light sigh, then nodded. He hadn't quite understood the patriarch's opening of the secret passageway before, but now it seemed that everything had an explanation. That was that the patriarch had gone mad. No wonder the patriarch was in good spirits today, very different from the previous days. While all the people were sitting down, Ji Yang silently activated the divine ability of reversing Danxing. As the divine ability was performed, the branches and leaves on Ji Yang's torso made a slight swing in the air. Between the oscillations, countless light green spots of light permeated out from the leaves, and the spots of light permeating out from the leaves filled half of the shrine hall in a matter of moments. The crowd seated below looked at this unusual scene above their heads. All of them were dumbstruck. Before the crowd had time to speak, countless points of light had already spread out and then dipped into the bodies of the crowd. This is. The faces of the people whose bodies were invaded by the green points of light all changed as they sensed the wonders of it. My hand itches. A clansman with an injured arm said in astonishment from his mouth at this moment. Me too. I can feel my feet. At this moment, everyone in the ancestral hall was wearing joyful faces. Although they didn't know what was happening, they could also understand that this green point of light wasn't like a mortal object, and could actually heal their injuries. Chen Tianyu also had a shocking look in his eyes. Other people might not understand, but as one of the family's 3 blood condensation realm martial artists, his control of his body's blood qi was even better. And even though he couldn't look into his body internally, at this moment, he could also experience something that ordinary people couldn't experience from this unique feeling. He felt that his wound was rapidly healing, knowing that after he was injured, the family physician told him that this injury would take at least half a year to recover and a year to heal. But right now, after just absorbing a small amount of green light points, he felt the blood qi of his arm surging back to life, radiating vigor. This was a level that could not be achieved by ordinary medicinal herbs, unless it was some sort of heavenly treasure with special effects. But that kind of thing, would it be something that a small family like the Chen clan could possess? At this moment, Chen Tianyu's eyes emptied, and he finally understood why the patriarch had not given up sacrificing to the divine tree for the past 20 years. It turned out that the family divine tree had such great power. Not far away, Chen Xingyu and Chen Tianjing were already thinking in low voices about what to do afterward. But when countless green points of light came into view, the two people who were still discussing were all stagnant, and the sounds of joy and excitement of the crowd beside their ears made it difficult for them to calm their hearts. Even though they were far away from each other, there were still a few green points of light floating towards them. Chen Tianjing curiously reached out to accept, wanting to experience whether this green point of light is as magical. Chen Xingyu, who was on the side, hurriedly dodged it. He had never believed in this, nor would he absorb this unknown green point of light. Perhaps this was all just an illusion created by this tree. Don't even think about fooling him. However, as if the green point of light had a consciousness, It instantly drilled into Chen Xingyu's body when he was unable to dodge it. Chen Xingyu's face changed and he did not continue to dodge. But when he carefully sensed the effect of the green light point entering his body, Chen Xingyu's complexion changed a little, and his mouth murmured, "How is it possible?" On the side, Chen Tianjing's eyes instantly glowed after absorbing the green light point. At this moment, he finally understood why the patriarch had disregarded everyone's opinions and was bent on opening the family's secret passage. So it was like this. Chen Tianjing, who thought of understanding, couldn't help but move his feet closer towards the divine tree. He still wanted to absorb more green light points. As he moved his feet, Chen Tianjing did not forget to turn around and say, "That, Xingyu, you have so many people supporting you. It's enough without me." Chen Xingyu fell into silence as he looked at the divine tree in front of him. Although he wasn't really a fan of this divine tree, but right now the facts were in front of him, so let's pretend that he hadn't just said anything. On the side, looking at the astonished clansmen in the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjin had a smile on his face. The scene in front of him let him know that his persistence for so many years had not been in vain, and that there was still hope for the clan. Quiet. The divine tree has only just sprouted into life. Exerting divine power will not be a small loss to the divine tree. You guys absorb it quickly. Looking at the crowd that couldn't stop moving around in excitement, Chen Xingjin then scolded. Hearing the patriarch's words, the others immediately quieted down, suppressing the joy in their eyes, and turned to concentrate on absorbing the green points of light around them. What's going on? What's happening inside? The commotion inside the shrine was transmitted to the outside. At this time, the people waiting outside the shrine had doubts on their faces, but the tightly closed door of the shrine was making it impossible for them to see what was happening inside. In the way of the patriarch's order, the crowd did not dare to go forward to investigate. Wait and see. Quick, I hear movement. Outside the fence on the other side of the ancestral hall, Chen Xinghe greeted Chen Qingming, and the two of them used the protruding stones underneath the fence as a place to pad their feet, and leapt to the edge above the fence, revealing half of their heads, and then looked towards the inside of the ancestral hall. When the two saw the scene inside the shrine, their pupils involuntarily dilated. Xinghe, what is this? Chen Qingming inquired with a dull gaze. However, Chen Xinghe did not answer, only that he was also immersed in the strange scene before him at that moment, only to see the unusual family god tree below, sitting on the 10 or so clansmen. In the 10 or so clansmen's body around, countless green light points like fireflies fluttering around. Whenever the green points of light invaded the bodies of the people, the faces of the clansmen below radiated a color of pleasure. This magical scene dazzled the two. Soon, the green points of light around them became fewer, and the people who were still tuning in slowly opened their eyes. Alright, my hand is healed. It doesn't hurt anymore. I can walk. Ha ha ha. Chapter 13, The Family's Secret Tunnels. After checking their situation, all of them were happy and excited. Even though they were martial artists, they were still inconvenienced by their injuries, but they had never thought that they would be back to their original condition in an instant. Chen Tianyu silently felt his arm today, and then slightly exerted force, and the white cloth that had originally wrapped the wound was instantly shaken away. He had once again regained the combat power of a blood condensation realm martial artist. When Chen Tianyu once again looked at the family divine tree above his head, there was a trace of awe in his gaze. Outside the enclosure, the two brothers who saw the scene inside saw that all the people were awake and didn't dare to look any further so as not to be discovered, then quietly lowered their heads and quickly left the way they came. But at this time, the curiosity in the hearts of the two men was hard to express. The scene just now gave the two men a great visual impact. They did not expect that the family divine tree was actually a divine tree. Thinking of the two of them sneaking in to cut down the tree in the middle of the night 2 days ago, there was a hint of panic in their eyes. Xinghe, what should we do? The divine tree won't blame us, right? Chen Qingming asked apprehensively. I suppose it won't, Chen Xinghe said uncertainly. At this moment, he was also a bit flustered, not knowing how to react. It's fine, as long as we don't say anything, no one will know that we did it. The two consoled themselves with each other, and then returned to the crowd outside the ancestral hall. After that, the ancestral hall is a forbidden land for the family, so you are not allowed to come over and disturb the divine tree's rest when there is nothing going on, Chen Xingjin said to the clan members in front of him who had recovered from their injuries. If originally there were people who were still unimpressed, but now after personally feeling the divine power displayed by Ji Yang, the eyes of the people present were filled with fear and respect as they all answered in agreement. Tianjing, Tianyu and Shengyu will stay behind. The others will go out first. Chen Xingjin waved his hand, and everyone nodded their heads in response. Before leaving, the crowd once again worshipped the divine tree, but this time, the worship was much more serious than before. Looking at the three people left behind with different expressions, the corner of Chen Xingjin's mouth revealed a smile. Although the family divine tree has this divine power, but just with this is not enough to save the day. How to open the family secret passage? How many people to send out to hunt? All of these need to be discussed. In addition, the elders of the clan had told them in advance that every time they asked for the divine tree, they had to make a sacrifice. The matter of hunting was even more important. Regarding the matter of going out hunting through the clan's secret passageway this time, talk about your thoughts. Chen Xingjian slowly spoke. As soon as his words fell, Chen Tianyu had already spoken. Matriarch, since the divine tree has this divine power, this matter is feasible, and it should be fast. As I see it, we can go out hunting tonight. Clan brother is extremely right. The Li clan is watching intently. We are in a hurry. After a few people conferred, a decision was quickly made. Nowadays, the clan has no more methods, and if they want to solve the danger of extinction, they need to be decisive. Above, Ji Yang was sighing repeatedly in his heart. It actually used one life force. Although he had already known that the amount of life force consumed in treating the injuries of so many people would not be small, Ji Yang was still a little heartbroken as he watched his original 1 life force drop to 3-0. That was the result of one night's work. However, when Ji Yang heard the deliberations of the few people below, the reluctance in his heart quickly dissipated. The green light spots that had infiltrated the bodies of Chen Xingyu and Chen Tianyu before was also something he had done on purpose, in order to increase his credibility in the Chen clan. It seemed to have worked well so far, and even Chen Xingyu, who had previously wanted to cut himself down and use him as firewood, was much more silent. With the support of the 4 blood condensation realm martial artists of the Chen clan, his reputation in the clan would only be higher, and the drop in vitality was not just a simple lowering of numbers. Ji Yang could feel his perception of the outside world weakening, and the consciousness that could originally spread out beyond the shrine could barely break through the edge of the shrine at this point. Not only that, the underground roots have also shrunk quite a bit, and their control over themselves has also become much weaker. It seemed that these were the negative effects of reduced life force. If one did not have sufficient life force or an emergency situation, this skill would really be detrimental to oneself. But right now, he could only pray that the Chen clan would give some effort and drag 2 big fat pigs over to sacrifice themselves earlier. With the 4 people having some discussions, there was soon a result. After a few people left, the ancestral hall became quiet once again. Ji Yang looked around from afar, and a silent sigh resounded in the air. As night fell, the Chen clan was exceptionally quiet today. Under the color of the moon, Ji Yang worked hard on his Gongfu moon eclipse, constantly absorbing the power of the moonlight. Under Ji Yang's silent exhalation, the entire tree trunk emitted a white fluorescent light. Crunch! At this moment, the closed door of the shrine suddenly opened and several figures drilled in through the door. The people who came were not Chen Xinghe and Chen Xingmeng, who had secretly come to cut down the tree last time, but rather Chen Tianyu, who had discussed going out hunting with clan chief Chen Xingjian during the day. In addition to these people, there were a few more figures this time, but a closer look. It is not difficult to realize that these people are the Chen clan's strongest martial artists in addition to Chen Xingyu's blood condensation realm. Several people have the strength of the late stage of the body tempering realm. The current few people were the last in line of the Chen clan today. After a few people quietly entered the ancestral hall, they were greeted by the sight of the pleated divine tree. The few people who had never seen such a scene were all shaken. Their gazes held a hint of wonder and awe, while a hint of hope appeared in their eyes. However, what made Ji Yang feel puzzled was that in the daytime, wasn't Chen Xingjian's few people going to discuss about going out hunting tonight through the family secret passage? Why would they come to the ancestral hall to gather in the middle of the night? Without waiting for Ji Yang to think more, another figure entered the ancestral hall. This time, the one who came was Chen Xingjian, the patriarch. Are you ready? Chen Xingjian asked. Patriarch, the clan has already sent clansmen around the family to watch over the area, and will immediately report at the first sign of trouble. Hearing Chen Tianyu's reply, Chen Xingjian nodded. Good. This trip is of great importance. Don't let the slightest bit of information leak out. In addition, the family's secret passage leads to the depths of the disorderly burial mountain. There are quite a few blood condensation realm beasts in there, and it is said that there are also innate realm beasts. You guys must be careful, and everything should be focused on your own safety. Yes, matriarch. Several people nodded with solemn faces after hearing this. There's no time to lose. You guys go and return quickly. After saying that, the several people walked towards the room where the old ancestor was enshrined. After entering the room, Chen Xingjian moved a lapis lazuli plate in the room away, revealing a dark passageway. Outside, Ji Yang, who had sensed the scene inside, was stunned. He didn't expect that the Chen clan's secret passageway was also in the ancestral hall, and although his underground submerged roots spread over 10 meters, they didn't involve the underside of that room, so it was no wonder that he didn't notice it. Chapter 14, Chen Xingyu's Breakthrough. Puff, puff. As blood condensation realm martial artists, Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing led the way, jumping down without hesitation after seeing the passageway. Although it was pitch black inside the passageway, martial artists at the body tempering realm were already able to see in the dark, not to mention that the two were already blood condensation realm martial artists. Soon, the group disappeared into the secret passage. Outside the secret passage, looking at the disappearing people, Chen Xingjin came to the bottom of the god tree and prayed silently. This time, when he went out to hunt in the secret passage, he had basically sent out most of the high-ranking martial artists in the family. And even though the family only had a total of 4 blood condensation realm martial artists, this was already all the strength of the family, and as the family patriarch, he naturally could not go out, but needed to stay in the family to control the overall situation. In addition, there was still one person left in the family, and that was Qin Xingyu of the blood condensation realm. Leaving a blood condensation realm martial artist behind was naturally to prevent a sudden attack from the Li clan. Although this was unlikely, it could not be prevented. And with 2 blood condensation realm martial artists, they would be able to hold out for a while. After some prayers, Chen Xingjin turned around and left the ancestral hall, leaving only Ji Yang, who was silently absorbing the moonlight in the ancestral hall. 3, 1, 3, 2. The bored Ji Yang could only quietly look at his slowly rising vitality, expecting in his heart that the few people who had gone out would bring him good news. Clan member Qin Xingyu breaks through to the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Deduction points +2. The sudden prompt in front of his eyes caused Ji Yang to freeze. Chen Xingyu had actually broken through? It had also contributed 2 deduction points to himself. Not bad, not bad. Ji Yang shook the branch with satisfaction. It seemed that the life force during the day hadn't been in vain. In the room, after the breakthrough, Chen Xingyu's qi and blood exploded. The entire person was like a ferocious beast. Feeling the thick qi and blood in his body, Chen Xingyu had a joyful expression on his face. To be able to reach the late stage of the blood condensation realm at his age, it wasn't too much to call him a genius. One had to know that Patriarch Chen Xingjin was only at the late stage of the blood condensation realm today. Unfortunately, it was still a bit short. The late stage of the blood condensation realm was not enough to save the family's current situation. It would be good if he could reach the innate realm, but in order to advance to the innate realm, one needed to have qi and blood like Mercury. Right now he had just reached the late stage of the blood condensation realm. There was still a long way to go from this point, and breaking through to the innate realm wasn't that easy. Otherwise the entire chaotic burial mountain wouldn't be without a single innate realm martial artist. Chen Xingyu shook her head, no longer thinking about it, silently running the 3 revolutions Xian Gong, calming down the violent qi and blood in her body. The 3 revolutions Xian Gong was a Xian rank technique that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Chen clan, and could be used to break through to the innate realm. Like the small clans near the mass burial mountain, most of them were only yellow rank techniques. This is what the Li clan covets today. According to the head of the family, this merit law at the beginning of 9 turns, for the ground level merit law, can reach the 3rd realm of the condensed spirit, but unfortunately, behind the decline of the family, the merit law crippled, and now there are only 3 turns, and even in the merit law attached to the battle skills are also no trace. Nowadays, the Qin clan is only left with the last bit of blessing from the ancestors. If the clan does not rise again, it will probably disappear in the river of time. Thinking of this, Chen Xingyu's eyes radiated a resolute light. As the most promising person in the clan, he must save the clan from danger. But then Chen Xingyu quickly thought of the green light spots that had penetrated his body during the day. According to his previous estimation, he would still need some time to ascend to the late stage of the blood condensation realm. But after coming into contact with that green point of light in the daytime, he felt that the qi and blood in his body had become much more active, which led to today's breakthrough. Divine tree? Chen Xingyu murmured with a hint of shaking in his eyes, but then Chen Xingyu let out a light hum. This elevation of his realm was ultimately relying on his own accumulation. Even without the divine tree, he could still reach the late stage of the blood condensation realm. You still have to rely on yourself in everything. A little while later, a resolute voice came out from the room. 3, 5, 3, 6, 3, 7. In the shrine, looking at his slowly rising life force and realizing the feeling of his consciousness gradually spreading, Ji Yang was like drinking a fine wine. However, when Ji Yang looked at the reclosed lapis lazuli slab, his heart fell into deep thought. It had been several hours that had passed. Why hadn't a few people returned? He was still waiting for his sacrifice. If he wasn't unable to move, he would have hated to drill out from the middle of this secret passage to hunt for himself. Day. Sharp footsteps sounded beside Ji Yang's ears. Turning his head to look, Chen Xingjin was rushing towards the ancestral hall with a faster pace. This was already the 3rd time that Chen Xingjin had come to the ancestral hall this night, so it was evident that this clan head was also worried in his heart at the moment. The clansmen he had sent out were already the strongest fighting force in the clan, and if there were any losses, he didn't know what to do. What's more, a few people have not returned for a long time. If all of them have accidents, Then Yi Chen clan is afraid that he will really be unable to return to heaven. If he had known, he would have sent more people. Unfortunately, it's too late for regrets. Chen Xingjian kept pacing, wandering under the tree, praying to Ji Yang from time to time that the several people would return safely. Regarding Chen Xingjian's prayers, Ji Yang just ignored them, but in his heart, he was also a little anxious. After all, he was not really a tree. If a few people out hunting accident, he is not also cool. Just when a person and a tree is difficult to endure the moment, the family secret passages suddenly came a few light and messy footsteps. This sound is subtle, but for Izin the anxiety of Chen Xingjian is like a drought to rain. But as a patriarch, Chen Xingjian did not rush to open the green stone plate above the secret passage, but stopped and listened carefully. Perhaps the one who came back was not a member of the clan who had gone out hunting, or it could be a ferocious beast that had accidentally discovered the secret passage, so he needed to be careful and on guard. Clan Chief, it's me. It was only after familiar words rang out beside his ears that the vigilance on Chen Xingjian's face disappeared, and he hurriedly moved the green stone slab above him away. After the slab was moved away, Chen Tianyu and his group immediately drilled out from the secret passage below. Seeing the few people who had returned, Chen Xingjian muttered under his breath, "It's good to be back. It's good to be back." Unlike when they entered the secret passage, at this time, several people's clothes were broken, and there were several wounds on their bodies, with two of the body-tempering realm clansmen having a huge laceration wound on their chests. At this moment, their faces were pale, and even the clothes wrapped around the wounds were dyed a scarlet color. Behind a few people, there was a tiger-like beast that was about 10 feet long and had a stout body. It seemed that the wounds of several people probably came from hunting this beast. After Chen Xingjian saw the ferocious beast, his mouth set in surprise. Blood Condensation Realm's Iron Spine Tiger. Although the Chen Tianjing and Chen Tianyu sent out this time were both mid-Blood Condensation Realm martial artists, and there were even several late body-tempering realm clansmen. However, he did not expect that a few people would be able to hunt an iron spiny tiger back. Although this kind of beast is only in the Blood Condensation Realm, the beasts in the Blood Condensation Realm are exceptionally strong, all thanks to the beast's own talent, coupled with the fact that it is located in the depths of the disorderly burial mountain. The clansmen are unfamiliar with the terrain, and it is difficult to hunt this kind of beast. According to Chen Xingjian's idea, this trip could hunt two body-tempering realm beasts. Chapter 15, Thoughts. Patriarch. Just as Chen Tianyu was about to report the details of the trip out hunting, he was interrupted by Chen Xingjian raising his hand. "There's no rush. Let's talk about it later." After saying that, Chen Xingjian looked towards the two clansmen who were quite heavily injured. When going out hunting, injuries were inevitable, not to mention the depths of the mass burial mountain where ferocious beasts roamed. But right now, the family is in a time of crisis. This kind of injury, I'm afraid that without half a month time, is not good. Chen Xingjian looked towards the family's divine tree behind him, a hint of hesitation appearing in his eyes. But after thinking for a moment, Chen Xingjian let out a sigh. The last time he treated so many clansmen's injuries, he hadn't even had the time to sacrifice the divine tree. Right now he was really not in a good position to open his mouth. Not to mention that the divine tree was in its infancy, and if it didn't have them to sacrifice, I'm afraid it would be difficult to continue. The power of the divine tree, of course, must be used at the most critical moment. Sulking for a little while, Chen Xingjian said helplessly, "Go to the family treasury and receive some good ointments. Go back and rest." Yes. Several people did not say anymore, and immediately dragged their tired and injured bodies back to prepare to go back to rest. At this moment, the branches and leaves of the divine tree that emitted fluorescent light on the side suddenly trembled a little. In the next moment, many green points of light from the daytime reappeared in front of everyone's eyes, and then drilled into several people's bodies. Feeling the vitality brought by the green points of light, the originally injured several people only felt that the body's injuries were rapidly improving, and the two people who were seriously injured were like wandering in a gentle spring, and could not help but let out a comfortable murmur from their mouths. When the green point of light disappeared, a few people suddenly feel comfortable. Not only external injuries healed, even after the big battle of fatigue is also swept away, and the most heavily injured the two people's face is now also a lot of rosy. To be two people will be wrapped outside the wound clothing uncovered. Suddenly found that the previous wounds actually has begun to scab, although it was not complete, but in this way, the strength of the two people was no longer affected. "Thank you, Lord God Tree." On the side, Chen Xingjian had a grateful face and immediately paid his respects. The rest of the few people also hurriedly thanked him after they reacted. With this divine tree in the family, why worry about not prospering? The few people who had recovered from their injuries only felt a sense of grandeur and ambition, and they had some thoughts of continuing to go out hunting in order to worship the divine tree. Chen Xingjian saw the excitement of the several people and hurriedly spoke. "Alright, it's almost dawn. You guys go back to rest early. Don't let the Li clan notice a break. Although the family secret passage was quite safe, but right now there was no room for accidents, and hunting was best done at night. Hearing the patriarch's command, several people could only turn and leave. However, Chen Tanyu and Chen Tianjing did not leave, but instead reported to Chen Xingjian about the situation they encountered this time out, and how they hunted the Iron Thorn Tiger. Above, Ji Yang listened to the conversation of the several people, but his gaze did not move away from the body of the Iron Thorn Tiger below. The reversal Danxing that he had just performed had consumed 0.5 of his life force, and what he had managed to absorb during the first half of the night was gone in an instant, and the reason why Ji Yang had stepped in to help, of course it wasn't for nothing. This Iron Buckthorn Tiger, he had to get a piece of the pie no matter what he said. It was a pity that he couldn't speak, otherwise he would have just asked for this Iron Buckthorn Tiger. Below, Chen Xingjian's brows furrowed slightly after hearing the two men's narration. According to what the two had said, in the depths of the disorderly burial mountain, ferocious beasts were all over the place, and even at night, there were still many ferocious beasts that frequented the area. However, it was precisely because of this that the family's secret passageway had become safe. Only nowadays, with the family's power being weak, it was a bit of a bad hunt. If one was not careful, one might even lose a few people. Patriarch, this Iron Buckthorn Tiger, what should we do with it? As he pondered, Chen Tianjing, who was on the side, opened his mouth and asked. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingjian looked towards the corpse of the Iron Thorn Tiger on the ground and inquired towards the two of them. In your opinion, what should be done? Above, Ji Yang, who heard the trio discussing how to deal with this Iron Thorn Tiger, also listened carefully. Whether he could continue his deduction or not depended on Chen Xingjian's thoughts. Seeing Chen Xingjian's rhetorical question, the two fell into deep thought. A little while later, Chen Tianjing was the first to speak. Nowadays, the clan does not have much food stored. The clan's qi and blood is decaying. This iron spiny tiger meat has plenty of qi and blood. I think that this iron spiny tiger can be split into two. Half of it can be used to sacrifice to the divine tree, and the other half can be provided to the clan to serve as food, ensuring that the clan's qi and blood is abundant. Chen Xingjian nodded after hearing this and looked at Chen Tianyu. Tianyu, what are your thoughts? What clan brother said is very true, but from what I see, now that the Li clan is eyeing the clan and may attack the clan at any time, there is still a day's worth of food left in the clan at the moment. I do think that this Iron Thorn Tiger can be sacrificed to the divine tree, so that the divine tree can display its divine power again, and so that the clan can have an extra sliver of hope of turning defeat into victory. As for the clan's food, we can go hunting again tomorrow night, although it's a bit dangerous. As long as the divine tree is around, there's no need to worry. Chen Xingjian revealed a look of satisfaction after hearing this and then said, Tianjing's idea is very good, but now that the family's situation has fallen into danger, even if the clan members have sufficient qi and blood, and all their battle strength is present, with the family's current strength it is still difficult to defeat the Li clan. At most, it will only be delayed for a few more days, so we might as well take a risky move. Since this is the case, it would be better to take a risky move. Perhaps by relying on the power of the divine tree, there is still a slight chance of saving the clan. Chen Tianjing turned his head to look at the family divine tree that was emitting fluorescent light, and also stopped talking. Soon, the sacrifice began again. This time, Chen Xingjian did not do too many tedious sacrificial rituals, but instead, he directly had the two men slit the Iron Thorn Tiger's throat and bleed it out. Under the ground, Ji Yang's roots had long been hungry and thirsty. He had been craving for this Iron Spiny Tiger for a long time. When the Iron Spiny Tiger's blood penetrated the ground through the soil, Ji Yang's root whiskers once again played its role. The blood of the Iron Buckthorn Tiger was even more difficult to absorb than the blood of the spirit-tailed chicken from before, but Ji Yang's heart was extremely delighted. Only for the qi and blood on the panel to be dabbling up at that moment, it was evident that the blood of this blood condensation realm ferocious beast had an extraordinary effect. Under the rapid absorption of Ji Yang's roots, the blood of a large Iron Buckthorn Tiger was quickly absorbed. Ji Yang, who had finished absorbing the blood of the Iron Buckthorn Tiger, once again turned his gaze forward. Name, Ji Yang. Race, weak acacia. Vitality, 3. 4. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Xing. Technique, Lunar Eclipse. Battle skill, none. Qi and blood, 19, can be converted into life force. Spiritual power, 5. Deduction points, 25. Deductible. Status, as an offering to the divine tree you have barely regained a little bit of vitality, but it doesn't do much good. When he saw that the qi and blood points had reached 19, Ji Yang gave his approval in his heart. 6 points more than the spirit-tailed chicken from before. However, when Ji Yang saw a mere 5 points of spiritual strength, his heart pondered slightly. His previous spiritual power was 1, which meant that this blood condensation realm Iron Thorn Tiger had only increased his spiritual power by a mere 4 points. If he remembered correctly, The blood of the two spirit-tailed chickens before had contributed 4 points of spiritual energy to himself. According to the size and realm of the two, the ratio wasn't right. It would seem that it wasn't the larger the body size that provided more spiritual energy, and there seemed to be a reason for it that he wasn't aware of. However, looking at the deducible button, Ji Yang no longer thought much about it. The last deduction was still fresh in his mind, and he wanted to see what he could gain from the deduction this time. At the next moment, Ji Yang decisively clicked the button to start the deduction. This deduction consumes 10 blood, 5 spiritual energy, and 5 deduction points. Do you wish to continue? Yes? No? Chapter 16, The Second Push. The familiar feeling struck again as the shrine in front of him disappeared and was replaced by an unfamiliar environment. Ji Yang, who had already had the experience of a second deduction, was not alarmed, and only looked around, observing the environment. It was a barren sandy place, surrounded by emptiness and lifelessness. There was only one young sapling. Ji Yang secretly said in his heart that it was a pity. In fact, he would prefer to go back to that place last time. If he could run into that spring and autumn cicada again, perhaps he could obtain another technique that was different from the lunar eclipse. Now it probably seemed like there was little hope. Not waiting for Ji Yang to lament for too long, a line of subtitles slowly appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. You were born in a desert. In order to resist the blazing sun, you began to grow hard. As the subtitles disappeared, time began to speed up once again, and this time, Ji Yang was no longer bewildered, but began to carefully experience the process, observing his surroundings in the process. At this moment, he felt the scorching sun above him, and felt the heat waves around him. The excessive temperature caused his roots to instinctively extend underground to seek out the few drops of moisture on the moist soil deep underground. Perhaps just a moment had passed, perhaps a long time. The passage of time has allowed Ji Yang to gradually grow from a sapling into a small tree as thick as a thumb, but looking at its own scorched leaves, things didn't seem to be going very well. As time pressed the pause button, another line of subtitles showed up. As the desert temperature rises, water evaporates faster. In order to absorb more water, you choose? Roots grow downwards, roots grow in all directions. Ji Yang would smile at the sight. This was a question he would even though it is an endless desert. The structure of its underground depths is no different from other places, only that there is an extra layer of sand outside the soil surface. In other words, as long as the roots are inserted deep enough, there will definitely be water. Ji Yang decisively chose the roots to grow downwards. He firmly believed in his choice. When the subtitles disappeared, the world began to run again. But before Ji Yang's smile dissipated, he saw the few yellowing leaves on his branch gradually start to turn black, and then slowly fall off. At the same time, new subtitles resurfaced. Your roots grew downwards and touched the dusty ancient ruins, and under the scorching sun, you died. Ji Yang fell into silence as he looked at the subtitles in front of him. He had counted 1,000 times, but he hadn't counted on this. As the desert world in front of him began to collapse, Ji Yang re-entered the familiar shrine. End of deduction. You have realized a new ability in this deduction, root beard strengthening. You have realized a new ability in this exercise, high temperature resistance. Root strengthening, you can use a certain amount of life force to strengthen your roots, making them more sensitive. High temperature resistance, you can grow in places with extremely high temperatures. As expected, this time, he didn't get a feat or aptitude because he died too quickly, but 2 new abilities. Ji Yang opened the panel and didn't even see these 2 new abilities displayed, but Ji Yang could feel the changes in his branches. It seemed that these 2 abilities had already been integrated into his branches and trunks. Right now, the ancestral hall was empty, and the 3 Chen Xingjin had long since left. Ji Yang was immediately ready to try the root beard strengthening ability. Although his torso was not thick, below the ground, there were several root whiskers growing. These root whiskers were spread throughout the entire shrine below, just like his eyes, even more sensitive than his eyes. Only he cannot actively manipulate these roots. Before it is also the life force rose, these roots will begin to slowly expand in all directions. Ji Yang picked one of the longest roots, and then silently used the root reinforcement. As Ji Yang's mind moved, the underground roots gradually began to change. At the same time as the roots changed, Ji Yang saw that his Hu vitality was rapidly decreasing. 3, 4, 3, 3, 3, 2. When his vitality fell all the way down to 2, 9, Ji Yang panicked in his heart. He had thought that strengthening the roots wouldn't take much, but in the blink of an eye, it had already consumed 0.5 of his vitality. Luckily, his vitality stopped when it reached 2, 9. When Ji Yang once again sensed the root that he had strengthened, his heart was moved, only to see that under Ji Yang's conscious control, a thumb-sized root rose up from below. This root was about several meters long, several times the size of Ji Yang's current torso. When Ji Yang's mind flowed, the root was able to respond in time, just like a finger. After some experimentation, Ji Young silently withdrew the strengthened root. Although this deduction is not as rewarding as the last time, but it is also not without reward. At least the ability to strengthen the root is still very useful. Now he finally has some self-protection power, not to be slaughtered by others. I just don't know how strong this strengthened root is, whether it can fight against blood condensation realm martial artists. This would have to wait until he had seen the strength of a blood condensation realm martial artist to know the answer. As for the other new ability, high temperature resistance, well, something was better than nothing. All in all, there was a harvest this time, but it wasn't a big one. And most importantly, the harvest this time did not help the Chen clan get out of their predicament. Ji Yang was a bit unwilling and opened the panel to check the remaining chi and blood as well as spiritual energy points, wanting to do it again. Blood, 9, can be converted into life force. Spiritual power, 0. Deduction points, 20. Unfortunately, apart from the deduction points being enough, the other two were not enough, especially the spiritual power, which had been zeroed out, and could only wait for the next sacrifice by the Chen clan. Perhaps one time might not be enough. Ji Yang sighed in his heart and could only give up helplessly, and when Ji Yang saw that he only had 9 vitality left, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed in his heart. Obviously with the Chen clan's sacrifice and his own eclipse technique, how did he feel that he was in turn somewhat unable to make ends meet? The drop in vitality had weakened Ji Yang in all aspects, and this feeling was extremely unpleasant. Looking at the remaining chi and blood, Ji Yang crossed his heart and simply converted it directly into life force. During the conversion, Ji Yang realized that he could control the exact amount of chi and blood to be converted, which meant that he could freely choose how much to convert, thus leaving behind the chi and blood needed for the deduction. However, this time, Ji Yang did not hesitate and directly converted all 9 points of chi and blood into life force. As the life force rapidly increased, Ji Yang suddenly felt a powerful vitality flowing through his torso. This life force soon converged on the side of his trunk, and a new shoot began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, this shoot had transformed into a cluster of new acacia branches, standing on top of the trunk, with 2 new branches growing green leaves. Ji Yang's trunk looked a little thicker. However, the overall appearance was still slightly thin. Life force enhancement is far more than that. Underground, several roots are rapidly spreading along the bottom of the greenstone plate, until it spread to the entire shrine, and also slightly beyond a distance before stopping. In the diffusion, one of the roots went straight through the family secret passage. Ji Yang sensed the family spirit seed in the room above the secret passage, as well as the family ancestor lying in the coffin. Chapter 17, We're Going To. When all the changes stopped, a light slowly rose overhead. It was another new day. Feeling the changes in himself, Ji Yang was elated. Sure enough, vitality was his fundamental. Although deduction was good, it could not be coveted. Inside the Li clan, Li Yongchang was sitting on the main chair in the middle of the lobby, his gaze looking flatly ahead but unfocused, not knowing what he was pondering. At this moment, a clan member walked into it. Reporting to the patriarch, the Qin clan has not made any movements for the time being. Li Yongqing's eyes gradually returned to his senses, and after hearing the report from the clansman below, Li Yongqing's face did not see any joy. Instead, he frowned slightly. He had speculated about several of the Qin clan's current situations. He had thought that the Qin clan would fight to the death, gathering all the martial artists in the clan and charging out a bloody path. He had also thought about the Qin clan secretly sending people out to look for external assistance. If it was truly both of these situations, it would mean that the Qin clan indeed had no way out. But no matter which situation it was, it shouldn't be the way it was now, without any movement, as if it was stagnant water. It was too quiet, so quiet that it made him a little panicked. But he didn't know what the Chen family intended to do by doing this. Could it be that they were waiting for something? Or do they want to boil them to death? With the Chen family's stock of food, they shouldn't be able to hold out tomorrow. On the contrary, his Li family, the martial artist's chi and blood is sufficient, and there is enough food. If it continues for a long time, the Chen family's situation will only get weaker and weaker. Li Yongqing thought left and right, but did not think of the reason. He wanted to find someone to discuss it, but when he thought of the others in the clan, he would probably only say, "Patriarch, there is no need to say much. Let's just charge straight in and kill him." Li Yongqing shook his head, breaking off this thought. "Go, send a few agile ones to poke around close by. It's best to find out what's going on inside the Chen clan. And by the way, observe the situation of the martial artists in their family." Yes, after giving the order, Li Yongqing smiled to himself. Now that the Chen family was at the end of its rope, it was only a matter of time before it was destroyed. Perhaps he was too worried. Half a day later, news was conveyed. According to the clansman's description, the Chen family square, which used to be full of people, is now empty, and the martial artists seen are also tense, pale and worried, just like a scene of chi and blood decay. Hearing this state of affairs, Li Yangqing's heart was much more peaceful. Since this is the case, then wait for 2 more days. Then you can easily overthrow the Chen family. It just so happened that in these 2 days, there were 2 other people in the clan who were about to make a breakthrough. At that time, he would see how the Chen clan would respond. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Li Yangqing's mouth. Qing Meng, what do you think my father and the others have been doing with all their secrecy lately? In the pavilion, Chen Xinghe opened his mouth and asked, his eyes filled with doubt. According to the past, everyone in the family should be on their own right now, and he could still bump into his dad and a few uncles and elders coming and going from time to time. But in these 2 days, he had not seen them. This is too unreasonable. Without waiting for Chen Qingmeng to reply, Chen Xinghe said to himself, no, I have to go and take another look tonight. Maybe my father and the others are planning something unseemly. As a member of the family, although he wasn't very old and his realm wasn't very high, it was a matter of the survival of the family. So he felt that he needed to know about the family's current plans. Time quickly entered the night. The shrine hall that was quiet in the daytime seemed a little crowded at the moment. In addition to the few people who had gone out hunting yesterday, today there were a few more body-hardening realm martial artists from the clan. Chen Xingzhen stood at the very front, and when he saw that the family divine tree had grown another cluster of new branches, it was hard to hide the joy in his heart. This represented that his sacrifice yesterday was correct. And the changes in the divine tree right now also represented the hope of the clan. So tonight he called out to a few more clansmen in order to hunt more ferocious beasts. Matriarch, during the day the clan discovered the Li family's people coming to spy. Chen Xingzhen's face dispersed in delight upon hearing this, but he still nodded. No harm done. This situation was also expected by him. It would be strange if the Li family didn't make any moves, but he wasn't worried. After all, the matter of traveling to the secret passage to hunt, most of the clansmen weren't aware of the specifics. So as long as they acted the same as they did on weekdays, it would be fine. And after snooping around, the Li family did not attack. So it can be seen that they did not notice anything and are still waiting for their chance. But this was not only an opportunity for the Li family, but also an opportunity for his Chen family. As long as it could be grasped properly, the family might not be unable to turn defeat into victory. Today's hunt was even more important. Otherwise, tomorrow the family should run out of food. When the clan's qi and blood is not strong, the hunt will also be difficult to exert strength, and the situation will get worse and worse. The night was dark and windy, and a curved moon hung in the sky. The branches and leaves of the family divine tree once again emitted a faint fluorescent light. Chen Xingzhen's eyes slightly condensed. No longer hesitating, he immediately waved his hand. Depart, patriarch, I'm going too. Just as the crowd was preparing to enter the secret passage, a figure walked into the ancestral hall. Chengyu, why are you here? Seeing the visitor, Chen Xingzhen asked in confusion. Today, the Li family has sent people to come and check, so I think that they probably won't come to attack tonight. Since that's the case, it's good for me to go out hunting together. Chen Xingzhen nodded slightly after hearing this and hesitantly said, that said, but, Qingyu, you're at the late stage of the blood condensation realm? Chen Xingzhen was halfway through his words, but he suddenly turned his gaze towards Chen Qingyu. That thick qi and blood, even more so than him, this was clearly due to the elevation of the realm. Aha! After receiving Chen Qingyu's affirmative answer, Chen Xingzhen was filled with joy and nodded his head repeatedly. Good. If you have this talent, my Chen family will definitely prosper in the future. Since you want to go, then go. The crowd on the side also had envious faces. Many of these body-tempering realm martial artists were still their elders, but the two were separated by a large realm. People really couldn't be generalized. Even Chen Tianjing and Chen Tianyu both sighed in admiration. Big brother has given birth to a good son. It's a pity. The two had a face of remembrance, but then they stopped talking. The family these 10 years or so is really not too good. In the middle, do not know how many clansmen lost. Chen Qingyu, who heard the two people talking, had a flash of sadness in her eyes. The other clansmen were also silent, and the atmosphere in the scene seemed a bit gloomy. Chen Xingzhen was about to speak to break the sense of sadness, when a miserable scream suddenly came from beside his ears. Ouch! Several people who heard the sound turned their heads and saw, only to see that not far away under the fence, two figures were lying on the ground, as if they had fallen down from above. The two were precisely Chen Xinghe and Chen Qingmeng, who had come to eavesdrop on the conversation of the group. The two who were discovered at this moment had some panic on their faces, but they still climbed up from the ground and said with their heads held high, Patriarch, we're going too. Yes, we're going too. This time, without waiting for the matriarch to speak, Chen Tianjing, who was on the side, already rebuked. Nonsense. This is a major family event, not a child's play. Don't go back yet. Chen Xinghe didn't back down. Instead, he hummed lightly. We are also family members. We want to contribute to the family. Why can't we go? You, still dared to talk back. Chen Tianjing gazed around, somewhat eagerly, and finally directed his gaze towards Ji Yang's tree branch. He hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he didn't dare to do it. Chapter 18, Hunting. Ching Meng, quickly go home. On the side, Chen Tianyu opened his mouth, but there was no annoyance. His heart was doubly pleased that his son could think this way. It was just that his third brother was a little too impatient in this regard. Clan brother Qingyu can go. Why can't we go? Chen Xinghe said unconvincingly. Humph, if you have the blood condensation realm, you can go too. Alright, it's getting late. Hurry up and get going. On the side, Chen Xingzhen interrupted the two and spoke. Without further delay, the group once again entered the secret passage. After a few people left, Chen Xingzhen turned his gaze to the duo of Chen Xinghe and Chen Xingmeng and said with a smile on his face, hunting is a dangerous thing, and you guys aren't strong enough, but since you guys also want to contribute to the family, I do have other tasks for you here. I don't know if you can do it. Of course I can, Chen Xinghe said confidently. After dismissing the two, Chen Xingzhen looked towards the family secret passage and then prayed to the divine tree once again. There were a few more people sent out to hunt this time, and with the addition of Qingyu, a late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist, it was thought that it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Above, Ji Yang silently observed everything while gaining a better understanding of the Chen clan. It seemed that someone as stable as Chen Tianjing could not avoid having a rebellious son in his family. Just as Ji Yang was sighing, he suddenly realized that today's moonlight absorption seemed to be much faster. Yesterday at this time, he had only increased his vitality by 0.1, but now that half an hour had passed, he had actually increased his life force by 0.2. It seemed like only 0.1 more, but there was a twofold difference in it. This caused Ji Yang to be surprised and delighted. To confirm that his guess was correct, Ji Yang waited for another hour. When Ji Yang saw that he had increased his vitality by 0.4, his face was overjoyed. The speed at which he absorbed the moonlight had indeed gotten faster, and it was twice as much. This meant that he could absorb 2.4 life force in one night. This increase was really not small. The reason why it became faster, Ji Yang probably guessed the reason. That is, he now had 2 clusters of flourishing branches, so the area to absorb the moonlight was also doubled. This was very reasonable, and to grow more branches and leaves, that would require more life force. Now it seems that what he did yesterday was really right. If he had kept his qi and blood, he wouldn't have been able to have such a change yet. Ahead is the exit of the secret passage. Everyone be careful. In the secret passage, a group of people walked softly and carefully, paying attention to the surroundings. Although it was a secret family tunnel, considering the clan's transfer and the reasons why it was not good to carry things, the secret tunnel was not too small, and horizontally could accommodate 3 people to pass through. This also facilitated easy carrying after hunting, without the need to break down the prey again. However, since the exit of the secret passage was built in the depths of the massive burial mountain, one had to be careful whether some ferocious beasts that were good at drilling the ground were hiding in the secret passage. Especially near the exit, one had to be even more careful to take precautions. Beasts have a keen sense of smell, and some of them are not low in intelligence, so they can't be caught discovering the location of the exit of the secret passage. Soon, the group arrived at the exit of the secret passage. At the exit, there was a huge green stone plate blocking the front. Chen Tianjing, who was at the forefront, had his qi and blood surge up his arm, and then he pushed it with vigor, revealing the world behind the green stone slab. In front of his eyes was a sunken valley, and around the valley was a dense jungle, which was able to reduce the probability of the exit of the secret passage being discovered. Looking at the dark environment beyond the valley, Chen Xingyu had a slight excitement in his eyes. In recent months, he hadn't come to the burial mountain to hunt for a long time, and in the fights with the Li clan, he had often fallen into a disadvantage, only because the Li clan had 2 martial artists who had long since stepped into the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Today, he was finally able to show off his fists and feel the strength of the late blood condensation realm. Just as Chen Xingyu was confidently preparing to walk out of the secret passage, Chen Tianjing on the side called out to him, "Xingyu, wait, sprinkle some wood lotus powder." Saying that, Chen Tianjing took out a porcelain bottle from his pocket and sprinkled the white dust inside on top of everyone's clothes. Wood lotus powder, a powder developed from a medicinal herb, could be used to eliminate one's own odor so as not to be detected by ferocious beasts. Chen Xingyu frowned slightly, his face hesitant. He was already at the late stage of the blood condensation realm and was fully confident. He felt that there was not much difference between using this wood lotus powder or not. However, he couldn't resist the persuasion of Chen Tianjing and the others, so he had no choice but to sprinkle some on. After the group finished preparing, they slowly walked out of the secret passage. Before leaving, one person once again restored the lapis lazuli plate blocking the secret passage to its original position. There were quite a lot of ferocious beasts in the depths of the mass burial mountain, although it was a bit more dangerous, but this could also prevent the crowd from searching around. As long as they could bump into the right ferocious beasts, they could strike at any time. A group of people probably walked for half an incense stick of time, but never saw any ferocious beasts, which made Chen Tianyu, who was walking at the very front, frown slightly. No, there were quite a lot of ferocious beasts at this time yesterday. How come we haven't seen a single one today? Everyone be careful. Hearing Chen Tianyu's words, the crowd behind him also had solemn faces. Wait, this way. At this moment, Chen Xingyu suddenly raised his hand to signal, and then his eyes shone brightly as he quickly stepped towards a direction. Chen Tianjing and the two of them had bewildered faces, as neither he nor Chen Tianyu had sensed anything unusual, but they still greeted the others and quickly followed. Soon, the group stationed themselves behind a few messy rocks. Under the faint moonlight, a ferocious beast with a panther-like form, a horn on its head, and its entire body covered in light red fur appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A predator beast in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm. The people who saw the ferocious beast all stared with a touch of delight in their eyes. Several people were not talking. The clansmen who had been hunting for a long time had long had a set of secret codes to use for communication, and this predator beast in front of them was suitable to be the hunting target of several people. Under the command of Chen Tianjing and Chen Tianyu, the crowd gradually began to retreat. The reason why they backed off was because they did not want to disturb the predator, so that it would not discover their whereabouts and escape. In the depths of this mass burial mountain, if one disregarded the surroundings because they were tracking their prey, accidents were very likely to occur. After the crowd retreated to a certain distance, they began to slowly surround it from all around. The predator that was currently lying on the ground taking a nap did not notice the silhouette of the crowd, and was only licking its own fur. Chen Xingyu was guarding one side, trying her best to suppress her own blood that was about to explode. As the person with the highest realm in the hunting party, Chen Tianjing and the two of them had treated him as the main force this time. After the others approached, the predator would surely flee towards a deserted place in a panic. This gap is where Chen Xingyu is located, and when the beast panics, it will be his turn to take action. Although the plan was simple, he could not afford to be distracted. Chapter 19 Predator Beast. Soon enough, several other people arrived at the agreed-upon location. When Chen Tianjing took the lead in revealing his form and approaching towards the predator finally reacted and hurriedly got up from the ground. The half-a-zhang-tall predatory beast was quite oppressive when it stood up, but looking at Chen Tianjing, who was full of blood and vigor and rushing towards him, the predatory beast was still a bit flustered. Its figure backed up and immediately ran in another direction. But several people who had long been waiting in other places also appeared in its line of sight at this moment, and at the same time burst out their own qi and blood. Seeing surrounded by the crowd, this predator beast faced fierce light, revealing sharp fangs, mouth issued a low roar, although it is an omnivorous animal, but also is not what soft persimmon. Just as this predator beast was about to pick a weak direction to break out, it suddenly discovered the weakness of the encirclement of several people. In the direction of its flanks, it was actually unguarded. Can't think about it. This predator immediately ran towards the gap. A good man refuses to suffer beforehand. This saying is equally applicable in the ferocious beasts. Watching the predator beast run towards the direction he was in, Chen Xingyu let out a cold snort from his mouth. Is. Seeing that the predator beast was about to break through the gap, Chen Xingyu, who had long been ready, erupted his own qi and blood, immediately appearing in front of him. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, the predator beast was incomparably flustered in his eyes as he sensed the threat of the figure in front of him. The predator beast that sensed its situation was unfavorable did not turn around this time, but instead revealed a ferocious light and rushed towards Chen Xingyu's location at a faster speed. When there was no way to retreat, the beast would also erupt into a more violent attack. Just in time, Chen Xingyu, who understood the predator beast's intentions, did not panic, and at this moment, qi and blood surged up his arms, his palms forming fists. As the predator beast lunged with its bloody mouth open, Chen Xingyu clenched his fists to meet it. In the next moment, a wailing sound came out from the predator's mouth, and the predator's body flew backwards at this moment. The original ferocious attack had instantly disintegrated within Chen Xingyu's fists. After sending the predator flying, Chen Xingyu also took a few steps backwards to ease the impact of the attack. Xingyu, well done, good job. At this moment, Chen Xingyu's ears also heard the shouts of the Chen Tianjing duo. The predatory beast that had been sent flying was not in the right mood, but it still wanted to hastily climb up, and when Chen Tianjing and the others saw this, they quickly surrounded it, trapping the predatory beast in the crowd. Did not give the beast too much time to react. The crowd combined their efforts to attack. Just a few breaths of effort, the beast has been cut off breath. Seeing how easy it was to hunt a predator in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm, the crowd was all excited. This was much easier than yesterday. Chen Tianjing and Chen Tianyu were also smiling. The hunt just now seemed easy, but that was only for them. As the first predator beast to attack Chen Xingyu, if he failed to block the predator beast, then the crowd's plan would fail, and the first person to engage would probably still be injured. Just like that situation yesterday, if it was barely blocked, then the predator beast would have erupted into a notable fight even after it was knocked back. However, just now, Chen Xingyu's punch had directly caused this predator beast to be agitated within its body. Its qi and blood were unstable, and it was difficult for it to get up, which allowed the crowd to easily resolve it. After resolving the predator beast, several clansmen also hurriedly began to dispose of the corpse. Although the crowd did not use weapons, under the fists, the predator beast had already been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. The odor of blood emanated quite quickly, and the ferocious beast had a keen sense of smell, so it needed to be disposed of and moved away from this place as soon as possible. On the side, Chen Xingyu operated her gongfu to calm her own agitated qi and blood. The punch just now seemed easy, but in reality, it was already his full strength, and it would be difficult for him to throw a second punch in a short period of time. If he hadn't been able to seriously injure this predator beast, there would probably have been a vicious battle behind him. The good thing is that the result is good. Looking at the fallen predator beast, a touch of confidence surfaced on Chen Xingyu's face. Xingyu, how is it? Are there any injuries? Taking advantage of the time when the clansmen were disposing of the predator beast's corpse, Chen Tianjing walked over to inquire. Third uncle, there's nothing wrong. Good. Worthy of being the young genius of the clan. Chen Tianjing nodded repeatedly, a smile on his face. However, when he thought of his own family's Chen Xinghe, the smile on his face instantly disappeared. Although the age difference between the two was quite a bit, the difference was a bit too great. Forget it, it's better not to think about it. On the side, seeing that the clansman had already disposed of the predator beast's corpse, Chen Tianyu, who had been scrutinizing the surroundings, spoke to the crowd. It's almost time, let's go. Just as the crowd packed up the corpses and prepared to retreat, there was a sudden sound of galloping footsteps not far from the jungle. Where the sound passed, the grass and trees broke, obviously an extremely powerful beast. Retreat quickly, Chen Tianyu immediately said in a low voice as his party prepared to withdraw. Wait, second uncle, why don't we take a look at the situation first? Chen Xingyu spoke at this moment. Having just fought with the predator beast, he felt that he hadn't reached his limit yet. It seemed that a mid-stage blood condensation realm ferocious beast was just like that, and this ferocious beast that was arriving at this moment had a much stronger qi and blood, but it wasn't so strong that it was outrageously strong. The probability was that it was a late blood condensation realm beast, and he had the confidence to fight with it. Chen Tianyu fell into hesitation after hearing this. Looking at the confident Chen Xingyu, he had wanted to persuade him. After all, hunting was also a prerequisite to ensure the safety of the clan. But Chen Tianjing, who was on the side, also opened his mouth at this moment and said, in my opinion, why don't we just wait? This ferocious beast that is coming is at most at the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Even if the hunt is unsuccessful, we can still retreat in one piece. After hearing this, Chen Tianyu did not say any more, and immediately greeted the clansmen beside him to hide their bodies and observe what kind of ferocious beasts were coming over. The crowd had just hidden themselves for a short while, when they saw a movement in the grass not far away. When everyone gazed at it, a huge thing appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a huge tiger that was several feet tall, with a colorful body and the word king engraved on its forehead. Compared to the iron buckthorn tiger they hunted yesterday, this giant tiger in front of them was more than twice as big. Not only that, this giant tiger's entire body exuded a rich bloody aura. Lifting his feet and stepping, the king's demeanor was revealed. This is at least a blood condensation realm late ferocious beast, and is by no means ordinary blood condensation realm. Most likely already blood condensation realm into. Even Chen Xingyu, who was full of confidence before, was hesitant at this moment. Although he had already broken through to the late stage of the blood condensation realm, he didn't have the certainty of victory in his heart when facing this giant tiger in front of him. If it was just him alone, he would still have the guts to fight with it, but there were other clansmen beside him, so he couldn't just focus on himself and disregard his clansmen. Chen Tianyu, who was hiding at the side, saw that Chen Xingyu did not make a move and was relieved in his heart. He was really worried that Chen Xingyu had rushed up in a fit of passion, and then it would not end well instead. After all, this giant tiger in front of him did not look like it was something to be messed with. As the crowd held their breath, the giant tiger slowly stepped forward and came to the place where the crowd had just resolved the hideous beast. The giant tiger first lowered its head and sniffed, then turned around twice in the same place. Then it looked towards the direction that Chen Tianyu had just withdrawn from. This string of actions came down, causing the hearts of the people hiding not far away to tighten. Not only was this giant tiger's realm not low, it looked like its IQ was extremely high. This is far more difficult to deal with than those empty brute strength beasts. At this moment, the crowd did not dare to move. so as not to be detected by the giant tiger where they were hiding. But at this time, I do not know which clan is beside a slight sound, although the sound is small, but in this quiet environment is particularly bright ears. Bad, Chen Tianjing sighed in his heart. Unsurprisingly, the moment the sound rang out, the giant tiger's gaze instantly looked towards the place where the people were hiding. The giant tiger had a wary face as it slowly walked towards the place where the crowd was hiding. Although there was wood lotus powder sprinkled on the crowd, if they were too close, it would be difficult for the wood lotus powder to mask the odor of their body, let alone a ferocious beast of this realm. Chen Tianyu's few faces were grave, while he had already signaled to the few people beside him. Once they were discovered, there would be no room for reprieve, and they needed to take the first step, just against this giant tiger. Their hope of victory was not great, so at this moment they could only pray that this giant tiger left. After all, I'm afraid that the only ones who can face this giant tiger are the three of them at the blood condensation realm, and it's highly unlikely that the other clansmen will be able to get close to it. Once they fought, they would affect the battle instead. Looking at the giant tiger getting closer and closer, the hearts of the people were also getting more and more nervous. Chen Xingyu silently clenched her fists in her hands, her eyes showing a hint of wariness and excitement. Even if it was a ferocious beast of the same realm, he was not afraid. If he really fought, it might not be easy to say who would win or lose. After all, he was the youngest genius in the clan. Chapter 20, Congenital Realm Beast. Just as the crowd was on edge, preparing to meet the battle, the giant tiger in front of them suddenly stopped in its tracks, while looking around with a wary face. Afterwards, the tiger did not know what it had discovered, and showed a look of panic, and immediately did not care about continuing to explore the traces of a few people, and ran away with its legs pulled out. This series of operations by the giant tiger left Chen Tianyu and the others at a loss. They did not understand what had happened. But right now, the giant tiger left, which was a good thing for them. Just as the crowd was about to leave, an invisible and powerful aura suddenly enveloped a few people. As martial artists, the crowd was extremely sensitive to qi and blood, and the owner of this qi, his qi and blood was like the blazing sun. Even in the night, it was extremely conspicuous. The crowd was so shocked that they didn't dare to walk around freely. Soon, a few people saw the owner who possessed this thick qi and blood. It was a seemingly inconspicuous green wolf, but its green fur was like silk, shining under the moonlight. Obviously, its size wasn't even half as big as the giant tiger just now, but a touch of panic was born in the hearts of the people who saw the green wolf. This was by no means a blood condensation realm beast. Instead, it was at the innate realm. At the innate realm, the sinews, bones, qi and blood were rounded and integrated, washing the body without impurities. And to be able to reach the innate realm of the ferocious beasts, the probability is that they still have their own natural skills. This kind of beast, only the same realm of martial artists can fight against it. After realizing the disparity in strength between the enemy and us, everyone is holding their breath, not daring to move. Previously, the giant tiger and a few people still dared to fight with it, but if they were to face this innate realm green wolf, they would have no chance of winning. The crowd didn't even dare to look at it for fear of being detected by the green wolf. Even Chen Xingyu, who was the strongest, was also collecting her own qi and blood and holding her breath at the moment. Fortunately, this green wolf did not stay too long, but only glanced at the place where the giant tiger had just stayed, and then without hesitation, chased towards the direction where the giant tiger had left. Phew! After the green wolf had gone far away, a few people all let out a sigh of relief coincidentally. It was only at this time that everyone realized that their backs were already covered in cold sweat. Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing looked at each other and both saw a hint of luck in each other's eyes. If they were discovered by this green wolf, they didn't know what the clan should do next. Let's go. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Change the place. The crowd didn't delay and quickly left. Although the innate realm beast just now had stirred the hearts of several people, but considering the situation in the clan, several people did not return home, but chose to continue hunting. There were quite a lot of ferocious beasts in the depths of the disorderly burial mountain, and innate realm ferocious beasts were not something that could be casually encountered. During the subsequent hunt, the crowd specialized in hunting beasts of lower realms. Even Chen Xingyu, who was full of confidence before, no longer said much and hunted silently. With 3 blood condensation realm martial artists plus other body tempering realm clansmen, hunting also seemed extremely easy, considering that there wasn't much food in the clan. Chen Tianyu and his duo didn't even spare the ferocious beasts at the body tempering realm. Although there was a big difference between the qi and blood contained in the flesh of the body tempering realm beasts and the blood condensation realm beasts, if there were enough of them, it would be suitable for the clan's current situation. The key was that suitable blood condensation realm beasts were not that easy to come across. After resolving the last of the early blood condensation realm beasts, it was already getting late, so Chen Tianyu and his team decided not to hunt anymore. A group of people dragged their harvest from the trip and headed back home. Before entering the family's secret passage, a few people did not forget to sprinkle wood lotus powder around the area to cover up the chi and blood and other flavors. After properly packing up, the group then entered the secret passageway and headed towards the family. In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjin wandered from side to side, looking at the sky from time to time. It wasn't too late. How come the clansmen who had gone out today hadn't returned yet? Nowadays, the situation of the clan hadn't improved too much, so he couldn't help but worry. However, considering that there was an additional Chen Xingyu of the late blood condensation realm tonight, he thought that the problem shouldn't be too big. This mass burial mountain, there shouldn't be any innate realm ferocious beasts, right? AI. Chen Xingjian sighed under his breath and prayed towards Ji Yang once again, only wishing for the family to pass through this crisis safely. Above, Ji Yang was in a good mood, simply because the life force harvested this night had doubled from yesterday. In this way, even if the people who went out to hunt were seriously injured, he would not lose much. Soon, footsteps sounded in the secret passage. Chen Xingjian, who heard the footsteps, was relieved in his heart. It was good to be back. Soon, several people came out of the secret passage one by one. When Chen Xingjian saw that all the people who had returned had not been injured and had brought back 4 ferocious beasts, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face, and he said under his breath, "Good, good, good. This hunt was thanks to Qingyu." Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing said with a smile from the side. However, Chen Xingyu had no self-satisfaction on her face, and only spoke, "Matriarch, I'll go back first." "Good, quickly go back and rest." Above, looking at the few people who had returned safely, Ji Yang was a little surprised. It seemed that he was able to save some vitality today, and when Ji Yang saw the few ferocious beasts below, he once again had a small plan in his heart. This hunt had 2 blood condensation realm beasts, one of which was in the middle of the blood condensation realm, and another had just reached the blood condensation realm. In addition, there were also 2 body-tempering realm beasts. Ji Yang easily sensed the difference in chi and blood of the beasts. However, he didn't mind it now, so he could sacrifice any 2 beasts, and it would be better if he could gather enough 5 points of spiritual energy to allow him to deduce it once more. Soon, several other clansmen left the ancestral hall one after another, leaving only Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing behind. What? There are actually innate realm ferocious beasts in the mass burial mountain? Hearing the 2 of them tell the story of the hunt, Chen Xingjian's brows furrowed. As the patriarch, he had of course seen innate realm ferocious beasts and knew of their power. However, he did not expect that this place, the mass burial mountain, would even have one. And listening to the 2 men's description, the strength of that green wolf should not be weak. Below the innate realm, the larger the size of the beast, the stronger its strength tended to be, but above the innate realm, size was not the only way to determine strength. After knowing that there were innate realm ferocious beasts in the depths of the massive burial mountain, a hint of hesitation appeared on Chen Xingjian's face. He had wanted to send a few more people out hunting tomorrow, but what if he ran into that green wolf again? This time, he was lucky, but luck would not always favor the Chun family. If they continued to go out, the risk would undoubtedly become greater. However, if they didn't go out to hunt, it seemed that the situation on the clan side wouldn't get any better. Patriarch, how will these few ferocious beasts be distributed? Hearing Chen Tianyu's inquiry from the side, Chen Xingjian put away the thoughts in his mind and turned his gaze to the several ferocious beasts at his feet. Today's harvest was even richer than yesterday, and these few ferocious beasts, moreover, would allow the clan to not have to worry about the problem of insufficient food for 3 days. But when Chen Xingjian turned his head to look at the thriving divine tree on the side, a tangle appeared on his face once again. Chapter 21, the third extrapolation. Sacrifices were definitely to be sacrificed, but how much was to be sacrificed became a problem. Should most of the ferocious beasts be sacrificed to the divine tree? Or should he leave most of the ferocious beasts behind as food? If it was before, he would definitely choose the former without hesitation. However, the existence of the innate realm ferocious beasts forced him to consider the huge risk of going out hunting. On the side, Chen Tianyu and the 2 of them were also caught in thought. They could understand where the problem lay, but they also didn't know how to choose. After all, both were important things to the family right now. Soon, Chen Xingjian was no longer entangled. There was already an answer in his eyes. Then he said to the 2 Chen Tianyu on the side, "Sacrifice these 2 blood condensation realm ferocious beasts." Yes, since the divine tree was displaying its light, he would go all the way, directly sacrificing these 2 blood condensation realm ferocious beasts to the divine tree, while the remaining 2 body-tempering realm ferocious beasts would probably only be able to sustain the clan for a day's worth of needs. After all, most of the clan were martial artists, and their need for food would be higher. Unless they broke through the innate realm, then their need for chi and blood food would decrease, but there was no better way for him to do it now. He could only hope that the divine tree would have some more divine power. Like he said yesterday, Maintaining the status quo would only delay the situation for a few more days, so it would be better to pin his hopes on the divine tree while ensuring the daily needs of his clan. Above. Seeing Chen Xingzhen's decision, Ji Yang also instantly felt pressurized. Nowadays, he seemed to be thriving and the Chen clan was slowly getting better, but if he didn't solve the Li clan, he would probably end up only being firewood. The sacrifice quickly began without too much of a tedious process. When the blood of those two ferocious beasts penetrated the roots below, Ji Yang once again began to absorb it. The blood of the two blood condensation realm ferocious beasts directly caused Ji Yang's qi and blood to quickly start growing. When the sacrifice ended, Ji Yang opened his panel. Qi and blood, 23, can be converted into life force. Spiritual energy, 6. Deduction points, 20, can be deduced. Yesterday's Iron Thorn Tiger, which was in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm, had contributed 15 points of qi and blood to him. Today's two ferocious beasts, on the other hand, only had a total of 23 points of qi and blood, which was thought to be due to the fact that there was an early blood condensation realm ferocious beast. As for spiritual energy, it was barely enough for a single deduction. However, when Ji Yang looked at the button that could be used for deduction, he was hesitant. Was he going to wrestle an uncertain deduction? Or did he go by the book and convert all his qi and blood into life force, thus making himself stronger? The former was too uncertain and might be able to make the current situation of the Chen clan better, or it might make Ji Yang gain nothing at all. The latter enhancement was more stable, allowing him to greatly increase his life force while being able to ensure that the people of the Chen clan did not have to worry about injuries. Any way you look at it, it was the latter that was more advantageous. After thinking for a little while, Ji Yang's mind quickly came to a decision. Where a child cries every day, where a betting dog loses every time. Let's see him wrestle out a bright future this time. This deduction consumes 10 blood, 5 spiritual energy, and 5 deduction points. Do you want to continue? Yes? No? Ji Yang's heart crossed, his eyes closed, and he clicked yes without thinking. When Ji Yang opened his eyes again, he only felt the wind howling around him. When Ji Yang saw his surroundings clearly, his heart couldn't help but go cold. Bad. The sky collapse opening. Right now he was still a weak sapling, only now he was growing on the edge of a cliff, and all around, the wind was howling, making its body sway from side to side. The slightest bit of inattention would be scraped away. In such an environment, he was estimated to have a hard time surviving to adulthood, and according to Ji Yang's 2 previous deductions, the longer he grew, the more episodes he experienced, the better the harvest would be. With things as they were, Ji Yang had no other choice but to expect his life to be hard enough. Soon, a line of subtitles surfaced in front of Ji Yang's eyes. You were born next to a cliff. In order to become a tree, you started to grow. As the subtitles disappeared, time was once again accelerated, and Ji Yang was truly immersed in the environment he was in right now, because he was on a cliff and there were no other trees beside him. Ji Yang could only grow slowly in the gusty wind. At this moment, Ji Yang finally understood a saying. Trees want to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. But let Ji Yang feel lucky. No matter how the wind blowing, he this sapling but still firm, did not die prematurely, although in the cliff, but the moisture and sunshine is also quite sufficient. Accelerated by time, Ji Yang soon grew to the thickness of his arm and stood on the side of the cliff. At this moment, a new subtitle slowly appeared. The wind speed below the cliff is getting faster. In order to withstand the gusts, what do you choose? Grow with the wind, grow against the wind. When Ji Yang saw the choices in front of him, he then smiled heartily. This was too simple. As a tree, he wanted to live. Of course he would choose to grow with the wind. Just as Ji Yang was about to choose the first option, his brain was starting to run at a rapid pace. Wait a minute. Would it be a little too simple? Is this a normal world? Obviously not. Recalling the process of his last deduction, Ji Yang decisively chose growing against the wind after pondering for a little while. This was an obvious trap question, so of course he wouldn't fall for it, although he was sure of his choice in his heart. But as he watched the subtitles slowly disappear, Ji Yang couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive in his heart. This in case he chose the wrong one. The qi and blood as well as spiritual energy used for this deduction would be wasted. The point was that the current him could not afford to lose some of it. After the subtitles disappeared, time continued to start flowing. At this moment, Ji Yang also felt the wind gradually becoming stronger below the cliff, which made it extremely difficult for him to grow against the wind, and at any moment, he might be snapped by the gale. Feeling that his state was gradually getting worse, Ji Yang sighed in his heart. Chose the wrong one again, just when Ji Yang has silently accepted the reality. But see, not far from the cliff steeply collapsed, and Ji Yang around the terrain with the collapse of the cliff is also a huge change. Before the headwind, at the moment even turned into a tailwind. Can it still be like this? Ji Yang's expression was stunned, and then his heart rejoiced. Fortunately, this time the right choice. The correctly chosen Ji Young continued to grow steadily, and time once again began to accelerate. Soon enough, Ji Young had grown to the thickness of a bowl, standing alone at the top of the cliff, with quite an impressive aura. New subtitles resurfaced. You have found 2 new saplings beside you. Do you choose? Struggle for moisture, let it go. Looking at the new choices, Ji Young pondered for a little while, then muttered to himself in his heart, I can't help it. This place was already on a cliff, and it was difficult to preserve the moisture below, just enough for Ji Young to grow himself. So how could he let the other saplings grow? For the sake of his own survival plan, he could only tearfully choose to fight for moisture. Chapter 22, A Blind Spot. After Ji Yang's choice, time continued to flow. Seeing the 2 saplings gradually dying, Ji Yang nodded in satisfaction. However, at this time, there was a sudden cracking sound beside his ears. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! This sound kept ringing beside Ji Yang's ears, which gave Ji Yang a bad feeling in his heart. Without waiting for Ji Yang to react, new subtitles appeared before his eyes. Your roots are not enough to support the collapsing cliff. You're dead. In Ji Yang's last sight, the cliff he was on directly collapsed. Along with the trunk of the tree that he had managed to grow, he was buried. As his vision shifted, Ji Yang once again returned to the shrine, and thinking about how it had just ended, Ji Yang couldn't stop shaking his head. It was too hard, but this time, how can I say that I also survived for a while longer? So I think the harvest should be better than last time, right? End of deduction. You have comprehended a new ability in this deduction, perseverance. You've realized a new power in this exercise, blindsight. Perseverance, your skin is thicker, and you can better grow through adversity. 1 leaf, you can consume a certain amount of your life force to store it in the leaves, providing a brief boost of strength for the creature. Looking at the 2 extra new abilities, Ji Yang was silent. He always felt that this system was connoting him. However, when Ji Yang saw the new avatar effect, the fluorescence on the branches and leaves shone much brighter. Although this was still an avatar that consumed one's own life force, right now it was extremely suitable for the Chun clan to get out of their current predicament. Only for this certain life force, Ji Yang remained skeptical for the time being. After all, the difference in life force expended between allowing a body-tempering realm martial artist to raise his strength and allowing a martial immortal to raise his strength must be extremely different. Ji Yang didn't look into the difference in detail, but this leaf blindness did come at the right time. In addition to this new divine ability, there was also a new ability of perseverance. After acquiring this ability, Ji Yang did feel that his skin was a bit thicker. With the strength of the bark now, Chen Xinghe should not be able to cut through it with a mountain-opening sword. Overall, this deduction was still extremely successful, and it also gave Ji Yang a little more confidence in his heart. At least with his own augmentation, the Qin clan should have the power to fight even if they were not able to defeat the Li clan. Furthermore, wasn't there an old ancestor in the ancestral hall? Ji Yang had carefully observed that old ancestor who was missing a hand and a foot, and found that his body seemed to have undergone special sacrifices and was very hard. It was only because of fighting for too long that this old ancestor had scales all over his body, which was why he started missing arms and legs, but his strength was still not to be underestimated. As the sky dawned, the fluorescent light on Ji Yang's body slowly disappeared. The life force absorbed last night was also not what Ji Yang expected. It directly doubled. Right now Ji Yang's life force reached 9.8. The remaining chi and blood and spiritual energy was no longer enough for a second deduction. Considering that a blood condensation realm beast would be able to replenish the chi and blood needed for the deduction, Ji Yang no longer hesitated and directly converted all of the chi and blood left over from the deduction into life force. After all, right now, there were 2 divine abilities that required life force, and there was no telling how much the second divine ability would require, so it was necessary for him to make some preparations in advance. In addition, Ji Yang also wanted to see if he could add a few more clusters of branches and leaves for himself after his vitality had grown substantially, so that his rate of absorbing the moonlight would become faster and faster, which was simply a virtuous cycle. With the vitality surging out of his body, Ji Yang only felt a sense of relief throughout his body, and even his underground roots began to spread rapidly, reaching out several meters beyond the shrine. After his vitality broke through 10 points, Ji Yang was actually surprised to find that he seemed to be slowly growing taller. Not only did he grow taller, but even his branches seemed to have grown much thicker, from the original thickness of a bamboo pole to the thickness of a fist. This kind of enhancement made Ji Yang overjoyed. It seemed that as long as his vitality was higher, he would grow with it himself, rather than relying solely on the year. In this way, perhaps it wouldn't take long for him to be able to turn into a heavenly tree. When all the changes stopped, Ji Yang opened his panel once again. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Young Acacia. Vitality, 16. 3. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Xing. 1 Leaf Blind. Technique, Eclipse. Battle Technique, None. Chi and Blood, 0, can be converted into life force. Spiritual power, 1. Deduction points, 15. Unable to deduce. Status, as an offering to the divine tree you finally have some power to defend yourself, but it's not enough. After his life force increased, his racial designation and status changed accordingly. Unfortunately, this time he didn't grow more branches and leaves. It seemed that this life force wasn't enough to raise him. It seemed that the branches and leaves afterward would require more life force. After this life force boost, Ji Yang's underground roots had spread several meters beyond the shrine. Along with that, Ji Yang's eyes were also able to see farther. So Ji Yang finally didn't have to be trapped in this small ancestral hall every day. Near midday, in one of the family's hidden rooms, Chen Xingjin was pondering. Patriarch, you called for me? Not a moment later, Chen Tianyu pushed the door open. Chen Xingjin nodded slightly, then spoke. Tianyu, later on, you bring a few clansmen who haven't eaten to go out hunting. Chen Tianyu froze upon hearing this, then asked in confusion. But matriarch, aren't there Li clan members guarding around outside? Will it work if we just go out like this? And, why bring clansmen who haven't eaten? Of course it won't work. This hunt is just a show for the Li clanspeople, thus delaying some time. Hearing Chen Xingjin's explanation, Chen Tianyu came to a sudden realization and immediately nodded his head. I understand. In a short while, the Chen clan had already organized several pale-faced body-tempering realm martial artists with insufficient qi and blood. The person at the head of the group was Chen Tianyu. Only compared to the other few, Chen Tianyu's face was rosy and his qi and blood were much more abundant, but there was a hint of annoyance in his eyes. After the group had finished packing, they immediately carefully exited through the back door of the clan. Clan chief, what's the panic? Looking at the clansman who had a happy face and ran in a panic, Li Yongqing frowned and asked, Clan chief, just now the people of the Chen clan wanted to go out hunting while it was midday, but as a result, they were discovered by us and beat them back. Oh? Li Yongqing's face showed a trace of astonishment after hearing this and continued to ask, which people from the Chen family were the ones who came out? What is their status? You say it all clearly, don't leave out any details. The person in the lead is Chen Tianyu. In addition, there are also some body-tempering realm martial artists. After listening to the detailed description of the person in front of him, a hint of a smile flashed across Li Yongqing's face. Chapter 23, I'm enough alone. Good. It seems that the Chen clan is indeed desperate, and they can't even guarantee food for their clansmen. In that case, in another 3 days, it will be time for us to strike. The clansman who came to report scratched his head in some confusion after hearing this. But I see that Chen Tianyu has plenty of qi and blood, and he beat back several of our clansmen. Li Yongqing snorted lightly after hearing this. Aren't you talking nonsense? If the Chen clan can't even supply food for blood condensation realm martial artists, then why do we need to wait another 3 days? The clan leader is right. That clan member smiled sarcastically and then retreated. Li Yongqing, on the other hand, took out a map from the side, and on that map, the various buildings of the Chen clan as well as the major roads were inscribed in detail. Li Yongqing was holding an ink brush and sketching on the map from time to time, and the place he sketched is the Li clan's various key road exit. In the battle of the family, there was no room for carelessness, and even more so, there could not be any fish that escaped the net. Even the mass grave mountain, this small place. In the past, from time to time there will be because of the family war mercy and let go of the hostile family juniors, and finally be extinguished things. Unluckily, his Li clan's ancestor was that spared junior back then, and only after annihilating his former enemy could he develop to the present day. Therefore, he would never miss any person from the Chen clan. Even if it was the Chen clan's tree, he would have to split it in two. Only after confirming that the plan 3 days later was correct did Li Yongqing put away the map in his hand. Clan chief, fifth uncle ancestor has just broken through to the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Soon, another clan member came to report. Hearing this news, Li Yongqing's face was overjoyed. This was the real good news. His Li family originally had 2 late-stage blood condensation realm martial artists, plus other blood condensation realm martial artists. There were a total of 8. On the contrary, the Chen family had only 4 blood condensation realm martial artists, and if it wasn't for his family's old ancestor, the Chen family would have already been defeated. Now that there was another person in the clan who had broken through to the late blood condensation realm, even if it was the Chen clan's old ancestor, they would not be afraid. In this way, the clan could truly be considered to have won. Even if they went to attack the Chen clan now, they could still take it down. However, after thinking for a moment, Li Yongqing still gave up on this idea. The Chen family was not something to be afraid of, but the other family in the mass burial mountain was something to be careful of. Anyway, the Chen family couldn't escape now, so let's minimize the losses of his family. At night, Chen Xingjin stood on the high ground of the clan and wandered around. Seeing that everything was as usual in the clan, Chen Xingjin's heart was relieved. It seemed that the clan strike today would allow the clan to drag on for a few more days. Chen Xingjian quickened his pace and walked towards the ancestral hall. When Chen Xingjian arrived outside the ancestral hall, he had already glimpsed the glittering divine tree in the ancestral hall through the gap in the gate. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that the light emanating from the divine tree seemed to be a little brighter today. Chen Xingjian pushed open the door and looked towards the divine tree. When he saw what the divine tree looked like today, his face revealed a trace of astonishment. Only see in front of the divine tree is not only much taller, even the trunk is also more thick a little bit, and the branches emit fluorescent leaves, is like a piece of scattered jade, crystal clear. Just daytime did not come over to watch. I did not expect the divine tree will have undergone such a great change, which makes Chen Xingjian surprised. It seemed that this was because of the result of last night's sacrifice, but then Chen Xingjian seemed to have thought of something, and his face revealed a slightly difficult color, simply because in the daytime he had already instructed the clansmen not to hunt this night. And the reason for that was naturally because of the innate realm beast that a few people ran into yesterday when they went out hunting. In case that innate realm green wolf still remained nearby, then the risk of the clan members going out hunting would increase. But now that the divine tree's changes were obviously due to the fruits of his non-stop sacrifices, would it stop the divine tree's changes if he stopped the sacrifices in the middle of the day? In the past, he had heard from his family elders that the family divine tree needed to be sacrificed once a day at critical moments, and that the more sacrifices were made, the stronger the divine power displayed by the divine tree would be. In order to better protect the family, he asked at that time, "What is a critical moment?" The family elders smiled and did not say, just said that by then you will naturally know. The current scene was extremely consistent with what that elder had said about the critical moment. If that was true, and he stopped the sacrifice today, wouldn't that make him a sinner of the family? The two remaining beasts from last night, most of them have already entered the clan's stomach, so I'm afraid that it's not enough for the sacrifice. Is it possible that we have to let the clan take another risk tonight? But if we really have to go out hunting, who should we send? Chen Xingjian whispered to himself under his breath. If the clansmen sent out were too low, I'm afraid that hunting would be a problem. And if Chen Tianyu and the others were sent out, in case they ran into that innate realm beast again, there would be no return. Just as Chen Xingjian was getting tangled up, a faint voice of words suddenly came from behind him. "Patriarch, I'll go." "Xingyu, when did you come over?" "Just arrived." Chen Xingyu swept a glance at the divine tree that had changed quite a bit, but did not show any expression, only continuing. "Tonight's hunt, I'm sufficient alone." Chen Xingjian revealed a tangle after hearing this. However, upon careful consideration, I'm afraid that other than Chen Xingyu, other people in this matter could not really be substituted. There were only two late blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan, and besides him, it was Chen Xingyu. Although he was much older, the strength of a martial artist did not become stronger with age. If he was too old and had not broken through for a long time, his body's qi and blood would instead decline rapidly. Now Chen Xingyu is considered to be the strongest martial artist in the clan. The strength of the late blood condensation realm can also allow him to navigate in the chaotic burial mountain. If he encounters the beasts that cannot be defeated, he can also be detected in advance and quickly leave. No matter how one thought about it, Chen Xingyu was extremely suitable. Without thinking for too long, Chen Xingjian quickly turned his gaze towards Chen Xingyu, and at the same time, his mouth admonished, "You must be careful on this trip. Once you realize that the situation is not right, you will immediately withdraw. Do not try to be strong." I know. Chen Xingyu nodded, but clearly did not take Chen Xingjian's words to heart. This caused Chen Xingjian to sigh in his heart. Chen Xingyu was good everywhere, but she was just a little too youthful. But then again, young people should probably be like this. Otherwise how could they have the ability to break through the realm? The reason, or the family's fault, if the family is stronger, may not be able to give like Chen Xingyu this kind of genius to provide better resources and steps. Seeing the patriarch's promise, Chen Xingyu immediately walked towards the direction of the family's secret passage. "Patriarch, I'm going." "Well, make sure to be more careful." Chapter 24 Blessing of the Divine Tree. Just as Chen Xingyu was about to enter the secret passage, the divine tree not far away from the two of them was suddenly emitting a clattering sound. The abnormality of the divine tree caused the two to look at it. In their line of sight, a dazzling light suddenly lit up in the divine tree that emitted fluorescence at night. Between the swinging of the tree trunk and branches, a dark green leaf with a greenish glow slowly floated out and fell from the branches. Soon, the leaf landed in front of Chen Xingyu's eyes. Looking at the leaf that slowly floated in front of him, Chen Xingyu frowned slightly. On the other hand, Chen Xingjian on the side at this time was overjoyed and hurriedly spoke out. "Xingyu, quickly take it. This is the divine tree's blessing." Chen Xingyu heard helplessly reached out to the fluttering down the leaves into the hands, but in the look of disbelief. "But an acacia leaf can be seen everywhere? Talk about the blessing? If this divine tree can now rise up from the ground and repel the Li clan, Then he would feel that the divine tree is the true refuge. Just healing some injuries was nothing, and it couldn't save the clan now. If the patriarch wasn't around, he wouldn't have wanted this acacia leaf. It had nothing to do with anything else. He, Chen Xingyu, could do just as well with his own strength. The dark green leaf fell into Chen Xingyu's hands, and soon lost the light it had just shown, turning into an ordinary-looking leaf. However, Chen Xingjian, who was on the side, was overjoyed at this moment. Excellent! With the blessing of the divine tree, this trip will definitely be safe and sound. Chen Xingyu casually put the leaf away, not continuing to listen to Chen Xingjian's words of gratitude to the divine tree, and then jumped into the secret passage below. Above, Ji Yang had a heartache. That acacia leaf just now, but he had invested 2 points of life force in it using the divine power of one leaf. It was more than the injuries he had previously healed 10 or so clansmen, and it added to his already meager life force. Still, considering that this trip was too dangerous, Ji Yang did not skimp, although he could also see Chen Xingyu's disdain and arrogance. But naturally the situation was too bad now, not to mention that Chen Xingyu was already the pillar of the clan. If this was gone, what else could he use to cope with the Li clan afterward? Whether it was for the Qin clan or himself, he had to show something. He could only hope that Chen Xingyu would return safely this time, and it would be best if he hunted a few more ferocious beasts. One would be fine. If that was not possible, it would be fine if the person returned. Today's Chen clan could not withstand a blow. After Chen Xingjian left, the ancestral hall became quiet once again, and Ji Yang concentrated on starting to absorb the moonlight. Now that Ji Yang's roots had spread outside the ancestral hall, from time to time, he could sense the clansmen patrolling outside the ancestral hall. These clansmen worked in groups of 2, occasionally emitting conversations that gave Ji Yang some extra fun. Most of the time, however, what Ji Yang heard was more of the clan's worries and lack of confidence. Come to think of it, now that the family is in this situation, the clansmen are indeed not confident. However, now the kingdom of heaven and earth has not yet been determined. The end is not yet known. He is not the same withered tree from a few days ago. If he had a buffer of a few more days, so that he could absorb more chi and blood and deduce a few more times, the clan's peril would be solved. Xinghe, do you think the Li family will call in tonight? Ji Yang's consciousness couldn't help but pause for a moment after he heard this slightly familiar voice. It was Chen Xinghe and Chen Xingmeng who had been assigned the task of patrolling the family's surroundings by Chen Xingjian. The two of them were currently holding swords and sticks and were carefully checking out the surroundings. I don't know. Chen Xinghe shook his head. Xinghe, what are we going to do if the Li family fights their way in? Humph. Of course we'll fight them. Chen Xinghe's slightly boyish face had a hint of determination, but the hand that held the hilt of the sword was extraordinarily hard, and underneath the determined eyes, it was still hard to hide the panic in his heart. After all, they are still 2 teenagers. In the shrine, Ji Yang, who heard the two talking, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At this age, it shouldn't be like this, but in this world, the rules are like this. It's not about age. Xinghe, I do have a plan. Chen Xingmeng stopped his steps and said confidently. Ha, you have a plan too? Upon hearing this, Chen Xinghe could not help but turn his gaze towards this companion that he had grown up with a hint of surprise, disbelief, and strangeness in his eyes, simply because it was the first time he had heard Chen Xingmeng say that he also had a plan. My plan is that we go to the shrine again and chop down the divine tree. Maybe we'll be able to save the clan. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang, who was listening intently to the plan, felt a pang of speechlessness. If these 2 brats still dared to come, he would definitely let the 2 of them taste his power. On the side, Chen Xinghe was relieved. Fortunately, this was still the same Chen Xingmeng he knew and had not changed. I'm afraid this plan won't work for the time being. After the last time we were there were a lot more clansmen patrolling outside the ancestral hall, and it seems like the clan leader has been staying at the ancestral hall lately. Seeing that his plan didn't work, Chen Xing sighed fiercely. That's really a pity. Indeed, it is a bit of a pity. Ji Yang also sighed in his heart. Seeing this, Chen Xinghe patted his shoulder and spoke out to comfort him. But it doesn't matter. Next time we'll just go again. There are plenty of opportunities. That tree can still run away. The loss on Chen Xingmeng's face that was comforted instantly disappeared, and the 2 of them continued to start patrolling. I'll be waiting for you guys. In the shrine, Ji Yang's heart let out a grudging word. How come we haven't seen a single blood condensation realm fierce beast? Beyond the secret passage, in the mountain of mass burial, Chen Xingyu stood on top of the crown of a huge tree and looked around. It had been roughly half an hour since he had left the family secret passage, but today, he had not seen a single blood condensation realm beast. Although he saw 2 body-tempering realm beasts, they were also of a lower realm, and he was somewhat unable to see such prey. After all, the chi and blood gap between the 2 is not small, even as the clan's food is also somewhat regardless of satiety. Thinking back to the green wolf yesterday, Chen Xingyu was enlightened. Between beasts, each had its own territory. The wolf that was in the innate realm yesterday, it was thought that its strength belonged to the top of the chaotic burial mountain. Even if that green wolf did not consider this place as its territory, yesterday, when it was pursuing its prey, it did not conceal its blood, chi and breath. Just the scent it left behind on the way was enough to make other beasts fearful and stay away from this place. Chapter 25, Encountering a Giant Tiger Again. In this way, it made hunting quite troublesome for him. In order to gain something, Chen Xingyu only had to watch the direction and head further away. The uneven terrain of the mass burial mountain, coupled with the tall trees in the mountain, made it difficult to discern the direction. However, as a family dependent on the mass burial mountain, Chen Xingyu had his own way of discerning the direction, so he didn't need to worry about getting lost. After walking a few hundred meters, Chen Xingyu's footsteps instantly stopped while he looked towards the dense forest not far away. He sensed the aura of the ferocious beasts, and also sensed the emanation of chi and blood not far away. Since he was the only one hunting on this trip, he had to be even more careful in order to avoid startling the ferocious beasts into escaping. Chen Xingyu lowered his footsteps and slowly headed towards the front. After clearing away a dense patch of vines, he finally saw the first target of this hunt. It was a wuling beast that was commonly found in the mass burial mountain, with tough, dark brown fur, fangs in its mouth, and ridges on its back. Although its limbs were short, this beast was known for its strength. Although this Wujing beast in front of her was only at the early stage of the blood condensation realm, its level of threat was no less than the mid-stage blood condensation realm predator beast that she had hunted yesterday. However, in Chen Xingyu's eyes, there was no difference. The strength of the late blood condensation realm would allow him to be no weaker than this urchin beast in front of him. After observing his surroundings once more from all angles, Chen Xingyu no longer hesitated and groped his body to slowly approach towards the ooze beast in front of him. He was the only one on this trip, so the timing of his strike was especially important. It was best to be able to kill it with a single blow, not giving this oolong beast time to react. With Chen Xingyu's approach, the oolong beast that was feeding seemed to react, stopping its feeding and turning to look around. However, Chen Xingyu had already leaned against a giant tree the moment it stopped, and had collected his own chi and blood. The ebony beast that did not notice the abnormality continued to eat. But a few moments later, this wuling beast seemed to be aware of something. Its entire body hair stood up, the rear legs force, a pair of fangs violently to the back to strike. But Chen Xingyu, who had already prepared for this, would not give it a chance to strike back. At the moment the Wujing beast realized it, the whole body of Chen Xingyu on the tree erupted with fierce chi and blood, and his right fist was accompanied by whistling winds and residual shadows, aiming at the back of the Wujing beast's neck. Boom! In the next moment, the body of the oolong beast was sent flying to several meters away, even breaking a bole-thick tree in the middle. Chen Xingyu, who had scored a hit, no longer made a move, and only slowly walked towards the collapsed oolong beast. The ebony beast that was sent flying let out a roar from its mouth and tried hard to stand up, but Chen Xingyu's strike just now was accompanied by thick chi and blood power, which had long since snapped its neck. No matter how much it struggled, it was never able to get up. Under Chen Xingyu's second punch, the hissing sound in its mouth became a final wail. Chen Xingyu, who had easily disposed of this oolong beast, looked as normal. This kind of ferocious beast was not worthy of his joy. Moreover, he didn't intend to return home now, but it would be extremely inconvenient to bring this oolong beast with him on the hunt afterward. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xingyu had already taken out a porcelain bottle and poured the long-prepared wood lotus powder onto the body of this woolly gold beast to mask its odor. In order to avoid being detected by other ferocious beasts, Chen Xingyu made some more coverings on its body before turning around and walking in another direction. Not long after, Chen Xingyu once again stopped, but compared to the previous ease, this time, there was more than a hint of gravity in Chen Xingyu's eyes. It was only because the ferocious beast in front of him was actually a ferocious beast at the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Although he had the late stage of the blood condensation realm, he might not have a chance of winning against a ferocious beast of the same realm, let alone hunting it. If it was an intact ferocious beast, he would definitely turn around and leave without saying a word. However, the beast in front of him was the giant tiger that he had met yesterday. At this moment, this giant tiger was in a sorry state. Above its right leg, there was a bone-deep crack. It seemed to be an injury caused by an alternative claw mark. The wound on the leg made this giant tiger walk with a bump. The giant tiger was still as huge as before, only that it had lost a trace of its previous majestic aura. After seeing the giant tiger's injuries, a hint of joy appeared in Chen Xingyu's eyes. It wasn't that he liked to bully disabled beasts, but such an opportunity was hard to come by. If he could hunt this giant tiger successfully, the family's situation would be much better. After all, this one giant tiger was enough for the clan to not have to worry about food for 3 days. This kind of food with sufficient chi and blood could even allow many of the clan's martial artists to quench their flesh and chi and blood, and raise their realm. Although the giant tiger was not lightly injured, Chen Xingyu was not reckless. If he remembered correctly, this giant tiger should have been chased by that green wolf yesterday. To be able to escape from the mouth of the innate realm's green wolf, even if it was injured, it was still an existence that he needed to deal with carefully. Chen Xingyu walked forward slowly, wanting to use the way he had just done to sneak an attack. However, before he could take 2 steps, the giant tiger in front of him that was licking its wounds stopped its mouth movements, while a pair of sharp eyes looked in the direction where Chen Xingyu was. Sensing that he was locked by the tiger's gaze, Chen Xingyu no longer concealed his figure. This kind of ferocious beast was not something that could be compared to the ooze beast that had just been there, and once he was detected by it, then he would have no possibility of sneaking up on it. However, just now he was only prepared to try. Did not hold much success rate. Now being discovered is also reasonable. He dared to fight with the uninjured giant tiger, let alone the fact that the giant tiger was now injured. Chen Xingyu took large strides forward, passing through the obstacles, and soon arrived a few meters in front of the giant tiger. Unlike other ferocious beasts, the giant tiger that saw Chen Xingyu's arrival did not hiss, but only looked at Chen Xingyu with fierce eyes. This state of the giant tiger, on the contrary, made Chen Xingyu's heart more cautious, because only ferocious beasts that were not strong enough would think of relying on their voices to drink back their enemies. Seemingly ferocious, but in reality, they were just fearful, and this giant tiger in front of him, whether it was in the realm, or IQ, it was higher than the previous urchin beast. Chen Xingyu did not rush to make a move, but while observing the giant tiger in front of him, he coalesced his own chi and blood, ready to explode into a fierce attack at any time. At this moment, the giant tiger opposite also transmitted a measuring gaze. Although he had never seen Chen Xingyu before, the flavor of its body was quite familiar. Most importantly, it felt a threat in Chen Xingyu's body. Chen Xingyu slowly approached, while the giant tiger was sitting on the ground, seemingly not reacting much to Chen Xingyu's proximity, but in reality, its limbs had been slightly sunk into the soil, revealing the sharp blades in its meaty claws that were flashing with a cold aura. Both sides did not take the initiative to strike, but each looked for the other's cracks. Chapter 26, Sephora Leaf. After a moment of stalemate, it was ultimately the giant tiger that was somewhat unable to hold back. It was already injured, and its taut limbs caused the wounds on its legs to bleed. Continuing to delay would only make it more passive. In the next moment, the killing chance was revealed in the giant tiger's eyes, and the moment its 4 legs were bent, its huge body was like a spring as it pounced towards Chen Xingyu. Its huge body gave it a powerful explosive force. If it was pounced upon, it would then become food in its mouth. The giant tiger was fast, but Chen Xingyu's reaction speed was even faster. At the moment the tiger made its move, Chen Xingyu rolled over and dodged the tiger's bite in time. After Chen Xingyu dodged the blow, the giant tiger's back was revealed in front of Chen Xingyu's eyes. Opportunity! Chen Xingyu's eyes lit up, and before he could stabilize his stance, he once again launched himself towards the back of the giant tiger. The giant tiger's injury was to its front legs. If he could injure the giant tiger's back legs with this strike, then this giant tiger at the late blood condensation realm would not be enough to fear. Chen Xingyu's speed was very fast, and in an instant, he was already close to the back of the tiger. But just as Chen Xingyu was about to attack, there was a whistling sound of wind beside his ears. This sound made Chen Xingyu's heart startled, and at the same time, he quickly closed his fist and retreated backwards. Even though Chen Xingyu retreated quite quickly, his cheeks were still scraped raw by the sound of the wind. Ka-ching! After the sound of the wind, a bull-thick tree fell with it. Chen Xingyu wiped the blood from his face, and it was only then that he could see the weapon of that giant tiger just now, which was clearly the strong and powerful tail of the giant tiger. If he hadn't withdrawn fast enough just now, I'm afraid that at this moment, he wouldn't be injured in the cheek, but would have lost his head. And this strike from the giant tiger also caused Chen Xingyu to put away the last trace of carelessness in his heart, simply because before this, he hadn't even noticed this giant tiger's tail. It was obviously the giant tiger's deliberate attempt to hide its clumsiness, and the crack that had just been revealed. Now it seemed that it was clearly a trap to lure him out. If he had not reacted fast enough, I'm afraid that he would have become food for the giant tiger by now. A hit missed. The giant tiger is also quickly turned around. A person and a beast again face to face. Although the first round completely fell into the wind, Chen Xingyu had no fear in his heart. Instead, there was more than a hint of wariness in his eyes. This time, Chen Xingyu did not choose to be passive, but instead took the initiative. Chen Xingyu's chi and blood converged on top of his legs and quickly flanked towards the giant tiger. Sensing Chen Xingyu's intention to attack, the giant tiger also turned with it, not giving Chen Xingyu a chance to attack. However, Chen Xingyu was not discouraged. Instead, he circled in the dense forest at an extremely fast speed. The giant tiger's body was huge, and its front legs were still inconvenient. In this dense forest of trees, even turning around would require some effort, and this was his chance. Under Chen Xingyu's frequent changes in position, the giant tiger had some difficulty in defending itself, and with a single careless move, it was blasted by Chen Xingyu's fist at the back of its body. Chen Xingyu, who had scored a hit, did not crave for the momentum, and after hitting, he retreated decisively, so as not to be hit by the giant tiger's backhand attack. Although this blow did not cause the giant tiger to suffer too much injury, it caused a hint of anger to appear in the giant tiger's eyes. Angry tiger began to launch fierce attacks. For a time, whether it is trees or boulders around, all by the huge power of the tiger shattered. However, these attacks did not hit Chen Xingyu, who had a sensitive body. Instead, it allowed Chen Xingyu to find a lot of opportunities, leaving 2 more inconspicuous wounds on top of the giant tiger's body. Soon enough, the giant tiger in attack stopped, seemingly sensing that it would not be able to cause any harm to this dastardly martial artist, but would instead put it in an even more disadvantageous situation. Roar! A roar emitted from the giant tiger's mouth, resounding all around. Chen Xingyu also had a hint of caution in her expression when she saw this. However, the next moment, Chen Xingyu saw that the giant tiger was actually dragging its injured body towards the distance without looking back. This caused Chen Xingyu to be stunned. After realizing that the giant tiger wanted to escape, Chen Xingyu decisively chased after it. He had already been entangled with the giant tiger for such a long time. How could he just let it leave? The giant tiger's legs and feet were injured, making it difficult for it to move. Chen Xingyu was on fire and soon chased after it. At the moment Chen Xingyu was about to catch up, the tail behind the giant tiger swept across again. However, this time, Chen Xingyu was already prepared, and after dodging the giant tiger's tail whip attack, he grabbed a pair of its hind legs. Grabbing the giant tiger's legs, Chen Xingyu ran his entire body's qi and blood, and actually swung the giant tiger that wanted to escape in the air in a semicircle, and succeeded in dropping the giant tiger back at once. The giant tiger that was dropped on the ground was starry-eyed, not waiting for the giant tiger to react. Chen Xingyu, who found the opportunity to do so, smashed a few more punches on the giant tiger's head. The hard skull made Chen Xingyu's fists numb with shock, but Chen Xingyu did not stop. Instead, he attacked fiercely. Under his constant attacks, the giant tiger's breath gradually weakened, no longer able to resist. Seeing this, Chen Xingyu's solemn face also added a smile. Although the process was somewhat dishonorable, he had still managed to hunt this giant tiger. The engagement just now had left it exhausted, and Chen Xingyu let go of the giant tiger in his hands, preparing to take a rest. At this moment, a death crisis surfaced from his mind, sending chills down Chen Xingyu's spine. Without waiting for Chen Xingyu to react, a huge force came from behind. In the next moment, Chen Xingyu was like a kite with broken strings as he was heavily smashed against the giant tree in front of him, and then fell to the ground. As Chen Xingyu endured the severe pain throughout his body and looked up, a familiar green wolf appeared not far away. The green wolf stepped on a giant tiger and looked at Chen Xingyu with a disdainful gaze. This was yesterday's innate realm green wolf. Chen Xingyu's heart went cold and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had thought that he was the ultimate victor, but he had not expected that this green wolf had already been hiding in the shadows, not even revealing a bit of its breath, so much so that he had not noticed it in the slightest. Seeing the green wolf walking towards him with a slow pace, Chen Xingyu stood up with great difficulty. However, the blow he had just received had directly caused him to be seriously injured, and even the blood qi in his body was unable to operate smoothly. In such a state, what could he do to deal with this innate realm green wolf in front of him? Seeing the green wolf gradually approaching, its fangs gradually revealing, Chen Xingyu let out a sigh in his heart. He did not expect that he would die in this mass burial mountain today. If he died, the family's power would be greatly reduced, and would it still be a match for the Li clan at that time? With such a calculation, wouldn't the clan be ruined in his hands? No way, he couldn't just give up like this. Unwillingness surfaced in Chen Xingyu's eyes. He was young and had a bright future ahead of him. How could he give up just because he was desperate? But how could he survive now? Sephora leaf. At this moment, Chen Xingyu's eyes lit up, finally remembering the acacia leaf that had fallen into his hands when he was leaving. Although he did not have a good feeling about that family divine tree. But now, he could only treat the dead horse as a living horse. Hopefully, this piece of acacia leaf could be of some use, even if it was to reduce his own injuries a little. Chapter 27, Retreating the Enemy. Chen Xingyu panicked and took out the piece of acacia leaf from her bosom. This action also caused the opposite side of the green wolf to slightly pause in its footsteps. Wolves were suspicious, and even after reaching the innate realm, it was still more so than ever. It was also curious to know why this human would take out a seemingly ordinary leaf when it was on the verge of death. Looking at the blade in his hand, Chen Xingyu suddenly had some confusion in his eyes. How should this thing be used? Whatever. Chen Xingyu directly crushed it and prepared to swallow it. But at the moment it crushed the acacia leaf, a powerful force of qi and blood suddenly erupted from this seemingly ordinary acacia leaf. and then a brain surged into Chen Xingyu's body. This qi and blood force caused both the man and the beast to be startled. As the qi and blood surged into his body, Chen Xingyu immediately felt his body's blood and qi boiling, and his newly injured body once again burst out with extreme potential. In a matter of moments, the qi and blood in his body was running as normal. Not only that, at this moment, he even felt that the qi and blood in his body seemed to have thickened up a lot, as if he had already advanced even further in the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Chen Xingyu's eyes were glittering in this state, and a strong battle intent erupted in his eyes as he looked towards the green wolf. At this moment, the opposite side of the green wolf instead stopped in place. He did not understand why a person who was about to die, why would he recover in a matter of moments and go further? However, the green wolf did not have much expression in his eyes, nor did he retreat. The gap between the two was not something that could be wiped out by a single leaf. He could feel the weakness of the human in front of him. The green wolf's eyes emitted a deep light, ready to attack again. But at this time, Chen Xingyu actually had another leaf in his hand. Seeing this, the green wolf was a little hesitant for a moment. He was unsure how many more similar leaves this human had in his hand. Ow! At this time, a loud and clear wolf howl sounded in the distance. The green wolf's expression changed slightly after hearing it, and he looked towards the direction where the wolf howl came from. A little while later, the green wolf no longer stayed and slowly retreated after glancing at Chen Xingyu. Under the night, the figure of the green wolf burrowed into the forest and soon disappeared from Chen Xingyu's sight. Seeing the green wolf retreat, Chen Xingyu felt relieved. Although this acacia leaf had allowed him to recover and his strength had increased greatly, he did not feel that he was a match for this innate realm beast. Confirming that the green wolf had left, Chen Xingyu casually threw away the leaf in his hand. This leaf was nothing more than a piece that he had just picked at random, so it was good that he had been able to muddle through. In order to avoid the green wolf from returning, Chen Xingyu no longer stayed and hurriedly picked up the giant tiger's corpse on the ground, speeding towards the direction of the family's secret passage. On the way back, Chen Xingyu didn't forget to take the previously hidden urchin beast with him. If it was him after the big battle, he might not be able to take away two huge prey at the same time, but after absorbing the acacia leaves, he felt like there was an infinite amount of power in his body, making him as fit as a fiddle. In no time, Chen Xingyu had returned to the family's secret passage. After he put down the exit's green stone plate again, the power that was still flowing in his body just now quickly began to disappear as if it had lost its source. Not only that, but along with it, the blood qi in his body also began to drop rapidly, returning to the way it was at the beginning. It was as if the boost just now was just an illusion on his part. Even the injuries on his back gradually began to show at this moment. Chen Xingyu, who felt his poor state, did not get angry. Instead, there was more than a hint of celebration in his eyes. If that green wolf did not retreat, his life would be in danger this time. However, after remembering that piece of acacia leaf, Chen Xingyu's face had more than a touch of complexity. Why isn't he back yet? In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen once again began to wander around, his face showing concern, this time with the blessing of the divine tree. As long as he didn't run into the innate realm beasts, by all rights there shouldn't be any problem. But why this hour are late to return? At this moment, Ji Yan also had a trace of self-doubt in his heart. Not long ago he felt that he gave that piece of acacia leaf has been used signs, but this is the past half an hour. But do not see anyone back. Could it be that his piece of acacia leaf did not give enough life force? The effect is not good? If he had known that, he would have injected more life force into the acacia leaf. While the two were worried, the voice of Chen Xingyu's words came from the secret passage. Patriarch, I'm back. Chen Xingzhen, who heard the voice, was finally relieved in his heart. When the lapis lazuli plate was opened, Chen Xingyu in the secret passage climbed up from below, and after Chen Xingzhen looked at Chen Xingyu's tattered clothes and bloodstains all over his body, his heart trembled. Xingyu, are you injured? There's no harm. It's all minor injuries. A few days of recuperation will do. After saying that, Chen Xingyu dragged the prey behind him out of the secret passage. When Chen Xingzhen saw the giant tiger's corpse, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. This is a ferocious beast in the late blood condensation realm? Aha! Receiving Chen Xingyu's affirmative answer, Chen Xingzhen had a reproachful face. AI, you were too risky. It's lucky that you didn't run into that innate realm beast. After Chen Xingzhen finished speaking, he saw Chen Xiangyu's gaze that was hesitant to speak, which gave Chen Xingzhen a bad premonition in his heart, and he hurriedly pursued the question. You ran into it? I ran into it. Chen Xingyu nodded and then spoke about the hunt. Hearing the course of Chen Xingyu's hunt, Chen Xingzhen no longer spoke much, and in the end, he simply celebrated. It's good to be back. And when Chen Xingzhen heard the effects of that acacia leaf, a bright luster erupted in his eyes. Although according to Chen Xingyu, that piece of acacia leaf could only last for less than half a tea time, but as the clan leader, he certainly understood the gold content of that piece of acacia leaf. and also understood how much help that acacia leaf could give to the clan's current situation. If the divine tree was able to give a few more acacia leaves, perhaps the clan would not only be able to lift the current crisis, but would also be able to turn defeat into victory. Matriarch, I'm going back. Chen Xingjian, who was thinking about the matter of the acacia leaves, subconsciously nodded. Patriarch, I'll go back to nurse my wounds. On the side, Chen Xingyu spoke once again. Chen Xingjian froze at his words. Hadn't he already promised just now? Above, Ji Yang rolled his eyes in his heart. Where was this giving Chen Xingjian a farewell? This was clearly pointing him out. But never mind. Seeing as Chen Xingyu had a good harvest this time, he wouldn't begrudge this bit of vitality. Ji Yang performed his divine ability, and several green points of light floated down from the branches and leaves that emitted fluorescence. These green points of light quickly merged into Chen Xingyu's body. After being healed by the divine tree, Chen Xingyu finally did not continue to open her mouth and turned around to leave the ancestral hall. Chen Xingjian watched this scene and didn't say much, but he was still quite happy in his heart. It seemed like the divine tree was still extremely favorable to the young juniors of the family. Chapter 28, A New Plan. Scratch that, actually using 0.4 of his life force, a night for nothing. If he had known, he would have just pretended he didn't hear it. Looking at the consumed life force, Ji Yang muttered to himself in his heart, but then he turned his gaze to the giant tiger corpse on the side. This ferocious beast at the late stage of the blood condensation realm. One would think that the chi, blood and spiritual energy provided should not be small, right? To the side, Chen Xingjian finally came back to his senses, while once again looking towards Ji Yang, or to be precise, towards those acacia leaves on the branches of Ji Yang's tree. But as the patriarch, he also knew very well in his heart that certainly not every acacia leaf had that kind of efficacy. Moreover, the divine tree is still in its infancy, so its divine power is definitely not much, and he doesn't know how much help it can give to the family, so he still needs to discuss with the divine tree, although it was a bit difficult to talk about. This was related to the survival of the family. Chen Xingjian turned his head to look at the two ferocious beasts that Chen Xingyu had returned from hunting, and then without saying a word, he personally sacrificed that giant tiger. As for the remaining ocelot beast, it was the one that needed to be left behind as food for the clan. Not bad, sensible. Seeing Chen Xingjian sacrificing the giant tiger, Ji Yang nodded in his heart and then quickly absorbed the blood from the giant tiger. A ferocious beast at the late stage of the blood condensation realm really had plenty of chi and blood, and Ji Yang saw his own chi and blood drifting upwards. In no time, Ji Yang had absorbed all of it, and when Ji Yang opened his panel again, the points on it had changed. Chi and blood, 20, can be converted into life force. Spiritual power, 6, deduction points, 15, can be deduced. This giant tiger had contributed a full 20 points of chi blood and 5 points of spiritual energy to him, which was considered extremely good, far surpassing the other ferocious beasts before it. And now with the points, it had reached the condition of being deducible again. However, this time, Ji Yang did not choose to deduce, but prepared to convert all of his chi and blood into life force. Previously, he had pushed because at that time, he was not strong enough to enhance the Qin clan's strength, but now it was different. With the one-leaf barrier plus after reversing the Dan Xing, he could briefly enhance the clan's strength. At this time, what he lacked was not a new divine ability or anything else, but a large amount of life force. After all, both divine abilities cost life force and the consumption was not small. In addition, just now, Chen Xingjian must have had some plans in his mind after realizing the effect of his one leaf, and the next step was probably to come to himself. The solution to the Li clan was imminent, and these chi and blood became even more important. And things did not go as expected by Ji Yang. Chen Xingjian soon came towards Ji Yang. Only after half an hour did Chen Xingjian leave the ancestral hall. Walking out of the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjian had a hint of solemnity and determination on his face. It was time to make a break with the Li clan. Not long after, several blood condensation realm martial practitioners from the Chun clan as well as the late-stage body tempering clan members headed towards the clan's secret room. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang directly converted all the chi and blood he had just obtained into vitality. The original 16.3 vitality directly increased to 26.3, a full 10 points. Unfortunately, the 10-point increase in life force did not allow Ji Yang to grow new branches and leaves. It only allowed Ji Yang's underground roots to expand by another few meters. Ji Yang had already felt that this 10-point boost was even smaller compared to the previous boost, perhaps because his previous self was too weak, so every point of life force boost seemed big. Still, the boost in vitality made Ji Yang's state better and better. Even the acacia leaves on the branches were a little greener. It was hard for Ji Yang to comment on this, but if it could be better, a little greener wouldn't hurt. Early the next morning, a drizzle fell in the sky. Raindrops on Ji Yang's bare acacia leaves, making a ta-ta-ta-ta sound. Outside the ancestral hall, The various clansmen of the Chun clan were carrying out their patrols in an organized manner, unchanged by the weather. However, all of the Chun clan members had less worry and more determination on their faces from the previous days. In the afternoon, the already small number of clansmen of the Chun clan appeared even more sparse. As night fell, the Chun clan only had a few dim lights shining outside. Inside the Li clan, listening to the clan's report today, Li Yongqing's originally calm face was a little rippled. After learning about the Chen clan's situation today, Li Yongqing even frowned. When did it happen? Li Yongqing patiently continued to ask. Back to the patriarch. Around noon today, the Chen family's people became much less, and at night, we didn't see any figures, and the surrounding exits didn't see the Chen family's people leave. We wanted to go in and check, but we were worried about being ambushed by the Chen family. After listening to the clan's report, Li Yongqing quickly turned the body in his hand, and in his mind, he was also projecting the reason for the current situation. A little while later, Li Yongqing's whole body movement was stagnant, and the body in his hand was pinched into powder. Bad. Secret passage. I should have thought of it. His Chen family shouldn't be so calm, nor should they break out only once after the food is cut off. The reason why they are still able to consume, it must be because there are other exits. Now probably knowing that it is not the family's opponent, he chose to leave through the secret passage. Li Yongqing, faced with remorse, mouth muttered to himself, perhaps the day should listen to the other clansmen. Quick and easy, directly rushed in, but soon Li Yongqing will calm down. Even if the Chen clan left from the secret passage, now probably will not go too far. Plus when leaving will certainly bring the family old and young. The speed cannot be too fast. Now go over, find the Chen family secret passage, and then chase all the way over. Time is also not too late. Thinking of this, Li Yongqing immediately shouted to the clan members at the side. Quickly, have all the clansmen at the mid-body tempering realm and above gather outside, prepared to attack the Chen clan. The news quickly spread. Many Li clan members had doubts, but after hearing that they were attacking the Chen clan tonight, they also quickly gathered. In a short while, the Li clan's hall had gathered about 30 people. Standing at the front were several blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan. 3 of them, their whole body chi and blood was even more dense. These were the 3 late blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan. This kind of luxurious lineup was more than enough to deal with the Chen clan. Yongqing, why are you so eager today? Didn't you say that you would do it 2 days later? A middle-aged man asked with a puzzled face. Fifth uncle, just now the clansmen came to report that there are some abnormalities in the Chen clan. I suspect that the Chen clan has secret passages. After hearing Li Yongqing's explanation, the middle-aged man also nodded his head. If that's the case, then there is indeed no delay. The crowd stopped talking. Soon, the group of people were in great numbers, quickly running towards the place where the Chen clan was located. Chapter 29, Final Preparations. Can the old and young in the clan be arranged? Inside the Chen clan ancestral hall, Chen Xingjian opened his mouth and asked. On the side, Chen Tianyu replied. There are a total of 42 people in the clan, both young and old, and all of them have already entered the secret passageway. Chen Xingjian nodded slightly, and at this time, Chen Tianjing also stepped forward to report. Matriarch, there are a total of 18 martial artists in the clan who are above the middle stage of the body tempering realm, and now they have all arrived. After Chen Xingjian heard this, he looked towards the front and countless familiar faces were reflected in his eyes. 18 people wasn't a lot, and it even looked a bit crowded in the family shrine. Plus their 4 blood condensation realm martial artists, there were a total of 22 people. These 22 people were also the only glory left in the family, but unfortunately, there weren't many late body tempering realm martial artists among these 18 clansmen, and quite a number of body tempering realm martial artists were already old, with very few of them being of a lower age. From this, it can be seen that the Chen clan is now in a state of green and yellow. Today's battle would determine the future of the clan. Greeting the clan's expectant eyes, Chen Xingjian slightly took 2 steps forward, and then solemnly spoke. My Chen family has been in this mass burial mountain for more than 20 years, and although there have been ups and downs in the middle of the journey, it has never died out. But these years, the clan is deteriorating. The situation is getting worse and worse, but also has a foreign enemy coveting. Now the family is to the survival of the moment. Today, is my Chen family and his Li family duel day? Win, then family prosperity. Defeat, then family death. Hearing the generous words of Chen Xingjian in front, many clansmen below showed determination in their eyes, and the situation in the field was also silent. At this moment, the only way to fight was to die. How could one say surrender? Seeing the clan's blood and vigor, ready to fight to the death, Chen Xingjian continued. Although the family's current strength may not be a match for the Li family, times are different nowadays, because we have the blessing of the divine tree. As long as the divine tree still exists, the family will have hope. Before the great battle today, sacrifice the divine tree once more to be blessed by the divine tree. Chen Xingzhen's words caused many of the clansmen below to have doubts. With a great enemy at hand, shouldn't they be trying to find a way to deal with the Li clan? Why was it still necessary to worship the divine tree at this critical moment? Wouldn't it be better to worship it after the war, if the family was still alive? If the family is gone, why worship it? For a while, many clansmen were hesitant. At this time, a figure suddenly stood out and began to worship the divine tree. Cheng Yu, behind them, many clansmen revealed a hint of surprise in their eyes when they saw the person who took the lead in worship. One must know that before this, Chen Xingyu was the one who was most resistant to the divine tree, and had even proposed to cut down the clan's divine tree several times during the clan's general meetings. Although it did not succeed under the patriarch's obstruction, it also made many clansmen not feel good about the family divine tree. A few days ago, the divine tree's display of divine power had changed some of the clansmen's opinion of the tree, but they didn't think that relying on the tree would save the clan from extinction. But now that Chen Xingyu was worshipping, the others no longer hesitated and started worshipping the divine tree one after another. The Chen Xingzhen and Chen Tianyu who were on the side were even more heartfelt in their worship. After all, the three of them already knew that nowadays, the family divine tree was where the family's hope lay. At the time when everyone was worshipping, the divine tree in front of them once again emitted a blinding light, and at that time, countless green points of light flew out from the branches and leaves of the divine tree, lingering around the ancestral hall. All the clansmen who absorbed the green points of light had a light in their eyes, and a touch of self-confidence emerged in their expressions. Not only that, after the green points of light dissipated, the divine tree once again shone with 7 or 8 bright green auras. These green awns flew out from the branches and leaves, and then landed in the hands of several clansmen. When a few people fixed their eyes on it, the green aura had just turned into a dark green acacia leaf. Those who knew the effect of the acacia leaf were currently only Chen Xingzhen and Chen Xingyu, and when Chen Xingzhen saw these several acacia leaves, a light smile appeared on his face. The acacia leaves are not randomly falling. A closer look, it is not difficult to find. With the acacia leaves of a few people is the strongest strength in the family now a few people. In addition to Chen Xingyu several blood condensation realm martial artists, there are also several late-stage body hardening realm clan members. A few people who had gotten the acacia leaves were puzzled, not understanding what the role of the acacia leaves in their hands was. The other clansmen on the side were also extremely curious as they observed the acacia leaves, a hint of doubt in their eyes. Chen Xingzhen explained from the side, "This is the divine tree of blessing. You only need to crush it at the critical moment, then you can use it. Remember, the divine tree can only bless for a moment. It must be used at the critical moment." Seeing Chen Xingzhen this solemn, the few people who had gotten the acacia leaves were also careful to put away the acacia leaves in their hands. On the side, Chen Xingyu lightly hummed, and when the acacia leaf fell in his hand, he had already put it away seemingly casually, but the movement in his hand was quite careful. Alright, the divine tree's blessing has been realized. All clansmen follow the previous plan and start moving. After saying that, the various clansmen in the ancestral hall had already begun to act in an organized manner. In no time, only Chen Xingzhen was left in the ancestral hall. The clan's plan was simple: invite the king into the jar. The Li clan was constantly monitoring their movements, and would notice if anything was wrong. And today, he had already sent most of the clan into the secret passageway, leaving behind only the martial artists above the middle stage of the body tempering realm. Sensing that something was wrong, the Li clan was bound to attack. What they had to do was to attack after the Li family entered the clan. The plan was simple, but as long as it was practical, maybe they could catch the Li family off guard at first, but in the end, it would still depend on the strength of both sides, and with the disparity between the two families today, they probably wouldn't be a match even if they had the help of their old ancestor. Now he could only pray that the divine tree's blessing was useful enough. Looking at the branches and leaves of the divine tree that were slightly shriveled due to the exertion of divine power, Chen Xingzhen bowed once more before walking towards the room in the ancestral hall. The shrine hall, which had just been packed with people, was now empty. Above, Ji Yan also let out a sigh. The survival of the Chen clan, as well as whether or not this tree of his own could survive, depended on the outcome of the battle tonight. For the sake of this engagement, Ji Yang had also sacrificed quite a lot. The original 26. 3 vitality was now only 6 points left. As for those green dots of light at the beginning, they didn't consume too much of his vitality, they just looked a little more spectacular. What truly consumed his vitality was naturally the divine ability of the one-leaf blindfold that he then performed, and for each acacia leaf, the life force he injected was also different. For example, Chen Xingyu, who was at the late stage of the blood condensation realm, as the seed-level player in this engagement, the acacia leaf in his hand, Ji Yang directly injected 5 points of life force into it, and like Chen Tianyu as well as Chen Tianjing, the acacia leaf in the hands of both of them was 3 points of life force. The acacia leaves in the hands of several other body-tempering realm clansmen, Ji Yang was injected with 2 points of life force. He lost a lot of vitality and his state declined, but this time, his consciousness was not weakened, and he was still able to see the scene of the place where the roots extended. As for the remaining 6 points of life force, on one hand, it was used to maintain what he needed. He was worried that the life force was too little. He directly GA. On the other hand, it was also to reserve some for the Chen clan's people and thus use it to perform the divine ability to reverse the downline. Since they were engaged in a battle, they would definitely be injured. The Chen clan clansmen weren't many, so if they died because of untreated injuries, it would undoubtedly affect Ji Yang's own growth. It was important to realize that his deduction points could currently only be obtained from the clansmen of the Chen clan, and he had already used a lot of them in the previous 3 inferences. Whether it was for himself or the Chen clan, Ji Yang had already done his best, and the rest was all up to them. Chapter 30 Li Yangqing's Doubt. With the engagement imminent, Ji Yang didn't even use the lunar eclipse technique to absorb the moonlight. He was worried that when he fought later on, the enemy would not be able to help but strike when they saw their glowing selves. Although this would reduce the absorption of some life force, safety was the first element. When everyone had concealed themselves, the only sound in the Chen clan was the sound of rain falling, incidentally burying the sound of everyone's breathing along with it. Ji Yang's roots had already spread outside the ancestral hall, but at this moment, he was able to detect the hidden positions of many members of the clan. For example, Chen Xingyu, he chose to hide on a roof. Another example is the cellar not far away. There are also 2 clansmen hidden under the cellar. As his consciousness wandered, Ji Yang suddenly sensed 2 familiar figures in a corner. After seeing them, Ji Yang was speechless. It was because these 2 people were not other people, but rather Chen Xingha and Chen Xingmeng, who should be hiding in the secret passage right now. Previously, Chen Xingzhen had instructed that martial artists at the early stage of the body tempering realm were all sent into the secret passage. The reason for this was that most of the early body tempering realm martial artists in the clan were generally not very old, and on the other hand, those who had just tempered their bodies could not actually utilize too much of their strength as a martial artist, and participating in the clan's struggles was detrimental to the clan's well-being. The 2 people at the moment were obviously sneaking out while the others weren't paying attention. The matter has come to this point. Ji Yang also had no way to inform Chen Xingzhen. He could only let the 2 go, but hopefully the 2 would have better luck later. Otherwise the Chen clan would have to be reduced in number again. Xingmeng, don't run around when the fight starts later, or I won't be able to protect you. Looking at Chen Xingha, who was hiding behind himself, Chen Xingmeng still nodded. Good. The 2 men's faces were tense at this time, and their hearts were a little frightened. When they had sneaked out of the secret passage earlier, the 2 had a great deal of bravado in their hearts. Based on a rush of hot blood, they wanted to save the family as well, but this corner was a bit shady and cool. On the way to waiting, causing the 2 men's hot blood to drop and their sanity to gradually recover. Especially after thinking of the tragic family struggle, the 2 teenagers' heart is ultimately born a trace of panic and fear. Not to mention that the 2 are only the early stage of the body tempering realm, and the martial arts fighting is by no means a family game. A little inattention, the 2 will die under the enemy's fists and feet. But by now, there was no room for the 2 to retreat. Outside the Chen clan, the Li clan's group had already arrived in front of the door. However, in the past, there were still people on guard at the entrance of the Chen clan, but now it was empty. When Li Yongchang and the others arrived, there were immediately family scouts who showed up. Greetings, Patriarch. How is the situation? Li Yongchang looked within the gate and opened his mouth to inquire. Back to the clan chief. There was some movement before, but now there is no movement at all. I wanted to go and check the situation, but I'm worried that it's a plot by the Chen family. Without waiting for Li Yongchang to reply, the big man at the side but coldly snorted. A conspiracy? His Chen family is nothing more than a bereaved dog now. Is it possible that he still dares to play any tricks? Even if it is a conspiracy, what are we afraid of? Don't you think so? Fourth uncle is right. Yes, extremely, yes, extremely. The group of clan martial artists behind them responded with smiles, their expressions filled with relief. After all, in the previous fights with the Chun clan, they had also been the ones who had the upper hand, and if it wasn't for that old ancestor of the Chun clan, they would have long since wiped out the Chen clan. Li Yongcheng frowned slightly at the situation, but did not say much. In his heart, he also didn't think that the Chun clan would have any plots. After all, the difference in strength between the two was still somewhat disparate. However, he had always been cautious. Even if the Chen family raised their clan to escape, he still felt that he should scrutinize it first, so he opened his mouth and said, "Gentlemen, just to be on the safe side, I think we still need to be careful. In my opinion, we'll just charge straight in, find the Chen clan's secret passageway, and then chase them all the way there. I'm willing to take the lead," the big man said with some disinterest. "Old four, it's better to listen to the patriarch's opinion." The middle-aged man at the side spoke up at this time. Seeing Li Yongqing's gloomy expression, The big man did not say any more. Second uncle, you bring some people to enter through the Chin clan's back door. Fifth uncle, you take a few people to go in through the side. Soon, Li Yongchang had already made the arrangements, dividing the family members into 4 teams, each with 2 blood condensation realm martial artists, respectively, from the 4 directions of the Chun clan to encircle and enter. In this way, even if the Chun clan had any plots, they would be able to block them, and the others would soon be able to support them. In addition, they could also block the various exits of the Chun clan so that no one would escape. After assigning the teams, Li Yongchang was much relieved. When they separated, Li Yongchang did not forget to exhort, "Elders, be careful when searching and don't miss any places." Don't worry." Several people nodded their heads in agreement, and then the group slowly stepped inside the Chen clan. Although it was only a small family next to the mass burial mountain, the Chen clan did not cover a small area. Even with 4 teams searching, it would still take some time. Li Yongchang led a few people behind him to explore carefully while examining the traces left behind when the Chen clan left. After seeing quite a few fresh animal bones, Li Yongchang's heart was already convinced for the most part. It seemed that the Chen clan did have a secret passageway to the outside world. No wonder there hadn't been much of a reaction in the past few days. The only breakout was probably only used to confuse him, only that he was somewhat unable to figure out why the Chen family had left from the secret passage only now, instead of picking a night. Could it be that they wanted to take advantage of the weather? Li Yongchang looked up at the light rain in the sky, but this amount of rain had little effect on martial artists. Just as he was searching carefully, he heard a loud ringing sound coming from not far away. This loud sound made Li Yongchang's heart startled. Could there really be an ambush? A group of people with alert faces were about to rush towards the place where the sound came from, and then beside their ears, they heard a loud shout coming from the distance. "Chen family child, not come out to die quickly." Hearing this familiar voice, Li Yongchang's face was as gloomy as water. This 4th uncle of the family, who had obeyed orders in the beginning, had somewhat disobeyed himself since he had led the family to a great victory and had eaten away at the Chen clan step by step, and from time to time, relying on his elder status and his own realm, he did not put him, the clan leader, in his eyes. If not for the fact that he was still dealing with the Chen clan, he would definitely want to think of some ways to cure him, but right now, it was not easy to deal with. However, the group didn't rush off again, but continued to search the surroundings. On the other side, the big man swung his fist violently, directly shaking the rainwater and a wooden house in front of him with his thick chi and blood. After casually checking it out, the big man said indifferently, "Why bother? And check room by room. It's not as dry and direct as my fist." After checking several rooms, seeing that there was still no gain, the big man's face gradually became a little impatient. At this time, a light shone in his eyes. Beckoning the clan member next to him, he opened his mouth and asked, "You say, if the Chen clan had a secret passageway, where would they build it?" "Well, if it were me, I would definitely choose to build it in the ancestral hall." "Ha ha ha, same as what I thought. Let's go directly to the ancestral hall." Chapter 31 The Great War. But 4th uncle, the patriarch sighed. The Chen clan is now empty. What's the point of caring about him?" Yongqing sighed. "I will personally go and talk about it," the big man said with full of concern. The group no longer searched around, but quickly headed towards the direction where the Chen clan's ancestral hall was located. Soon, several people had arrived outside the Chen family ancestral hall. At this time, the gate of the ancestral hall was open, and the situation in the ancestral hall was clear at a glance, which made the only trace of caution in the big man's heart disappear. When the big man saw the acacia tree inside the ancestral hall, he was instantly attracted to it, especially when he saw that the branches and leaves of the acacia tree began to emit a faint fluorescent light. A hint of surprise and shock appeared in his eyes. "4th uncle, look, that tree is glowing." "I'm not blind," the big man said without a trace of anger. He had long heard that the Chen clan had a family divine tree, but he didn't expect it to be true. Only it seemed that the Chen clan couldn't take it with them when they left, so it could only be cheaper for them. Being the first to discover it himself, he might even be able to take it into his hands and study it. The big man's face showed joy. While no longer hesitating, he walked towards the Chen clan's ancestral hall, wanting to take a closer look, but before he took 2 steps, he realized that the fluorescent light on the opposite acacia tree had suddenly disappeared. This caused the big man to be stunned, somewhat unclear of the situation. At this moment, the big man's heart suddenly raced, and an intense crisis appeared at first glance in his mind. Not good, the top of the head. At the same time as the thought surfaced in his mind, the big man decisively rolled on his donkey, wanting to dodge the sudden crisis. However, Chen Xingyu's long-planned attack would not be so simple. When the big man was about to dodge away, Chen Xingyu's fist, which had gathered blood qi from his entire body, had already blasted into the big man's back, directly sending him flying. With Chen Xingyu's strike, The various hidden places outside the ancestral hall also had Chen family martial artists scurrying out one by one and attacking the several people in the vicinity. The crowd also picked their own targets and did not cross the ranks to face the enemy. The gap between the body tempering realm and the blood condensation realm was extremely large. If not for a large enough number of people, the gap between the great realms was very difficult to erase. And with the Chen family's clansmen, it would be very difficult to use Sea of Men tactics at the moment. Damn it, there's an ambush. Chen Xingzhen, how dare you? One of the remaining blood condensation realm martial artists of the Li clan said with annoyance under his breath, clearly furious at this despicable sneak attack by the Chen clan. However, this person was also extremely decisive, and after realizing that he had been ambushed, he immediately wanted to shout and recruit the rest of his Li family, but before he had time to gather his blood, an attack had already come from his face. After noticing that his opponent was also in the blood condensation realm, this person decisively gave up shouting and started defending instead. Chen Tianyu. After seeing the person who had struck, this person said disdainfully under his breath, and the two of them immediately tangled together. Although he didn't shout loudly, the sound of the crowd fighting could soon attract other clansmen, and then he would see how the Chen clan would respond. On the other side, Chen Xingyu, who had been hit with a single blow, did not have any joy in his eyes, only because of the strange sensation that had just come from his fist, which was not a human body. When the big man got up from the ground, Chen Xingyu realized that on the big man's body, there was actually a layer of patterned in hard inner armor, and just now that punch, because of the changes calculated in advance, so he did not use 10% of the force, resulting in a small amount of power, but also by the big man's body armor to disperse most of it. But even so, at this moment, the big man was also spitting blood from his mouth, obviously suffering from internal injuries. It's you, Chen Xingyu. The big man's eyes erupted with rage and a hint of gratitude after he turned around and saw the face of the person who had struck. It was fortunate that he wore an inner armor woven from the skin of the green sky python this time around, otherwise this strike just now would have surely left him seriously injured. No, you're at the late stage of the blood condensation realm? Only then did the big man notice the change in Chen Xingyu and said in surprise under his breath, if Chen Xingyu was only in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm, he wouldn't put him in his eyes even if he was a little injured, but if he was in the late stage of the blood condensation realm, then he would have to weigh whether he was his opponent or not. Chen Xingyu didn't say much, but continued to attack towards the big man with swift punches. Immediately, the rest of the Li clan would discover the battle here, and he didn't want to waste too much time. Seeing Chen Xingyu attacking, the big man's face stared, and without further ado, he directly fought with Chen Xingyu. The two men's blood chi rose. Each punch had the strength of several stones, coupled with the speed of the punch. The sound of explosions was also heard in the air. The commotion of the battle soon spread throughout the entire Chen clan. On the other side, the other three teams were still searching carefully to check the situation. After hearing the commotion coming from the side of the ancestral hall, the crowd was unimpressed and only thought that it was the big man violently demolishing the building. However, after the sound grew louder and louder, and the sound was mixed with the screams of the clansmen, the crowd then realized that something was wrong. Quick, go over to support. Li Yongchang looked in the direction of the ancestral hall with a slightly alarmed expression, and commanded the others on the side to speed up and rush there. Although he didn't see the exact situation, he could guess what had happened. However, what surprised him was that the Chen clan really didn't run away and instead chose to ambush them firsthand. This made him unprepared. Although that fourth uncle was dissatisfied with himself, for the sake of the family's grand plan, he couldn't let it go. On his way over, Li Yongchang still had a trace of worry between his brows. He couldn't understand. The Chen clan let go of the secret passage and chose to fight with them. What was the bottom line? Could it be that they thought that they could be their match by being the first to sneak up on them? Late blood condensation realm martial artists were not so easy to sneak attack. Li Yongchang couldn't figure out the reason for this and chose to speed up his journey. But just as he was about to arrive at the ancestral hall, the sound of a sharp blade beside his ear made him stop. Looking up, it was an old acquaintance, Chen Tianjing. Both of them had the middle stage of the blood condensation realm, and previously, during the clan's sparring matches, he had also frequently stepped down, and he hadn't sparred with Chen Tianjing less, so he could be considered quite familiar. Patriarch, let's go together and finish this person off first. On the side, another blood condensation realm martial artist of the clan opened his mouth and said, but Li Yongcheng just shook his head. No, this person will just be dealt with by me. You go help the rest of the clan. Good. Seeing Li Yongcheng's solemn face, this blood condensation realm martial artist didn't say any more and continued to approach towards the ancestral hall. Seeing this, Chen Tianjing did not stop him. Leaving Li Yongcheng here to engage him in battle was his task. Li Yongcheng, as the patriarch of the Li clan, although his realm was not too high, but in the struggle between the two families, he had repeatedly made his Chen clan suffer. Li Yongcheng didn't know what Chen Tianjing was thinking, but he also had his own thoughts. Now that the Great War had begun, no plan would help, and in the end, it was still necessary to rely on the strength of the family. But his Li family already had quite a few blood condensation realm martial artists, plus now there was an additional late blood condensation realm martial artist. No matter how you looked at it, there was no possibility of his Li family losing, even if he was left here. What was the point? Chapter 32, The Great Battle, 2. The two of them stopped talking and similarly battled together. Outside the ancestral hall, the great battle was already on the verge of breaking out. After Chen Xingyu and the others had struck, the other three teams from the Li clan quickly rushed over. When a few people approached, they realized that Chen Xingyu, who was already at the late stage of the blood condensation realm, was pressing the big man down, and if they had come a moment later, they feared that the big man's life would have been difficult to protect. The big man has the late stage of blood condensation realm, although the injuries are not shallow, but the life can be considered to be saved, while the first batch of other people who followed the big man together to the ancestral hall are all perished here, which also includes another blood condensation realm martial artist. The person who made the move is naturally Chen Xingzhen, who manipulated the old ancestor's body with the method of refining corpses. In the battle of the family, it doesn't matter if it's despicable or not, solving the enemy and protecting the family is their goal. And when the Li family other people see their own family members after this tragic situation, also is the eyes of a red, and then will take the hands of the weapon towards the Chen family people rushed to kill the past. The battle between the two sides soon entered a white-hot stage. The blood mixed with the rainwater gathered into a red thread that flowed in the cracks of the green stone slabs, and finally invaded the soil along the cracks of the green stone slabs. Below the soil, Ji Yang's roots made a move. With apprehension, Ji Yang used the root whiskers to slowly touch the rainwater mixed with blood. Fortunately, it cannot be absorbed. Noticing that he couldn't absorb the blood in it, Ji Yang seemed to be sorry and relieved. Although he was a tree nowadays, he wasn't really a tree. He was really worried that he could absorb any blood. In fact, he was more worried that he couldn't contain his inner desires. When the mouth of desire opened, it would be hard for him to hold it back. Luckily, the experiment just now proved that the mouth did not open. Xinghe, have you chosen a target yet? In a corner not far from the ancestral hall, Chen Xingmeng gripped the mountain opening blade in his hands tightly and asked Chen Xinghe who was beside him. Almost there, Chen Xinghe looked at the battle ahead through the fine rainwater, picking out opponents suitable for the two of them. But when he looked left, he saw a late-stage body-tempering realm. And when he looked right, he saw a late-stage body-tempering realm. Even the lowest martial artist had a mid-body tempering realm. This caused Chen Xinghe's heart to want to save the family to be slow to respond. The two of them were hot-blooded, yes, but Chen Xinghe wasn't stupid. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to beat them, he definitely wouldn't choose an opponent that he couldn't beat. However, he did not expect that this time, the lowest realm of the martial artists sent by the Li clan were all in the middle stage of the body-tempering realm. This made him a little difficult for a moment. While the two were still hesitating, a figure suddenly scurried to the front of the two. This was a mid-body tempering realm Li clan martial artist. This person had just been defeated by his opponent and was beaten in. Just as he was about to go out and fight again, he was the one who suddenly realized the two auras hiding behind him. After seeing the appearance and age of the two, this mid-body tempering realm martial artist couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, actually letting me catch two brats from the Chun clan. Die. After saying that, a large sword was already swung towards the two Chen Xinghe. Both of their faces turned white at the sight, but their reactions were also extremely sharp as they dodged away in a panic. After dodging away, Chen Xinghe just wanted Chen Xingmeng to run quickly, but the sound of Chen Xingmeng's words could soon be heard beside his ears. Xinghe, he's the one. Chen Xingmeng's gaze was resolute, and he rushed up with the mountain opening knife in his hand. Chen Xinghe was stunned at the sight, but looking at Chen Xingmeng who rushed up, he couldn't think of anything else and gritted his teeth and rushed up as well. Anyways, the two of them were also body-tempering realm martial artists, and although the enemy was in the middle of the body-tempering realm, there was only one of them. 1 + 1 = 2. He thought that the two of them would be enough to compete with him. Looking at the two of them rushing towards him with weapons in hand, the Li clan martial artist laughed out loud. Just two boys who had just entered the body-tempering realm and had not even fully tempered their bodies, but they wanted to fight with him. They really did not know the heights of heaven and earth. In less than 3 rounds, Chen Xinghe and Chen Xingmeng were kicked out one by one by this Li family martial artist. Looking at the Li family martial artist who was approaching towards the two people in the corner with a large sword in his hand, Chen Xinghe's heart went cold. It seemed that 1 + 1 might not equal 2. With the strength of the two of him, it was simply not enough to fight against an adult body-tempering realm martial artist. Just as the Li family martial artist was preparing to resolve the two people in front of him, there was a sudden fluctuation below the ground. Without waiting for the Li family martial artist to react, A rope-thick root suddenly extended out from the ground and instantly bound his body. Damn it! What is this thing? The Li clan martial artist who was bound by the sudden arrival of the roots kept struggling. A hint of panic appeared in his eyes and he couldn't help but curse. Chen Xinghe and Chen Qingmeng, who were on the side, were also stunned when they saw this. However, looking at the Li family martial artist, who was unable to move due to his body being bound, the two teenagers were both hot-blooded, realizing that this was a perfect opportunity. But although the Li clan martial artist's body was restricted, his hands were not, and he looked at the two men who were preparing to attack him. Get the hell out of my way! This Li family martial artist's eye showed a fierce light and he shouted under his breath while waving the large sword in his hand, making the two people who were preparing to make a move unable to get close to him for a while. This kind of life-sacrificing and crazy aura also caused the two teenagers to look fearful. Qingmeng, leave him alone. Let's run! Chen Xinghe dragged Chen Qingmeng aside, and the two of them immediately prepared to bypass this Li family martial artist. The bound Li family martial artist did not stop him either. Calming down, he turned his gaze to the roots on his body and then swung his large sword, preparing to cut them off. Just as he was finding the right direction and preparing to release the bindings on his body, there was a sudden cold sensation coming from behind him. When he looked down, he realized that the tip of one blade was entering his chest, while the tip of the other blade was passing underneath him, and behind him, the two teenagers looked tense, and then they quickly withdrew the mountain-opening knives in their hands. Qingmeng, quickly go! Really go this time! As the underground roots were retracted, the Li family martial artist slowly fell to the ground with a resentful expression. At this time, this Li family martial artist had not yet died of gas, but only looked at the two teenagers who had left and let out a final cry from his mouth. What a dog! Ah! In the shrine, Ji Yang fell into silence. He thought that the two were really scared out of their wits, but he didn't realize that it was another plan. Although the process was a little hard to get into, the result was still good, and it was not in vain for him to help. However, Ji Yang also found out that although his strength and root whiskers were good, they could only deal with some body-tempering realm martial artists. They were still far from being a match for blood condensation realm martial artists, and he was afraid that it would be a bit difficult to rely on his root whiskers to help the Chen clan. Chapter 33, The Great Battle, 3. In the center of the battlefield at this moment was the battle between the two families' blood condensation realm martial artists. Chen Xingyu was the most courageous, using the late stage of the blood condensation realm to hold off two of them, and his momentum was boundless. However, under the constant attacks of the two blood condensation realm martial artists, she was also unable to cope. Originally deep in the ancestral hall of the patriarch Chen Xingzhen has also long been out, although over 60 years old, but the realm is there, coupled with rich combat experience. Against a blood condensation realm martial artists did not lose the wind. In addition to these two, the most outstanding was the Chen clan's old ancestor who only had one hand and one foot left. Although this old ancestor walked a little unsteadily, with the feeling of falling to the ground at any time, his body was as hard as iron. Even if a mid-blood condensation realm martial artist bombarded his body with his full strength, he only knocked him back. The dent in his body caused by the attack did not affect the strength of this old ancestor. Ji Yang sighed in amazement after seeing this. If the Chen clan had a few more old ancestors, he thought that the current situation of the family should not be like this. In terms of blood condensation realm martial artists, the Chen clan can still cope, but body-quenching realm martial artists in the battle, the Chen family will fall into a complete disadvantage. The Li clan had even more body-tempering realm martial artists, including many late body-tempering realm martial artists, and within a short while of the battle, several members of the clan had been injured, resulting in a decline in their combat strength. If it wasn't for the previous sneak attack that caused the Li clan's big man to be injured, and incidentally resolved a few people, I'm afraid that the Chen clan would have already lost a great deal today. But even so, if this continued, Chen Xingzhen and the others wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Even that old ancestor has also been a bit overwhelmed. If another leg is broken, I'm afraid that the Chen clan will quickly fall. Right at this critical moment, a late-stage body-tempering realm clansman was finally unable to carry on after being knocked down by his opponent's punch and seriously injured. His palm fumbled in his bosom for a little while, and a piece of acacia leaf soon appeared in his palm. When he crushed that acacia leaf, a powerful force of qi and blood surged steeply into his body. In the next moment, this body-tempering realm martial artist was like a martial immortal possessing a body, dragging his injured body to leap up from the ground, and his body power exploded, actually killing his opponent in one round. After killing his opponent, this late-stage body-tempering realm martial artist looked at his hands somewhat blankly. He couldn't believe that such strength was what he possessed. Not only did the qi and blood in his body grow, even his injuries seemed to be gone. After remembering what the patriarch had said earlier, that the divine tree could only bless for a moment, this body-tempering realm martial artist no longer hesitated. and actually turned around and attacked towards an enemy at the early stage of the blood condensation realm. When that blood condensation realm martial artist who was tangling with the Chen clan's old ancestor saw this, a cold snort escaped his lips. Unconscionable. With that, he freed his hands and prepared to finish off this ungrateful late-stage body-tempering realm martial artist first. The two appeared to be only one small realm apart, but he had already condensed his entire body's sinews and bones, and the blood chi in his body added to his body, which was not something that a body-tempering realm martial artist could resist. But when the two fought head-on for a round, this blood condensation realm martial artist looked at his fists with some skepticism. Wasn't he at the blood condensation realm? Why hadn't he shattered this body-tempering realm martial artist's body or arm with a single punch during the exchange just now? Seeing that he was actually really able to fight with a blood condensation realm martial artist with the enhancement of that acacia leaf, his face was overjoyed and he once again rushed towards his enemy. At this moment, the other Chen clan members also discovered this scene, and amongst the warring group, one person had uncertainty in his eyes before taking out his piece of acacia leaf from his bosom and crushing it. The few people who used the acacia leaf instantly exploded with combat power, killing into the crowd with the momentum of one man against another. For a moment, the people of the Li clan screamed miserably. The Chen clan, who was originally at the disadvantage, was actually instantly reversed in the midst of the body-tempering realm martial artist's fight. What the hell was that? A late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist from the Li clan's mouth let out a shocked and puzzled voice after seeing the situation in the battlefield. Seeing that the situation was not right, this late blood condensation realm martial artist no longer delayed and prepared to quickly resolve the Chen Xingyu in front of him with another person from the clan, thus helping to alleviate the pressure on the rest of the clan. But suddenly, he was seeing a somewhat familiar acacia leaf in Chen Xingyu's hand. What on earth is this? When he saw Chen Xingyu's aura rising all the way up after he crushed the acacia leaf, and that he was even vaguely in a situation of breaking through to the innate, this late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist could no longer hold back the shock in his heart. Let him difficult to understand is, why a piece of acacia leaf can burst out such a powerful force. Without giving him too much time to think, Chen Xingyu, who had sensed a huge increase in his combat strength, attacked again. This time, the power of the acacia leaf seemed to be stronger than he had imagined, and even made him feel the threshold of the innate realm. Chen Xingyu was overjoyed in his heart, and with one previous experience, this time he quickly grasped this power that did not belong to him. After fighting with the Li clan's blood condensation realm martial artist once again, he even detected several breaks in his opponent's body, places that the previous him would never be able to discover. After 2 rounds, the Li clan member who had just been prepared to quickly resolve Chen Xingyu and go help the other clansman had his entire body numbed by Chen Xingyu's double fists. At this moment, he felt that his chi and blood were not flowing well, and that was clearly due to the internal injuries he had suffered in the battle just now. The other mid-blood condensation realm clansman who fought with him was even worse. His entire body was red. If he were to go another round, I'm afraid that he would be exploded by this rich blood chi. Not only Chen Xingyu, even Chen Tianyu, who had been silent before, had at this moment erupted with a strength far beyond his usual strength. With the use of the acacia leaves by the crowd, the situation of the clan changed completely. Seeing that the deaths and injuries of the clan members were getting heavier and heavier, and the patriarch's figure was not around, this late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist no longer hesitated, and immediately looked up to the sky and shouted, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" As soon as these words came out, the Li clan's crowd, who had originally had palpitations in their hearts, immediately began to frantically flee. Chen Xingzhen, who could see that the situation was improving, were willing to let them go. The power of the divine tree is not endless. Otherwise this time there will not be only a few acacia leaves. This time with the blessing of the god tree can still win, but if the next leaf family come back, then the god tree can still have this god's power? At that time, I am afraid that the family is really in a dead end. Now the opportunity cannot miss. Thinking of this, Chen Xingzhen roared under his breath, "Kill for me! Do not let one person go." The patriarch's shouting caused the clan's momentum to flourish. On the contrary, the Li clan, at this time, had already lost all their momentum. The clan had not yet reached a desperate situation. Knowing that they were not the opponents now, why would they want to fight to the death? 2 clans fighting, if there is no life and death put aside the courage, and how will return with a great victory. Not far away, Li Yongchang, who was tangling with Chen Tianjing, heard the retreating shouts in the distance. Li Yongchang laughed lightly under his breath. "Chen Tianjing, did you hear that? Your Chen family is already outmatched. Why do you need to suffer? Why don't you just fold your hands and surrender? I can still let you live." Chapter 34, The Great Battle, Final. Chen Tianjing's face was ugly, but he didn't say much, just continued to unleash fierce attacks. However, the two of them had equal strength and were in very different states of mind, and Li Yongcheng was also at ease. He did not need to defeat Chen Tianjing to prove himself. As long as the other side of the clan won, Chen Tianjing would not be able to escape. Just when the two of them were fighting, Li Yongchang also saw the figure running away in the distance. His face was very happy. It seems that the decline of the Chen family has been finalized. But as the distant figure approached, Li Yongchang's face gradually disappeared. Only because the retreating person is not the Chen family in his imagination, but his own family has just reached the late stage of the blood condensation realm of the fifth uncle Li Kailiang. Moreover, at this moment, his fifth uncle's face was white, with many wounds on his body, and behind him, there were quite a few injured and worried family members. This scene of the clan members returning from a great defeat caused Li Yongchang's cautious and meticulous mind to be in disarray, but he was pestered by Chen Tianjing and did not know what was happening inside, so he could only open his mouth and ask, "Fifth uncle, what's going on? What happened?" "It's too late to explain. Yongchang, quickly go, or the family is in danger." Li Yongchang frowned and wanted to ask again, but at that moment, he heard shouts of murder coming from behind the clan. At this time, Chen Tianjing, who was on the side, also silently took out an acacia leaf from his bosom and came out. "Yongchang, quickly go, otherwise it will be too late." The fifth uncle who saw the acacia leaf on the side had a horrified face and shouted under his breath. Li Yongchang's face was unsightly. He didn't understand what this fifth uncle at the late stage of the blood condensation realm was afraid of. An acacia leaf? However, when he saw that Chen Tianjing, who had crushed the acacia leaf, had erupted with an aura that far exceeded that of just now, and had killed a family's blood condensation realm martial artist with a single punch, the doubts in Li Yongchang's heart were instantly answered. Although there was a reason why that clan member was injured, this strength was a world of difference from the Chen Tianjing just now. At this time, Li Yongchang also understood the reason for the clan's failure. Hearing the sound of the pursuit that was getting closer and closer beside his ears, Li Yongchang did not hesitate to fly towards the distance. Humph, where to go? Seeing this Li clan patriarch trying to run, Chen Tianjing could not let him go and immediately chased after him at a faster speed. Originally, Chen Tianjing, who was in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm, under the acacia leaf's enhancement, at this moment, he actually had the realm of the late stage of the blood condensation realm, and coupled with his status being back to full strength, he was even able to hold off two with one. In just a moment, Chen Tianjing had already caught up with several people. Seeing that he couldn't get away, Li Cailiang's face was ugly, but he still stood out and spoke. "Yongchang, you're the patriarch, the clan can't live without you. You go, I'll block him." Li Yongchang didn't say much, he only glanced at Li Kailiang as he was leaving, then he turned around and left without hesitation. He was the patriarch. Even with this great defeat, the clan still had himself and others. As long as the clan was still around, everything still had a chance. Just he couldn't figure out what exactly happened to the Chen clan in the past few days. That piece of acacia leaf, and how did it come? But the most important thing, but is not concerned about this time, the family defeated, even close to the whole army. He needs to quickly return to the family to make a response. With the passage of time, the sound of the battle within the Chen clan also gradually becomes smaller, until it disappeared. A few miles away from the Chen clan, Chen Xingyu was leading a group of clansmen to chase and kill them here, and had wanted to continue the chase and finish off the few Li clansmen who had just escaped. But then the voice of Chen Xingzhen's words came from behind him. "Don't chase after them. The big picture has been decided. First return to the clan to discuss what will happen afterward." Feeling the fading of their own power and the somewhat unsupported qi and blood in their bodies, Chen Xingyu and the others nodded. Upon returning to the clan, what met their eyes were the many corpses as well as the blood-stained ground. Most of these corpses were from the Li clan, but among them, there were also members of his Chen clan, but more of them were seriously injured, with their bodies still warm, and could still be salvaged. Looking at the tragic scene in front of him, Chen Xingzhen was silent for a little while, and then quickly issued various orders. An hour later, everyone in the Chen clan once again gathered in the ancestral hall. The various clansmen who had previously hidden in the secret tunnels were also already outside dealing with the aftermath of the battle. Matriarch, in this engagement, the clan lost a total of 3 clansmen. 10 were seriously injured, and most of the others were lightly injured as well. There are a few clansmen who are more seriously injured, if they are not treated in time. I'm afraid. Hearing Chen Tianyu's report, many of the clansmen below had sad faces. After all, the people who lost their lives were all family relatives, and might have been talking to them not long ago. Chen Xingzhen face calm. Face did not show too much expression. The battle of the family is not a child's play, and deaths and injuries are inevitable. However, from his eyes, it could still be seen that his heart was not as calm as it appeared. The clansmen who died this time will all be given a generous burial, and the spirit seats can be placed in the ancestral hall, for future generations to honor. According to the rules of the family, only those who had made significant contributions to the family could place their spirit in the family ancestral hall. However, Nowadays, the family is no longer the same as it was in the past, and this battle is related to the survival of the family. So there is nothing wrong with placing the spirit of these contributing members of the family in the ancestral hall. This is also the best way for the clan to comfort these dead clansmen. Hearing that a few people's spirit seats were placed in the ancestral hall, the hearts of many sad clansmen below were also calmed down a lot. Over the years, the clan has had a few dead and injured clansmen, but not many of them have had their spirit table placed in the ancestral hall. Quickly, carry up all the seriously injured people in the clan. After dealing with the loss of the clan members, Chen Xingjin hurriedly spoke. Soon, several seriously injured people were carried up one by one. These were all people who had just been injured heavily during the battle. 2 of them, their breath had gradually begun to fail, and a few others, their bodies were also bleeding. The situation was very tragic. Although the family has a physician, but the clever woman can't cook without rice. The clan these days are trapped in the clan. The family medicine has long been exhausted, even if some of the hemostatic medicine has also been consumed. Even if it is now to go to the mass grave mountain, may not be too late. The other clansmen looked at this tragic situation. Their faces showed the color of grief. This kind of injury, not to mention the family does not have medicinal herbs. Even if there are medicinal herbs, I'm afraid it will be difficult to save. Looking at the clansmen who were carried in, Chen Xingjin again looked towards the clan god tree, his gaze full of prayers. At this point, he had no choice but to place his hopes on the divine tree, praying for it to save these clansmen. Seeing this, the other clansmen also understood where hope lay, and one by one, they also knelt down and began to pray to Ji Yang. Looking at the scene below, Ji Yang sighed in his heart. Luckily, he had some life force left, so it wasn't impossible to cope, but if he wanted to completely cure these clansmen, I'm afraid that the life force required would be quite a lot. After all, a few of them, the injuries were too severe, although he couldn't completely save them, but temporarily stopping the bleeding and preserving the lives of a few people thought that it wasn't difficult. Chapter 35, A Great Victory. In the next moment, a faint fluorescent light flickered once again on Ji Yang's branch. The family crisis had been resolved, and he could continue to absorb the moonlight. In the branches and leaves covered in fluorescence, countless points of green light soon drifted out from them and landed on the injured clansmen below. After the green points of light filled with vitality invaded several people's bodies, the clansmen who originally had air coming out but not coming in gradually let out moans from their mouths. The wounds of the clansmen who were bleeding profusely also gradually began to heal. Not a moment later, originally still seriously injured several family members, although did not recover as before, but is to save their own lives, and even able to get up to thank the divine tree. After all this, Ji Yang's life value dropped another 4 points, leaving only 2 points, far exceeding Ji Yang's expectations. It was only because the injuries of these clansmen were too severe and required more life force. Right now, Ji Yang was in an even worse state than at the very beginning. As for the other injured clansmen, as long as they were not fatally wounded, Ji Yang simply stopped paying attention to them. If the Chen clan didn't sacrifice a few more ferocious beasts, he was worried about losing himself. Seeing the divine tree displaying its divine power again, the gratitude in Chen Xingjin's heart was already hard to describe in words, and the only way to prove it was with actions. With Ji Yang's treatment, the hearts of the family members were also excited. After all, the divine power that the divine tree had shown today had far exceeded their understanding. And even this kind of person who was bound to die could even be pulled back. Doesn't that mean that as long as they still have a breath left, then they don't have to worry about dying? Some of the clansmen had so many thoughts in their minds that some of them were even eager to sacrifice themselves. Seeing that the atmosphere in the clan was just right, Chen Xingjin spoke again. Although the clan has suffered heavy losses this time, however, in this battle, we have won. As soon as these words came out, a silence fell in the ancestral hall. After a short period of silence, many clansmen looked delighted and could not help but cheer loudly. Yes, regardless of the twists and turns of the process, in the end, they had won this battle against the Li clan. According to the clan's statistics, in this battle, the Li clan lost 6 blood condensation realm martial artists, and no less than 20 body tempering realm martial artists, and if it wasn't for the strong strength of the late blood condensation realm martial artist at the end, they could have been wiped out. But even so, the Li clan had lost its power and was not enough to worry about. On the contrary, on their side, the price they paid could be considered quite small, and even with the help of the divine tree, they only lost 3 people, none of which were blood condensation realm martial artists. This battle was not just won, it could even be said to be a great victory. Amidst the cheers, the gloom that had originally shrouded the family's head also dispersed at this moment. Listening to the cheers of the crowd, even Chen Xingjin had a faint smile on his face. Soon after, Chen Xingjin raised his hand and the crowd quieted down once again. Although everyone was injured, there was a light in the eyes of the clansmen at this moment, and they were radiant. Although this battle was a great victory, but a 100-footed insect dies but never falls down. The Li clan has not yet been completely annihilated. We must not be careless. The suffering that the family has endured these days cannot be wiped out by a single great victory. After saying that, Chen Xingjin once again enacted a mission. Tian Yu, you bring a few people to be in charge of restoring the clan. Yes, matriarch, Tian Jing, you take a few members of the clan to check on the Lu family's movements. Now that the family has yet to recover, attention is needed. Yes, matriarch, Qingyu, you take the other clansmen and head to the Li clan immediately. If you run into anyone from the Li clan, kill them without pardon. With the promulgation of the mission, the crowd gathered at the ancestral hall quickly dispersed. Just as Chen Xingyu was about to leave, Chen Xingjin once again urged, if the Li clan has any captive beasts, be sure to bring them back. I know. Chen Xingyu nodded. After taking care of everything, Chen Xingjin then turned his gaze towards the family divine tree and then respectfully said, all thanks to the divine tree for the family's great victory today. After tomorrow, the family will definitely make a 7-day sacrifice for the divine tree. Hearing Chen Xingjin's promise, Ji Yang's heart was relieved. No matter what, he shouldn't be used as firewood for the time being, and as for the remaining Li clan, it was thought that he wouldn't need to make a move. Without the threat of the Li clan, Ji Yang felt that his future was bright, and he could finally experience the wonders of the new world, and enjoy the life as a tree should. The great battle with the Li clan was only a few hours. At the moment the sky was still dark, but the rain overhead had disappeared at some point. Several torches were lit up around the Chun clan after the great battle, and quite a few clansmen were working hard to build the houses that had been destroyed due to the great battle before. In the distance, Chen Xingyu had also already led the people of the clan towards the place where the Li clan was located, also located in the vicinity of the mass burial mountain. The distance between the two clans was not that long, and it would only take a quarter of an hour to arrive. This time did not come to the attack of the Li family all eliminated. Ledley Yongcheng as well as that blood condensation realm lately Kailiang escaped out. It was thought that the two had already returned to the clan, but with the remaining strength of the Li clan, the people Chen Xingyu had brought with him were already able to deal with it easily. As the sky dawned, the battle was considered to have come to its final curtain. Ji Yang stood quietly in the middle of the ancestral hall, looking at the various clansmen who were busy outside the ancestral hall. Although they were disheveled and tired, their faces were radiating new vigor and vitality. Not long after, Chen Xingjin once again came into the ancestral hall. This time, he had a few more sticks of incense in his hand. This time, not only did he receive the blessing of the divine tree, but there must also be the favor of the old ancestor's spirit in heaven. After last night's battle, the last remnants of the old ancestor's body can no longer be used. The family's blessing, so the end. After that, the only thing they can do is to rely on themselves. Thinking of this, Chen Xingjin's face could not help but show some sadness. Unfortunately, although the bodies of the deceased members of the clan are intact, their realm is too low. Even if they are refined with the family's secret method, it is difficult to play a big role. To be refined with the secret method, the martial artist's realm before death had to be at least in the innate realm. It was said that when the family was in its glory, the ancestral hall was even blessed by an old ancestor of the third realm of God condensation. Unfortunately, when he was born, the family has been in decline for a long time. Such a scene he has never seen. Only in the mouth of the elders heard about it. Not to mention know the condensation of God 3 realm of the old ancestor how strong. Chen Xingjin no longer think much. After some worship will be in the hands of incense candles into the front of the incense slot. At this time, several footsteps sounded from behind. Chen Xingjin looked back. It was Chen Xingyu and the others who had returned. Patriarch, the Li clan has been emptied of people. When we went, only a few unrelated servants remained. Chen Xingyu was the first to report. For such an outcome, it was also within Chen Xingjin's expectations. With Li Yongqing's caution, he must have immediately transferred the clan members after returning to the clan. But even so, things were still not over. Although the Li clan has lost its power, there are still a lot of surviving clansmen within the family. And even this attack did not see the Li clan's younger generation of martial artists. If not searched for, I'm afraid that in the future it will be another trouble. Chapter 36 Harvest. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. With so many people from the Li clan, it is by no means possible for them to disappear without a sound. Send a few clansmen who are more resourceful to keep an eye on the avenues surrounding the mass burial mountain, and once any trace of the Li clan is found, come and report immediately. Yes. In addition, the Li clan left in a hurry. The clan's resources were definitely unable to be carried. Were there any gains from this trip? Chen Xingyu replied with a smile. Not only is there a harvest, but the harvest is not small. This trip to the Li clan, a total of 500 pounds of blood rice, several acres of good land, 7 captive Yujin beasts, in addition to 10 spirit-tailed chickens, were seized. In addition to these, There is also the hunting zone of the Li clan's mass burial mountain as well as some small bazaars belonging to the Li clan. Chen Xingjian showed a joyful expression after hearing this. Blood rice is a specialty near the massive burial mountain. This rice is oval in shape, roughly 1/3 the size of a small thumb, due to the overall blood red color of this rice, hence the name blood rice. Mature blood rice contains a small amount of blood chi power, and is easy to absorb, most of the time even more suitable for martial artists than the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts at the body tempering realm. At the same time, blood rice was also a common trading chip used in some of the small bazaars around the massive burial mountain. The family had planted a lot of it before, but unfortunately, this year's harvest was too poor, coupled with the previous siege by the Li clan, resulting in the blood rice planted in those several acres of good land having no harvest. He had been worried that the clan would not have enough food afterward, but the current harvest made up for it. In addition to the blood rice, the spirit beasts kept in captivity by the Li clan were even more pleasing to Chen Xingjian, who immediately opened his mouth and said, "Quickly go and take half of the various spirit beasts and use them to sacrifice the divine tree." In response, Chen Xingyu's several people also had no opinion. After all, the merits of the divine tree in this battle were in everyone's eyes. Without the divine tree, the clan was afraid that it would have ceased to exist today. In addition, after the collapse of the Li clan, the hunting range and bazaar that originally belonged to the Li clan naturally belonged to them. Before the two clans had fought, the mass burial mountain had already been divided between their three great clans, each with their own hunting ranges, and once the Chen clan had perished, the Li clan would naturally be stronger after annexing the Chen clan's resources. Because the resources of the mass burial mountain were limited, having one less clan would make another clan's resources richer. Fortunately, the Li clan ended up stealing a chicken. Apart from the hunting zone of the mass burial mountain, it was the ownership of the bazaars below each family. Although the chaotic burial mountain is remote, but in the chaotic burial mountain around, but there are a lot of suitable for planting blood rice good land, and there are a lot of this living village, but these villages are not many martial artists, most of them are ordinary people. When the Chen clan chose to establish here, there is also this reason. The purpose is naturally to let the family have the capital to develop in the future. It was just that things did not go against their wishes. After 20 years of development, the Chen clan instead became more and more decrepit, and even more so, the clan was almost extinguished. Tianjing, how about the Lu family side? Is there any reaction? Chen Xingjian looked towards the returning Chen Tianjing and asked. Chen Tianjing shook his head. On the Lu clan side, there doesn't seem to be any reaction, and they didn't even send too many of their clan members over to check out the situation. Chen Xingjian's face calmed slightly after hearing this. What he was most worried about was that the Lu clan would take advantage of the void in their war and raise their clan to attack. Right now, it seemed like the Lu clan did not have this intention. Of the three clans in Mass Burial Mountain, the only one that made his Chen and Li clans jealous was this Lu clan. The Lu clan had only been established for a few years, and after becoming a member of the massive Burial Mountain neighborhood, it had not made any other moves, and while it was clear that the clan was not weak, it had only sought to develop peacefully. Even this time, they two big families such a good opportunity did not make a move. It is not known whether they do not want to participate in it or what other reasons. However, this was a good thing for them today. As long as they could maintain today's situation and wait for the Chen clan to develop for another 2 years, by then, even if the Lu clan had ill intentions, it would be enough to deal with them. On the Lu clan side, it cannot be left unguarded. There is still a need to send someone to watch. Yes, matriarch. By the way, starting tomorrow, the clan will hold a 7-day Divine Tree Grand Sacrifice. This grand festival is extremely important and concerns the prosperity of the clan. Have the clan members go down and all prepare for it. Qingyu, regarding the sacrifices needed for this Divine Tree Grand Sacrifice, you will be in charge of it. Tomorrow, you will bring a few clansmen to go hunting in the Mass Burial Mountain. Remember, it is sufficient to hunt within the clan's boundaries. Do not go deeper. Good. Chen Xingyu nodded her head, but Chen Tianyu, who was on the side, opened his mouth and said, Matriarch, the Li clan has yet to be completely annihilated. Would it be wrong to hold the Divine Tree Grand Sacrifice at this time? What if the Li clan takes advantage of the Great Clan Festival to sneak in? It was important to know that the Li clan still had 2 blood condensation realm martial artists today. Chen Xingqian smiled after hearing this. If they really come to sneak attack, that would be great, but his Li clan still has a lot of residual martial artists. Although the realm is low, but in the future can also prosper. If the family at the moment to chase and fight, perhaps also let the Li clan remaining people anxious to jump over the wall. Now the family power is weak. If there is another loss, it is not too costly. It is better to take advantage of the Sacred Tree Festival, confuse them, so that they leak their own feet. If we find any traces of them, then we only need to gather the clan members and attack them as a group. Then we can destroy them all. Chen Tianyu and the few others listened with admiration. They indeed hadn't considered so much. Clan Chief, the woolly gold beast and spirit-tail chicken to be sacrificed have arrived. At this time, the sound of the clan's report came from outside the ancestral hall. Chen Xingjun was overjoyed upon hearing this and hurriedly said, "Quickly, pull them in and sacrifice them all to the divine tree." Above, Ji Yang looked at the several spirit beasts below, a hint of longing showing in his heart. It was finally time for him to reap the fruits. Even though these several urchin beasts were only at the early stage of the body-tempering realm, and their size as well as their chi and blood were much smaller than the one Chen Xingyu had hunted earlier, they couldn't afford to have a large quantity. In addition, the effect of those 5 spirit-tailed chickens should be good as well, at least a lot bigger than the 2 that were initially sacrificed by the Chun clan. Soon, the sacrifice began. In order to more intuitively understand the amount of chi and blood and spiritual energy that each spirit beast was contributing to him, Ji Yang simply opened up the panel and observed the situation at all times. As countless blood soaked into the dirt below, Ji Yang's chi and blood began to grow rapidly. 2, 3, 4, 6. When the sacrifice ended, Ji Yang once again looked at his panel attributes. Chi and blood, 37, can be converted into vitality, spiritual power, 19, deduction points, 15, can be deduced. His chi and blood was previously 0, and his spiritual power was 6. After absorbing the chi and blood of the 3 woolly gold beasts as well as the 5 spirit-tailed chickens, both the chi and blood and the spiritual power had changed significantly, and after Ji Yang's observation, he realized that the 5 spirit-tailed chickens, in total, had contributed 25 points of chi blood and 10 points of spiritual energy to him. As for the 3 urchin beasts, they had contributed 12 points of chi and blood and 3 points of spiritual energy to him. The difference was obvious, especially the difference between the spiritual energy. Even the urchin beasts were quite a bit larger in size than the spirit-tailed chicken. It wasn't that the Yujin beast couldn't afford it, but the spirit-tailed chicken was more cost-effective. Chapter 37, Divine Tree Sacrifice. Whether it was this body-tempering realm's woolly gold beast or spirit-tailed chicken, the increase in chi and blood was much less than a blood condensation realm's ferocious beasts, and it would even take 2 or 3 body-tempering realm ferocious beasts to compare to a single blood condensation realm ferocious beast. It could be seen that the higher the ferocious beast realm was, the more chi and blood and spiritual energy one would absorb would also be more sufficient. It was just that with the current situation of the Chen clan, I was afraid that it would be difficult to sacrifice a higher realm beast for myself. If they were to run into an innate realm fierce beast, they would probably exterminate their clan if they were not careful. Ji Yang secretly estimated the chi and blood gap between the ferocious beasts, and then discarded the thoughts in his mind. Bad quality wasn't important, and a large enough number wasn't impossible. Besides, wasn't there the 7-day great sacrifice afterward? He was already looking forward to it. As for the chi and blood that he had just obtained, Ji Yang directly converted most of it all into life force to enhance himself. Simply because the life force was too low, he always felt that he was too fragile and somewhat less safe. The remaining 10 points of chi and blood were reserved for Ji Yang's deduction. After the chi and blood transformation, Ji Yang's original 2, 5, 2 left from before and 0, 5 from last night's absorption of moonlight, vitality quickly increased to 16 points. Looking at the double-digit vitality again, Ji Yang instantly felt much safer. Even his acacia leaves had regained the luster of the previous days, and after Ji Yang looked at the remaining 10 points of chi and blood reserved, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Was it to push through now? Or should we wait for the dedication to finish before pushing together? Recalling the tragic situation of the second deduction, Ji Yang pondered briefly and decided to wait for a few more days. A single deduction alone was too risky. If there were 2 more, then one could pad it twice more, and the chances of obtaining a divine ability or technique would definitely be quite a bit more. Under the concerted efforts of the clansmen of the Chun clan, the building that had been damaged in the Great War was quickly rebuilt, and was even quite a bit stronger than before. On the other hand, Chen Xingyu also took a few of the stronger martial artists of the clan to the mass burial mountain, preparing the sacrifices for this divine tree great sacrifice. And this time, it wasn't the secret passage that was taken, but rather, it was a hunt on the outskirts of the massive burial mountain. After the great battle, Chen Xingzhen had directly closed the family's secret passage, the reason naturally because of the innate realm ferocious beast in the depths of the massive burial mountain. With the strength of the Chen clan today, it was definitely no match for the innate realm fierce beast, even for the strongest Chen Xingyu. The divine tree grand sacrifice. Although the objects of sacrifice determine the prosperity and seriousness of the sacrifice, but the strength of the family is here. Chen Xingzhen can't do anything about it. He can only do his best as a family. When the family is brilliant in the future, it will be able to provide better sacrifices for the divine tree. This is the Chen Xingzhen heart silently draw a big cake for Ji Yang. With Chen Xingyu's strength nowadays, the body-tempering realm beasts were even more handy, and occasionally, he could even run into a blood condensation realm early stage beast on the outskirts of the massive burial mountain. although the time was rushed, without the obstruction of the Li clan. On the second day of the war, the family had already prepared what was needed for the great sacrifice. It was just that the sacrificial beasts were still a bit insufficient, requiring Chen Xingyu to travel to the mass burial mountain once a day. After all, this divine tree grand sacrifice needed to last for 7 days. However, this time, Chen Xingyu did not complain and instead was quite proactive. On the second day at noon, the ancestral hall was filled with people from the Chen clan. Below the god tree, there was an offering table with several porcelain bowls, and in the bowls, there was a lot of cooked meat, as well as a variety of fruits around the mass grave mountain. Although slightly simple, but this represents the Chen family's respect. In the lower part of the offering platform, Chen Xingzhen stood in the forefront, his face solemn, wearing brand new coarse cloth clothing, holding incense and candles, looking respectful. His mouth was still chanting something. Behind him was Chen Tianjing and several other blood condensation realm martial artists from the family. Behind them, there were the family's Tianzi generation clansmen, Xingzi generation clansmen, in order of age, regardless of male or female. At the very back, a few children were looking at the scene in front of them with curiosity, their faces filled with novelty, but their gazes were gathered more on the porcelain bowl below the divine tree. To be precise, it was the meat in the porcelain bowl. Above, Ji Yang's sight swept over everyone in the Chen clan one by one, slightly speechless in his heart. It wasn't like he hadn't seen big scenes in his previous life, but this big scene, he really hadn't seen it before. The key was that the target of this big ritual was himself, which gave Ji Yang a strange feeling. The sense of ceremony and whatnot is not important, just have the sacrifice. Unfortunately, Ji Yang was unable to speak and could only pretend he didn't see it, but his eyes were looking towards the several ferocious beasts outside the shrine. That was Chen Xingyu's hunt back from yesterday's trip to the mass burial mountain, and there were 2 blood condensation realm beasts among them. It was the first day of the divine tree sacrifice, so the beasts naturally couldn't be too low in realm. After some tedious processes, Chen Xingzhen then spoke loudly. My Chen clan has passed 20 years since the beginning of the establishment of the mountain of disorderly burial, and today, I, Chen Xingzhen, the Chen clan patriarch, am sacrificing the divine tree at the mountain of disorderly burial on the 8th day of the 9th month in the year of the 10,000 dragons calendar 1232. I beg the god tree to bless my Chen clan and keep my Chen clan family prosperous and thriving. As Chen Xingzhen finished speaking, many of the clansmen below also spoke in unison. Pray that the divine tree blesses the Chen family, keeping the family prosperous and thriving. Sacrifice. As the words fell, several clansmen carried the ferocious beasts that had already been prepared into the ancestral hall and began to offer sacrifices. Above, Ji Yang looked at the serious and sincere faces of the various clansmen of the Chen clan, and there was also a touch in his heart. Indeed, their purpose was simple, and at this moment, they were hoping that the divine tree would bless the family with peace and prosperity for generations to come. But does he have this ability? Ji Yang fell into doubt about this. For a little while, Ji Yang no longer dwelled on it, being a monk for a day and hitting the bell for a day. Today, he is the god tree, enjoying the sacrifices of the people, then should return the blessing, to protect the family peace of the people. As the sacrifice began, Ji Yang's branches and leaves gradually began to flicker with light. The next moment, countless green points of light floated out from the branches and leaves of the divine tree. This time, the green points of light were so thick and numerous that they soon dyed the entire shrine hall a dark green color. These green points of light merged into the bodies of every clansman in the arena, healing the injuries of everyone. Even the uninjured clansmen felt their blood and chi rising within their bodies at this moment, and their spirits were shaken. A few children saw this scene and tried to reach out and grab the green light point above their heads, but the light point invaded their arms and disappeared. The children who didn't notice anything just found it strange, but didn't feel much, but they didn't realize that this life force was able to make the body tempering realm smoother for them afterwards. In the crowd, Chen Qing has struggled to lift his head up and kept inhaling, trying to inhale the green points of light in the sky above into his body, while not forgetting to say to Chen Qingmeng at the side, Qingmeng, quickly inhale. These points of light are treasures. When the green points of light slowly disappeared, there was a hint of respect in the eyes of the people present as they looked at the divine tree. Some of the clansmen who had never seen the divine tree manifesting even muttered in their mouths, "So this is the family divine tree." Chen Xingzhen was thrilled in his heart. The divine tree had sensed their sacrifice and that was why it had sent down divine power. This was the divine tree's recognition of the family. In the future, the family would definitely go farther with the blessing of the divine tree. In Chen Xingzhen's grateful gaze, he was unaware that Ji Yang above him was cursing at the moment. Wipe, 10 points of vitality gone just like that. He's got nothing to do with manifesting his spirit. Does manifesting his spirit cost nothing? Having said that, Ji Yang didn't have much remorse. Even if he didn't want to be the god tree, there was no way around it. Not to mention this kind of scene, If he didn't show some means to draw the clan in, how could he get the clan to wholeheartedly offer sacrifices to him in the future? Chapter 38 Double Deduction? However, soon enough, Ji Yang's not so many emotions disappeared amidst the sacrifice of several fierce beasts. This time, there were 2 blood condensation realm ferocious beasts and 3 late body tempering realm ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts even allowed Ji Yang to make up for all the life force that he had just used up, and his chi and blood rose all the way up. Based on Ji Yang's experience in absorbing chi and blood, he found that body tempering realm ferocious beasts tended to contribute chi and blood in the range of 1 to 10, while blood condensation realm ferocious beasts were in the range of 10 to 20 points. The exact number of points depended on the specific realm of the ferocious beast, and even ferocious beasts in the same realm might have a difference, but the difference would not be too big. For example, that late body tempering realm beast had just contributed 8 points of chi and blood, while another late body tempering realm beast had only contributed 7 points. As for spiritual energy, it was impossible to distinguish it based on realm. After absorbing all the chi and blood, Ji Yang once again opened his attributes. Chi and blood, 56, can be converted into life force, spiritual power, 29, deduction points, 15, deductible. This time, the amount of chi and blood obtained was even more than yesterday, and was even able to allow Ji Yang to deduce several times. This feeling of instant affluence made Ji Yang a little unable to adapt for a moment, but it was still quite comfortable. Since he had just lost 10 points of vitality, Ji Yang once again transformed 20 points of chi and blood to keep his vitality sufficient, thus keeping his state from deteriorating. As for the rest of the chi and blood, Ji Yang kept it, preparing to decide on its use after this grand sacrifice. Today was only the first day of the great sacrifice. There were still 6 days to go, not to mention that at night, he could use the moon eclipse technique to absorb the moonlight and replenish his life force, so there would be even less need to rush the chi and blood to regulate it. After the sacrifice, the clan began to feast, and the food for the crowd was naturally the blood rice that had been seized from the Li clan earlier, as well as the blood and flesh of some body-tempering realm ferocious beasts. Both types of food could help the clan replenish the chi and blood in their bodies. In the midst of laughter and songs, the clan was peaceful, and an aura of rapture arose. Not far away, Chen Xingjin watched the atmosphere in the arena, and a smile appeared on his face. The clan is prosperous and enduring. The clansmen have faith. The clan has power. I think this is the best state, right? It's just that it's not enough at the moment. The clan needs to become even stronger in order to do so. In addition, the remnants of the Li clan also needed to be resolved quickly. On the second day of the great sacrifice, the sacrifices remained the same, but at this time there were quite a few clansmen missing from the ancestral hall, and upon closer inspection, it wasn't hard to realize that most of these clansmen were the stronger martial artists in the clan. However, today's sacrifice is not compared to yesterday. Only 2 body-hardening realm ferocious beasts. This made Ji Yang unable to stop shaking his head. Faded. Feelings faded. Having said that, Ji Yang can also understand. Today's Chen clan is still weak, and there are still a lot of clansmen in the family to raise. Even if the ferocious beasts all over the chaotic burial mountain, weekdays want to hunt also have to spend some effort. 2 is 2. He can accept it. The 2 body-tempering realm ferocious beasts contributed 14 points of chi blood and 2 points of spiritual energy to Ji Yang. The chi and blood reached 50 and the spiritual energy reached 31. On the third day of the great sacrifice, Ji Yang harvested 15 points of chi blood and 1 point of spiritual power. His chi and blood reached 65, and his spiritual power reached 32. On the fourth day of the great sacrifice, Ji Yang harvested 13 points of chi and blood and 2 points of spiritual power. At the time of the Chen clan's sacrifice, the Li clan's territory had also been accepted in its entirety by the Chen clan. Unfortunately, with the Chen clan's current martial artists, they were not able to take care of the full extent. On the one hand, people had to be sent to plant blood rice to cope with the following cold winter, and on the other hand, martial artists needed to be sent out to search for traces of the Li clan. And after a few days of searching by the family's martial artists, discoveries were quickly made. However, now that the great sacrifice had not yet been completed, the family did not act rashly after learning the news, and just waited for the right time. Outside a deserted cave, a figure quickly flashed past. After seeing that there were no special traces in the surroundings, the figure drilled towards the cave in front and disappeared outside. Fifth uncle, how is the situation? In the cave, Li Yongqing opened his mouth and asked the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man was naturally Li Kailiang, who had broken the back for Li Yongqing that day. Although that day Chen Tianjing had the acacia leaf enhancement, Li Kailiang himself had the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Although the state was not good at that time, but under his struggle, he finally escaped. Hearing Li Yongqing's inquiry, Li Kailiang frowned slightly, which slowly said, "According to my prying, the Chen clan now looks like they are holding a large-scale festival, and have not sent too many clansmen to pursue our traces. now that the family's power is gone. In my opinion, why don't we take this opportunity to take the rest of the clan away from the mass burial mountain, and come back to take revenge later when we have the strength to do so? What do you think? Li Yongcheng fell into silence. Now that the clan had lost its power, and most of the clansmen had fallen in that sure-to-be winning battle, it had made it difficult for him to sleep for the past few days and nights, and often woke him up from his nightmares. It was indeed difficult to let the dead clansmen rest in peace if this revenge was not carried out, but with the strength of the family nowadays, wanting to take revenge was as difficult as heaven. Not to mention that the Chen clan even had that weird acacia leaf to help, although he wanted to take revenge. Li Cailian's suggestion was more pertinent. Good. After a little silence, Li Cailian nodded. Back then, the family had also developed from a few people to what it was today. If that was the case, why couldn't he? Not to mention that there were still quite a few clansmen, although their realm was not high. In time, these clansmen would be the key to the family's revival. Seeing Li Yongcheng revitalize his fighting spirit, Li Cailian's face had a trace of recognition. As a clan leader, one should have an unyielding heart. Fifth uncle, this trip may not go too well. I think we still need to discuss it carefully. The mass burial mountain was already remote. Although there were some thoroughfares, there were quite a few remaining clansmen in the clan, but they couldn't take the too conspicuous way. If you take the path to leave the massive burial mountain, the road is rugged. The family old and young still need to be properly arranged. And after thinking for a moment, a hint of decisiveness appeared in Li Yongcheng's eyes. Fifth uncle, my thoughts are like this. What? This? Soon. Hearing Li Yongcheng's idea, Li Cailian's mouth let out a voice of surprise, and his face even revealed a color of hesitation. However, after seeing Li Yongcheng's decisive and resolute eyes, Li Cailian slowly nodded his head. Good, just do as you say. On the seventh day of the great sacrifice, the Chen clan was as if it had changed. The sounds of children laughing and joking came from time to time from the clan, and there were often several clansmen quenching their sinews and bones and polishing themselves, wanting to break through to a higher realm in the originally empty family plaza. As for the blood condensation realm martial artists in the family, these days are even more extremely hurried, constantly running outside. In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingxin had already begun to preside over the closing ceremony of this divine tree festival. After the ceremony ended, the family once again offered the last day's sacrifice. Only after all of this was done did Chen Xingxin open his mouth and asked Chen Tianjing, who was at the side, "Can the news be accurate?" Chen Tianjing nodded. "I personally went to check it out. There is nothing wrong with it. It is indeed someone from the Li clan." Good. Chen Xingxin nodded vigorously, then said, "Immediately gather the clansmen and go with me to intercept the Li clan's people. On the clan side, leave a few more people on guard in case something untoward happens. On the Lu clan side, still send someone to check." With a series of orders, the entire clan began to get busy once again. This time, all of Li Yongcheng and the others must be eliminated. Above, Ji Yang heard the conversation between the two, but did not pay much attention to it. He was just a tree. Even if it was a divine tree, he couldn't care about things too far away. At this time, Ji Yang was more concerned about his current state. After today's great sacrifice was completed, Ji Yang's own attributes had also undergone a large change. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Young Sephora. Vitality, 30. 4. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Xing, One Leaf Blind. Feats, Eclipse. Battle Technique, None. Chi and Blood, 104, can be converted into Life Force. Spiritual Power, 36. Deduction Points, 25. Deductible. Status, as an offering to the divine tree you finally have some power to defend yourself, but it's still not enough. The original 16 points of vitality had reached 30 points after he had absorbed the moonflower over the past few days. The increase in vitality allowed Ji Yang's underground roots to spread out several meters outside the shrine once again. The 7 days of sacrifices had even allowed Ji Yang's chi and blood and spiritual power to reach new heights. During the 7 days, there were even 2 clansmen at the late stage of the body tempering realm who had broken through to the blood condensation realm, and another 6 clansmen who were further along in the body tempering realm, giving him a lot more deduction points. Looking at such an abundance of chi and blood and spiritual energy as well as the inferences available below, even Ji Yang's unperturbed mood fluctuated a little. Enhancing his vitality was certainly the key to strengthening himself, but he felt that deduction was the shortcut to making his vitality increase quickly, and the foundation to making the Chen clan strong. Moreover, the column of battle techniques was one that he hadn't even touched so far, thinking that there should be some gains this time. This deduction requires 10 chi and blood, 5 spiritual energy, and 5 deduction points. Will it continue? Yes? No? When the deduction conditions popped up again, Ji Yang was ready to habitually click yes, but just as Ji Yang was about to click down, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wait a minute, why were the colors of the chi and blood, spiritual energy, and deduction points different from before? If he remembered correctly, the previous times were black, but now, it was green, and there was even an inconspicuous plus or minus symbol behind the points. This unusual situation made Ji Yang stop and couldn't help but tap the plus sign behind the points. This deduction requires 20 chi in blood, 10 spiritual energy, and 10 deduction points. Does it continue? Yes? No? Note, this is a double deduction. During the deduction, you can randomly bring one of your own abilities into the deduction. Note, the higher the number of deduction points, the easier it is to unlock rare maps. Chapter 39, Fivefold Extrapolation. Double deduction? What the hell? Emotional deduction can also be doubled in investment? Moreover, the notes at the back also told Ji Yang that the higher the multiplier of the deduction, the stronger the ability seemed to be. Double deduction can even carry one of its own abilities into the deduction, and can also unlock rare maps? Looking at the green plus sign, Ji Yang tapped twice more. This deduction consumes 40 blood, 20 spiritual energy, and 20 deduction points. Do you want to continue? Yes? No? Note, this is a quadruple deduction. During the deduction, you will randomly carry 3 of your own abilities into the deduction. Note, the higher the deduction multiplier, the easier it is to unlock rare maps. Looking at the re-altered notes, Ji Yang's expression was clear. For every doubling of the push, he would be able to carry one more ability into the push. It was an ability, not a divine ability, but even so, it could still increase his chances of survival by a lot. Ji Yang carefully recalled the abilities that he had gained in the push now. They were root strengthening, high temperature resistance, and perseverance. Among them, except for the high temperature resistance which required a specific environment to be useful, the other 2 abilities were quite favorable to his growth. For example, during the last push, if he had root strengthening, the cliff wouldn't have collapsed. The rare map at the back was even more puzzling to Ji Yang. What was meant by rare map? Soon, Ji Yang no longer entangled. Instead of thinking, why not try it yourself? Naturally know the gap. Looking at his points today, Ji Yang hard across, again point to the green arrow. This deduction needs to consume 50 blood, 25 spiritual energy, 25 deduction points. Whether to continue? Yes? No? Note, this is a fivefold deduction. During the deduction, you will randomly carry 4 of your own abilities into the deduction. Note, the higher the multiplier, the easier it is to unlock rare maps. He directly chose 5 times the push this time, to play big. Anyway, nowadays, resources were still abundant, and the Chen clan had no more external threats, so he could experiment a bit. Even if it didn't work out, he would still be able to know the difference. After reaching the condition of 5 times deduction, Ji Yang also noticed that the green symbol turned gray. He tried, but could not continue to add or subtract. It seems that this is based on their existing points. The next moment, Ji Yang no longer hesitated and clicked yes. And with the instant Ji Yang clicked yes, the surrounding shrine quickly disappeared. However, this time it was different from the previous times of deduction. After Ji Yang confirmed the deduction, he did not immediately enter into the strange world. At this moment, Ji Yang's eyes even suddenly appeared before a different picture. These images like a walking light in front of Ji Yang's eyes loop play. Grassland, snow, desert, mountain forest, lava. With just a cursory glance, Ji Yang saw countless scenes, among which were even environments that he had grown up in during his previous deduction. As the screen continued to play, Ji Yang even saw special environments in these scenes that were different from the previous ones. Among them, there is a fairy mist, flowers and grass everywhere on Earth Paradise. There is also a prosperous place with carved beams and painted buildings. More than that, there are white bones everywhere. No vitality of the dead land. The cycle of the scene in front of him gradually accelerated, making it impossible for Ji Yang to see the details of it. But then Ji Yang thought of the rare maps that he had just described during his deduction. Obviously, if it was growing amongst these rare maps, he might be able to get a better harvest? Without waiting for Ji Yang to continue thinking, the walking map gradually began to slow down, and after skipping over deserts and valleys, a dark picture appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes and slowly came to a stop. Without waiting for Ji Yang to see the details, the image seemed to come to life, instantly swallowing Ji Yang's consciousness into it. When Ji Yang opened his eyes again, he realized that he was already in a strange place. This is a dark space, neither the sun nor the moon overhead, like a dark dome that makes the mind unconsciously start to tense up. Even the soil below is also a black. The surrounding vitality is silent, not even grow a plant grass. This kind of harsh environment makes Ji Yang heart slightly cold. Did not wait for Ji Yang continue to check. Familiar subtitles appeared in front of Ji Yang. You were born in the underworld. In order to become a great tree in the sky at an early date, you began to grow hard. The underworld realm? The name made Ji Yang's heart startled. It seemed that he had indeed entered a rare map, and it sounded extremely extraordinary. However, After Ji Yang scanned the surroundings once again, he suddenly felt that this rare map might not be a good thing for him, as the growing conditions were even worse than the previous desert and other places. When the subtitles disappeared, Ji Yang realized that he seemed to be different. Originally, he had entered the deduction as a sapling each time, but this time, he had actually entered the deduction with the size of a tree trunk in the shrine. Before he even started to grow, he already had 2 clusters of branches and leaves, and his underground roots spread for several meters, and Ji Yang was able to sense the strength of one of the underground roots. If nothing else, it should be the one he had strengthened. This time when he chose 5-fold deduction, he should have carried 4 abilities into the deduction world, but he only had 3 abilities now, and it seemed that he had brought them all in. The slightly stronger body gave Ji Yang an extra sense of security in his heart, but with the passage of time, after the sky was as gloomy as usual, the trace of security in Ji Yang's heart was gone. Just because this netherworld neither day nor night, even the surrounding environment is unchanged for eternity, and he as a tree, if there is no sun, then how should he survive? Under the passage of time, Ji Yang felt his own weakness. Even the acceleration of time did not allow him to continue to grow. If it wasn't for the ability of resilience, Ji Yang felt that he might have died, but if he continued like this, he probably wouldn't last long. Could it be that this deduction was going to end without a trace like this? Ji Yang sighed in his heart. This deduction had poured out all of his family's assets today. Just as Ji Yang was getting frustrated, a new subtitle appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. The underworld is a harsh environment, difficult to survive. In order to adapt to the environment and continue to grow, you decide? Absorb Yin Qi, absorb Earth Qi, absorb Soul Qi. After seeing the new choices, Ji Yang's heart stirred. Whether or not he could continue to survive depended on this choice. It was just that what gave Ji Yang a headache was that there was actually one more option today. Previously when there were 2 options, he still had a 50% chance, but now with 3 options, then he only had a 30% chance. Of course, there may not be only one correct answer among these 3 options, perhaps all 3. Of course, Ji Yang still wanted to choose the most suitable one. Chapter 40, The Underworld Realm. Underworld Earth Realm. Ji Yang murmured in his heart, slightly pondering. He had been rooted underground for a long time, but he hadn't felt any Earth Qi, and he hadn't even detected any nutrition in the earth. As for Soul Qi and Yin Qi, he was even more unaware of what they were. Ji Yang preferred to choose these 2, and after some brief agonizing, Ji Yang chose to absorb Yin Qi. Hopefully, he had chosen correctly. After choosing, Ji Yang began to pay full attention to the changes in his torso. If the situation turns bad, then he probably nothing, but after choosing he seems to be unable to stop anything, can only wait quietly. With the acceleration of time, Ji Yang's torso gradually changed. The original brown trunk was slowly metamorphosed into black. The changes did not stop, but instead intensified. At first, it was the trunk, followed by the roots, branches, and leaves. In the end, Ji Yang branches on the dark green acacia leaves all become deep black, and in this black acacia leaves, there is a faint gray smoke surrounded by it. After Ji Yang's whole body metamorphosed, his heart was violently happy, because with the changes in his body, his original trunk that had stopped growing, actually began to grow again. After the choice was made, Ji Yang's field of vision also changed greatly. The originally empty surroundings were actually flooded with a rather dense gray mist. These gray mists were not suddenly born, but rather seemed to have existed here for a long time, only that he was unable to see it earlier. When the seasonal sun growth, he can clearly see these gray fog is constantly absorbed by his acacia leaves. Yin Qi. These 2 words surfaced in Ji Yang's mind. It seems that his choice was not wrong. This is a product that belongs uniquely to the underworld realm, and can be used as a nutritional supply for his growth. And with the endless Yin Qi around here, it was simply not too comfortable. Just as Ji Yang was immersed in the joy of growth, he steeply saw a blurry figure in the Yin Qi in the distance. This discovery startled Ji Yang. Anomalies often represent choices, and choices represent danger, but there was also a hint of opportunity in the midst of danger. The longer he lived in the world of deduction, the more benefits he would gain, not to mention that he was just a tree now, and was powerless to change the situation that followed, so he could only respond calmly. In the time that followed, Ji Yang saw more and more blurry figures, and they were getting closer and clearer to him. With the passage of time, a figure soon appeared in Ji Yang's line of sight, and it also allowed Ji Yang to see what this blurry figure was. It was a silhouette with a dull face, lifeless eyes, and a body constructed from a grayish-white mist. Soul. This description suddenly came to mind in Ji Yang's mind. Soon, the silhouette moved closer towards Ji Yang, and new subtitles, once again, surfaced. You have absorbed a large amount of Yin Qi, attracting living souls. Your choice? Active shelter, ignore, root strangle. Living souls? Ji Yang frowned slightly. revealing a hint of hesitation as he looked at the three distinct choices. Just one living soul. With his root whiskers he could easily strangle it. But after that dancing chi, there seemed to be countless other living souls, and he was worried that he wouldn't be able to kill them. Moreover, he perceived that this living soul did not seem to have much attack power. Ji Young finally chose to ignore it, as if the original spring and autumn cicada. This was the most prudent approach, the middle way, perhaps allowing him to live longer. After the choice was made, time continued to flow. Ji Young line of sight in that soul and close to Ji Young also chose to stop in the shade of the tree does not go, and as Ji Yang's acacia leaves gulping chi, that soul will also be affected. Initially only a soul, but with the passage of time, more and more souls gathered under Ji Yang's shade, and finally covered Ji Yang's vision. When Ji Yang's acacia leaves were gulping down in chi, these souls also had a strong reaction. Their bodies gradually began to solidify, and their empty eyes gradually developed a trace of vigor, especially the soul that was initially close to the trunk of the Ji Yang tree. Under the nurturing of time, his body was the most robust, and at the same time, there was a hint of spirituality in his eyes. He began to disperse the souls around him, leaving an empty space that belonged to him alone, and this living soul would also play a set of boxing on the open space every day. Although its spirit was not high, it seemed to have become its instinct. Ji Yang above silently watched all this. There is a trace of surprise in his eyes. It seems that these souls, not without memory. This underworld realm, what kind of place is it in the end? Under the daily absorption of Yin Qi and Ji Yang, within a short period of time, Ji Yang began to grow rapidly. Before long, it is already 10 feet high, with a thick trunk like a bucket. At the same time, the tree crown is luxuriant, giving birth to countless clusters of branches and leaves, and these living souls also grow very fast. Gradually, more and more living souls in the eyes of the divine splendor, with Ji Yang as the center, they actually formed a hierarchical hierarchy, slowly expanding towards the outside. Ji Yang watched the development of the living souls in a new way, and for a while, he found it quite interesting. After some more time, the living souls under the shade of Ji Yang's tree actually gathered together and seemed to be communicating in a special way. At this time, new subtitles surfaced. A large number of living souls have given birth to spiritual wisdom. They have decided to go out on a campaign to expand their territory and offer sacrifices for you. Your choice? Give generously, disregard, persuade the living souls. Looking at the new choices, a smile appeared at the corner of Ji Yang's mouth. Interesting. After thinking for a moment, Ji Yang chose to be generous. Now that the living souls below him have gathered a huge number, and many of them have solid bodies, I think that this kind of strength in this underworld is not weak. He would like to see how far these living souls can develop. After the choice, Ji Yang branches on the luxuriant acacia leaves suddenly began to fall. Each acacia leaf landed in the hands of a living soul, and then it actually transformed into a set of black armor that wrapped around them. With the addition of the leaf armor, several of the living souls then took the other living souls towards the distance. Just as Ji Yang was quietly waiting for the result, the caption in front of him suddenly made Ji Yang's expression stagnate. The living soul under the shade of the tree went out to conquer, wanting to become stronger, but invoked the shadow of war. You die. As the subtitles disappeared, a hissing sound came from beside Ji Yang's ears. When Ji Yang let his eyes look, he saw a half-man, half-horse, tens of feet tall knight wearing silver armor stepping in with a sword. Under its iron hooves, the living souls under the shade of the trees were crushed one by one. Even the armor made of Ji Yang's acacia leaves could not stop it. At the end, the long-handled scythe in its hand swung horizontally, directly cutting off the tree trunk that Ji Yang had strengthened. Chapter 41, Gathering In, Condensing Soul. Returning to the shrine, Ji Yang's mind was speechless. It seemed that he had overestimated these living souls and thus made a wrong judgment. However, Ji Yang soon stopped obsessing about it. The survival time this time was not too short, so he thought that the harvest should be quite good. End of deduction. You have realized a new technique in this deduction, gathering in. You have realized a new aptitude in this exercise, soul condensation. You have realized a new aptitude in this exercise, armor covering. You have realized a new battle technique in this exercise, Tai Zu Long Fist. You have realized a new battle technique in this exercise, Tai Zu Long Fist. Gathering in, you can actively transform your life form to absorb in energy. Soul gathering, you can consume a certain amount of life force to gather a living soul. Armor covering, you can consume a certain amount of life force to cover a living soul with leaf armor. Great Ancestor Long Fist, yellow rank upper grade battle skill, can be transmitted 3 times. Looking at the series of tips, Ji Yang was overjoyed. He didn't expect to reap a huge harvest this time, but he actually had a merit law, 2 divine abilities, and a battle skill, and it wasn't hard to associate this merit law and divine ability with his deduction this time. Thinking back to the many living souls in the underworld realm, if he could replicate them in this world, then the Chen clan, would definitely become stronger? Finally, Ji Yang turned his gaze towards that yellow rank upper grade battle skill. If nothing else, this should be the battle technique practiced daily by the living soul that initially approached him. In this world, chi and blood was the way, and it was complemented by battle techniques. Among them, there were 4 levels and 12 grades of techniques and battle skills, namely heaven, earth, xian and yellow, which were divided into the upper, middle and lower grades. Battle skills can greatly enhance the strength of the martial artist, some powerful battle skills, and even be able to break out beyond the martial artist's own strength. Like the Chen family, now in decline for a long time, the clan is even a decent battle skills or not. Even the body-hardening realm martial artists are still relying on their own blood, as well as some of the hunting honed kung fu against the war. At this moment, this Tai ancestor Long Fist had already transformed into countless knowledge that flooded into Ji Yang's mind. Whether it was the operation of the chi and blood of the battle technique, or which tendons and veins to follow, or what techniques there were, Ji Yang was already proficient in his heart, and at the moment, he was the mastermind of this battle technique. Unfortunately, Ji Yang is just a tree now, and can't use this Tai Zu Long Fist, because he doesn't have hands. Yellow rank can only be regarded as an average battle technique, but if the Chen clan obtained it, it can also enhance the family combat power. The most crucial thing was that Ji Yang could also perform transmission, although the number of times was a little less, but it was still not bad. Ji Yang's gaze skipped over the battle technique and looked back to the new technique this time, gathering Yin. This was what should be his biggest gain from this push. Absorbing Yin Chi might also allow him to rapidly increase his life force, and the more life force he had, the greater Ji Yang's improvement would be. I wonder how the effect of this Yin gathering compares to the lunar eclipse. Ji Yang no longer hesitated and directly ran the Yin gathering gong method, and as the gong method was running, Ji Yang's body slowly began to change, just like before in the underworld realm. First the roots, then the trunk, crown, branches and leaves. In the end, Ji Yang transformed into a deep black color, whether it was the trunk or the branches and leaves, and as long as when Ji Yang stopped the gong method from running, he would be able to change back to his previous appearance. This was the transforming life form introduced in the gong method. After transforming his form, there was also a slight change in Ji Yang's vision, and at this moment, he could see things that he could not see before, such as Yin Chi. But when Ji Yang scanned around the ancestral hall, his face was stagnant. Where was the promised Yin Chi? Yin Chi is shaped like gray mist. In the underworld, Ji Yang can see it everywhere, even a few meters away. Is the sky covered with Yin Chi, so that he cannot see the distance, which also allows him to grow very fast. However, after returning to the real world, Ji Yang actually saw only a small amount of gray mist in the shrine. To what extent was it small? Compared to the underworld realm, it was probably a drop in the bucket, and based on Ji Yang's previous experience of absorbing Yin Chi, I'm afraid that even if he absorbed all of the surrounding Yin Chi, he wouldn't be able to rise much in vitality. This caused Ji Yang to fall into silence, and his previous thoughts disappeared at this moment. But then Ji Yang once again pulled himself together. In addition to gathering Yin, he also had the divine ability of soul condensation. Soul condensation, condensing living souls, but before using this divine ability, he needed to find a living soul before he could do so. Ji Yang looked around again, but it was still empty. This was the Chun clan's ancestral hall, not the underworld. Where would there be so many souls? Wait, the ancestral hall. Ji Yang turned his gaze to the room in the Chen clan's ancestral hall. Right in front of the room, there was a trapezoidal wooden lattice, and on each layer of the lattice, there were several spirit seats placed on top, which were the dead ancestors of the Chen clan. At the very bottom, there were 3 brand new spirit seats. Those were the 3 clansmen who had died in the battle with the Li clan this time. At the moment, Ji Yang was not looking at these spirit seats, but the pale white figures attached to them. If it was usual, he would not be able to see it, but now after the life form transformation, he could see it clearly. Wasn't this the living souls in the underworld realm? However, compared to the underworld, these souls attached to the spirit place are even more broken. Broken hands, broken feet, broken head, body full of holes abound, even the color of the body, but also more miserable white. Instead of saying that these are living souls, it is more appropriate to say that they are residual souls. And the more the family on the upper level of the spirit position, the soul will be broken more powerful. The top few layers, and even the bottom 3 spirit positions. On the other hand, the soul of the family, the soul of the family, the soul of the family. On the contrary, the bottom 3 spirit place next to, but there are 3 clear appearance. Eyes dull soul. At this time these 3 people are wandering in the side. Do not know why. After finding the souls, Ji Yang didn't hesitate and directly activated his underground root, drilling out from the soil below the trunk. Originally, Ji Yang's root whisker was brownish gray, but now it was pitch black. But that was exactly how it was able to bind the living soul. Soon, the 20 or so living souls that were broken in the shrine were pulled in one by him. Although the introduction of the divine power was fairly clear, Ji Yang did not really understand how the specific effect of this divine power was, so he could only experiment with it first. Ji Yang grabbed a living soul with his root whiskers and then used the divine ability to gather souls. After using it, the living soul in Ji Yang's hand disappeared, and its life force did not decrease. This made Ji Yang wonder in his heart. Failed? Ji Yang did not believe in evil. Continue to experiment. Anyway, these souls have no memory. Sooner or later will disappear. He used to experiment also does not matter. Ji Yang continued to experiment, but failed 5 times in a row, but none of them succeeded. Ji Yang once again studied the introduction of the avatar soul gathering. It is not written that it needs to consume a certain amount of life force? Then he hadn't consumed it himself, so he must have failed. Could it be because these living souls were too broken? Ji Yang was ruthless in his heart. With more than 20 living souls here, he didn't believe that he couldn't succeed with one. Soon, each and every living soul disappeared from Ji Yang's root beard. When Ji Yang wanted to continue experimenting, he realized that there were no more souls around the shrine, and all the souls had been used by him. This filled Ji Yang's heart with disappointment. Chapter 42 Green Fruit. Not being able to condense living souls, then naturally there would be no army of living souls. As for the Yin gathering technique, the effect was also too poor. He absorbed all the Yin chi around him, and it didn't grow his life force, so it was evident that this technique had no effect on himself at all. It could be said to be ineffective. If the gathering of Yin and condensing the soul do not work, then the final overlaying armor will also become a castle in the air. After all, the introduction on this is for the living soul to cover the leaf armor. Ji Yang sighed in his heart. He thought that he had made a big profit, but he did not expect it to be a blood loss. The most useful thing is instead that yellow-ranked battle skill Taizu Long Fist. The night is getting thicker. The autumn moon is like a hook. Ji Yang's branches and leaves once again flickered with a faint fluorescent light. But just as Ji Yang was about to absorb the moonlight, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be something more on his branches and leaves. Wait, where did these 20 or so green-colored fruits appear from? Looking at the extra fruits on his branches and leaves, Ji Yang thought he had seen a ghost. When Ji Yang counted the fruits on his branches and leaves, his heart abruptly froze. Wasn't this the number of raw souls he had just absorbed? So, the divine ability to gather souls just now didn't fail. Instead it all worked. And these living souls didn't disappear, but instead transformed into the green fruits on the branches of his own tree. At this time, these green fruits were only the size of a grain of blood rice, but Ji Yang was able to clearly feel that they were growing rapidly. And after thinking about the introduction of the avatar, Ji Yang's heart tightened. Bad. His life force. When Ji Yang opened the panel again, the original 30 for vitality was actually 0, 2 less at the moment, only 32. These life forces were his fundamentals, so Ji Yang would never misremember, even if it was just a decimal point. That's not all. The most important thing is that when Ji Yang observes, his life force is 0, 1 less. It can be seen that these growing fruits are always consuming their own life force. According to this, these fruits must consume their own life force. How much? Ji Yang was a little unsure, but he didn't act rashly for a while. He could remove these green fruits one by one, thinking that would not consume his life force, but this represented the success of the soul-gathering avatar. And with the scarcity of living souls all around, if he removed the green fruits, then the avatar would definitely fail. Not to mention that although the life force was decreasing, the growth rate of these green fruits was quite fast. After thinking for a moment, Ji Yang was no longer worried. He now had 30 points of life force, and after the 5-fold deduction, there were even 54 points of chi and blood left, which translated into more than 20 points of life. Plus he could still absorb the moonlight every night. How much life force could these green fruits consume from him? In that case, it would be better to see what this green fruit could actually grow into in the end. The appearance of the green fruit also made Ji Yang not rush to undo the Yin gathering technique. He was worried that the change in life form would invalidate the divine ability. Of course, one of the more important reasons was that he realized that he was able to run both the Yin gathering and the lunar eclipse at the same time, and there was no conflict between the two. The Yin chi gradually thickened at night, and the Yin chi absorbed by Ji Yang gradually became more and more. Although his vitality did not increase due to the increase in Yin chi, Ji Yang could feel that the green fruits on the branches and leaves grew faster under the convergence of Yin chi. The night was tantalizing, but on top of the trail 10 miles away from the Li clan, it was a solemn atmosphere. In the middle of the trail, dozens of people were surrounded in place, and these were all people from the Li clan. But take a closer look, but can find that this dozens of people in the team and no young people, mostly some old people and women and children. The ones besieging them were the Chun clan who had sent out their family martial artists today. Patriarch, we didn't find Li Yongcheng and Li Kailiang, as well as the remaining martial artists of the Li clan. On the side, Chen Tianyu said with a grave expression, previously, when the family's divine tree grand sacrifice was held, the clan had already dispatched most of them, in order to search for news of the Li clan's remaining people. And a few days after the divine tree grand sacrifice, the clan had also quickly made a discovery and found where the Li clan was hiding. But at that time, Chen Xingjian did not rush to strike. Although the Li family has gone, but the remaining people of the counterattack also need to be careful. After the great sacrifice of the divine tree, the clan was blessed by the divine tree, not only recovered from their injuries, but their confidence has increased greatly, which is suitable for the complete settlement of the Li clan. So he personally brought people to chase after them, but he hadn't expected that the team he found this time was just ordinary people from the Li clan, worthy of being the current patriarch of the Li clan. To directly give up a large portion of the clan, it does have vigor, Chen Xingjian said under his breath, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. However, the more this kind of enemy, the more he didn't want to let go of it. If the Li clan wasn't completely removed, I'm afraid that the family would still have a crisis in the future. Send people to continue looking. Expand the scope. Chen Xingjian issued another order. Patriarch, what about these people? Chen Tianyu pointed at the rest of the Li clan who were showing panic and fear on the side and asked, kill them all. Hearing the solemn voice coming from Chen Tianjian's mouth, Chen Tianyu's heart jumped and he hurriedly said, Patriarch, most of these people are just old, weak, sick and disabled. They are not a big threat to the family. In my opinion, it would be better to expel them from the mountain of mass graves. Tianyu, 10,000 must not be merciful. These people seem to be no threat, but their relatives are all Li clan people. Once there is an opportunity, they will never let go of the hatred in their hearts because of your good deed today. The battle of clans is never a child's play. If the victor this time is the Li clan, how many of my Chen clan's remaining clansmen do you think will be left? Listening to the heavy words in his ears, Chen Tianyu's mouth murmured, but the words that followed never came out. He also understood that the battle of the family was not a war of one or two people, but involved the entire family. But he really couldn't bear it. You go back first, let Tianjing handle things here. Good. Looking at Chen Tianyu's departing back, Chen Xingjian let out a sigh. Tianyu's character was steady. He did not panic when it came to major events, and was more than capable of strategizing, but it was in this regard that he was a little too kind-hearted. He is already old. Now although there is the late stage of blood condensation realm, but the decline of blood and energy still makes him a little overwhelmed, especially this family crisis, but also let him mind loss a lot. Even with the divine tree treatment, he could not make up for it, unless he breaks through the innate realm. His body's chi, blood, sinews and bones are rounded and integrated into one. He can increase his life expectancy by dozens of years, but the innate realm is so difficult that he doesn't have the slightest chance. When the Li clan is completely resolved, he should also consider who will succeed the next patriarch. However, it was still too early to think about this matter, and it would not be too late to wait until the Li clan was resolved. Last time he was treated by the divine tree, he still had 10 years to live. 10 years was more than enough time. Chen Xingjian turned around and left, turning a deaf ear to the voices coming from behind him. Chapter 43, Divine Fruit. Clan Chief, quite a few clansmen have been injured. Can we stop and take a rest? In the mountain of mass graves, a Li clan member with tattered clothes and a tired face inquired about Li Yongcheng in the back. No, keep going. We must travel another 20 miles tonight. I'll go ahead and open the way later. Li Yongcheng, who had broken the back, said decisively, while carefully checking the surroundings. It had been 2 days since they left the family and entered the mass burial mountain, but in these 2 days, they had only traveled less than 100 miles, not even 1/5 of the distance of the mass burial mountain. And the reason for this was not something that needed to be said. The terrain of the mass burial mountain is complicated. The road is rugged. Sometimes there are thorns, and accompanied by ferocious beasts. The closer to the center of the mass burial mountain, the higher the realm of the beasts. Although the 20 or so people in the group were all of the younger generation of the family, and there were quite a few early body tempering realm martial artists, they did not have the experience of going deep into the mass burial mountain. The harsh environment coupled with many other factors did not allow them to move forward quickly. However, Li Yongcheng looked resolute and did not give up because of the difficulties in the road. There were many paths leading out of the mass burial mountain, but when he discussed the escape route with Li Kailiang, he excluded all other paths and chose to cross over from the mass burial mountain as a way to avoid the pursuit of the Chen clan. As for the rest of the family, if he took them with him, it was likely to involve the entire family, so he could only choose to give up. The Chen clan certainly couldn't guess that they would cross the mass burial mountain, right? Even if they knew, they might not dare to send people after them. After all, the Chen clan didn't have many blood condensation realm martial artists. However, considering other factors, the clan still needed to leave the massive burial mountain as quickly as possible. this was also the family's only chance, as long as they could safely leave the mass burial mountain. With the remaining martial artists in the family today, they could start another stove and revitalize the family. In the past, the old ancestor of the Li family was able to establish the current Li family alone, and now the family conditions are better. He, Li Yongchang, is just as capable. The current difficulties of the mass burial mountain happen to be the cornerstone for honing the younger generation of the family. Patriarch, there's a problem with the divine tree. The next day, before he even stepped out of his room, Chen Xingzhen's ears were filled with the panicked cries of his clan members. Yesterday, he had only returned in the middle of the night and had wanted to take a rest, but after hearing that the divine tree was in trouble, Chen Xingzhen's face panicked, and then he rushed towards the family shrine without stopping. Nowadays, the divine tree was the key to the rise of the family, and absolutely could not have any problems. When Chen Xingzhen arrived at the ancestral hall, there were already quite a few clansmen gathered below the divine tree. At the moment, these clansmen had panicked faces and were constantly whispering about something, but they didn't dare to get too close. Chen Xingzhen's heart sank slightly when he saw this. If the clan's divine tree had a problem right now, it would definitely be a fatal blow to the clan. Everyone make way, the clan chief is here. Seeing Chen Xingzhen arrive, the many clansmen stopped talking and made way. Chen Xingzhen's gaze was calm as he slowly approached towards the divine tree. He was the clan patriarch and the core pillar of the clan, and even though he could not wait to run over and check it out at this moment, he still had to wear a calm and natural expression on his face. Even so, Chen Xingzhen's footsteps still couldn't stop accelerating slightly. After Chen Xingzhen walked underneath the divine tree, he was finally able to see the current state of the divine tree, only to see that the previously vibrant and vigorous divine tree had actually undergone a huge change. Not only did the tree trunk turn a deep black color, even the branches and leaves were not spared. Such a situation caused Chen Xingzhen's heart to go cold. Could it be that the divine tree had really had some kind of problem? But as the patriarch, why had he not received any hints from the divine tree? That's right, yesterday, he was busy tracking down the Li clan and returned in the middle of the night before he had the chance to come over. Chen Xingzhen felt remorse in his heart, but at this moment, he was the one who suddenly discovered that on the branches of the divine tree, there were dozens of thumb-sized light green-colored fruits growing. This discovery caused a hint of shock to appear in Chen Xingzhen's eyes. The family divine tree, actually bearing fruit? In the past, it wasn't that he hadn't heard from his family elders that the divine tree bearing fruit was often a chance that the divine tree had birthed for the clan during its maturity period. It was said that the family divine tree back then had also blossomed in born fruits, bringing great enhancement to the family. Unfortunately, at that time, he was still young and rarely had the opportunity to enter the ancestral hall, nor had he ever seen such a sight. Moreover, he had heard that for the divine tree to blossom and bear fruit, it would take as short as a few months and as long as a few years. But now, it was also a bit too fast, right? Chen Xingzhen's heart was somewhat unsure of what to do. At this time, the clansman behind him saw that Chen Xingzhen was silent for a long time, and once again began to discuss in a low voice. Quiet, in the ancestral hall, no clamor. Chen Xingzhen interrupted the clansman's discussion, then turned around and spoke. The family divine tree, nurturing the divine fruit, that's why it changed. This is the family's chance, you don't have to worry about it. Hearing Chen Xingzhen's explanation, the faces of the people then relaxed, and when they looked at the divine fruit on the tree, there was a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Not knowing what kind of fruit the family divine tree would be able to grow, they were very curious. After resolving this matter, Chen Xingzhen quickly left the ancestral hall. Just now, according to his observation, the divine tree had no worries in terms of vitality, only that some changes had occurred in all aspects. It was just that regarding the matter of the divine tree's results, he still needed to go back and rummage through some of the family's remaining information from the past to see what was going on. He had also thought of temporarily closing the shrine and forbidding the clan to worship. However, considering that the divine tree grand sacrifice was only a short time ago, in order to unite the beliefs of the clansmen and enhance their cohesion, it was not appropriate to close the shrine. Furthermore, wouldn't this be telling the clan that something was really wrong with the divine tree? Since the divine tree had no warning, it meant that these changes were normal. But then, Chen Xingzhen still sent 2 people to keep an eye on the divine tree, and to immediately tell himself once the divine tree had other changes. After returning to his room, Chen Xingzhen then began to flip through the remaining information in the clan. The matter of the divine tree's results had also caused quite a fluctuation in the clan, causing quite a few clansmen to go to the ancestral hall every day to pay their respects, and in the meantime, to watch the fruits of the divine tree, and what they looked like. As Li Yongchang and the others had not been found, most of the clan's martial artists had not yet returned, and were unaware of the changes in the divine tree. On the second day of the divine tree's fruit, the crowd once again went to watch. Then they were surprised to find that the fruit that was only the size of a thumb yesterday had grown quite a bit today, and was already half the size of an egg. and the color of the green fruit was also changing towards a grayish-white color. Such a fast growth rate made the crowd even more in awe. Worthy of being the family tree. Chapter 44. It's really my father. On the third day, the fruit had already faded from its green color and completely transformed into a grayish-white color. And in the middle of the grayish-white fruit, a few raised spots emerged, as if something had been birthed from it. However, this did not affect the clan's observation and awe, but instead was filled with anticipation. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang was also staring at these gradually growing fruits, pondering in his heart. These fruits had already consumed 12 points of his life force in these 3 short days, an average of 4 points per day. In other words, the vitality he had gained from absorbing the moonlight in these 3 days had all been turned into nutrients for these fruits, and he still had to lose 6 points of vitality per day. Even so, Ji Yang still didn't take any measures. He could feel that the fruit would be ripe in a few more days. He also wanted to see what the fruit would grow into after he used the soul-gathering avatar. On the 4th day of the fruit's growth, the spots that had surfaced before gradually took shape, and they grew out from one side of the fruit, making the fruit that was about the size of a fist look a bit ugly. Many family people see after the eyes is born a little surprised. At this time, as the family patriarch Chen Xingzhen is still looking around the family residual information, want to find out the answer to the results of the divine tree. As for these days, the fruit of the divine tree growing, he heard, but did not personally go to check. On the night of the 4th day, the moonlight shone brightly. Ji Yang absorbed the moonlight while absorbing the yin qi, and at the same time, he turned his gaze to the fruit that had already gradually turned to a pale white color on his body. At this time, the white fruits were already the size of a fist, and their shapes were more distinct and layered. When Ji Yang looked at these white fruits again, his heart vaguely felt something bad. The first 2 days of the fruit is still small. The spot is not prominent, cannot see what, but with the growth of these 2 days of the white fruit, the spot on the fruit is also more obvious. Late at night, Ji Yang borrowed the illumination of the moonlight, once again towards these white fruits to see. But it's a shock to see. I do not know when. These white fruit body spots actually has been transformed into human features, and this fist-sized white fruit, at this moment is transformed into their heads. The human faces on the white fruits each had their own shape. Their eyes were tightly closed, seemingly still waiting for the white fruits to mature. Looking from afar, the pitch-black divine tree had disappeared in the darkness of the night, with only the fluorescent leaves glittering in the moonlight. What shocked and horrified people was that underneath the countless shining leaves, there grew dozens of fruits with 5 senses. These fruits were illuminated by the moonlight, revealing channels of darkness. It was a good thing that no one was at the shrine, or else they would have been stunned in place by the scene at hand. After Ji Yang was surprised, his mind had returned to normal. The fruit with 5 senses, he is not unseen, such as that ginseng fruit. However, growing out of his own body, for a moment still made Ji Yang a little hard to accept. How he is also considered a family god tree, representing the family glory. Now so look. He is more like a demon tree, and the Chen family is the evil slaves who offer themselves to this demon tree. Ji Yang secretly shook his head in his heart, shaking off this marginal idea in his mind. In fact, this fruit is like this. Ji Yang heart has also guessed. After all, this fruit had grown because he had performed the soul-gathering avatar, and it was obvious that it was related to the living souls from the previous shrine. The appearance of 3 of the fruits was also clearly the 3 clansmen in the clan who had only died in battle. Perhaps this soul-gathering avatar would only be considered performed when the fruits had matured. I don't know what the difference is between these once transformed fruits and the living souls in the underworld realm before. Even though it was a bit unpleasant, Ji Yang still had expectations in his heart. He just didn't know what kind of waves would be created by the Chen clan tomorrow. It was good that a few of the family's blood condensation realm martial artists had yet to return, and only Chen Xingzhen was in the clan, so he didn't have to worry about being knifed by the clan. The next day, daybreak, Chen Xingzong took a broom in his hand, pushed open the gate of the ancestral hall, and began to sweep the not-so-much dust from the ancestral hall. The family shrine represented the face of the family, not to mention the fact that there was now a sacred tree, so of course it had to be swept once a day. After the divine tree sacrifice, there were many clansmen who wanted to exchange jobs with him, but of course he refused. Now that the divine tree was manifesting, how could he miss such a good opportunity? Perhaps he had a destiny with the clan's divine tree, and could even be blessed by the divine tree. This is what the patriarch said. As long as the heart is reverent, there is a chance to be blessed by the divine tree. Sweeping to half, Chen Xingzong walked towards the divine tree, ready to worship again. And by the way, while worshipping, he peeped at the fruits borne by the divine tree. The matriarch had said that one should not look directly at the divine tree on weekdays, as this was a great disrespect to the divine tree. While worshipping, Chen Xingzong looked towards the divine tree above him, but the next moment, Chen Xingzong's face showed horror and his body stagnated. In his line of sight, a white fruit with 5 senses was quietly hanging on a branch. and although the eyes of the white fruit were tightly closed, he felt as if the white fruit was looking towards him, locking eyes with him. This sight scared him to the point where his heart suddenly tightened, and when he turned his head to look at the entire divine tree, he then realized that the tree was covered in white fruits with human faces. Seeing this sight, Chen Xingxiang could no longer hold back the fear in his heart, and hurriedly ran towards the outside, while a shout escaped from his mouth. What's going on? Chen Xingxiang's shouts quickly attracted many clansmen to come and check. Cousin uncle, the ancestral hall, the sacred tree. After seeing the visitors, Chen Xingxiang pointed towards the ancestral hall with some alarm. Hearing this, the crowd also stopped delaying, thinking that an enemy had come into the ancestral hall to destroy the family's divine tree. After arriving at the ancestral hall, the crowd did not find anyone else, and then turned their gaze towards the family divine tree. Ah, what is this? Hiss. How did these fruits grow like this? Seeing today's white fruits, the shocked voices of the clansmen came from the crowd. Even if it was the family's divine tree, there were still quite a few clansmen who were still showing panic at this moment, because this was simply a bigger shock to them than the impact of an innate realm ferocious beast. Immediately, some people left the ancestral hall and went to report to Chen Xingxiang. However, it was still the family's sacred tree, so although the people were terrified, they did not retreat, and after taking a closer look, a clan member frowned as he looked at the white fruits on the tree. How did he feel that the faces on these white fruits looked familiar? At this moment, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly pulled another clansman aside and said, Tianquan, look at that fruit, does it look like your father? Chen Tianquan was still frightened by the scene in front of him, but after hearing this, his expression suddenly changed. He lost his father at a young age. This was the pain in his heart. How could he tolerate the clan members to make such a joke right now? And he immediately said with great anger, why don't you say it looks like your father? No, Tianquan, I didn't scold you. Look carefully. It's the one hanging from the rightmost branch of the divine tree. Seeing that the clan member's face was sincere and did not look like he was joking, Chen Tianquan held back his anger and turned his gaze in the direction he was pointing. After he saw the unimpressive fruit in the branch, the anger in Chen Tianquan's heart was not there, and with surprise in his eyes, he then said in a shocked voice, Father? It's really my father. Chapter 45, they're all hanging from the tree. The shout that came out of Chen Tianquan's mouth also caused the others to be stunned. After they took a closer look at the faces on those white fruits, they all had shocked faces. Is that, great-uncle ancestor? That seems to be my aunt? That fruit kind of looks like my grandfather? Why is my father hanging from the tree? Woo woo. The crowd was noisy and restless as countless clansmen rushed to recognize their relatives after hearing the news. Although there were spirit seats in the family shrine, there were no portraits of those dead family elders left, and witnessing them right now made it difficult for many clansmen to calm their hearts. What did you say? In the room, Chen Xingxiang abruptly stood up and looked at the clan members in front of him. Clan chief, you quickly go and take a look. Those fruits, too unusual. I didn't dare to look more. Chen Xingxiang, who had received confirmation from the clansman, immediately accelerated his pace and darted towards the ancestral hall. Obviously yesterday the clan only came to report that everything was normal with the divine tree. How come there was such a big change early this morning? In the past few days, he consulted the remnants of the family's information, but he found a tiny bit of information about the results of the family's sacred tree, but the description was very different from the fruit on the sacred tree today. This made his heart more and more uneasy, and today it seemed to be fulfilled. Unfortunately, the family elders of the past were all in the ground now, and he was unable to know the reason why this happened from the rest of the family. Plus, when the family moved here back then, they accidentally broke the secret technique of communicating with the divine tree, so he was also unable to get the specifics from the divine tree. When Chen Xingxiang hadn't even reached the ancestral hall, the cries of many clansmen were already coming from his ears. They were also shouting words like uncle, grandfather. This made Chen Xingxiang's brows furrowed. What exactly happened here? Quickly make way. The clan chief is here. The clan chief is here. Chen Xingxiang's arrival allowed many clansmen to slightly calm their hearts. After all, the current situation was really puzzling, and they desperately wanted to know the reason for such a situation. Chen Xingxiang, who was being watched by many clansmen, did not care about his identity as the head of the clan this time, but instead took 3 steps and quickly rushed to the bottom of the ancestral hall. When Chen Xingxiang saw these white fruits with human faces in front of him, even he who had seen many scenes could not help but freeze in place. That is, Chen Xingxiang swept his gaze over these white fruits one by one, the look on his face going from initially calm to now shocked and overwhelmed. Looking at the faces on the white fruits, the corners of Chen Xingxiang's slightly wrinkled eyes moistened a little more, only because he saw on these faces one by one the dead clansmen and elders of the clan, and a scene from the past also surfaced from his heart at the moment. Those were all faces that he would once run into in his dreams. After Chen Xingxiang raised his head to look at the white fruit at the very top of the divine tree, he could no longer hold back the grief in his heart, and immediately fell to his knees, crying out with a sad face, "Father, ah!" Behind the many clansmen see the situation in the eyes of an instant blank, but see the patriarch are kneeling down and crying. The other clansmen could not hold back the sadness in their hearts at this moment, and together they looked at the face on the white fruit and cried out. For a while, the entire ancestral hall was occupied by the grief of the clan members. Outside the ancestral hall, Chen Xinghe and Chen Qingmeng, who had heard of the great events that had happened in the family, also quickly rushed back from the fields. At this moment, the two were still holding the hose for digging in their hands. The family was still waiting to be revitalized, and while winter had not yet arrived, the family still wanted to plant a crop of blood rice, and the two also wanted to contribute to the family. So they took the initiative to ask for help in planting the land, and in the meantime, they would hone their bodies to reach the middle stage of the body tempering realm at an early date. But when the two had just reached the gate of the ancestral hall, they saw the scene of the patriarch kneeling down and crying. Faced with the scene before them, the two scratched their heads somewhat helplessly. They were still young, and they didn't recognize those faces on the white fruits, so naturally, they didn't have the same emotions as the other clansmen. However, one of the white fruits was somewhat similar to their clan brother Chen Xingyu. Just as Chen Xinghe was at a loss for words, Chen Qingmeng on the side suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Xinghe, what should we call the clan leader's father?" After hearing this sudden question, Chen Xinghe could not help but be stunned. Although they called the patriarch on weekdays, according to the family hierarchy, they should call Chen Xingzhen's fourth uncle's father. What were they called? Chen Xinghe pondered for a little while, and an answer came to his eyes. Call the ancestor. But then Chen Xinghe shook his head violently. Was this the time to think about this? Qingmeng, let's go. Let's quickly find the rest of the family. After saying that, Chen Xinghe pulled Chen Qingmeng and ran. This scene at the ancestral hall had quite a strong impact on him. Even the clan head was kneeling down and crying. He didn't know what to do. In this situation, naturally, he had to go and call for help. Unfortunately, his father and clan brother Chen Xingyu, several blood condensation realm martial artists, have been out searching for traces of the Li clan for the past few days and have yet to return. Just as several people were about to go and inform the rest of the clan, they bumped into several dusty figures at the clan's main entrance. Chen Xinghe stopped to look. Then his face was delighted. It was actually his father and Chen Xingyu who had returned. The two hurriedly ran towards them. At this time, as returning from the outside of Chen Tianjing, a few people are also some wonder. Although now the Li family is not enough to worry about, but how the family gate even a guards or not. Back to the family, but also did not run into a few clansmen. However, when a few people looked at Chen Xinghe and Chen Qingmeng who came running, they also stopped in their tracks. Who? Father, our old ancestor is hanging from a tree. Go and take a look. That's right, brother Qingyu, and your father, is also hanging from a tree. Chen Xinghe said in a slightly hurried and flustered manner, and Chen Tianjing's face changed as early as when Chen Xinghe's first sentence came out of his mouth. When Chen Xinghe said the second sentence, Chen Tianjing even felt bad at once. Turning his head to look, Chen Xingyu's face was downcast. Chen Tianjing was immediately furious and said, "Treasonous, you rebellious son, see if I don't beat you to death today." Saying that, Chen Tianjing had already undone the belt made of heavenly cow tendons around his waist and was ready to strike. At this time, Chen Qingmeng on the side also said with an anxious face, "What Xinghe said is true, they're all hanging from the tree." Seeing that the two did not look like they were lying, Chen Tianyu on the side frowned slightly and stopped Chen Tianjing, who was about to make a move. Then said, "Tianjing, don't be too busy to make a move, let's go. Let's quickly go to the ancestral hall and take a look. Little brat, I'll clean you up when I come back." Chen Tianjing suppressed his anger, and the few people quickly rushed towards the ancestral hall. Before they even reached the ancestral hall, the three of them could already hear the cries coming from within the ancestral hall. This caused a chill to run through the trio's hearts and they quickened their pace. When the three of them walked into the ancestral hall, they even saw quite a few clansmen kneeling down and crying. This made the three people feel even more bad in their hearts. And then when they looked at the white fruits born on the divine tree in front of them, the three people's faces all changed. However, the three of them were also blood condensation realm martial artists anyways, especially after seeing this obviously abnormal scene in front of them. Their hearts were wary and did not fall into it. Where is the matriarch? Where did the matriarch go? Chen Tianjing asked as he grabbed the clan member who was still crying out at the side. Chapter 46, the patriarch is crazy again. Why isn't the clan chief here after such a big event in the clan? It doesn't make sense. Clan chief? The clan member whose cry was interrupted scratched his head, seemingly recalling where the clan leader was. But soon, he remembered, pointing at the figure at the very front and said, "Isn't that it?" The three of them looked in the direction he was pointing, and a trace of shock appeared on their faces. Just now they hadn't noticed, but now when they looked at the back, Wasn't this the matriarch they were searching so hard for? But this is even more so that a few people's hearts are cold. They are not in the clan for a few days. Did not expect such a big thing to happen in the clan, and then look at the family god tree. The whole body is even changed into a mold. What is all this in the end? How is it? Could it be that the patriarch has gone mad again? Ahead. Chen Xingjian, heart of the emotions, gradually calmed down. At the beginning of the family all the way to migrate here. It is by the father to lead the family clan all the way through the thorns and thistles. From the family left the original site. Arrived at the mass burial mountain. A total of more than 20 years. During this period, the family also stayed in other places, but the latter are due to a variety of resistance failure, and finally came to the mass burial mountain to flourish. Within those 20 years, the family elders had passed away one after another, and he had also gone from being a teenager of about 10 years old to the age of a man of armor nowadays. Ever since he became the family patriarch, he had no idea how much responsibility he was carrying and how much expectation he was carrying. The family responsibilities and expectations made him not dare to stop for a moment. Every time he recalled the old days of growing up under the wings of his father and many elders, it made him more and more nostalgic. It was precisely because of this that the sight of his father's likeness, Bai Gua, caused him to lose his temper for a moment. This emotion came so violently that it made him forget his own identity as the patriarch nowadays. However, the inquiring voice of Chen Tianjing behind him just now was what brought him back to his senses. Now that he was the patriarch, how could he be so unlikable? Moreover, seeing his father as well as some of the family elders again today also allowed him to fulfill the last wish in his heart. Chen Xingjian, who had resumed his patriarchal identity, quickly wiped away the tears on his face, and then slowly got up, his face calm, as if the old man who had just covered his face and cried was someone else. Quiet. Recovering his composure, Chen Xingjian turned to look at the other clansman and slowly raised his hand, stopping the clansman from crying, then said with a solemn face, "The divine tree is pregnant with the divine fruit. This is the critical moment. From today onwards, the ancestral hall will be temporarily closed, and all members of the clan will not be allowed to disturb the divine tree. Anyone who needs to worship the divine tree needs to do so with my permission." After issuing several orders, Chen Xingjian once again revitalized the clan leader's majesty, and the clansmen below also had no objections, and today they were able to get a glimpse of their family's deceased elders, which also calmed their hearts a lot. Just for these white fruits, many clansmen are still a little curious, but now the ancestral hall is temporarily closed. They also have no other way. At the gate of the ancestral hall, the three of them, Chen Tianjing, who were still a bit flustered, were relieved to see this. Fortunately, the matriarch was not crazy yet. The family was still saved. Tianjing, have you traced the whereabouts of the Li clan? After quite a few clansmen retreated from the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjian inquired to the returning trio. Hearing Chen Tianjing inquire about the matter at hand, the three of them also hurriedly returned. Patriarch, I traveled all the way to the southeast and traced more than 100 miles, and did not find any remnants of the Li clan. Patriarch, I traveled all the way to the northwest and searched all the way there, and did not find anyone from the Li clan. Chen Xingjian quietly listened to the two men's reports, his face as normal. Although the Li clan had fled in defeat, they had at least operated in the mass burial mountain for a long time, and he definitely did not believe that there were not some secret passages or hiding places. However, the two of them had traced for so long and still had not found any trace of the party, so it was evident that the Li clan had another path. And when they were catching the group of people that the Li clan had abandoned, they had also inquired about them, but they did not get any results, so it was evident that Li Yongcheng had not told them, and even those people themselves did not know that they had been abandoned. Only by concealing them from the clan could they conceal them from the enemy. There are some discoveries on my side. Chen Xingyu's words instantly attracted the gazes of the three. When we first discovered the Li clan's hiding place, we only found one path, so it was evident that the Li clan had not yet dispersed at that time. So I traced the tracks of the group of Li clan members we found a few days ago all the way back, and finally found some traces at a fork in the road. Well, Xingyu, you continue. Chen Xingjian nodded as he listened. Although those traces were slight, and had even been actively disguised, they still always left behind some cracks, and I traced them all the way, and ended up within the Li clan's mass burial mountain hunting range. Hearing this, Chen Xingjian suddenly realized, so this was the case, and he said why the clan had sent out so many people to search and still had not found any clues. One must know that even if the Li clan had abandoned a group of people, there were still about 20 people left, and it was impossible to completely hide the traces of so many people. Now it seemed that everything had been answered. They had actually entered the mountain of mass graves. Chen Xingjian did not think in this direction before. After all, the mass burial mountain is full of dangers. Not only are there quite a lot of ferocious beasts, there are even snakes, insects and ants in it. Plus the terrain is complicated and rugged, difficult to walk. Even a martial artist, without some preparation, will not rush forward. Although the Li clan had taken away the only remaining elite members of the clan, they were not too old and did not have much experience. Not to mention that if they wanted to cross the mass burial mountain with so many members of the clan, the difficulties involved were not something that could be described in a single sentence. Thinking of this, Chen Xingjun sighed once again. This person, Li Yongchang, has great vigor. Patriarch, do we still have to continue chasing? Chen Tianjing opened his mouth and asked. Although the Li clan had fled the mass burial mountain, but the family hatred may not wear off for 100 years. If we don't cut off the roots, I'm afraid that it will be unfavorable to the family's future development. Chen Xingjun pondered a little at his words, then slowly shook his head. Don't pursue the poor enemy. The terrain of the massive burial mountain is complicated. There are quite a lot of ferocious beasts in the mountain. It's difficult to track them, coupled with the fact that Li Yongchang and Li Cailiang's two realms aren't weak, and they are also good at hunting. It's highly likely that traps will be laid along the way. Moreover, it has been a long time. I think they have already passed the halfway point of their journey. Chasing after them again will be unfavorable to the family. Chen Tianjing frowned slightly. But matriarch, then just let them leave? We can completely enter the mass burial mountain through the clan's secret passage and stop their path in advance. Chen Xingjun smiled blandly upon hearing this. His Li family is nothing more than a defeated army. So what if he brought his clan with him? Now that my Chen family's crisis has passed, and with the help of the divine tree, could it be that my future development is still no match for his Li family? Moreover, the disorderly burial mountain is infested with ferocious beasts, and there's still that innate realm green wolf in the depths, so if they were to run into each other, what should they do? Hearing what Chen Xingjun said, all three of them were enlightened. Yes, they had almost forgotten about that innate realm green wolf. Moreover, the family still had the divine tree, so even if they were to develop in silence, how could his Chen family be weaker than the Li family? Thinking of the divine tree, several people couldn't help but turn their gazes to look at it. Patriarch, the divine tree. This. Chapter 47. Winter is coming. Hearing the inquiries of several people, Chen Xingjun also sighed. I don't know what's going on either. Tonight I'm going to communicate with the divine tree and inquire about what's going on. If it was the other clansman, he would definitely give a reasonable explanation, but with the three Chen Tianjing, he didn't have to hide it from them. Seeing that the patriarch was not even sure what the reason for this was, the three of them could not help but frown slightly. However, looking at those fruits on the tree with familiar faces, all three of them stopped to watch and ponder for a long time. A moment later, Chen Xingjun spoke again. Alright, now that the Li clan has fled to the mountain of mass burial, let's withdraw the clansmen outside. Winter is approaching. Now that the clan's food is not enough to support the entire clan through this winter, it is imperative that we see if we can continue to plant a crop of blood rice. Tianjing, you are in charge of this matter. Yes, matriarch. Qingyu, the matter of hunting is left to you. You can pick any martial artist in the clan and go into the mountains to hunt, but remember not to go deeper. Everything is based on the safety of the clan. If you really run into the Li clan, you must not chase after them rashly. When you return to the clan, you can think long and hard about it. Aha, Chen Xingyu nodded. Tian Yu, on the Lu clan side, you still need to pay attention. Nowadays there are only our two big clans left in the mass burial mountain, but the Lu clan has no movement at all. I really can't rest assured. In addition, the family martial artist body hardening aspect is also by your responsibility, especially the clan's teenagers. More need to be carefully taught. I know. After the three left, Chen Xingjun once again looked towards the divine tree, but his eyes were unfocused, as if he was wandering out of the sky. Although the family seemed to have stabilized now, the previous battle with the Li clan had resulted in too much attrition, and now the family's stock of food had long been depleted. Even relying on the blood rice captured in the Li clan and the domestic beasts raised was far from enough to get the clan through this winter. Logically speaking, with the state of the Li family, there shouldn't be only this stock of food, but it was unknown whether the Li family had hidden it somewhere or taken it away, and the family hadn't found any more blood rice. However, relying on blood rice alone would not work. Although the martial artists in the clan were not at a high level, there were quite a few in number, especially the quenching realm martial artists. More need to blood enough meat nourishment. In this way, in order to make the quenching speed faster, so the hunting matter, especially important. This is related to the future of the family. Plus now that the divine tree is revived, it's time to resume worship. According to past clan rules, the divine tree needs to be sacrificed in 3 days and 7 days. However, the situation in the clan is not good now, so it will be better to offer it once every 7 days. But even if it was a 7-day sacrifice, the number of ferocious beasts needed would not be too small, especially after the winter, when the snow sealed the mountains. Then even a blood condensation realm martial artist would find it difficult to hunt after entering the massive burial mountain, so it had to be prepared in advance. In this world, the weather was especially cold. and compared to other places, the Gone Burial Mountain was even colder. Although the Quenching Realm martial artists have refined the muscles and bones of the body, but also need to pay attention to the cold, or fall into the root of the disease, the body of the chi and blood is difficult to smooth, and promote the blood condensation realm will also become more difficult. The blood condensation realm martial artists are not very afraid, but there are a few blood condensation realm martial artists in the family, and more are still not even quenched body realm clansmen. Now that winter was only about 2 months away, the clan still had a lot of things to prepare, like winter clothing, firewood, and so on. I don't know if it's too late. Chen Xingjin gradually returned to his senses, and then looked towards the endless sky, giving birth to a trace of sighing in his heart. Heavenly power is terrifying, with personal power is difficult to resist. Which has the family? Only when the clan was strong would the clan's days become better and lead to a higher realm, clan members of the high realm, and then feed the family, and so on and so forth, and ultimately create a prosperous family. The road to the prosperity of the clan is a long and arduous one, but fortunately, the family now has a divine tree shelter, which is already a big step ahead of other families. Confidence returned to Chen Xingjin's eyes as he turned around and left the ancestral hall. There were many small and large matters in the clan that needed to be handled by him. It's finally quiet. Looking at the ancestral hall that was once again empty, Ji Yang's mind calmed down. The cries of the group of clansmen just now had made his head spin, and he didn't know how many more days it would take for the fruit to ripen. But how did he feel? He seemed to have forgotten something. The leaves in the breeze came from the ear rustle sound. Ji Yang is also into the memory. At the center of the mass burial mountain, the martial artists of the Li clan were gathered in a sunken valley, looking around with vigilance. At this moment, the clan members' clothes were all cut by the thorns in the mountain, and their bodies were full of blood scars, and many of them let out moans, with a pained look on their faces. The pain on their bodies could still be carried, but the fear in their hearts was revealed in the eyes of every member of the clan. Yang Chang, a few more clansmen have just been injured. What should we do next? Li Kailiang slowly approached and opened his mouth to ask Li Yongcheng, who was pondering at the side. Even though he was a late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist, it was still hard to hide the exhaustion on his face at this moment. Previously, when he fought with the Qin clan, he had already been injured, and in the past few days, the clan's rush even required him to open the way in front, even with his superior perception, allowing him to bypass the territory of those ferocious beasts. But from time to time, there would still be some accidents. For example, just now, the family ran into a foraging blood condensation realm mid-stage beast. Although the beast was decapitated, it still caused a few members of the clan to suffer some minor injuries. What made Li Kailiang feel even more uneasy was the loud wolf howl that came from beside his ears when his group entered the center of the mass burial mountain earlier. That was the sense of oppression that ferocious beasts of the same realm could not give him, and it was also the source of fear in the hearts of his clan members. Although he didn't want to believe it, the facts told him that it was definitely an innate realm beast. Not to mention that he and Li Yongcheng were the only two blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan now. Even if there were two more, they would definitely not be its opponent. In addition, wolves were pack animals, so if they were to meet, he didn't know how many of the clan members present would survive. This kind of thing that affected the clan's confidence. He didn't say it out loud, and only told Li Yongcheng alone. Hearing Li Cailiang's inquiry, Li Yongcheng didn't say a word, just silently looking at the incomplete map in his hand. That was the topographical map of the massive burial mountain that the clan had drawn earlier, based on the hunt. Unfortunately, there was only half of it, and at the center of the map, there was a large blank space. This time, when he left by taking the mass burial mountain, he was not only holding the intention of getting rid of the Chun clan, but also had the idea of perfecting the map in his hand. As long as they were able to perfect the map, afterward they could completely kill from the back of the mass burial mountain, killing the Chen clan by surprise. A few days ago, he had thought that although it was difficult to cross the mass burial mountain on this trip, with him and his fifth uncle Li Kailiang, there would definitely not be any major problems. But when he really went deep into the mass burial mountain, he realized that he had overestimated himself and the clan before. There were many ferocious beasts in the depths of the mass burial mountain, and their realms were not low, and blood condensation realm ferocious beasts abounded. The clansmen were not at a high level and had not yet experienced the baptism of blood, and the successive rushes over the past few days, coupled with the complex environment, had caused many of the clansmen to lose a great deal of confidence. The wolf howl before had become the last straw that overwhelmed the clan. When he learned that the wolf howl was made by a ferocious beast of the innate realm, Li Yongcheng was also disoriented, but as the clan leader, he quickly recovered. But he also understood that if he didn't do something, not to mention revenge, even whether the clan would be able to leave from this mass burial mountain was a question. Chapter 48 Secret Passage? Once again surveying the map in his hands, Li Yongcheng already had a decision in his mind. Reroute, detour, although this would delay a lot of time. The delay was nothing compared to running into that innate realm beast. Of course, he could also choose to gamble that they would not run into that innate realm beast when they passed through, but he no longer had the capital to gamble. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of running into that innate realm beast, he couldn't afford to gamble. The good news was that they had not sensed anyone tracking them in the past few days. Either the Chun clan didn't realize that they left by taking the mass burial mountain, or they didn't come after them. Li Yongcheng felt that the latter was more likely, but it meant that they had plenty of time to make a detour. Li Yongcheng stood up and prepared to explain the next path to the clan, and in the process, inspire the clan, letting them know that there was a high hope for the clan to leave the mass burial mountain this time. But just as he was preparing some exposition, Li Cailiang's face on the side suddenly changed, and he hurriedly spoke. Yongcheng, there is a late blood condensation realm ferocious beast in the southeast that is approaching us. Li Yongcheng's face changed slightly. Not bothering to paint another picture for his clan, he hurriedly put away the map in his hand and signaled his clan to withdraw from the original location. Today's team might be able to fight against the late blood condensation realm ferocious beasts, but this was definitely the next best thing. Although the clansmen on the side who were preparing to rest were full of reluctance, they also understood that this was a matter of life and death, and hurriedly climbed up from the ground and quickly moved away. Phew, fortunately, it's gone. Li Cailiang carefully leaned against the boulder behind him, sighing with relief in his heart. The other clansmen were also paralyzed at this moment. Fifth uncle, make way. At this time, Li Yongcheng was the one who suddenly noticed the boulder that Li Cailiang's back was resting on, and began to scrutinize it. Li Cailiang's face was puzzled, but he also moved aside and looked over. Under the two men's scrutiny, they soon discovered the difference in the green stone. This green stone, too special, seemed to have been intentionally placed here. In addition, on the left and right sides of the green stone, there were even subtle traces. That was because of the palm prints left by the martial artist moving, although it was imperceptible, but when looked at closely, it was very obvious. And on top of the green stone, there was also an odor that emanated if anything, which made the two feel extremely familiar. Wood lotus powder. In the next moment, the two said in unison, and the colors in their eyes changed a little. Yongcheng, get out of the way. I'll do it. Li Cailiang, who noticed the man-made traces, made a move to move the green stone in front of him, and the other clansmen also surrounded him when they saw this, with a curious look in their eyes. Rumble. The green stone was soon moved away by Li Cailiang, and as the green stone was moved away, a huge entrance to the secret passage appeared in front of the eyes of several people. This scene caused many clansmen to let out sounds of shock from their mouths. They didn't expect that in the depths of this mass burial mountain, there was actually such a secret passageway hidden, and after Li Yongcheng looked at the secret passage in front of him, his heart was enlightened. The only ones who could establish a secret passage here were the three great families of the massive burial mountain. The Lu clan was not long established in the massive burial mountain, and this secret passageway looks already some years old. Obviously it is not the Lu clan's work, and it can't be his Li clan's construction. Then it can only be the Qin clan. No wonder that after the Qin clan was fully besieged, the Qin clan still did not see the Qin clan's food shortage, and thought that it was probably through this secret passage to the mass grave mountain hunting it. Li Cailiang, who had discovered the secret passage, changed the color in his eyes very quickly. He was able to guess that this secret passage was probably leading to the Qin clan's ancestral hall. If he counterattacked now, was it possible for the clan to take revenge? But very quickly, Li Cailiang's eyes had regained their clarity. His answer was no. Since the Qin clan had not pursued them, there were at least 4 blood condensation realm martial artists within the clan now, with 2 late-stage martial artists among them. With just a few people today, how could they be their opponents? And going in through the secret passage now would just be throwing themselves into the net. And let Li Cailiang dare not have another reason, the acacia leaf that he had seen before. He also didn't know what the divine tree that made their family routed was like. If not, the situation didn't allow it. He really wanted to take a look at that so-called divine tree. Yongcheng, what to do? Li Cailiang on the side also guessed the side of the secret passage. At this moment, his fists were clenched, and he had the intention to kill over there at the drop of a hat. But after remembering the previous battle, Li Cailiang changed his face, and the anger in his heart gradually disappeared. Since the Chen clan didn't come after us, I think they must have given up. In that case, this family secret passage is still safe. Let the clan rest here for the night first, and let's talk about it tomorrow. Saying that, Li Yongcheng took the lead and walked into the secret passage. Now that the clansmen were exhausted, if they could have a safe place to rest for the night, it would be extremely good, and this clan's secret passageway might be their opportunity in the future. So right now they were even more unable to be detected by the Qin clan. After entering the secret passage, the group remained cautious. After realizing that there was no movement coming from the other side of the secret passage, the crowd relaxed. At night, it was dark inside the secret passage. Most of the clansmen had already gone to sleep, but Li Yongchang was looking at the other end of the secret passage in deep thought. Yongchang, after leaving the mountain of mass burial, have you thought about the way out for the clan? On the side, Li Kailiang, who had not fallen asleep, suddenly asked. Li Yongchang was slightly stunned, then nodded. Fifth uncle, as long as I am able to leave the mountain of mass burial, I am confident that the family will prosper again. Li Xilian's face was pleased as he smiled and nodded. Good, good, with you in the clan, I am relieved. Fifth uncle? Hearing Li Xilian's obviously wrong tone, Li Yongchang's back that was leaning against the secret passageway instantly straightened up, and his eyes that were looking at Li Kailiang also carried a slight doubt in them. You've seen the current situation of the family, so let me ask you, if you leave the mountain of mass burial afterward, how certain are you that you will be able to avenge the family, and how many years will it take? After hearing this, Li Yongchang silently compared the present-day family to the Chun clan, and then fell into silence. Leaving the mass burial mountain meant that the good land that the family had previously operated, as well as various resources such as hunting, were all gone, and they would have to start all over again. Although he did not lack the courage to start all over again, and also had the confidence to prosper the family again, but facing the Chen clan, which was developing much better today, he indeed did not know how long it would take for the family to develop before he could take revenge. A few decades? Perhaps hundreds of years? Or perhaps, forever? Thinking of that acacia leaf, Li Yongchang's eyes also gave birth to a trace of confusion. Chapter 49, Over the Wall. In the darkness of the night, Li Kailiang wore a bitter smile. It seems like you've already figured it out. Nowadays, most of the resources of the mass burial mountain are occupied by the Chun clan. Plus the Chen clan also has that so-called god tree to help them. If nothing happens, in a few more decades, the Chen clan will grow bigger and bigger, and even far beyond today's scale. If this continues, my Li clan, what can I take to fight against it? Li Yongchang grew more and more silent. Indeed, with the previous strength of the family were defeated in the hands of the Chen family. After that, even if he started a new stove and redeveloped the family, but compared to the Chen family that possessed the divine tree, in the long run, the gap between the two families would only grow wider and wider. Why was his Chen family able to survive the Jedi and turn defeat into victory? According to my guess, it was probably because of that divine tree. During the previous great battle, I had a glimpse of what that divine tree looked like, planted right in the Chun clan's ancestral hall, and now that I've discovered this secret passage, I think that it's the heavens helping my Li clan. This secret passage has a high probability of leading to the Chun clan's ancestral hall, so I can use the cover of the night to enter the ancestral hall straight from the secret passage and destroy that divine tree. Without the divine tree, with your abilities, you can definitely make the family prosper again, and it's only a matter of time before you surpass the Chun family. Hearing the plan proposed by Li Kailiang, Li Yongchang immediately objected. No, fifth uncle, this is too risky. Li Kailiang shook his head. I'm already old. The late stage of the blood condensation realm will already be my limit. It will be difficult to advance to the innate realm in this life. Even if I leave the mass burial mountain, I won't be of much help to the family. Since you have decided to change your path, with your ability, it is enough to bring the clan to safely leave the massive burial mountain. How can I give up such a good opportunity? Besides, the Chen clan is in disarray nowadays. I'm afraid that there aren't too many guards in the ancestral hall. With my strength at the late stage of the blood condensation realm, it's completely sufficient. Perhaps I can still destroy the divine tree again before leaving through the secret passage. At that time, I'll follow the route myself. After saying that, a hint of confidence appeared in Li Xilian's eyes. This also made Li Yongchang's mouth swallow back the words of persuasion. Before the family's great defeat, he had also analyzed the reasons after the battle. And one of the main reasons was that those members of the Chun clan who had been seriously injured by the clan before had actually recovered from their injuries in a matter of days. Coupled with that bizarre acacia leaf, this had led to the clan's final defeat. Both of these reasons were clearly related to the Chen clan's extra divine tree. If things could really go as Li Kailiang had planned, it would indeed be a good thing for the clan. It would be able to curb the Chen clan's growth, while at the same time, it would also be able to avenge the previous bloodshed. However, he was worried that this time, Uncle Five would not be able to return. However, he also understood that this seemed to be the only thing the family could do at the moment, and that success would greatly benefit the family's revenge in the future. Reason and emotion collided. After a moment, Li Yongchang's gaze was composed. Fifth uncle, then let's discuss the specific details. Good. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang was silently absorbing the moonlight and yin qi. Today was already the 5th day of the growth of these white fruits, and the original fist-sized white fruits did not change significantly in size, but the color on them gradually changed from white to gray, and the faces on the fruits became more and more clear and vivid. Just as Ji Yang was concentrating on absorbing the moonlight, in the middle of the ancestral hall, there was a sudden sound when it landed. Thump! This sound of tumbling over the wall and landing on the ground made Ji Yang's heart jump. Normal clansmen use the main gate, and this one that came over the wall was definitely not a good person. Just like Chen Xinghai and Chen Qingmeng who came to sneakily cut themselves in the middle of the night before. He had thought that it was the two who had made a comeback, but when Ji Yang looked, he only found a figure. The figure was somewhat familiar, and its footsteps were even lighter, so much so that Ji Yang's underground buried roots and whiskers didn't notice it in the first place. At the moment, this figure was slowly approaching Ji Yang, but Ji Yang didn't have much of a reaction, just a little puzzled. The person coming was not someone else, but Chen Xingyu. If it was before, he would have been extremely worried. After all, Chen Xingyu's realm wasn't low, and he was disrespectful to this divine tree of his, so he was really worried that Chen Xingyu would act impulsively. Now, however, he was not worried. As the genius of the younger generation of the clan, Chen Xingyu had only wanted to save the clan by allowing the patriarch to wake up from his obsession with the divine tree in the first place, after using his own divine ability and displaying his divine power to save the Chen clan. Although Chen Xingyu still appeared to be a bit rebellious, he no longer had the same mindset in his heart as he did back then, and in the previous hunt, she had also done her best. Under these circumstances, Ji Yang naturally did not need to worry that Chen Xingyu would do anything out of the ordinary, only that he was still a little puzzled as to what Chen Xingyu was doing over at this time. Chen Xingyu approached slowly, stopping 2 meters below the divine tree. Its gaze swept over the branches of the Ji Yang tree one by one, finally resting on a white fruit. Following Chen Xingyu's gaze, Ji Yang also looked towards that white fruit. Without taking a closer look, Ji Yang already knew the reason, only because the face on this white fruit had a 7-point resemblance to Chen Xingyu. It turns out that hanging from the tree is his father. Ji Yang swept his gaze across the spirit seats in the ancestral hall, and found Chen Xingyu's father's name on it, Chen Tianshun, Tianzi generation, and now the family of Chen Tianyu. Chen Tianjing is the same generation of people, Chen Xingyu's age. Chen Tianshun should also be the oldest of the same generation, but it is reasonable to say that nowadays it is only more than 40 or 50 years old. I do not know why the early death. Ji Yang did not pay attention to it and continued to absorb the moonlight. Chen Xingyu, who was stationed under the tree, did not cry like the other clansmen, but just quietly stood under the moonlight, looking at the familiar face above, and many memories were also reflected in her mind at this moment. After a long time like this, Chen Xingyu did not move her body. It was only when the sound of a slow pace came from outside the ancestral hall that Chen Xingyu came back to his senses, and then quickly climbed over the wall and left the ancestral hall. However, just as it scaled the wall, its body suddenly stalled and nearly fell off the fence. However, with the late stage of the blood condensation realm, Chen Xingyu exerted his hands and eventually left peacefully. Creak! The gate of the shrine slowly opened. Without even looking, Ji Yang knew who the visitor was. After all, other than Chen Xingzhen, the patriarch, there were few others who came over in the middle of the night. Chen Xingzhen, who entered the ancestral hall, did not rush towards Ji Yang, but first glanced at the fence next to him. Although he was a bit older, he was also a late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist, so how could the movement in the ancestral hall just now be hidden from him? Chen Xingzhen had already guessed the visitor, but wasn't prepared to reveal it, and only shook his head inside, then approached towards the divine tree with a respectful face. Even though he had looked at it for a long time before, when he saw the white fruit on the tree again, his mood became complicated. However, he also didn't forget the purpose of coming over this time. Ji Yang knew the purpose of his visit, but he didn't know how to communicate with Chen Xingzhen, the patriarch. But that didn't matter. Chapter 50 Tai Ancestor's Long Fist. Just as Chen Xingzhen was about to ask Ji Yang about the changes in the divine tree today, a light suddenly flickered from Ji Yang's branch above. This light flickered, but it caused Chen Xingzhen's body below to lurch. Without waiting for Chen Xingzhen to react, he felt a new string of memories suddenly emerge in his mind. Chen Xingzhen carefully sensed this extra memory in his mind, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. This is a yellow rank upper grade battle skill. Chen Xingzhen's mouth said in surprise, his face greatly delighted. It was no wonder that he was so excited. Listening to the elders in the clan, when the clan was in its glory, there were not many of this kind of battle skill, and there were even more powerful battle skills, but that was only at the time of splendor. He had only heard of it and had never seen it. Since the family had fallen to the present day, the family did not have any ordinary yellow-ranked battle skills, let alone any yellow-ranked ones. One could imagine what kind of decline the Chen family had become nowadays. That was why the battle skill obtained in his mind made him ecstatic. With this battle skill, the strength of the family would definitely be on another level, especially for blood condensation realm martial artists. After having a battle skill, they would be like a tiger with wings, and their strength would not be the same. Originally, he was still thinking of inquiring about the state of the divine tree nowadays, but right now, It seems that there is no need. The divine tree was in good shape. Chen Xingzhen hurriedly left the ancestral hall after some worship. He needed to immediately record this battle skill and then pass it on to the family martial artists to enhance the strength of the family. Since the divine tree had imparted this battle skill to him, he thought that he had this in mind. That's right, Ji Yang did have this intention. Otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to pass on the skill to Chen Xingzhen. Great Ancestor's Long Fist, Yellow Order Upper Grade Battle Skill, can be passed on once. And when Ji Yang looked at the number of times left, his heart was pondering. This last time, who should it be passed on to? Although Chen Xingzhen had already comprehended the battle technique of Tai Ancestor Long Fist, and was even able to copy it down for the rest of the clan to learn. However, Ji Yang's transmission was somewhat different. Battle techniques were not a quick way to achieve success, but required self-understanding, and practicing in practice, and finally integrating them to bring out the 12 points of power of the battle technique. This process is not short. Talented people, perhaps a few days to be able to start. Those who were not talented enough might need several months. For high-level battle techniques, the time was even longer. Ji Yang's transmission of skills, on the other hand, was tantamount to omitting the first step of learning, and directly instilling the preliminary knowledge into their minds, allowing them to self-understand, and thus achieving quick success. However, if you want to learn the battle skills to be more profound, you still need to make your own efforts, and hone them in constant real battles. But even so, it could save a lot of time for some of the clan's martial artists. Unfortunately, for one battle skill, Ji Yang could only pass it on 3 times. This last time, Ji Yan thought deeply, but was not prepared to continue to pass on the power. He also wanted to see if there were any other people in the family with good talent, so as to select them. Taizu Long Fist? In the room, Chen Xingyu closed her eyes and felt what she had just gotten in her mind. It was because of this sudden extra memory that almost caused him to fall off the wall. However, after some sensing, Chen Xingyu snapped his eyes open and a bright flash of color erupted from his calm eyes. Battle skill. A yellow rank upper grade battle skill. He had long wanted to see what a battle skill looked like, and he had not expected to have this kind of gain from going to the ancestral hall today, where the battle technique in his mind came from. Chen Xingyu's heart was very clear. Apart from the divine tree, who else had this kind of strength? Chen Xingyu silently experienced the operating techniques of the great ancestor's long fist, and as Chen Xingyu's battle techniques operated, the qi and blood in his body began to travel along with his tendons and veins. Soon, the qi and blood in his body converged in his palm along the special sinews. However, he was unable to express this qi and blood. In the next moment, Chen Xingyu changed his palm into a fist, and the qi and blood violently erupted outwards with his strike. Boom! A powerful qi and blood force came out of his hand with an explosive sound. The door of the room was also blasted into wooden slag at this moment. What's going on? What happened? It seems to be coming from clan brother Qingyu's room. Quickly go and take a look. The loud noise was extraordinarily loud and soon attracted quite a few patrolling clansmen. It's nothing. I just accidentally broke the door while practicing. Chen Xingyu opened her mouth to explain. The clansmen who had rushed to the scene were also relieved to see this. The distance from the family war was only a few days. Their hearts had not yet been completely stabilized, and they had just thought that the family had been attacked. And after seeing the results caused by Chen Xingyu's punch just now, several clansmen let out gasps of amazement from their mouths. What exactly is the strength of clan brother Qingyu? It's really too strong. When will I be able to reach Qingyu clan brother's realm? After some exclamations, a few people immediately repaired the damaged gate roughly before continuing to go on patrol. When the few people left, Chen Xingyu silently looked at his fists, and there was a hint of marvel in his eyes. He had only used 5 points of his qi and blood power in that strike just now, but he had utilized a power that would normally require 7 points of his qi and blood power. The extra 2 points were the enhancement brought about by the battle technique. If he utilized 10% of his qi and blood with this great ancestor long fist at this moment, it was even stronger than before. Moreover, he could feel that his battle technique was only just beginning, and that punch he had just thrown had dispersed a lot of his blood qi, which had led to the destruction of the gate. If he was able to coalesce all the power of the qi and blood that he had punched out into a single point, with not a single bit wasted, then this great ancestor long fist could be considered a true introduction. And in actual combat, there were more variations of the Taizu long fist. Chen Xingyu's eyes grew brighter as he pondered over the details. Was this a battle skill? It was even stronger than he had imagined. But then Chen Xingyu frowned slightly. This kind of battle skill should not belong to him alone, but to the entire clan. If all the clan martial artists acquired this Tai ancestor long fist, their strength would also be stronger. Considering that the patriarch had already rested, Chen Xingyu decided to go over early tomorrow morning. Chen Xingyu, who had acquired the battle technique, did not plan to sleep, but continued to start silently feeling the operation of the battle technique in his body, striving to acquire it to its great completion as soon as possible. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang's consciousness had long since spread out, and the place where Qin Xingyu lived was not far from the ancestral hall. Although the roots had yet to spread to her room, Ji Yang had also sensed the scene just now. Ji Yang had already integrated this battle technique after comprehending it, but seeing the punch that Qin Xingyu had just thrown, his heart was also quite satisfied. Although Qin Xingyu had already learned this battle technique after he had passed on his skills, he could also see Qin Xingyu's talent in this area from the punch he had just thrown. In time, this son would definitely become the light of the clan. It seemed that he needed to focus on cultivating him while developing the family. Chapter 51, The Underworld Acacia Tree. Early the next morning, Chen Xingjian pushed the door open. At this moment, Chen Xingjian's eyes were red. Obviously he hadn't slept all night, but his spirit was full, especially when he saw the battle technique Great Ancestor Long Fist in his hand, which had already been transcribed. His heart was even more delighted. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to remember this huge knowledge of battle techniques, but later he realized that it was as if this battle technique had already been integrated into his mind, and he couldn't forget it. However, for the sake of the family's future, he still picked the lamp and finally finished transcribing it. Just as Chen Xingjian was about to summon Shen Tianyu's several blood condensation realm martial artists and teach them the battle technique in his hands, he met his face and saw Chen Xingyu walking towards him. Xingyu, you've come at the right time. Quickly take this battle technique and learn it. The clan also has battle techniques? Chen Xingyu, who was about to tell Qin Xingjian about last night's events, was stunned at his words, and in the next moment, Chen Xingjian had already placed the battle technique in Qin Xingyu's hands, while his mouth said with joy, "This battle technique was taught to me by the God Tree last night. It will be of great benefit to the clan. After you learn it, you can then hand this battle technique over to your second uncle so that they can make a few copies and pass it on to the other clansmen. This battle skill has a great deal at stake. Currently it can only be taught to family martial artists, and when it is finished, it still needs to be uniformly handed over, and cannot be spread out." Chen Xingjian spoke to himself, but did not notice the slightly changed face of Chen Xingyu on the side after flipping through the battle technique in her hand. This was clearly the Tai Ancestor Long Fist that he had obtained last night. Thinking about it carefully, it was also extremely reasonable. Since the Divine Tree had passed on the battle technique to himself, would it not be passed on to the Patriarch? This made Chen Xingyu, who had originally wanted to inform Chen Xingjian about the battle technique, change his previous thoughts. After he said it, wouldn't it mean that he would expose himself for sneaking into the ancestral hall last night? Although this was not a big deal, and even with his position in the clan, he could completely report it to the clan chief, and then strut into the ancestral hall to pay homage to his late father. But as the genius of the clan, he didn't want to expose his weaknesses to other people, even if it was someone from the clan. Good. Chen Xingyu didn't say any more as he took the battle skill and turned to leave. Behind him, looking at Chen Xingyu's back as he left, Chen Xingjian sighed. Xingyu, this child, extremely gifted, although his character was a bit impulsive, but he was also dedicated to the family. But due to the death of his parents in his early years, this led to his character being a bit more lonely and arrogant compared to others. He was also able to guess the person at the shrine last night. Similarly, he also understood what Chen Xingyu had gone in for, but he did not break Chen Xingyu's intention. As the patriarch, he had an understanding of the people of the family. Behind Chen Xingyu's seeming loneliness, there was actually a heart that was more fragile than others. Unfortunately, even as the patriarch, he could not help the clan members too much in this regard. He could only do his own little bit to let the clan have a place to stay and let the clan become the last harbor in the hearts of every member of the clan. Battle skill? Or a yellow rank upper grade battle skill? Ha ha ha, great! Quick, let me see. When the Great Ancestor's Long Fist reached the ears of the clan's martial artists, it caused quite a fluctuation in the clan. Many clansmen passed it around, wanting to get a glimpse of the wonders of this yellow rank battle skill. Not long after, Clan Chief Qin Xingjian even personally released words. The top 3 clansmen who comprehended the Great Ancestor's Long Fist would all be rewarded by the clan at the end of the year. As for the prize, it would be the blood of a ferocious beast in the blood condensation realm. The clansmen who heard this news were extremely enthusiastic. Although the clan would distribute beast blood in need according to the clansman's realm or merit every year, but this kind of thing that can refine the body and condense chi and blood, who would mind too much? For a while, all the martial artists in the clan were practicing the Great Ancestor's Long Fist, wanting to be one step ahead of the others and be the first one in the clan to acquire the Great Ancestor's Long Fist. Chen Xingyu did not participate in it, although his seniority was not high, but his realm was already the highest one besides the Patriarch, and participating in it at the late stage of the blood condensation realm would inevitably demotivate the clan members. Of course, the most important thing was that he had already comprehended it, and now the family still has quite a lot of things to do. Cannot spend all the time in learning battle skills above, even like Chen Xinghe, Chen Qingming, such teenagers, right now also have to plant blood rice in the spirit field. However, the two men's planting techniques were a little different, and upon closer inspection, it was not difficult to distinguish that the two men were planting in the way the great ancestors' long fist operated. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang listened to the excited shouts of the many clansmen in the clan, and his mood became a little happier. It seemed that this yellow rank upper grade battle skill was quite helpful to the clan. It was a pity that he had not spent much time in that underworld realm, otherwise he might have been able to comprehend more battle skills from those living souls. But then some doubts arose in Ji Yang's mind. Since this battle technique can be comprehended by himself, it means that this battle technique and that living soul really exist. So this world really has that underworld? And what does the underworld do? Ji Yang had a lot of doubts in his mind, but unfortunately, with his eyesight nowadays, it was not enough to know why. Ji Yang did not pay any attention to it, and turned his gaze to the many gray fruits on the branches of his tree. Today is the 6th day of growth of these fruits, but the appearance of the fruits is not much different from yesterday. Only the color gradually changed from white to gray. It is estimated that in one more day, these white fruits will be completely ripe. After a few days, it is finally coming to an end. These days, he absorbed the moonlight every day from the life force is a little bit more than enough. Ji Yang opened the panel, checking his current attributes. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Underworld Acacia. Life force, 16. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Xing, One Leaf Blind's Eye. Soul Concentration. Armor Covering. Feats, Eclipse, Gathering Een. Battle Technique, Tai Zu Longfist, can be transformed once. Chi and Blood, 54, can be converted to Life Force. Spiritual Power, 11. Deduction Points, 0. Unable to deduce. Status, you have changed your race after using the Gathering Een Kung Fu for a long time, but it doesn't really matter. You're still weak. The family had been busy hunting these past few days and had yet to offer sacrifices. Even though Ji Yang was able to absorb the moonlight, the consumption of these white fruits was much greater, resulting in the fact that now Ji Yang only had 16 life force points left. However, when Ji Yang noticed his suddenly changed race, he was startled. How did he become an underworld acacia tree? When Ji Yang saw the status column, he realized in his heart that it was because of the feats. Although the new race sounded a lot better than before, Ji Yang still liked his green self, because that represented burgeoning vitality. Ji Yang tried to stop the Gathering Een Gong method, and after stopping the Gong method from running, Ji Yang's original black trunk gradually turned back to brown, and the leaves on the branches also gradually turned from black to green. Chapter 52, Night Attack. Isn't it okay? Ji Yang said in his heart, but then he realized that something was wrong, only because those changes suddenly stopped halfway through, and there was no obvious change in his sight. The scarce Een Chi around him still existed, and this time he was able to absorb it even without using the Een gathering technique. Nowadays, Ji Yang's tree trunk and branches showed a two-colored entanglement, half brown and half black. Not only the trunk, even the acacia leaves on the tree were the same, except that half of them showed a dark green color, and the other half showed black color, which looked even more demonic, with a hint of strangeness amongst the demonic. Looking at his fancy self, Ji Yang was speechless, but putting aside the appearance, his current self should have gotten stronger, because he felt that his own strength was higher no matter if it was the branches or the roots underground, and without running his gong methods, he could see living souls and absorb Een Chi. It's just, Ji Yang no longer dwelled on it, then turned his gaze to the conditions required for his deduction. Considering that the clan's sacrifice was quite difficult, Ji Yang did not rush to transform his Chi and blood, and there was still spiritual energy left, but the deduction points were not growing at all now. It was only because in the past few days, the clan members were busy with other things and no one practiced, which caused Ji Yang's deduction points to not grow at all. Without enough deduction points, he couldn't deduce, let alone multiply his deduction. If this went on, how could he improve himself? After tracing the root of the matter, it was still the fact that the Chun clan was sparsely populated nowadays, and if the clansmen could be more numerous, he thought that the situation would be a bit better. Unfortunately, how could he not communicate with Chen Xingjin? If he really couldn't, Ji Yang even decided to extend his root whiskers out and write and communicate with Chen Xingjin. Only then, it seemed like the reputation of his family's divine tree was a bit untenable. In addition, Ji Yang felt that the root world that he had previously strengthened seemed to be somewhat ineffective. The previous strengthening had cost him 0.5 of his life force, but after that, his life force had grown and the underground root world had likewise grown. Perhaps it was because the newly grown section of the root world hadn't been strengthened, and that was why the manipulation didn't work, meaning that he would have to be strengthened once more. But now that the family was at peace, he didn't need to use it for the time being, so he would strengthen it again when he needed it. The night was getting thicker and the white moon was in the sky, but just at the other end of the secret passage that no one knew about, a figure slowly moved the huge green stone in front of him out of the way. This person was none other than Li Kailiang. the Li clan's only late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist, who was now in good shape after a day of recuperation. After moving the huge boulder out of the way, he didn't rush into action, but instead placed the blood and meat of the ferocious beasts that had been prepared long ago around the entrance of the secret passage. The odor of blood would definitely attract the ferocious beasts. Moreover, he had also put something special in the blood and meat of these ferocious beasts, which was time that could make the ferocious beasts fall into excitement and rage. After this herb was specially refined, it could attract all the ferocious beasts in 100 miles. Although it was exaggerated, the effect was extremely good. This was developed by the family's pharmacist and belonged exclusively to his Li family, and was used for hunting on weekdays. And Li Kailiang did this for 2 reasons. If he escaped after destroying the divine tree, these ferocious beasts would become an obstacle for the Chen family to pursue him. If he was unfortunate enough to fail, then the ferocious beasts lured by these blood and flesh would also follow the secret passage deeper, thus causing some trouble for the Chen clan. After arranging everything, Li Kailiang did not act in a hurry, but instead looked into the distance, muttering to himself under his breath, "I think Yongchang and the others have gone far away by now." This was the reason why he had specifically waited for 1 day. Even if he failed, it would not affect the other clansmen. There was not much time left for him, and it was time to act. A hint of determination appeared in Li Cailian's eyes. Then he quickly stepped towards the Chen clan's ancestral hall at the other end of the secret passage. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang was silently absorbing the moonlight to make up for the deficit brought about by the white fruit on the tree. When he was bored, Ji Yang would use his underground roots to sense the situation around him, listening to the conversations from the mouths of the patrolling clansmen from time to time. Although it was still boring, this was the only fun Ji Yang had right now. Just as Ji Yang was listening intently to the conversation between the 2 clansmen, he suddenly detected an unusual vibration from one of the roots. This vibration did not come from anywhere else, but from the root world that he had extended below the clan's secret passage. This caused Ji Yang to have doubts in his heart. If he remembered well, the family secret passage had been closed after the Li clan was resolved, and no member of the clan had ever gone in afterward. Then where did this vibration come from? Could it be that the ferocious beasts at the other end of the secret passage had found the exit of the secret passage and then followed it over? No, Chen Xingyu had returned from her last hunt, so she certainly wouldn't be so careless. Ji Yang shifted most of his consciousness to that route, and soon saw the situation in the secret passage. A figure was cautiously approaching the shrine in the dark cave. When the figure saw the break in front of him, his face was delighted. However, when Ji Yang saw the person coming, his heart suddenly gave a start. He remembered this person, that late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist from the Li clan. Although he didn't know what his name was, this person was also extremely tricky during the great battle that day. Right now, this person had come through the secret passageway, so there was definitely nothing good about it. Ji Yang wanted to greet his clansmen in response to the enemy, but then realized that he could not do so. Although there were 2 patrolling clansmen right outside the shrine, they were only at the mid-body tempering realm, so how could they be a match for this person? Moreover, Ji Yang had reason to suspect that this person was rushing towards himself. As the crisis approached, Ji Yang's heart condensed, and without any further hesitation, he quickly began to strengthen his roots, while not forgetting to disperse the moon eclipse technique. He didn't have much life force, so he wanted to keep it for other things, but he didn't expect this accident. Just as Ji Yang strengthened his roots, Li Kailiang had already moved the green stone slab above his head and leapt out from the secret passage below. As a late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist, he had just sensed in the secret passage, and there was no trace of other martial artists in the vicinity. Li Kailiang, who had left the secret passage, looked around. His face was even more delighted. This was the Chen family ancestral hall. Where is the divine tree? Where is the divine tree? Hearing the sound of footsteps coming from not far away, Li Kailiang felt urgency in his heart. His eyes spread out in all directions, searching for the Chen clan's divine tree. Soon, he saw the so-called divine tree in a corner of the ancestral hall. This divine tree was only about 2 meters tall, and its sparse branches and leaves were even more unimpressive. So if he wasn't a blood condensation realm martial artist, it wouldn't have been easy to spy it in the darkness of the night. This is the divine tree? Although he had glimpsed it from afar during the previous family war, he still had doubts in his heart when he looked back again. However, there was no other tree in this ancestral hall, so it was obvious that there could be no mistake. Li Cailiang's killing chance unfolded. While no longer hesitating, his chi and blood condensed in his hands and darted towards the divine tree not far away. Chapter 53, Settlement. He wanted to destroy this divine tree before the Chen family discovered him, and then leave through the secret passage. The distance from the entrance of the secret passage to this tree was only a few meters away. With his strength, he was completely in time, and there was still no one guarding this shrine. It was simply a heavenly opportunity. But when he was halfway there, and could already clearly see the lines on the tree trunk, the sacred tree in front of him suddenly lit up. This sudden abnormality made Li Kaijing feel startled and couldn't help but look up, only to see that under the dim night color, the tree branches in front of him were flickering with fluorescence, and amongst the flickering fluorescent branches and leaves, a single gray fruit with clear facial features was swaying with the wind. The rustling sound was even more like the hideous laughter coming out of the mouths of these sphinxes when they looked at themselves. What exactly is it? Seeing the scene in front of him, Li Cailian's eyes were slightly disoriented, and a great fear arose, even making him unable to resist taking half a step back. When he was lost in thought, a sense of crisis suddenly erupted from his heart. Not good. With his sharp intuition, Li Cailian hurriedly dodged away. Just as he dodged away, a rope-thick root violently drilled out from the ground, directly causing the green stone slabs laid below to shatter into several pieces. Li Cailian saw the situation in his heart, a trace of cold air. If he just failed to dodge in time, then this root through the green stone plate is not, but his body. Seeing that the strike missed, Ji Yang secretly said pity in his heart. Just now, he had intentionally dispersed the lunar eclipse and strengthened the root whisker, wanting to sneak attack with it. However, he still underestimated the intuition of a blood condensation realm martial artist, and even dodged the root whiskers he was hiding. Ji Yang was not discouraged. This time he directly strengthened 3 root whiskers. He didn't believe that Li Cailian could dodge it. As the thoughts in Ji Yang's mind dispersed, under the ground, 2 new root whiskers burst up again, killing towards Li Cailian. After the racial change, the strength of Ji Yang's root whiskers went up to a higher level. Seeing 2 more root whiskers, Li Cailian's heart was condensed, but the attack just now also allowed him to successfully regain his clarity, and also remembered the purpose of his coming this time. Especially after seeing these roots and whiskers, the killing intent in Li Caixing's heart intensified. If this allowed the Chen clan's divine tree to grow, the clan would never have half a chance of revenge in the future. Even though the 3 roots came together, it still didn't allow Li Cailian to retreat. With his athletic stance and pace, Li Cailian dodged the strangulation of 2 root whiskers one after another and headed towards the main trunk of Ji Yang. His gaze was firm and his eyes were determined. Ji Yan was slightly startled in his heart. Although his root whiskers were of good strength, they were not as fast as a late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist in terms of sensitivity. However, it was good that he had already anticipated the situation in front of him. Those 2 root whiskers that were bypassed by Li Cailian were not retrieved by Ji Yang, but instead, they struck straight at the ancestral hall door at the back. Boom! The sound of the shrine gate collapsing resounded all around, not to mention the clansmen patrolling nearby. Even those who were a little bit farther away heard the loud ringing sound at this moment. What's going on? It's the sound coming from the ancestral hall. Go and take a look. The voices of many clansmen resounded in the clan. After the divine tree grand sacrifice, the ancestral hall was the most important place in the clan. Not only did it contain the ancestral tablets, but it also contained the current divine tree of the clan, so it could not afford to have a half-hearted mistake. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Cailian clenched his teeth. He still underestimated this divine tree too much, did not expect to have such a spirit. However, this did not stop him from destroying the tree in front of him, not to mention that there was only 1 root beard in front of him. It was by no means possible to stop him, and facing the stranglehold of the last root whisker, Li Cailian did not dodge this time, but directly charged forward. When the root whisker was about to attack his body, Li Cailian's eyes were quick, and his hands actually firmly grasped the last root whisker in his hands. The enormous power coming from his hands almost made Li Cailian fail to grab it, but as he mobilized the power of his entire body's chi and blood, he finally failed to let the root in his hands break free. Without the blockage of the last root, Li Cailian took a big step forward. At this moment, he was already less than half a meter away from Ji Yang's trunk, which was already within reach. Just as he was about to use his foot instead of his hand to break this divine tree that wasn't thick enough with a kick, below the divine tree, a new root whisker stretched out steeply. This root beard came too suddenly and too close, so much so that when Li Cailian reacted, the root had already reached his face. With the speed of this root, if he continued to strike at this moment, he might be able to hit the tree trunk in front of him, but he himself would surely perish. Although the opportunity was good, he had to give up. The secret passage behind him was his hope of escape. Stop! Li Cailian, who had dodged away, had not yet launched his second attack, when an explosive shout came from behind his ears, followed by a powerful attack coming towards his back. Sensing the crisis behind him, Li Cailian could only continue to dodge. When he dodged the attack and turned his head to look, Chen Xingyu's figure appeared in the ancestral hall at an unknown time. The attack just now was sent by this person, and along with Chen Xingyu, there were also other people from the Chen clan who had rushed here. After seeing the chaos in the ancestral hall, the people of the family all changed slightly, but after realizing that it was an enemy attack, the people quickly surrounded Li Cailian. The surrounded Li Cailian's mind was already in despair. The people surrounding him not only included Chun Xingyu, who was at the late stage of the blood condensation realm, but also 2 other blood condensation realm martial artists. Realizing that he might have just missed his last chance to destroy the divine tree, Li Kailiang felt remorse in his heart. That passageway that seemed to have left himself a chance of survival. He didn't realize that it was the ultimate factor that led to the failure of his plan this time. Damn it! Li Chaolian looked up to the sky and whistled, venting the dissatisfaction in his heart. Chen Xingzhen, who had hurriedly arrived, looked grave, but after seeing that the divine tree was safe and sound, Chen Xingzhen's hanging heart finally dropped. If the divine tree were to have a slip-up this time, how would he be able to explain to his dead ancestors? How would he be able to give an explanation to his clansmen? Surrender, Li Kailiang, you have no way out. Looking at Li Kailiang, who was trapped in the center of the crowd, Chen Xingzhen issued a final announcement. Ha! The only thing that responded to Chen Xingzhen was Li Cailian's disdainful sneer. Kill! Without another word, the clan once again struck out, with Chen Xingyu, a late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist, assisting him, along with the rest of the clan. Li Kailiang did not have half a chance. After just a few rounds, Li Kailiang was already heavily injured and could hardly support himself. However, on the verge of death, Li Kailiang was suddenly looking towards Chen Xingyu and opened his mouth to ask, "What battle technique is this? Why haven't I seen you use it before?" Instead of answering, Chen Xingyu managed to send him away with a Tai Zu long fist. Good. Chen Xingzhen, who saw this fist, had an excited face. Strictly speaking, in order to acquire a battle skill, one had to be at the blood condensation realm at the minimum, and it was difficult for a body-tempering realm martial artist to utilize the power of a battle skill when the chi and blood in their body was thin. However, this also did not mean that the body-tempering realm clansmen could not learn it. Even if they could not learn it, they could still familiarize themselves with the operation route of the battle technique in advance, in order to prepare for the aftermath. Chapter 54, Aftermath. However, Chen Xingzhen did not expect Chen Xingyu to learn so quickly. Even though Chen Xingyu had a more aloof personality, seeing Chen Xingzhen casting a satisfied gaze, there was some discomfort in his heart. After all, he was able to learn so quickly, not by himself, but by the divine tree. Chen Xingyu didn't make an explanation. He wasn't going to occupy the top 3 spots in the clan anyway, so misunderstandings were fine. This seems to be the great ancestor Longfist. Clan brother Xingyu is truly a genius. He actually learned it in one day. The words of praise from the clansmen came from his ears, but Chen Xingyu could only pretend he didn't hear them. After resolving Li Kailiang, Chen Xingzhen, who was not quite at ease, carefully checked the divine tree again. Seeing that the divine tree had indeed not been damaged, he was relieved. Chen Xingzhen then remembered the secret passage and then issued an order. Tianjing, you and Xingyu bring a few more members of the clan into the secret passageway to check for any mistakes. And by the way, check to see if there are any other members of the Li clan outside the secret passageway. Although the secret passage is not considered a family secret nowadays, it is at least another passageway for the family, so there is no room for error and it needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Looking at the damage done to the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen had a hint of remorse in his eyes. He knew that the remaining Li clan members had gone to the mass grave mountain, but he had not prevented it. Even though the chances of this happening were relatively small, he should have considered it in the first place. In the end, it was his own carelessness that had nearly caused the family's divine tree to be destroyed. Fortunately, the divine tree was still there and had not been damaged. Although he had the intention to chase after it, he thought that Li Yongcheng and the others had long since moved away and wouldn't stay in the same place and wait. And there was still that innate realm green wolf in the depths of the mass burial mountain. So Chen Xingzhen had to give up, and instructed several people not to pursue deeply. Only after everything had been packed up properly did Chen Xingzhen look towards the divine tree in front of him and sighed in his heart. Still, the family's power is too weak, but the matter of family development, and cannot say fast cannot be fast, where the big families are inherited for decades or even centuries, before there is a little scale, let alone today's Chen family. Even the innate realm martial artists are not one. Above, looking at the Chen family members who cleaned up the mess, Ji Yang's heart also finally relaxed. The situation just now was still quite dangerous. Nowadays, he had not yet fully grown up. If he was approached by a blood condensation realm martial artist, it was very likely that the tree would be destroyed and people would die. And Li Kailiang was still in the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he once again strengthened a root, which was able to block the attack. It is also good that Li Kailiang did not fight for his life. Otherwise the situation is still a matter of opinion. The strengthening of the 4 roots just now used a total of 7.5 of Ji Yang's life force, causing his life to fall below 10 points again. In order to maintain his senses in state, Ji Yang directly converted all the chi and blood he had set aside before, which allowed his life force to fill up again. However, this also caused a new sense of crisis to arise in Ji Yang's heart. This time it was an accident. And could the current strength of the Chun clan did not guarantee that there would be no accidents next time. He still needed to become stronger, and he also needed to make the Chun clan stronger, with the ability to deal with risks. If he couldn't, he could only use his root beard to communicate with Chen Xingjin, at least with his eyes nowadays. The Chen clan still had large mistakes in the development of the family, and at this rate, it was unknown how long it would take for the family to develop. Originally, Ji Yang did not want to get too involved in family matters. After all, he only wanted to be a tree. While enjoying the family sacrifices, it would be good to contribute occasionally. If he had to do everything himself, then he might as well be the patriarch. Although there was some urgency, there was no rush. Ji Yang was prepared to wait until the tree's fruits were ripe. After Li Cailian's death, Ji Yang also saw a new living soul appear within the shrine. This soul was a replica of Li Cailiang, except that its face was dull and unconscious, not much different from the other souls. It was just that its body was denser and in a more intact state than the many living souls that Ji Yang had transformed in the spirit seat earlier. Looking at the living soul in front of him, Ji Yang's consciousness made a move, and that living soul was quickly absorbed by Ji Yang. This was Ji Yang's new ability after his race had changed, allowing him to no longer need to use his roots to act as a medium between himself and the living souls. Ji Yang ran his divine ability to condense the soul and attempted to transform it. But then, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of Ji Yang's eyes. Bound to a family, cannot condense any other living souls other than the Chun clan. This prompt made Ji Yang froze for a moment. Feelings there was still this kind of restriction. How would this let him organize his own army of living souls? He was counting on relying on this to make the Chun clan stronger. Now it seemed that it was not going to work. Seeing that Li Cailian's living soul was useless, the branches of Ji Yang's tree swayed slightly, swinging out a breeze, and as the breeze blew by, Li Cailian's living soul instantly dissipated, turning into a cloud of rich yin qi, which was absorbed by Ji Yang's tree trunk. After absorbing the yin qi, the gray fruit on the tree seemed to have grown another point larger. At this moment, Chen Xingjin was still waiting for the clan to return at the ancestral hall, and at the moment Li Cailian's living soul dissipated, Chen Xingjin also felt a slightly cool breeze on his face. This made Chen Xingjin's face puzzled. After all, he was a late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist. How could he still feel this coolness? Chen Xingjin turned his head to look at the family's divine tree in front of him, and only then did he notice the changes in the divine tree's appearance today. But Chen Xingjin's face was as normal. The divine tree was changeable, and he was already used to it. Half an hour later, Chen Xingyu and the others returned from the secret passage. While returning, a few people had a few ferocious beasts in their hands. According to what Chen Tianjing had said, the blue stone outside the secret passage had been moved away, and there were a large number of traces left in the secret passage. But after leaving the secret passage, there were very few traces. Moreover, when a few people passed by, there were still several ferocious beasts outside the secret passage. Unfortunately, these beasts were not at a high level. The strongest one was only at the middle stage of the blood condensation realm. Plus these beasts attacked each other. Instead, Chen Xingyu and the others were able to kill them with ease. After killing the beasts, a few people checked around and did not find any traces of the Li clan. Finally, after tidying up the secret passage, the few people moved the lapis lazuli back and reinforced it before leaving. After listening to Chen Tianjing's report, Chen Xingjin carefully examined the few ferocious beasts that had returned from the hunt, and after smelling a special odor, Chen Xingjin's gaze became clear. Time. This was something unique to the Li family. It seemed that these ferocious beasts were all lured by Li Cailiang. Unfortunately, the depths of the mass burial mountain now had an innate realm green wolf, and even the ferocious beasts outside the secret passage were much less. Even this time could not lure too many ferocious beasts, and instead, it allowed the family to have this harvest. Alright, it's getting late. You guys go back and rest. As for these few ferocious beasts, sacrifice them all to the divine tree. Previously, Ji Yang's roots were also discovered by Chen Xingjin. This was an ability that the divine tree hadn't shown before, and it was thought that the divine tree had consumed quite a lot this time, and was in dire need of replenishment as well. Above, Ji Yang nodded silently after hearing this. Count on you to understand. Chapter 55 Resurrection. This time, 3 ferocious beasts were sacrificed, 2 of which were in the early stage of the blood condensation realm and 1 in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm. If Li Cailiang knew in his grave that his time not only didn't cause damage to the Qin clan, but instead allowed the Qin clan to pick up a few fierce beasts for nothing, he wondered if he would die in peace. The 3 blood condensation realm ferocious beasts caused Ji Yang's qi and blood to rise to 33 points, while his spiritual power was only 4 points more. Although there was enough qi and blood and spirit power, without enough deduction points, Ji Yang couldn't start a new deduction. Moreover, after tasting the sweetness of the last time, Ji Yang could no longer look at single-fold deduction. At least he had to increase the multiplier a little. so that his probability of obtaining divine techniques as well as battle skills would also be higher. With the departure of the crowd, the shrine hall was once again silent, but in order to prevent this kind of thing from happening again, there were 2 more patrolling martial artists at night, and they were also equipped with a blood condensation realm martial artist. After the last divine tree sacrifice, there were 2 more blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan, and with the addition of clan chief Chen Xingjin, there were now a total of 6 blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan. It was also considered to have recovered to the scale before the fight with the Li family. White fruit growth 7th day. At this time the tree on the fruit all faded before the white, transformed into gray. Fruit on the 5 senses is also more lifelike, as if the ancestors and the world in general. But if strangers see, just feel incomparable demonic. Due to the orders issued by Chen Xingjin 2 days ago, there were not too many clansmen who came to disturb the divine tree. Only Chen Tianjing, several blood condensation realm martial artists, took advantage of the evening gap time to come to the shrine twice, to remember the 2 forefathers. After all, the gray fruits on the tree not only contained Chen Xingyu's father, but also their family elders. On the 7th night, the gray fruits on the tree hadn't changed much. At this time, Ji Yang was also paying full attention to these gray fruits after soul condensation, wanting to see what these gray fruits would look like after they matured. However, what made Ji Yang feel puzzled was that he had clearly sensed that these gray fruits were approaching maturity, but he didn't see the faces on these gray fruits open their eyes. Under Ji Yang's gaze, another half hour passed in this manner, until the moon was high in the sky. Ji Yang began to absorb the moonlight and yin qi. These gray fruits finally had a new change, only to see in the moonlight. These hanging on the branches of the gray fruits slowly began to shake. With the shaking of the gray fruits, their eyes also gradually opened. Ji Yang couldn't take his eyes off, carefully watching the changes in these gray fruits. This was the first time he had seen such a miraculous scene. After a short period of swaying, one of the gray fruits located above the branches suddenly fell towards the ground. But just as this gray fruit was about to fall to the ground, an intense yin qi abruptly erupted from the gray fruit. As the gray fruit disappeared, a gray old man's figure suddenly appeared in the ancestral hall, and his face was the same as the face on the previous gray fruit. This is a living soul? Above, Ji Yang witnessed these ripe gray fruits, the doubt in his eyes unabated. If it was still a living soul, then what was the point of his soul condensation? However, when Ji Yang carefully observed, he found a difference in this raw soul. First of all, the untransformed soul was tattered and torn, with its entire body appearing gray and white, while today's soul had a solid body and an overall gray color. Secondly, he seemed to sense something different from the other raw souls in this fallen raw soul, but for a moment he could not recall. While Ji Yang was thinking carefully, the other gray fruits on the branches had also pressed on, falling to the ground as if they were raindrops. Before each gray fruit even hit the ground, it had already transformed into a new figure and appeared in the shrine hall. In just a few breaths of time, the shrine hall was already filled with countless gray figures, only that these figures could not be viewed by onlookers at the moment. Ji Yang, who had been observing these living souls, soon saw a light in his eyes. He knew what was different: spiritual intelligence. These souls have a different dullness from other souls. They appear more dynamic, and even Ji Yang saw thinking in their eyes. He was a very good man, and he was a very good man, and he was a very good man. After a short stagnation on the ground, the old man's soul that landed first suddenly held his hand on his forehead. A hint of contemplation appeared on his brow, and his mouth couldn't help but emit the 3 major philosophical questions of life. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? The other souls were also frowning, searching their minds for memories that had long since been dusted off. After a short period of contemplation, a bright gleam abruptly erupted in the eyes of this old man's living soul. He remembered. His name was Chen Changming, the 11th generation patriarch of the Chun clan. But looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, a trace of doubt once again arose in Chen Changming's mind. If he remembered correctly, he had fought with the enemy during the last migration of the family back then, and subsequently passed away. Why was he alive again now? Soon, Chen Changming also noticed the changes in himself nowadays, as well as the unfamiliar figures around him. At this moment, the other living souls' mouths also let out disbelief. Ah, who am I again? I remember that I also died in a battle with a ferocious beast. I seem to have died as well, on the way of the family migration. Why can't I touch anything? What's happening to me? What the hell happened? A voice of doubt resounded through the ancestral hall, but the clansmen outside didn't notice it at all, and only Ji Yang above could hear the crowd's voices of doubt. At this moment, Ji Yang also knew the effect of his soul condensation. This divine ability seemed to be able to recondense the souls of those departed living souls and allow them to regain their memories of their life. It was a pity that it was bound to the clan, and only those of the Chun clan could enjoy it. However, even after being solidified, they were still unable to touch anything else, or even be seen. What could such raw souls be used for? Ji Yan didn't pay attention to the many living souls below, but instead pondered on the roles that these living souls could bring after they were restored. Xingba, are you Xingba? Chen Changming looked at an extremely familiar-looking living soul not far away. His expression steeply became agitated and he couldn't help but move closer towards that living soul. And on his way closer, Chen Changming noticed a few more familiar-looking living souls. You are my son Xinghe. Xingzhan. Hearing Chen Changming's shouting voice, the memories in the minds of the other three living souls gradually became clear. After the three saw Chen Changming, their expressions were also excited and they shouted under their breath, Father! After the three who were close saw their respective faces, their expressions looked even more excited. Big brother, second brother, third brother, big brother, cousin, is that you? Father, it's so good to see you. Third uncle, are you dead too? Nephew, so you're here too. After seeing the familiar faces all around them, the many members of the Chen clan who had recovered their memories exchanged excitedly. They either spoke of the nostalgia in their hearts, or the words they had never uttered in their lives, or the joy of not seeing them for a long time. For a time, the entire ancestral hall was in chaos. Chapter 56, Reviving the Family's Glory. Above, Ji Yang looked at the scene in front of him and resolutely pretended to be deaf. These cumbersome family relationships made his head spin, so let them sort it out on their own. It wouldn't be too late to wait until they regained their sobriety. These living Chen family members were not living beings, but transformed living souls. He should be able to communicate with all of them, which would be quite convenient. With the passage of time and the continued communication of the many living souls below, the crowd soon also sobered up quite a bit from the days they had just been in, especially after seeing the family's spirit seats in the ancestral hall room. The crowd sighed. It turned out that they were really dead. Half an hour later, the voices in the crowd gradually became faint, and at this time, the crowd also thought about what they should do now. At this time, Chen Changming also noticed the divine tree that was flickering with fluorescent light on the side. The moment he saw the divine tree, the memories of the 7 days in his mind slowly awakened. In his memories, he saw the state he was in when he was a fruit, as well as the worship of the clansmen below, and even more so, the current state of the clan today. Understanding all of this, Chen Changming immediately floated up into the air above the ancestral hall and raised his arms. All clansmen, be quiet for the time being. Many of the clansmen who had recovered their memories also recognized the former family patriarch, but there were a few of them who did not know Chen Changming, including the 3 clansmen who had died in the struggle with the Li clan not long ago. However, from the conversations of the other family elders, the 3 of them also understood the identity of the people more or less. This Chen Changming in front of them seemed to be the patriarch's father, that is, their ancestor. Gentlemen, now that we have come back from the dead and reunited at the family shrine, all of this is not by chance. It is the guidance given to my Chen family by the divine tree. After saying that, the crowd also focused their gazes on Ji Yang. The divine tree was the family totem of the past. Several people present were even older than the current patriarch Chen Xingzhan, and had also seen the glory of the family's divine tree in the past. Although nowadays, the divine tree is damaged, compared to 1% of the family's divine tree back then, but knowing that it was the divine tree's greatness that brought them back to the world, all the people present had a look of awe on their faces and bowed earnestly. Above, Ji Yang, who saw Chen Changming's actions, nodded slightly in his heart. Worthy of being the clan leader of the past, he was able to grasp the point in the current situation. When the lower clansmen finished paying their respects, Chen Changming spoke again. Are there any clansmen present who died in the last 10 years? As the words fell, several people stood out from the crowd. Among them were the 3 who had only died a short while ago. In the oral accounts of these few people, the situation of the clan in the last few decades also became clear to the crowd. Many people sighed in their hearts after hearing that so much had happened to the family after their deaths. After hearing about the struggle with the Li clan not long ago, the people present were even more nervous. But then after hearing that the divine tree had shown its divine power and rescued the family, the people were even more grateful, and they all kneeled down to kowtow. Although they were dead, there were still their descendants in the family, and these descendants had the blood and heritage of the family flowing in them. After grasping the situation, Chen Changming continued. Everyone has heard the current state of the family. Now that the family is in decline and the divine tree is in its infancy, the family still needs our help. Even if we die, our consciousness still exists today. We can still make the clan prosper. We can't, but our descendants can. It is incumbent upon us to revive the glory of the family. Many of the clansmen below also had warm blood on their faces after hearing this. The people who had died returned, watching the clan prosper step by step, watching the clan's descendants grow every step of the way. How could this make them refuse? Clan chief, I want to go see my son first. In the crowd, a figure suddenly stood out and opened his mouth to plead. You're Tian Shun. Right, go. Chen Changming spoke with a soft face. Although he had died a long time ago, He remembered the younger generation in the family very clearly back then. Tian shunned this child. When he was young, his talent was good, but unfortunately, he died young, or sacrificed for the sake of the family. It was good that he had also survived nowadays, although only half of it. After receiving Chen Changming's consent, Chen Tianxuan's figure quickly floated towards the outside of the ancestral hall. Although he was still a little unaccustomed to this way of walking, it felt good, much faster than walking in life, and he could also penetrate the walls. The others also remembered the descendants of the clan at this moment, and they all pleaded, wanting to go and take a look. Chen Changming did not stop them. He understood the longing of these clansmen. In fact, even he wanted to go and see his oldest, the current clan leader, Chen Xingzhen. Soon, the clansmen dispersed from the ancestral hall, leaving him alone in the ancestral hall. Although Chen Changming also wanted to go and take a look, he did not leave in a hurry, but instead, he looked towards the divine tree, and then with a respectful face, he worshipped. Today I was able to see my family relatives again. Chen Changming, the 11th generation patriarch of the Chen clan, hereby pays tribute to the divine tree. Ji Yang did not reply, only that a strand of the yin qi that had just been absorbed by the tree trunk dispersed and floated into Chen Changming's body. As this wisp of yin qi entered his body, Chen Changming's eyes glowed, and he felt as if his body had become a little more solid. This caused Chen Changming to have a trace of awe in his heart. Although the family divine tree looked far less powerful than back then, and could even be said to be extremely weak, the power of the divine tree today seemed to be even better than the family divine tree of yesteryear. At the very least, the divine tree from back then was not able to do this. The Chen Changming who got the divine tree to respond also had more than a trace of excitement in his heart. The divine tree responded, representing that the idea he just had was not wrong. The divine tree resurrected them in order to make the family stronger. After Chen Changming paid his thanks again, he also turned around and left the ancestral hall. He wanted to go and take a look at the current state of the clan, and he also wanted to go and see Chen Xingzhen. After he left, silence once again returned to the ancestral hall. Looking at the current state of affairs, Ji Yang pondered in his heart, but did not intervene. Since these retransformed living souls had memories and spiritual intelligence, perhaps it was better than him personally intervening. I've never heard of an old man in the family having a treasure. Moreover, they were all clansmen who had died once, so they should be more experienced in developing the family. I just don't know how to make them communicate, and I don't seem to have acquired any aptitude in this area, which makes Ji Yang a little bitter. But then when Ji Yang's buried roots sensed the situation not far away, his heart was startled, only to see a living soul that had just left the ancestral hall. After seeing his juniors who had fallen asleep, he actually took the state of a living soul and threw himself into his body. Ji Yang wanted to stop it, but then he heard a murmur coming from the mouth of the sleeping clan member. "Father, why are you here? Did I dream of you?" Ji Yang who watched the scene fell into deep thought, not realizing that the transformed living soul still had this ability. It seemed that he was not needed to make a move. Chapter 57 Child, I'm your grandfather. After one living soul discovered this ability, the other living souls soon realized this as well, and entered the dream worlds of their own descendant clansmen one after another. This night, the Qin clan was destined to be unsettled. Countless sleeping clansmen let out murmured dream words from their mouths. In the patriarch's bedroom, the other clansmen had long since rested, but Chen Xingzhen, who was the patriarch, was still thinking about the direction of the clan's development afterward, as well as what the clansmen needed for the winter. He could not afford to be careless when it came to the clan. The sky is getting late. Busy all day. Chen Xingzhen's face is also difficult to hide the color of fatigue. Although the blood condensation realm martial artist's body was full of qi and blood, he was ultimately old, and the gradually decaying qi and blood in his body made it impossible for him to return to the state he was in when he was young. Chen Xingzhen stopped thinking and lay down to rest. In his sleep, a figure loomed in front of him, which caused the sleeping Chen Xingzhen to frown slightly. But after plucking away the fog and seeing the figure's face, Chen Xingzhen cried out in joy. "Father, is it you?" Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Chen Xingzhen, who was over 60 years old, also looked very excited. This appearance was even clearer than the white fruit on the divine tree, just as if his father had looked like when he was alive. "Xingzhen, you have suffered all these years." Chen Changming's face was soft, and there was a hint of heartache in his eyes as he looked at the old man in front of him, who was now similar in age to himself. But he couldn't be blamed for this. Back then, when the family moved, it was really difficult. Even if he was the patriarch, he couldn't stay out of it. But in the end, he preserved a trace of the family bloodline, which led to today's resurrection of the fruit. "It's not bitter. Father, how are you doing down there?" Chen Changming, who heard this question, froze for a moment. From the time he died back then to today when he was awakened by the power of the divine tree, he had absolutely no memories in between, and he had no idea how he was doing. However, in order to comfort Chen Xingzhen, Chen Changming still smiled and returned. Father is doing well down there. That's good. That's good. Chen Xingjian murmured softly in his mouth after hearing this and nodded his head repeatedly. As long as his father wasn't doing too badly down there, he could rest assured. That's right. Later on, your elder brother, second brother and the others will also come over to see you. You guys will catch up then. Chen Xingjian froze at his words. Big brother and the others are also coming? Although the words were filled with anticipation, Chen Xingjian's face was a bit ugly. Today his father and the others came to look for him. Could it be that this time, they came to take him with them? Although he was a bit older, but this lifespan was a bit too short, wasn't it? The things in the clan have not yet been dealt with, and the next clan leader has not yet been elected. Could it be that he is going to leave like this? Seeing Chen Xingjian's changing face, Chen Changming also hastily patted his head, and didn't blame Chen Xingjian for thinking wildly. It was just that he forgot to explain clearly, and feeling his figure getting weaker and weaker in the dream, Chen Changming also hurriedly explained what happened today. Xingjian, listen to me. That's how things are. Now that the souls of the clansmen have been revived, it's all thanks to the power of the divine tree. But Xingyu, for you to be in today's realm and become the #1 person in the clan, my father is really happy for you. A hint of pride also appeared in Chen Xingyu's eyes after receiving his father's praise, as if he had returned to the days of the beginning. However, after hearing that the souls of the dead clansmen had come back to life, Chen Xingyu still had a trace of bewilderment in his eyes, even if this was what Chen Tianshan had personally told him. Just as Chen Xingyu wanted to ask about other things, the figure in front of him suddenly disappeared. Tianjing, quickly tell me which room my grandson is staying in. My father wants to personally go and take a look. In his dream, Chen Xinghe, who had heard this news, asked with an excited face. After all, at the time of his death, Chen Tianjing had not yet married. Naturally there was no child, which also became his dying regret. Did not expect today is to be able to fulfill the regret in his heart, which makes him how not excited. After getting the answer, Chen Xinghe decisively quit the dream. After rolling around a few rooms, he finally saw Chen Xinghe in his sleep. Looking at this youngster who had a few similar faces to his own in his sleep, Chen Xinghe looked relieved. Chen Xinghe, good name, handsome looking too. The delighted Chen Xinghe no longer hesitated and directly entered the dream with his soul. In the dream world, the two figures gradually appeared in a land of nothingness. Chen Xinghe looked at the strange but familiar young man in front of him, and immediately softly called out, "Child, I am your grandfather." Chen Xinghe in the dream world first looked puzzled and curious, but after hearing these words, a trace of anger grew on Chen Xinghe's slightly childish face, which turned into a cold laugh. "I am still your father." After saying that, Chen Xinghe swung his fist, directly shattering the figure in front of him and once again entering into a deep sleep. On the other hand, Chen Xinghe, who had been driven out, was at the moment at a loss. How was this different from what he had imagined? How in the world did Tianjing teach children? Waiting for tomorrow night he had to go and say something. As for today, he felt like he could no longer enter the dream world. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang silently sensed the situation in the clan and soon realized this as well. Although these dead clansmen could enter the dream, it seemed that they also had many limitations. For example, they wouldn't be able to enter the dream for too long, and if they bumped into a sleeping person who resisted, they would also quickly break away from the dream. And every time after entering the dream, the yin qi of these dead clansmen will also be cut down a little. Among them, Chen Tianquan's yin qi was the fastest to be consumed and stayed for the shortest time. It seemed to be because of the realm. The rich blood qi could similarly make the yin qi dissipate. In this way, the attack power of these living souls was not strong. No, it could be said to be devoid of attack power. However, Ji Yang then thought of his other divine ability, overlay armor. It was also unknown if this divine ability could allow living souls to come into contact with living martial artists. If so, there was great potential in it. It was just that this armor covering also required the consumption of one's own life force. Now that he didn't have much life force, I'm afraid he couldn't support it, so it was better to talk about it later. In addition, Ji Yang felt that the biggest role of these resurrected souls of the family today might not be to use them for battle, but to utilize the experience and knowledge in their minds to make the Chen clan stronger. In the family, many of the living souls have long been moved out of the dream world, but their awakened consciousness is still very curious about the family today, and at the moment, they are even wandering around the family, like ghosts that do not disperse. It is good that the clansmen cannot see, otherwise tomorrow the family will be rumored to be haunted. But with this night's dream, I'm afraid tomorrow's family is not stable. Time flies, the sky is getting brighter and brighter, accompanied by the chirping of the spirit-tailed chicken. The first ray of sunlight in the morning slowly rose. As the sunlight shines, the living souls that are still wandering in the clan feel that a blazing fire is roasting their bodies. Originally the body of the rich yin qi also in the sunlight under the rapid dissipation. which is far faster than the dissipation of the dream. Chapter 58, Clan Advice. The faces of the clansmen who sensed that something was wrong had panic on their faces. They had only just awakened, and even in this state, they didn't want to quickly perish. Divine Tree, quickly return to the shrine. A wordless cry resounded through the family. It was Chen Changming who had reacted by noticing that the situation was not right. For a moment, all the wandering living souls quickly drifted in towards the ancestral hall. When the crowd arrived at the ancestral hall, the yin qi that had just been rapidly dissipating gradually slowed down. It was only when all the clansmen hid under the shade of the trees that the originally dissipating yin qi completely stopped. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang sensed the fading yin qi from the crowd, and it seemed that these dead clansmen were not able to appear in the daytime. The shade of his tree is not enough to shield all the clansmen from the sunlight. When the sun rises, where should these living souls go? As Ji Yang pondered, many of the clansmen came closer and closer, even crowding around Ji Yang's trunk. At this time, a clan member's silhouette was suddenly squeezed towards the tree trunk, and then disappeared. The other clansmen were surprised to see this, but they didn't care too much and flew towards the trunk. Could it be that the divine tree could still harm them? Ji Yang looked at one by one into the trunk of the living souls also have a puzzled face, and when Ji Yang consciousness carefully check, only then found that, I do not know when, his trunk has actually gathered most of the absorbed yin qi. These yin qi into his trunk, gave birth to a piece of space just like the original underworld. It was gray inside, but the space was not small, just enough to accommodate these dead family members. It seems that this is also his new ability after the racial change, but also saved him some effort. Otherwise he really do not know where to let these living souls hide. As the sun rose, the clan gradually revitalized, and the clansmen began to get busy once again. Only many clansmen face uncertainty. Recalling last night, many clansmen face has a trace of doubt. That face was too real, making them unable to tell whether it was a dream or an actual event. Xinghe, it seems like my grandfather came to see me last night. Chen Xingmeng carried the hoe on his shoulder and said to Chen Xinghe who was at the side, dreams are fake. If your grandfather comes back tomorrow, just give him 2 punches. Chen Xinghe said carelessly. Chen Xingmeng listened in thought, then nodded. Good. In the room, Chen Xingzhen frowned. The things in his dream last night made him feel somewhat absurd, but his father and big brother and their faces were clearly in his mind. He remembered that his father was about to say something when the dream dissipated. This made it difficult for him to distinguish whether or not last night's events were triggered by his own longing after seeing the white fruit on the divine tree some days ago. A little while later, Chen Xingzhen no longer dwelled on whether it was or not. He would just go and ask the divine tree. Soon enough, Chen Xingzhen had arrived at the ancestral hall, and when he pushed open the door of the shrine and saw the divine tree, the complexity in his eyes became a little more complicated, because the many white fruits that were still hanging on the divine tree yesterday had all disappeared, and the divine tree still maintained its previous appearance. This caused Chen Xingzhen to be both shocked and delighted. Could it be that what happened last night was not a dream? Clan brother, did you dream of anything last night? Yes, I dreamt of my father. He said that he wanted me to practice martial arts and reach the blood condensation realm as soon as possible. The sound of the clansmen talking outside even made Chen Xingzhen's heart more and more certain that what he dreamed last night was not fake. If that was the case, he would have to make some preparations tonight. He was worried that he alone would not be able to make the family stronger. But with the help of his father and a few older brothers, he felt that the family's future was bound to be far greater. However, this matter is of great importance and must be sealed off from outsiders. In the trunk of the tree, Chen Changming also instructed the clansmen so, dead people come back to life, although only the soul body, but if the word gets out, the family is bound to suffer great difficulties. Now the family god tree, not the current Chen family, can be preserved. In the shrine, Ji Yang sensed the situation in the trunk and nodded his head to give his affirmation. However, he could sense that these living souls that he had transformed were in fact within his control. When necessary, Ji Yang was even able to force the manipulation, but this was not within Ji Yang's plans. He now just wanted to be a tree. The family matters. It is better to let these 2 patriarchs' headache go. Time quickly entered the night. The night has just enveloped. Chen Xingzhen has already gone to rest, and so did the others in the clan. Last night's dream as well as today's conversation with the clan had made them realize that something wasn't right, so tonight they wanted to confirm it. Father, in the dreamscape, Chen Xingzhen saw Chen Changming once again, his expression slightly agitated. However, this time, Chen Changming's emotions were not much more stabilized, and he spoke directly. Xingzhen, there isn't much time. I can't stay for too long. This time, the divine tree resurrected the clansmen for the sake of a strong family. Nowadays, although the family is stable, there are still many deficiencies in it. Hearing this, Chen Xingzhen showed guilt. He had been the patriarch for so many years, but he still failed to let the family flourish, and was even almost wiped out, which was all his own fault. Chen Changming saw this and comforted. You are not to blame for this. I only blame me for the fact that I died too early in the first place and failed to teach you much. I said. You remember. Good. Chen Xingjin nodded his head. Half an incense stick later, Chen Xingjin looked at Chen Changming's fading figure and nodded again. I've memorized it. Chen Changming smiled and nodded. These points of advice regarding the family are also what I have discussed with your elder brother and several other clansmen. But nowadays, the family's actual affairs are unpredictable, so perhaps some of these suggestions are inaccurate. So you can listen to them, but you can't listen to them to the fullest. Remember, nowadays you are the clan head of the clan. Father, I know. When the words fell, Chen Changming's figure disappeared once again, and this time, Chen Xingjin was no longer at a loss, but his eyes were extremely bright. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang was also seriously pondering over the decisions made by Chen Changming's few people during the day, nodding his head once again in his heart. Worthy of being the previous patriarch, in the development of the family insights far beyond Chen Xingjin, with today's Chen family, want to develop quickly, indeed less than a number of prepared decisions. Right now these several, indeed suitable for today's Chen family, he can also benefit from it. Under the night color, Ji Yang's tree branches emitted a faint fluorescence. Without the consumption of the white fruit, he could now get 2 for vitality per night. If he had enough time, it might not be long before he was able to become stronger. Not long after, the living souls that had left the shrine also re-entered the shrine. After they saw the divine tree emitting fluorescent light, they were actually unconsciously attracted to Ji Yang, and then one by one, they sat down on the ground, closing their eyes and gazing, absorbing the wisps of yin qi that emanated from within the trunk of Ji Yang's tree. Every time they absorbed a strand of yin qi, their bodies became more solid. When the returning Chen Changming saw this, a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. He had long ago discovered that although they were now revived, they would consume a certain amount of yin qi every day, and if they were unable to replenish it, their lifespan might not be long. But now, it seemed that this problem didn't need to be worried about. If they were able to become stronger with their current state, then in the family's future, would they be able to personally conquer? Chen Changming's heart was excited. With the divine tree in the family would definitely be able to prosper, perhaps even surpassing the family's heyday in the beginning. Chapter 59, Family Assembly. On the second day, the Chun clan martial artists once again gathered at the ancestral hall for the clan assembly. Nowadays, the Chen clan members wore smiles, and there was an extra hint of confidence in their eyes, which was a sight that they hadn't seen before when they fought with the Li clan. Chen Xingjin stood at the very top, looking down at the radiant and energetic clansmen below, with a hint of a smile on his face as well. The clan was thriving. Everything was moving in a good direction. He was very pleased, but this was not enough. The clan still needed to become stronger in order to do so. This was also the reason why the clan assembly was held today. Below, many clansmen were whispering, and there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. Just because last night the elders in the family dreamed again, once maybe by chance, then twice is inevitable. And today's family assembly, even more so. The clansman's eyes also carried a bit of anticipation. Xinghe, last night my grandfather came to see me again and taught me a lot of things. In the crowd, Chen Qingming said joyfully. On the other hand, Chen Xinghe on the side wasn't very excited, only because yesterday, his father had repaired him again, telling him that his grandfather would come to see him at night, telling him to be more obedient. Although the old man in his dream looked a bit familiar, he still didn't get much sleep because he was too enthusiastic. Above, seeing that the clansmen had all arrived, Chen Xingjin slightly raised his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. Only after all the clansmen's gazes gathered on Chen Xingjin did Chen Xingjin open his mouth and said, I believe that many clansmen have sensed something in the past 2 days. I can clearly tell you all that what happened in the dream was not false. Some of my Chen clan's ancestors, with the help of the divine tree, have indeed come back to life. The moment these words were uttered, a wave rippled through the crowd. Although they had already guessed in their hearts, now that these words were personally coming out of the patriarch's mouth, how could they not be excited? A dead ancestor coming back to life. This was just too bizarre. Among the shocked clansmen, there were also a few clansmen whose faces did not change. Among them were Qin Xingyu, a few of the clan's blood condensation realm martial artists, who had known about this matter for a long time. After the voices in the crowd had died down, Chen Xingjin said with a solemn expression, this matter concerns the survival of the clan. I hope that all the clansmen present will keep it a secret and not tell anyone other than themselves. In order to keep the secret, everyone present needs to make an oath to the divine tree, which must not be broken, or else it will lead to the divine tree's punishment. Hearing this, many of the clansmen began to swear to the divine tree that they would never divulge this matter. Chen Xingjin's heart was relieved to see this. He had actually hesitated to tell the clansmen about this matter. However, after some consideration, he still chose to say it. After all, even if he didn't say it, The clansmen would definitely be skeptical if they ran into their ancestors in their dreams for a long time. Moreover, the people present today are the core strength of the family, and even more so, they have shared the hardships with the family, and will surely be the pillars of the family in the future. The people of the family need to be of one mind, so that the family can be stronger. In addition to the clansmen outside, father's side will also take corresponding measures. Now with the divine tree as an oath, I think the news will not be leaked out, but will only be circulated in the clan. Besides, this matter was too mysterious, and even if it was spread out, others might not believe it. He had heard his father say that even during the clan's heyday back then, he had never encountered such a situation. It was precisely because of this that one had to be more careful, otherwise once it was leaked, the family would be in for a devastating blow unless the family was already strong enough. After announcing this matter, Chen Xingjin spoke once again. Considering the development of the clan, after discussing with several blood condensation realm martial artists of the clan, I have decided as follows. 1. All clansmen who have been promoted to the blood condensation realm will be able to become clan elders of the clan and enjoy special treatment, and under the clan elders, there will be the positions of deacons and elite clansmen of the clan, and if they have outstanding performance, they can be blessed by the divine tree. 2nd, taking into account the shortage of manpower in the family, decided to recruit family slaves outside the family martial arts, only need to focus on practicing martial arts, enhance the realm, and make a monthly assessment. 3rd, any family who is over 16 years old, all need to be married. After a few decisions came down, many clansmen looked excited. Whether it was the special treatment of clan elders or the divine tree blessing, this was extremely attractive to them. Even Chen Xing, his face was elated after hearing that he didn't have to plant blood rice, but when he heard the 3rd article, his face froze. If he remembered correctly, he was already 14 this year, right? Wouldn't that mean that he only had 2 years left? As the clansmen left, the clan assembly quickly came to an end. The several blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan had already arranged their respective errands long before the clan assembly. In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjin once again looked towards the divine tree and prayed sincerely. After seeing these decisions, there were some worries in his heart, such as whether these new decisions would be too sudden. Nowadays, there were not many martial artists in the clan, and there were only a few blood condensation realm martial artists. However, after hearing his father's explanation, Chen Xingjin was no longer entangled. There were family laws, and there were clan rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Only better treatment could give the clan members the motivation to improve their realm. And as for the position of clan elder, after the clan became strong, there would naturally be higher requirements. According to what my father had said, the clan was weak nowadays, and the core of supporting a strong clan was the martial artists. Nowadays, there are too few martial artists in the clan, and even planting blood rice requires the clan's martial artists to do it themselves, which greatly delays the clan's time to practice martial arts. It should be known that the younger the age, the more suitable it is to harden the body. If the age is too big, instead it is more difficult. These past few days, because it was too busy, no clansman had even learned the Tai Zu Long Fist, a battle technique. In addition, is the family population. Nowadays the family is sparse. Like Chen Xinghe, this kind of young man, the clan is only a dozen or so. Among them, there are also the poor root bone, may never reach the blood condensation realm, and because the family often fight with the Li family before, the new population also greatly slowed down a lot. In the long run, it would be difficult for the clan to develop. Sufficient population was the key to developing the clan. Even the Qin clan, which was at its peak in the past, had not fallen behind in this aspect. Logically speaking, with the family's economy today, it was not enough to recruit family slaves. After all, this cold winter, the family had not even prepared food for their own clan members. However, after annexing the Li clan's hunting range in the Mass Burial Mountain, the family hunting will certainly be able to obtain a better harvest. The family's focus afterward would have to be on family hunting as well. Compared to the many small villages beside the massive burial mountain, the clan's several blood condensation realm martial artists were the clan's existing backbone. After this year, the situation will be much better next year, and by then, with the family's good land, there is no need to worry about the problem of food, and the production of blood rice will also increase a lot. Unfortunately, there was still an innate realm green wolf in the Mass Burial Mountain, and there was also a Lu clan next to it. If we could take down the entire Mass Burial Mountain, we thought that the strength of the family would also grow a lot, but it was a bit too early to think about that now. Lu family. This family was like a sleeping tiger that might reveal its sharp fangs at some point. Right now the family development need to seek stability. P.S. I slow down. Chapter 60 Recruiting Family Slaves. Inside a small market at the bottom of Mass Burial Mountain, many people dressed in coarse linen or animal skins were vigorously yelling the things on their stalls. They were all villagers from the small villages around the massive burial mountain, and they would come here every once in a while to sell the excess things in their homes in exchange for other things they needed. Among the things sold were various beast hides, dried meat, and some homemade iron weapons. Only these weapons are not exquisite and can only perform some basic functions. Moreover, this marketplace does not accept money, and can only exchange things for things. This bazaar has gathered more than 10 small villages in the neighborhood, which have been under the jurisdiction of the Chen family before, and if you want to sell here, you need to pay 1/10 of the value of the things sold by the Chen family. Although it was not much, it was a considerable amount of wealth, even though many people were dissatisfied in their hearts. Considering the safety and convenience, many villagers could only tolerate it. Not to mention that nowadays, after the Chun family had eliminated the Li family, their popularity was unrivaled, and there were even several blood condensation realm martial artists in their clan, so they didn't dare to complain. However, the struggle between the two families in Mass Burial Mountain has become the talk of the townspeople. I thought that this market would change the owner, but I didn't expect the Chen family to win in the end. Many people who set up stalls made sighing noises in their mouths and were curious about the process, but these were too far away from them, so it was better to think about how to spend this winter. Hey, have you heard? The Chen family has been recruiting house slaves recently, a vendor said steeply, and this remark also caused a ripple in the crowd, who asked if this was true or not. Of course it's true. After hearing this, the crowd of vendors also wanted to inquire in detail. After all, they themselves were only nearby villagers. There was not a single martial artist in the village. If they accidentally stumbled upon a ferocious beast entering the village would most likely perish. Although the status of house slaves is low, but the Chun family is now a large family in the massive burial mountain. If you can become a slave of the Chen family, the days will also be a lot better. At this time, a strong and sturdy vendor heard this but said disdainfully, "Humph, become a house slave, a lifetime of being governed by others. Where is the freedom like now? I, Tian Meng, can go up the mountain to hunt, down the mountain to plant, have plenty of strength. Why do I need to be a slave?" He, the Chen family, has underestimated people too much. The other vendors also nodded their heads slightly after hearing this. Indeed, they also have some skills in their bodies anyhow, since they can get by in life. Why would they need to become some kind of house slaves? Flatly inferior. But there are also part of the vendors look at that Tian Mang in front of the stall on the many dried meat face envy. This person was born with great strength, but also in the village of an old hunter in the hands of hunting skills, is now also the nearby villages in the ringing figure. I heard that the last time into the mountains is in the mouth of a quenching realm of beasts escaped. This kind of strength, the status of family slaves is naturally disdained. On the contrary, they were weak in stature and could only maintain basic sustenance, and had no great ability in their bodies. So this Chen family's house slave might not be a good place to go. I also heard, this time the Chen family recruits house slaves to give excellent conditions. It is said to become a house slave, each month can receive 2 pounds of blood rice, a pound of fresh ferocious beast meat, if there is a great contribution to the family, but also can be taught house slaves to harden their body's method. The crowd, who were originally still quite critical, had a bright aura in their eyes after hearing these benefits. Blood rice is precious, even if you are not a martial artist. After eating it, you can strengthen your body, and there are not many good fields near the Mass Burial Mountain that can grow blood rice, and small villages like theirs are even fewer. And in addition to the blood rice, there was actually fresh beast meat. These 2 points aside, and the last body hardening method, but led a lot of people for the heart. Although they are villagers, but for the martial artist is also a desire. But unfortunately not everyone has the qualification to practice martial arts. Firstly, without the method of hardening the body, it was impossible to get started. And secondly, martial artists consumed quite a lot, not something they could afford. If one could really become a martial artist, then being a house slave didn't seem to matter much. Just as the crowd was still thinking about the gains and losses, Tian Mang on the side had already gotten up and packed the items for sale one by one. Seeing this, a trace of surprise in the eyes of the vendor with whom he is acquainted, opened his mouth and asked, "Tian Meng, you're not setting up a stall anymore?" "Stall? I, Tian Meng, can hunt in the mountains, can farm in the mountains, and I have plenty of strength, so I, Tian Meng, will be the head of the household slaves. No one can compete with me." After saying this, Tian Mang packed up his things and got up to leave. The other people who heard this were all stunned, but then the crowd also hastily reacted and closed their stalls to leave. Even Tian Mang and other people are moved by it. Then what are they still hesitating? This opportunity absolutely cannot be missed. Not to mention that wanting to become a house slave is not a simple matter. I heard that the Chen family also has a corresponding test. As the news spreads, soon many villages around the Mass Grave Mountain will have known. The next day, Chen Tianjing led a few clansmen towards the outside of the family. Not far from the Chen family, an open space had been cleared out, which was prepared for the recruitment of family slaves. He, on the other hand, was in charge of this family slave recruitment, although he had already known about it before Qin Xingjian enacted it. But when he thought about the fact that there was not much food in the clan nowadays, coupled with the fact that there were still many clansmen in the clan, Chen Tianjing sighed in his heart and felt worried about the future of the clan. When he stepped out of the clan, the oncoming stream of people made Chen Tianjing's gaze stagnate for a moment. In front of his eyes, there was a black pressurized piece. There were actually more than 100 people. It was even similar to the number of people in the Chen family today. However, unlike the people of the family, most of the people in front of him were dressed in rags, with yellow and thin faces, a look of malnutrition. But he had also seen this situation too many times to think anything of it. Without a family as a harbor, wanting to rely on one person's strength to survive in this mass burial mountain was not a small difficulty. Not to mention that there were no martial artists among the people present. Facing the direct gaze of these many people, Chen Tianjing slowly walked towards the high ground, and the few clan martial artists on the side also held their chests out and raised their heads. The sense of family honor instantly rose to the top. I believe that everyone has come over here this time for the matter of my Chen family's recruitment of family slaves, and I believe that the specifics of the situation have already been understood, but I will reiterate it once again. After Chen Tianjing finished recounting the treatment of the house slaves, many people looked agitated. This time it wasn't a rumor, but someone from the Chen family personally said it, and it was extremely credible. But then Chen Tianjing's words caused the crowd to be doused with cold water. This time, my Chen family will only recruit 20 family slaves. Anyone who fails to meet the standard will leave on their own. I hope that all of you will abide by the rules. What? Actually only recruiting 20 people? This is too little. That's it. In the crowd, some people voiced dissatisfaction under their breath. Chen Tianjing snorted coldly. The aura of a blood condensation realm martial artist emanated out, and as Chen Tianjing swung a fist towards the side, a millstone-sized stone instantly split into pieces. Chapter 61, Getting on the Right Track. The loud ringing sound also caused the crowd to instantly quieten down, and the scene was silent. They were not even martial artists. Where had they ever seen such a scene? If that palm had just slapped them, would they still have lives? This caused a trace of fear to grow in many people's eyes, but this also makes many people's hearts more excited. Become the Chen family slave. They also have hope to become a martial artist. Perhaps then can also master this kind of power? A trace of determination arose in the eyes of quite a few people. This time they would definitely become Chen family slaves. Seeing that the crowd was quiet and fearful, Chen Tianjing's face did not change. What he had just used was the great ancestor's long fist, and although he had yet to fully master it, the power of the battle technique was enough to easily shock the scene in front of him. You guys don't have to worry too much. Although this time, my Chen family will only recruit 20 family slaves, but next year, it may not be the case. When these words came out, many people showed hopeful faces. If they couldn't be selected this time, they might have a chance next time. Alright, now start the family slave selection. Chen Tianjing started to select the house slaves according to the requirements that the clan had discussed earlier. Family slaves is also a part of the clan, in the future also with the Chen family to survive. But the family slaves cannot be the core of the family. The family also cannot let all family slaves become martial artists. So this selection, when the first examination of character, and second cannot be too thin. After all, family slaves also need to be engaged in planting blood rice, and so on other things. In addition, if there is a skill, can also be selected on the basis of merit. Half a day later, 20 house slaves were selected out. Among them there are stout people. There are also short people, but most people have a certain skill in the body. Tian Meng was among them. Although he was not a martial artist, his strength was comparable to that of a martial artist at the early stage of the body tempering realm, and he was considered to be quite talented. After the selection, the others were dismissed one by one. These people had lost their faces, but there was nothing they could do about it. They only hoped that next year, the Chen family could recruit some more domestic slaves. As for those who were selected, they were naturally elated, especially after seeing the others leave with lost faces. A touch of fulfillment couldn't help but arise in their hearts. Looking at the 20 people in front of him, Chen Tianjing spoke. My name is Chen Tianjing. Now I am the clan elder of the family. In the future, you will be under my charge. After that, 7 days, for the assessment period. If those who don't meet the standard, then they are not destined to be with my Chen family. In addition, after 7 days, 2 of you will be chosen to lead amongst the 20 of you, and the one who leads will be given more monthly salary each month. Xing Son, take them to my Chen clan to familiarize themselves with it, and by the way, give them a lecture on the clan's rules. Yes, clan elder. Looking at the departing 20 people, Chen Tianjing sighed a lot. When facing the people of the clan, he did not need to do so. but now it was no longer possible. These people had uncertainty in their hearts, as if they were floating weeds, and currently did not have any sense of belonging to the clan. Not only did they need to be hammered, but they also needed to be enticed with benefits. These are the knowledge that his father taught him in his dream, although he still doesn't really understand. But looking at the performance of the crowd, he also has some ideas in his mind. Wanting to become a great family was not so easy, especially for the Chen family today. On the second day, these 20 people had been put into various parts of the family, and they were either responsible for managing the blood rice or repairing the houses. Now that there are 20 more people in the family, the corresponding food will naturally increase, and at the same time also need to equip these family slaves with clothing and accommodation, which seems to be a small matter, but also cannot afford to be negligent. And the family side of the center of gravity is all put into the hunting aspect to go. Winter is approaching. Large-scale cultivation of blood rice and other food is definitely too late. The only way to let the family maintain its strength and let the clansmen enhance their realm is to hunt. Previously, although Chen Xingjian valued this aspect, he did not take it as the family's top priority. But then, under Chen Changming's guidance, he put it in the first place. Now the family blood condensation realm martial artists, and there is also Qin Xingyu late blood condensation realm martial artists, now even mastered the yellow grade combat skills. As long as not deep into the chaotic burial mountain, hunting is not too much pressure. Moreover, when he first chose this mountain, wasn't it because of the rich resources and blood rice in this mountain? However, in order to cultivate the clan, this hunting party was still divided into several squads. This would not only train the clansmen, but also give them a sense of competition in their hearts. The development of the clan could not be like a pool of stagnant water. It needed to throw a few stones into the calm water surface to create waves, in order to make the water active. These are from the father's point of view, although he is currently as the patriarch, but also feel their own lack of. It was no wonder that when the family declined, in addition to his blind sacrifice of the divine tree, the shallowness of his own insights had nothing to do with it. Fortunately, it was not too late. A few days later, the situation in the clan is getting better. The original slightly empty family square. At this moment there are already many teenagers in their teens. They were all martial artists in the clan who had already finished quenching their bodies, and many of them had even finished quenching their bodies and entered the early stage of the body tempering realm, allowing them to practice the clan's battle techniques. In the middle of the plaza, Chen Xingha ran the few blood chi in his body, clenched his palm into a fist, and slammed it towards the stone in front of him. His gaze was firm, with a hint of confidence in his eyes. On the side, Chen Qingmeng and a few other teenagers from the clan were also watching this scene carefully, with anticipation in their gazes. Ha! As Chen Xingha violently threw a punch, the eyes of several teenagers widened a few points. Could it be that Chen Xingha was the earliest amongst the few of them to acquire a yellow rank battle skill? Bang! As their fists made a clashing sound with the hard green stone, the crowd also hurriedly looked over, but then they saw that the green stone in front of them did not react. Instead, Chen Xingha's fists turned red and a wail came from his mouth. Ouch! Pain, pain, pain. Cut! The others dispersed upon seeing this and continued to start quenching their bodies. Xingha, are you alright? Chen Qingmeng stepped forward and said with concern, but both of his fists were also red. Clearly he had suffered a lot in practicing his battle techniques. Fortunately, both of them had already hardened their bodies, so there was no need to worry about injuring their fundamentals. It was just that in the midst of practicing battle techniques, it was inevitable that they would suffer some external injuries. Otherwise, let's continue quenching our bodies. This battle technique is too difficult. Didn't the patriarch also say that? We only need to familiarize ourselves with the route of operation of the battle technique for now, and memorize the moves. No, clan brother Qingyu learned it in one day. I also need to learn it earlier. Chen Qingmeng also stopped persuading after hearing this, and the two continued to start practicing their battle techniques. From afar, Chen Xingjian watched this scene with a pleased face. Indeed, before his decision was a bit wrong. These young people in the clan should be mainly practicing martial arts. Without the disturbance of other things, they can concentrate on martial arts. But Chen Xingjian then sighed. Want to learn martial arts? Just rely on practice is not enough. Also need a lot of resources. Every blood condensation realm martial artist in the clan was piled up by the clan with resources. Nowadays, there was not enough blood rice, and there was not quite enough meat from ferocious beasts, which greatly hindered the progress of the clan's martial artists. The good thing is that the center of the clan is now placed on the mass burial mountain, and the daily hunting is also a big gain. Although most of them are ordinary beasts, but at least the clan's food doesn't have to worry about it. Chapter 62 Prying. Maintaining this pace, another half a month would allow the clan to safely pass through this cold winter. It was just that if they wanted to hunt the ferocious beasts of the body tempering realm as well as the blood condensation realm, they would still need to put in some effort. Considering the innate realm green wolf in the depths of the mass burial mountain, one must not go too deep. In the long run, this would be greatly detrimental to the development of the clan. But the innate realm, this was just too far away. Even Chen Xingyu, who was the strongest in the clan nowadays, had only just reached the late stage of the blood condensation realm not too long ago, and the gap between the late blood condensation realm and the innate realm was just too great. Thinking a little, Chen Xingjian no longer think too much, perhaps he is too anxious. Family development, and is not a matter of overnight. Now that the situation in the clan has improved, there is neither internal nor external trouble, and it is only a matter of time before it becomes powerful. Within the Lu clan, a middle-aged man with a withered figure was standing in front of the courtyard. At the center of the courtyard, there was a green bamboo growing. Only at this moment, the color of these bamboos have all become gray and yellow. Even the bamboo leaves on them have long since fallen out. The middle-aged man quietly stared. Between the gaze wandering seems to be thinking about something. Soon, a figure slowly stepped into the courtyard, then bowed and reported, "Clan Chief, the Chen family has recently made some moves, not only recruiting house slaves, but also hunting extensively in the mass burial mountain. Do we need to?" After saying that, this clan member looked up at the patriarch, wanting to obtain information from it. A little while later, the middle-aged man then returned to his senses and turned his head to coldly snort. "It seems like you've stayed in this mass burial mountain for too long. Have you forgotten the true purpose of the clan being stationed here? It's nothing more than a Chen family. It can be destroyed with our hands. As long as they don't affect us, we don't have to pay attention to them. But this Chen family, to be able to survive in desperate circumstances and become the final winner in the midst of the last great battle, is interesting." The reporting clan member's heart tightened. Then he nodded his head. "I understand." After he left, only the middle-aged man remained in the courtyard. Feeling the cold air around him, the middle-aged man's face was at a loss. It was another winter. There was not much time left for the family. This time, he must find that thing. Not a moment later, a sound of spilled rice came from the courtyard. "Kai Mao, where are you going? There are rules in the clan. As a house slave, you can't wander around at night. I'm going to make it easier. I'll be right back." The youth called Kai Mao smiled back, then turned around and walked out of the room. After becoming a Chen clan house slave 2 days ago, the Chen clan had specially constructed a residence, 2 people to a room, and they could also go home once a month, plus the previously mentioned monthly salary. The treatment was still very good, and these days after staying in the Chen clan, his nervousness from the beginning of entering the Chen clan gradually relaxed, and their daily work wasn't difficult. He was completely at ease. Having drunk too much water during the day, he now needed to go and fix his personal situation. Before long, Kai Mao walked out of the outhouse, ready to continue back to sleep. However, when Kai Mao's gaze moved around and saw the glittering light flickering in the sky not far from the family, the hint of curiosity hidden in Kai Mao's heart was completely aroused. If he remembered correctly, that was the Chen clan's ancestral hall. On the first day, there were Chen clan people who had taken them to various places in the clan to familiarize themselves with the road, but the only place that was included in the clan's forbidden land was the Chen clan's ancestral hall, where they were not allowed to go in and watch. This, in turn, made many of them curious, such as what exactly was in that ancestral hall. He had originally forgotten about it these past few days, but the faint fluorescent light that shone under his eyes was making him itchy. He would go and take a look. Just one look. After looking at it, he'd come back to bed. And the reason why he dared to go peek was also because he noticed that the clansmen of the Chen clan all seemed to go to bed very early, and many of them had already rested just as it was getting dark. Once night came, the entire Chen clan seemed especially quiet, and he hadn't even seen anyone patrolling these past few days. This was also the main reason why he dared to go over. If there were people patrolling, he wouldn't dare to go even if he had a few more guts. Kai Mao carefully looked around and confirmed that no one had noticed him before slowly walking towards the direction of the Chen family ancestral hall. But without walking far, Kai Mao felt a coolness coming from all around his body. This made his heart extremely puzzled. He also wore a lot of how to feel so cold. Kai Mao did not pay attention to it and continued to walk forward. Soon, Kai Mao arrived outside the ancestral hall. Looking at the closed door of the ancestral hall and the outer wall which was not too high, Kai Mao had an idea in his heart. In no time, half a head poked out from the outer wall. Kai Mao, who had climbed up the wall, looked inside the shrine through the weak moonlight above. But after a round of inspection, it made Kai Mao feel bored. In this shrine, there was only a tree planted and a room where the spirit tablets were placed, and nothing else. It was as if the fluorescence he had just seen did not exist. Kai Mao didn't look any further, descended the fence, and turned to leave. But at this moment, he felt his body go a little colder. On his way back, he passed by the rooms of the other clansmen of the Chen clan, and there seemed to be murmured dreaming coming out of the rooms. Hearing the commotion, Kai Mao couldn't help but put his ear close to the wall and listen carefully to the sounds in the room. Cut down? Oh, I get it. So that blood 1T, flow out. I'll find a place to try it tomorrow. The sound of words coming from beside his ears made Kai Mao's face change slightly, although he did not listen to the whole. But the meaning of the words is to make him shudder. In addition to the coldness coming from the surroundings, it is to make his back break out in cold sweat. As if at this moment there are several pairs of invisible eyes are spying on themselves in the dark. Kai Mao no longer hesitated and sped up towards his residence. In the dream world, two Chen family members were in the middle of an exchange. Handling the corpses of ferocious beasts is also a skill. Don't underestimate it. Back then Dad relied on this skill in the family. Father, I know. I'll try it tomorrow. In the room, the sleeping clansman wore a light smile. Right after Kai Mao re-entered the room, the several living souls that had been following Kai Mao were the ones who began to communicate. This person is too curious to be a family slave. Not bad. There are also two others with arrogant attitudes and too many ideas. Also not very suitable. After some communication, the several living souls left their original places and returned to the ancestral hall, and the fluorescent light that had disappeared before, at this moment resurfaced from the branches and leaves of the inconspicuous acacia tree in the ancestral hall. Below the acacia tree, there were countless invisible souls sitting on the ground, and these souls had a densine chi that made the temperature of the entire shrine drop by several degrees, and from time to time, there were still living souls floating out, patrolling around the family. It was because of these living souls that the people of the Chen clan didn't have to worry about being attacked at night, and due to the characteristics of the living souls, it was even more convenient than the clan's patrol team. Chapter 63, Worry. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang was silently absorbing the moonlight, and the sound of the exchange between a few living souls just now also reached his ears. Just when this person came over, Ji Yang had already dispersed the moon eclipse technique, so Kai Mao did not see any abnormality in himself. Unbeknownst to Kai Mao, there was already a living soul following him when he had the idea. These dead family elders can only hide in the trunks of the trees in the seasonal sun during the day, and can only come out at night. It was hard to catch an unusual stranger, so naturally they refused to let go. If not for the fact that this person was merely curious, I'm afraid that the people of the family would have woken up long ago and captured him. Ji Yang did not pay any more attention to this trivial matter and turned his gaze to his own panel. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Underworld Acacia. Vitality, 44. 3. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Xing. One Leaf Blind. Soul Condensation. Armor Overlay. Feats, Eclipse. Gathering In. Battle Technique, Tai Zu Longfist, can be transformed once. Chi and Blood, 33, can be converted to Life Force. Spiritual Power, 15. Deduction Points, 2. Unable to deduce. Status, your race has changed after using the Gathering In technique for a long time. But it doesn't really matter. You're still weak. Without the consumption of these living souls, Ji Yang's daily acquisition of vitality through absorbing moonlight had now reached over 40 points. Even the underground roots had once again extended quite a bit, coupled with the fact that the family was stable nowadays, and there was no need for Ji Yang to use his divine abilities. Accumulating his life force was even faster. He just didn't know how much life force he would be able to grow new branches and leaves once again when he reached it. Due to the short period of time, there weren't many people who had risen in the family realm, and in these few days, only 2 family teenagers had managed to reach the early stage of the body tempering realm, contributing 2 deduction points to himself. This was still quite a bit short of what he needed for his next deduction. However, Ji Yang was not discouraged. As long as the Chen family developed at its current pace, it would not be long before it would become powerful and become the largest family in the Mass Burial Mountain. Thinking of this, Ji Yang also remembered the other family left in the Mass Burial Mountain, the Lu family. Although he was only a tree, but the roots spread underground 10 or so meters of his news is very circulating. Plus under the shade of the tree, there are still countless family living souls, even if he does not actively inquire, but the news of the clan will enter his ears. When he heard about the Lu family, Ji Yang instinctively felt that this was a big trouble. A family of the same size. When the Chen family and the Li family were fighting, neither took advantage of the fire nor actively participated in either side, and had not even shown any heart. There were only 2 scenarios. Either this Lu clan had no quarrel with the world and only wanted to live their own lives. Either this Lu clan had bigger plans and couldn't see these resources of the Mass Burial Mountain. The possibility of the former was too small. One mountain could not tolerate 2 tigers, no matter if it was the Chen family or the Li family. If one family was dominant, then it would definitely swallow the other families of the massive burial mountain, allowing the family to grow even more. Being uncontested with the world represented actively giving up resources. But the other families, would they think so? Similarly, how could the Lu family, as the 3 great families of the massive burial mountain, not know this? What's more, today's Lu family had yet to reveal its full extent, and the clan wasn't even clear on the exact strength of the Lu family and how many martial artists were in the family. In the case of closed information, the gap between the two clans is still unknown. The initiative today was even more in the hands of the Lu family. Chen Changming and his group had also analyzed these situations, and even had the intention of sending out the clan's living souls to poke around at night. However, this plan was then internally rejected by several people. Although the soul is invisible, after Chen Changming and other people's experiments, it was found that the martial artist's qi and blood attack for the soul also has an impact. The stronger the qi and blood, the greater the damage to the soul, and the stronger the strength, the stronger the perception. A late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist like Chen Xingyu already had a sense of the approaching souls. What if the Lu clan had a stronger martial artist? Rushing to investigate would only alert the snakes. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. The current situation is the most suitable for the development of the family. It wouldn't be too late to probe again when the clan was a bit stronger. Jihu, Xian Snake, step forward. At the edge of the family square, Chen Tianjing looked at the list in his hands and opened his mouth to shout. And in front of Chen Tianjing were the 20 family slaves that had been selected 7 days ago. At this moment, these family slaves looked a little nervous and excited, because today was the day the assessment would end, and the criterion for judging would be the performance of these 7 days. Hearing Chen Tianjing call out his name, two figures looked apprehensive, and then slowly walked out from the crowd. The two were the winged tiger and the Xian snake that had just been called out, and although their names were a little strange, they were extremely common around the massive burial mountain. As most of the names were based on the beasts of the massive burial mountain, these two were not conspicuous in the crowd, and no matter which way you looked at it, they were not considered outstanding. At this moment, after the two were named, a trace of happiness appeared in the eyes of the others present. Since these two were not excellent, they must be the ones eliminated from the family slavery this time. But then Chen Tianjing's words stunned the crowd. The two of you performed well in this family slave examination, and in the future, the other family slaves will be under the charge of the two of you. Hearing these words, the two of them were overjoyed. They had thought that they had no chance to be the Chen family's house slaves, but they did not expect a reversal of fortune. Not only did the two of them pass the examination, but their status had also been upgraded by 1 level. Behind them, the other family slaves, although some doubt, but also dare not refute. But one of them, however, stood out from the crowd and shouted under his breath, "Clan Elder, this leader, why isn't it me, Tian Mang?" Chen Tianjing looked at him with sharp eyes, and although Tian Mang was a bit intimidated, he still did not back off. Chen Tianjing sneered twice when he saw this. Forgot to say that, Kai Mao and Tian Mang, due to violating the family clan rules, they are now expelled from the Chen family and may no longer be Chen family slaves. On what grounds? Did I do something wrong? Kai Mao, ignoring the family rules and stealing into the ancestral hall at night. In the crowd, Kai Mao's face went white, but he did not retort. It only made him feel puzzled that he had clearly not been discovered that day. So how did the Chen family know about it? As for you, Tian Meng, bullying the weak and bullying other family slaves, this is likewise against my Chen family's clan rules. Unfair. Hearing this, Tian Meng exclaimed under his breath. But this time, before Chen Tianjing could speak, there was a clan member on the side who stepped in to teach him a lesson. With just one punch, Tian Meng was already knocked down. Humph, since you want to become my Chen clan's family slave, you have to follow the rules. This is a small punishment. The fallen Tian Meng had an ugly face, but the punch he had just thrown had also completely sobered him up. Although he had some strength, he was by no means a match for a mid-stage body-tempering realm martial artist. Not to mention that the Chen Tianjing in front of him was a blood condensation realm martial artist. Tian Meng slightly lowered his head and suppressed the hatred in his eyes. Alright, after that, I hope that all of you will strictly abide by my Chen family's clan rules. And if there are any offenders, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Also, this month's monthly salary will be sent to you all in advance. The 10 or so people who were originally still scared to death, after hearing this news, all of them had excited faces. As for the other 2 people who were expelled, no one continued to pay attention to them. Chapter 64, Blood Rice. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already half a month later. Nowadays, the Chen clan was peaceful, and every morning, there were clansmen practicing their battle techniques and tempering their bodies in the family square. Some of the wooden houses that were damaged in the early years have been repaired by the clan, and a layer of special paint has been colored on them to prevent corrosion. In the field, Chen Tianyu squatted down and carefully examined the growth of the blood rice in the ground. The clan had already planted all the good fields with blood rice half a month ago, and half a month of growth had caused these blood rice to sprout. Unfortunately, not all fields could grow blood rice, only some good fields can. If the blood rice is planted in ordinary fields, the rice that grows out in the end does not have any difference. There weren't many good fields that could grow blood rice, even for the previous 3 great clans. At first, the family also wanted to know why, but in the end, after some inspection, there was not much to find, and finally guessed that it was due to the fertile soil in the field. From the long-term consideration, the importance of blood rice even exceeded the resources of the ferocious beasts of the massive burial mountain. After all, even if there were more ferocious beasts in the massive burial mountain, the number was limited, and the growth of the ferocious beasts also required a short period of time. Blood rice, on the other hand, can be harvested at least 3 times a year, plus the yield is quite large and suitable for martial artists to harden their bodies. In the future, it will definitely become the key to the clan's prosperity. When next year begins, the clan will focus on blood rice cultivation. Now that the family had annexed the Li family, the number of good fields had doubled, and if they could harvest once before winter, the clan would not have to worry about quenching the body of martial artists for the time being. Chen Tianyu, who was responsible for this matter, would come over every day to check the growth of the blood rice, because the distance between the field and the family is not too close. Considering the occasional wild beasts in the mountains, the family also built a few wooden huts next to the acres of field, and sent martial artists from the family to watch over it day and night. As for the beasts, has long been the family sent martial artists to clean up. After all, blood rice is related to the future of the family. After Chen Tianyu's inspection, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Blood rice growth rate is quite slow, and chaotic burial mountain winter comes earlier, often in the middle of November. The weather will be particularly cold. 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 Once the weather was cold, the growth speed of the blood rice would be even slower. Now has been late September. Also do not know to harvest a crop. If it is not because of the fight with the Li family and delayed time, the family's third crop of blood rice must have been harvested. Chen Tianyu slowly got up, and then no longer think much. Planning is in the hands of others. Accomplishing is in the hands of heaven. Only wishing that this year's winter comes a little slower. In the gone burial mountain, Chen Xingyu's group was fighting with an early-stage blood condensation realm merchant beast. In order to speed up the pace of the hunt, the clan had divided the high-ranking martial artists of the clan into 3 teams, each led by a blood condensation realm martial artist. Chen Xingyu was the leader of this group. In the team, there were 5 young people in their 20s from the clan, only that their realm was not high. Among them, there were only 2 late body tempering realm martial artists, and the others were only at the early body tempering realm. Solving this early blood condensation realm woolly gold beast was naturally incredibly easy for Chen Xingyu today. However, at this moment, Chen Xingyu did not make a move and was only watching the battle from the sidelines. It was only because the patriarch had told him that the clan could not rely on just one person, and that the others also needed to exercise and grow in the hunt. Even if the clan has the method of hardening the body, but if you have not experienced the battle, it is difficult to be a great use. The moment of life and death, it is even more difficult to play their own strength. At the moment, the 5 people are using the trap and the ebony beast entangled. Although there is a blood condensation realm early stage, but its intelligence is low, only brute force, even if the ebony beast can easily break a big tree. But in the 5 people under the siege, physical strength is also gradually exhausted. However, it was also at the early stage of the blood condensation realm, and although the 5 people had the advantage, they didn't dare to push it too hard, so as not to lose their efforts. Soon enough, this oolong beast was unable to sustain itself and was close to being deflated. In the end, it was successfully resolved by the 5. Clan brother Xingyu, we've succeeded. After resolving the oolong beast, a few people had excited faces. Good job, Chen Xingyu complimented. Nowadays, there was less of a trace of coldness on his face and more of a trace of approachability, and the reason for this went without saying. Every night, Chen Tianshan would teach him some knowledge in his dreams and tell him how to strike a good relationship with the clan. Although Chen Xingyu did not care about this, it was his father's instructions and he had to listen. After a few people had taken care of the urchin beast, one of the clansmen slowly stepped forward and spoke. Clan brother, do we still need to continue on? There doesn't seem to be many ferocious beasts around here anymore. The clan's hunting had progressively advanced over the past half a month, and the ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the disorderly burial mountain had been almost finished. Hearing the inquiry, Chen Xingyu's gaze looked ahead, and there was a hint of contemplation on his face as well. Now that they were in the middle of the outer perimeter of the massive burial mountain. Further forward, it was the inner perimeter of the massive burial mountain. Although there was still some distance from where the family's secret passage led to, but there were also many beasts inside, and the innate realm ferocious beasts territory range is quite wide. If that green wolf really in the messy burial mountain home, then continue to move forward. Perhaps we'll run into the patrol territory of the green wolf. If he alone bumped into it, he could only run away. Not to mention that he was still carrying a few clansmen with him. Remembering his father and the patriarch's instructions, Chen Xingyu shook his head slightly. today's harvest is almost done. Go back. Good. That clan member did not say much, and the crowd immediately packed up and prepared to return. On the way back, Chen Xingyu was also feeling the blood qi surging within his body. It had been close to a month since he had broken through to the late stage of the blood condensation realm, and during this month, he could feel his own progress, and also had a corresponding feeling for the blood qi of the blood condensation realm's great success, such as Mercury. This is all thanks to the previous piece of acacia leaves, not to mention that now he is the first person in the family. In the family resources also has a certain supply. However, today's family can't help him too much. Realm enhancement, still have to rely on himself, although this month's progress is quite large, but want to reach the use of acacia leaves after his own. At least 1 year time is still needed. There was also the innate realm after that. He had absolutely no clue. This point, even his father and the clan could not help him. After all, the strongest martial artist in the clan today was only in the late blood condensation realm, and between the late blood condensation realm and the innate realm, there was a big hurdle in between. In the midst of thinking, the group had already seen the family not far away. Chen Xingyu simply no longer think too much, ready to go back and continue to cultivate. Soon, the group of people walked to the family gate. The two people guarding the gate saw the returning Chen Xingyu also open their mouths and cheered. Clan brother Xingyu has returned. As the number one person in the clan, today's Chen Xingyu was already known to no one and no one in the clan. Even many of the clan elders were extremely polite to Chen Xingyu. According to the rules of the clan, today's Chen Xingyu is the clan elder of the clan. Only Chen Xingyu did not promise, just said that his generation is quite low. It is difficult to be competent. In this regard, Chen Xingzhen also did not force. Chapter 65, Bringing the Dead Back to Life. Chen Xingyu's return caused a cheer to pass through the clan. Even many of the family slaves were filled with admiration as they looked at the several ferocious beasts behind Chen Xingyu. If they had run into these ferocious beasts, I'm afraid that they would have already become the fertilizer of the massive burial mountain on the second day. Clan brother Qingyu's team hunted 3 more beasts today. This time, it's definitely clan brother Qingyu's team that's in the lead. That's true. Clan brother Qingyu's strength is the strongest in the clan today. The compliments from the crowd did not make Chen Xingyu proud, simply because these compliments, his ears had long since become calloused. Not good. Quickly come someone, cousin Uncle Tian Mo is injured. Just as the crowd was praising him, a silhouette ran from outside in a panic, his face extremely anxious, and behind him, another team of hunting clansmen were currently carrying a person towards the clan. This team was another hunting team, and the people in the team were led by Chen Tianlu and Chen Tianma, who had only become blood condensation realm martial artists not long ago. Although they were only new to the blood condensation realm, their hunting experience was not weak. Right now when the clansmen heard that Chen Tianma was injured, there was also a trace of surprise on their faces, but then after seeing Chen Tianma being carried back, they also hurriedly went up to check the situation, only to see before the departure of the good Chen Tianma. At the moment the chest blood flow like a column. Even clothing cannot be blocked the wound. Its face pale, breath weak, obviously is seriously injured. Life is not long. Seeing the scene of many clansmen at this moment also panicked. The clansmen on the side hurriedly opened their mouths and said, "Our team was hunting today, and after traveling for a long time, we didn't see a suitable prey. So the two of us, Tian Mo cousin uncle, agreed to go a little deeper. But it never occurred to me that on the way, a ferocious beast in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm suddenly attacked us. Cousin Tian Mo couldn't react as well as he should have, and was seriously injured at that time, and then cousin Tian Lu broke off the back, and that's how he escaped back." Even Chen Xingyu was frowning tightly at this moment. It was difficult to be saved from such injuries, but at this time, Chen Xingyu had a flash of light in his mind and hurriedly said, "Quickly, send cousin Uncle Tian Mo to the ancestral hall, pray for the divine tree to save him. Qing Ming, you speedily take me back the same way to save cousin Uncle Tian Lu." And hearing what Chen Xingyu said, the other clansmen instantly reacted. Yes, how could they forget that the clan still had the divine tree? It was also their fault that they had been busy with many things in the clan recently, and with the closure of the ancestral hall, they had also forgotten to pray to the divine tree. Just this kind of injury, could the divine tree really save it? Many clansmen were skeptical. The last time the clansmen were injured, but it was not as serious as this time. At this time, Chen Tianma's eyes were lost in thought. It was obvious that he couldn't hold on any longer. The clansman no longer hesitated, immediately carried Chen Tianma and rushed towards the ancestral hall. Chen Xingyu, on the other hand, took the two of them with her, and once again went to the mountain of mass graves to rescue Chen Tianlu. On the way to send Chen Tianma to the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen also hurriedly came after hearing the news. After seeing Chen Tianma's injuries, Chen Xingzhen's eyes were slightly shaken, not bothering to say much. He also hurriedly ran towards the ancestral hall. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang, who was listening to the conversation between the two living souls below, soon also noticed the line of people rushing towards the ancestral hall. When Ji Yang sensed Chen Tianma, whose breath was weak, his heart was instantly enlightened. At this time, the two living souls under the shade of the tree also stopped communicating when they saw this. These two living souls were no one else but Chen Changming and Chen Tianshan. The two borrowed the shade of the tree above. In the daytime can also appear in the ancestral hall. Just outsiders cannot see it, and the two cannot be too far away. After the two saw Chen Tianma who was carried in, a sigh came out of their mouths. AI. This injury can't be saved. Both of them were also blood condensation realm martial artists before they were born, but even a blood condensation realm martial artist whose body had been tempered would still die after receiving a huge trauma. And since the sinews and bones of a blood condensation realm martial artist were all tempered, it was also more difficult to recover after an injury. With an injury like this, if the bleeding wasn't stopped in the beginning, it would be hard to save them. The two showed sorrow on their faces, but as living souls, they could only watch silently, unable to help. In front, Chen Xingzhen's expression was also quickly calmed down after seeing the family divine tree, and he hurriedly went forward and prayed, "Please also ask the divine tree to take action." Above, Ji Yang did not hesitate. As the acacia leaves swayed, quite a few green points of light scattered out from the branches, drifting towards the dying Chen Tianma. This time, the green points of light were even more intense and in greater numbers than before, because Chen Tianma was not only severely injured, but he was also a blood condensation realm martial artist. If the life force was too little, there was a high chance that he would not be able to pull it back. At that time, there would be one more living soul in this shrine. Although he was able to revive with his soul body, Ji Yang was now short of deduction points, and with the living clansman, it was natural to save one as much as he could. There was a hint of amazement in the eyes of the two Qin Changming who saw this. They had only been revived a short while ago, or had they ever seen the divine tree display other divine powers? Moreover, when they were revived before, wasn't it already showing the greatest divine power? The two looked at each other with a hint of skepticism in their eyes. If they remembered correctly, even the previous family divine tree didn't seem to have this kind of divine ability, right? Could it be that this small section that had split off from the previous family divine tree was instead more powerful than the original divine tree? The two of them looked at each other in dismay, but they did not rush to make a conclusion, but continued to watch. As a large amount of green light points poured into Chen Tianma's body, the wounds that were originally hidden underneath the piece of red-stained fabric that was constantly bleeding quickly began to heal. Chen Tianma's pale face also gradually began to turn white from deathly gray, followed by a hint of redness emerging on his face, which grew more and more, pulling Chen Tianma's near-absent breathing back up as well. The next moment, Chen Tianma opened his eyes blankly. When he woke up and saw the countless gazes looking at him, a trace of doubt arose on his face. "Patriarch, what's going on?" Saying that, Chen Tianma leapt up from the ground. His body was extremely athletic, not at all like he was seriously injured. Seeing the red cloth stained with blood on his chest, Chen Tianma was also startled, and the memories in his mind of the injuries he sustained at the mass burial mountain quickly began to return. Thinking about it, Chen Tianma hurriedly said, "Patriarch, quick, Tianlu is still behind. Don't worry, Qingyu has already gone." Hearing this, Chen Tianma's heart sighed in relief, but when he saw the intact chest and the divine tree in front of him, he also understood and hurriedly began to worship the divine tree. Looking at Chen Tianma, who had just died for the most part, recovering in an instant, the most shocked were the two Qin Changming below the shade of the tree. As for the other clansmen, there was more joy and celebration on their faces at this moment. It turned out that the divine tree was actually able to save even this kind of injury. So doesn't that mean that as long as they don't die outside of the clan, their lives are worry-free? Wait, even if they died, it didn't seem to matter, did it? In my dream, the elders of the clan said that it can be fun over there. Not only can they meet each other for a long time, but they also don't need to eat. And I heard that they are gossiping every day. And when they don't have anything to do, they are practicing and practicing. And their days are so enjoyable. At the back of the ancestral hall, Chen Xingha and Chen Qingmeng, who were still practicing their battle skills, heard the news and rushed over from the clan square. When he looked at the scene in front of him, Chen Xingha's heart moved slightly. He seemed to vaguely remember that he had once found a mutilated battle technique in the ancestral hall. What was it called? No, he had to go and look for it. He couldn't practice this great ancestor long fist for even a moment. Chapter 66, Family Battle Technique. It seems like it's given violently. Above, Ji Yang looked at Chen Tianma, who was instantly alive and well, and thought silently in his heart. Just now, he was worried that Chen Tianma would pass away in situ and directly use 2 points of vitality. Now, it seemed that he couldn't use that much to revive a martial artist at the early stage of the blood condensation realm. Next time he would have to be a bit more discretionary. After all, This life force was something that he had managed to save up bit by bit. With the clan members leaving, the ancestral hall once again became quiet. Only the two living souls under the shade of the tree let out exclamations of admiration from their mouths. Just now, the two men had surrounded Chen Tianma and looked around, itching to strip Chen Tianma's clothes open and look at them, wanting to see if the injuries had completely healed and if there were any after effects. And the two did not check out any other problems, which made the two sigh in admiration. But then Chen Changming let out a sigh. If the family divine tree had this divine power back then, the family would not have fallen to the present state. But on second thought, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. Even the most powerful family, with the passage of time, would gradually go into decline. Back then, the decline of the family could not be separated from the internal conflicts within the family. And now, since he was back in his life, he would never allow the family to embark on the same old path as before. Looking at the new branches on the god tree, Chen Changming had a deep feeling in his heart. Breaking down and then standing up. Perhaps only by discarding the old shell can new shoots grow, just like the current family. Above, Ji Yang looked at Chen Changming, who was caught up in his thoughts, and wondered in his heart, what was this old man muttering about? In the clan, Chen Xingyu quickly returned to the clan with Chen Tianlu, who had broken the back earlier. Along with the two of them back in the clan was the corpse of a heavenly green ox. The Tianqing ox was not big, its fur was green in color, and it had a single horn. The most crucial thing was that this kind of beast was good at hiding and sneak attacks, and this Tianqing ox was the main culprit for the injuries of the clan members this time. However, with Chen Xingyu's help, this heavenly green bull was quickly cut down. Chen Tianlu, who had returned with him, was only slightly injured. Chen Xingzhen, who had been informed of the details of the incident, decided to reduce the previous 3 teams to 2 after some thought. One of the teams was under the charge of Chen Xingyu, while the other team was under the charge of Chen Tianjing. And by the way, Chen Tianlu's 2 early blood condensation realm martial artists were also divided among them. The ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the mass burial mountain had been hunted by the clan's martial artists for more than half a month, and the remaining ones were just ordinary beasts. If one wanted to hunt ferocious beasts, one would need to go further into the depths. In this way, the strength of the beasts encountered would definitely be stronger, so it was extremely important to expand the strength of the hunting team. As for the idea of stopping hunting, Chen Xingzhen had not considered it. Although there was no shortage of food in the clan now, and even the harvest from each hunt was extremely good, it was possible to cope with this winter. However, the new blood rice had yet to grow, and the martial artists in the clan still had to rely on the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts to harden their bodies, plus they still needed to offer sacrifices to the divine tree every week, in order to ensure that the divine tree's divine power would continue. One blood condensation realm beast would have to be sacrificed every week. All of these expenses were extremely necessary and could not be stopped. Otherwise the family's promotion would also become extremely slow. When next year's spring begins, the situation will not need to be so tense, and even the family will most likely usher in rapid development. At the moment, Chen Xingzhen had nothing else in his heart, and only hoped that the family would be able to pass through this winter smoothly. On this day, Chen Xingzhen had just stepped out of his room when the shouts of the clan members came from beside his ears. Clan chief, the divine tree has changed again. Hearing the news, Chen Xingzhen quickly walked towards the ancestral hall. It had been 10 days since the last time the divine tree had displayed its divine power. In these 10 days, everything in the clan had been smooth. The blood rice had grown normally, and the 2 new teams hadn't encountered too much risk in their hunting. Just yesterday, Chen Tianjing even comprehended the great ancestor's long fist during the hunt, becoming the second person in the clan to comprehend a battle skill. Coupled with the divine tree changes that came from the clan today, this was all good news. Chen Xingzhen, who had arrived at the ancestral hall, looked up at the divine tree and his face was overjoyed, only to see that the clan's divine tree, which was originally no more than 2 meters tall and the thickness of a fist, was now 3 meters tall, and even its trunk had grown a little thicker, and at the top of the trunk, a cluster of new branches and leaves have grown out at some point, and the birth of the extremely luxuriant. The changes in the divine tree made Chen Xingzhen's mood much happier, because it represented that the family's weekly sacrifices were useful, and also represented that the divine tree's divine power was growing. Moreover, just a few days ago, his father had even asked him to memorize the 2 yellow rank battle skills that the family had previously passed down through dream communication. One of the battle skills was called Shadow Steps, which was a body flow battle skill. Although it was a lower grade of the yellow rank, it allowed the martial artist to move faster, giving them a greater advantage in battle. If the technique was practiced to a great extent, it could be used to create a shadow in the footsteps and mesmerize the opponent. The other battle skill was an attacking battle skill of the middle grade of the yellow rank, called the Heart Catalyzing Palm. This battle skill could explode the martial artist's chi and blood from the inside out, gaining considerable power. If practiced to a great extent, it can injure the enemy's internal organs without causing external injuries, and this is also an extremely famous battle skill of the family before, although the grade is not high, but the inheritance has been for a long time. In fact, these two war skills, Chen Changming has long been in the dream told him. Just each war skill is extremely complex, a lot of knowledge, but also cannot have a little wrong place, coupled with the dream and the time is not long, which led to the progress is quite slow. Well, in this month's time, he also finally remembered 7 or 8. When 2 more days passed, he would be able to memorize all of them and then pass the new 2 battle techniques to the clan. With these 2 battle techniques, the strength of the clan would definitely be stronger. But it was precisely with this experience that made him understand the preciousness of the divine tree transmission. He should know that the clan's divine tree had directly conveyed the techniques into his mind, and there was no need for him to take the trouble to memorize them. Initially, after learning about these 2 battle techniques, Chen Xingjin was still a little worried. After all, the family was defeated by a rival family back then, and then fled in defeat. If the family were to use these 2 battle techniques now, would it cause the current family to attract future enemies? However, Chen Changming's reply was what made him stop worrying. According to his father, back then, the rival family did not have a good time after defeating them, and there were even other families that took advantage of the fire, and having already fought a battle with the Chun family, the rival family's strength was empty, and they were also close to being exterminated. In addition, this is the past several decades of time. Hostile families exist or not are still an unknown. Moreover, these 2 battle techniques were also circulated at that time, and there were not a few martial artists who had acquired them. Hearing this answer, Chen Xingjin had no more worries in his heart. Only after paying homage to the family god tree did Chen Xingjin leave the ancestral hall. As he left the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjin once again looked towards the spiritual seat that contained the elders of the clan, and then a trace of bewilderment arose in his eyes as well. Now that the family was in this situation, these family spirit seats, did he still want to worship them? Chapter 67 New Changes. At night, Ji Yang realized to look at the sky from afar. The sky was dotted with stars, far clearer and brighter than in his previous life. With a touch of crisp moonlight rising, the acacia leaves on Ji Yang's branches once again lit up with a faint fluorescence. However, unlike before, the fluorescence on the branches and leaves were much brighter again this night, coloring the entire shrine into a glistening white color. It was only because there was now an extra cluster of new branches and leaves in Ji Yang. And the reason for this extra cluster of branches and leaves was because Ji Yang's vitality had broken through to 100, which caused this change. Ji Yang silently absorbed the moonlight while opening his panel. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Underworld Acacia. Life Force, 100. 5. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Xing. One Leaf Blind. Soul Condensation. Armor Overlay. Feats, Eclipse. Gathering Een. Battle Technique, Tai Zu Longfist, can be transformed once. Chi and Blood, 78, can be converted to Life Force. Spiritual Power, 22. Deduction Points, 6. Deduction, 6. Deduction, 6. Deduction, 6. Status, Absorbing Moonlight Flower in. After his Life Force broke through 100, not only did he have an extra cluster of branches and leaves, but even the roots he had grown underground had spread out 20 meters from the shrine. A distance of 20 meters wasn't too long, nor was it possible to spread the roots all over the entire clan. However, Ji Yang's roots did not grow along a straight line, but rather spread and grew towards a 20-meter radius with himself as the center. If the soil above the roots is peeled away, you can see Ji Yang's huge roots hidden underground. At this moment, Ji Yang also finally understood why he was unable to move after binding the family. People move to live, trees move to die. Although he was the family divine tree, if he were to detach himself from the soil below, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Only as he continued to grow stronger, he felt that sooner or later, he would be able to drag out the underground roots and walk. The ambitious Ji Yang then turned his gaze to his Qi and blood and spiritual energy. All of this saved Qi and blood and spiritual energy was from the Chun family's sacrifice earlier, and also reserved by Ji Yang for use in deduction, or just in case of emergencies. With more than a month's worth of sacrifices, there wasn't a lot of Qi, blood and spiritual energy. Even for ordinary deduction, it could be deduced 4 times, but the only thing was the final number of deduction points, which was still in single digits today. Without enough deduction points, Ji Yang would not be able to perform a new deduction or multiple deduction. Deduction points needed to be obtained from family members breaking through the realm. But martial arts realm breakthroughs, not like eating and drinking water in general. Quenching the body realm is just a month. There are several clansmen have made progress, but if it is to the blood condensation realm, each breakthrough layer of a small realm is not a few months can. The short term is 1 or 2 years, the long term is several years. The number of deduction points has also become the most important part of the constraints on Ji Yang's deduction. But right now, Ji Yang didn't have anything too good to do and could only leave the answer to time. Looking at the button that can be deduced, Ji Yang's heart hesitates. Does he continue to save, or that now deduce once? Thinking about it, Ji Yang remembered the previous few times of deduction, then shook his head. Just deducing like this, without carrying any abilities, was too risky, and right now, the number of times he had deduced multiple times was too small to get the optimal choice through comparison. When the number of times he had deduced was more, he would probably know which deduction was more suitable for him. A little impatience leads to a big plan. Ji Yang decided to wait a little longer. Anyway, now that the family was developing smoothly, his life force was also extremely abundant, so he could afford to spend it. After an hour, Ji Yang once again looked at the panel. The original 100 for life force had now grown to 109. It was a lot faster than the previous growth, but it didn't reach 3 times what Ji Yang expected. That is to say, as the branches and leaves increased, he would be able to absorb more moonflower. But the further back he went, the less moonflower would be absorbed, although it didn't reach Ji Yang's expected value. At the current rate, he could absorb 3 points of life force every night. The improvement was not bad. Unfortunately, he didn't know how much life force he would be able to reach when he was able to make the trunk and branches grow again. If he had known that 100 points of life force could add an extra cluster of branches and leaves, he definitely wouldn't have kept his chi and blood untransformed. The next tipping point Ji Yang was still unclear and could only grow quietly, waiting for his own branches to change. But before reaching a tipping point next time, Ji Yang was ready to experiment. Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye it is already January. A hint of coldness, I do not know when, has already drifted to all parts of the chaotic burial mountain. Chen family, many clansmen have put on thicker clothing. Most of these clothes are made from ferocious beast fur. Many ferocious beast fur not only can prevent heat and cold, and even has a certain defensive role, but now, they have all been made into clothes by the family. And what many martial artists are wearing is even the fur of ferocious beasts in the blood condensation realm. This makes Chen Changming see after quite a heartache. These things, if placed in the family in the past, can also be sold at a good price? When the family, behind the back cannot be such a mountain, but both good and bad. Now the family is located in the place, too remote, want to sell also cannot be sold. So Chen Changming also did not say much in the dream, just let him collect some things unique to the ferocious beasts. In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjian worshipped the divine tree as usual before getting up and leaving from the ancestral hall. 2 days ago, he had already withdrawn all of the family hunting party. There were 2 reasons for this. First, the weather was cold, and many of the beasts in the mountains would become more violent and aggressive than usual in order to store enough food. Secondly, the clan's hunting team had already gone too far, and continuing would only result in more losses than gains. During the hunt, there were a few injured people in the clan, but fortunately, with the blessing of the divine tree, this point wasn't much of a problem. Even many clansmen, after seeing the exaggerated power of the divine tree, were exceptionally brave during the hunt, and even risked their lives. Most of the people in the clan were injured because of this. Chen Xingjian, who was informed of the situation, was immediately furious, and then issued an order that if there were any more injuries from this, the clan would impose a heavy fine, and at the same time deprive the qualification of worshipping the divine tree. As the patriarch of the clan, he certainly understands that the divine tree has a spirit, and that exercising divine power is not without consumption. So how can the divine tree be depleted too much because of the clan's recklessness? Only after the order was given did the clan members settle down a lot. Just as Chen Xingjian left the ancestral hall, ready to check on the cultivation of the clan's martial artists, a figure in front of him arrived with quick steps. Clan chief, news has come from the Tianyu clan elder's side, saying that the clan chief should personally go over for a bit. Humph, I know. Chen Xingjian, who had received the news, did not show his face, but his heart was startled. Chen Tianyu was responsible for taking care of blood rice, and had even lived over there recently, only returning to the clan once in a while. Now that the news had come, it was clear that there had been a change in the matter of the blood rice, and he needed to go and take a look at it immediately. The weather was getting colder and colder, and if he couldn't harvest the blood rice before the snow came, I was afraid that this crop wouldn't be harvested. Winter often lasted 2 or 3 months. Simply relying on the clan's reserves of ferocious beasts' blood and meat today was not enough to allow the clan's martial artists to temper their bodies for such a long period of time. That was why this crop of blood rice was also crucial and could not be compromised. Chen Xingjian brought along the 2 clansmen and set off in haste. Chapter 68 5 Organ Ascension Technique. Patriarch. When Chen Xingjian rushed to Liangtian, he came face to face with a melancholy Chen Tianyu. This caused Chen Xingjian's heart to cool slightly. It seemed that the situation was not too good. What's going on? Chen Xingjian asked as he opened his mouth, his face still calm. Patriarch, the weather has recently turned cold, and these blood rice have not grown for 2 days. After hearing the situation, Chen Xingjun quickly walked towards the middle of the good fields, checking the growth of the blood rice. After more than 2 months, the blood rice plants that were still just seedlings were now more than half a person tall, and at the top of the heads of these plants, they had already borne spikes of rice, which appeared to be light red in color. Looking around, several acres of spiritual fields look like a sea of blood, swaying in the breeze. According to reason, now has reached the fruiting period of the blood rice. Only need to wait for another half a month or so time. Rice ears will slowly grow blood rice. At the same time, the color of the rice ears will also become crimson. To be full of rice ears, almost can be harvested. But when Chen Xingjun bent down to the ears of rice peeled open, the inside is showing shriveled state. Obviously, with the weather turning cold, these blood rice no longer grows, even if it has started to firm up now. Chen Xingjun checked the other blood rice again, and the situation was mostly the same. Some of the rice grains inside the ears were extremely small, and even more had yet to grow blood rice. If left unchecked, the condition of the blood rice would only get worse, and the clan's efforts over the past 2 months would be lost. At this moment, the many clansmen on the sidelines were also at their wits' end. After all, this was not the case in previous years, as they would have avoided this weather and planted ahead of time. Seeing that the other clansmen were all looking at him, Chen Xingjun knew that he had to think of a solution. After pondering for a little while, Chen Xingjun had an idea in his mind and then spoke. Have the clansmen surround all of the good fields with dirt to see if there can be any salvation. Good. Hearing what the patriarch said, the people began to act. However, Chen Xingjun did not have much joy on his face. Although this might increase the temperature in the good fields a bit, as the weather shifted, the temperature would only get colder and colder. Chen Tianyu similarly understood, but right now there seemed to be no other solution, so he might as well give it a try. If there was really no other solution, he could only give up, except that this would greatly affect the development of the clan. Looking at the busy clansmen, Chen Xingjun gave some instructions and then walked towards the family. The range of good fields was not small. Even just enclosing a circle of earth wall outside was not an easy task, and these earth walls could not be too short. At least the growing blood rice must be blocked. He was ready to go back and mobilize some of his clansmen to come over to help. Chen Xingjun, who was a bit anxious, quickly returned to the clan and sent many of the free clansmen to the good fields. Before Chen Xingjun could rest for a while, there was another clansman who came to report. Clan Chief, recently, the people of the clan seem to be practicing a new battle technique. Chen Xingjun cast a puzzled gaze towards the reporting clansman. A month ago, he had already distributed the 2 new battle techniques that had been completely recorded, and after the distribution of the new battle techniques, quite a few of the clan members had already begun practicing them, due to the fact that the 2 battle techniques were not of a high grade. Nowadays, all the blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan had already mastered them, just not skillfully enough, and even quite a few of the clan's body hardening realm martial artists had also gained something, but now it was telling him that the clan was practicing a new battle technique, which left him puzzled and hurriedly asked, "What battle technique is it?" The reporting clan member shook his head. Definitely not the 3 battle techniques that the clan had before. Hearing this, Chen Xingjun was even more puzzled. In addition to these 3 battle skills in the clan, could there be other battle skills? He was the clan leader. How could he not know? Chen Xingjun immediately summoned a few clansmen to inquire about the situation, and soon learned of the source of the new battle techniques, which were said to have first come out of the mouths of Chen Xingha and Chen Qingmeng in the clan. This gave Chen Xingjun a vague sense of foreboding in his heart, simply because Chen Xingha had been restless since he was a child, and he suspected that the 2 mountain opening knives beneath the divine tree that day were Chen Xingha's doing. However, at that time, when the divine tree was first born, he did not pursue the matter, not realizing that there was now a new battle skill in the clan. Chen Xingjun's face was quite gloomy. Battle techniques are not some kind of cabbage. Each battle technique are countless martial artists after countless experiments to get many battle techniques, often family lineage, so that it will not be cut off. The creation of battle skills, but also has a great risk. The slightest error will let the martial arts tendons and veins disorganized. Serious cases will even burst and die. Chen Xingha, now but the early stage of body tempering. Is it because he looked at the 3 battle techniques, then thought of creating a new battle technique out? This kid, his guts are too big. No, he had to ask quickly so as not to subject the family to great hardship. Soon, the 2 had been brought before Chen Xingjun. Greetings to 4th uncle. Greetings to the patriarch. Seemingly realizing that the situation was not right, Chen Xingha had a smile on his face and did not address the patriarch anymore. Only Chen Qingmeng on the side had curiosity on his face, not yet knowing what the matriarch had called the 2 of them over for. Seeing Chen Xingha sit close to him, Chen Xingjun's face whitened another point and hurriedly asked, "I heard that you've been learning a new battle technique recently? What battle skill is it? Quickly tell me." Seeing Chen Xingjun's solemn face, Chen Shenghe didn't dare to hide it, and immediately took out a worn-out book from his bosom and came out. The book was gray and yellow, stained with a lot of dust that couldn't be wiped clean, and only a few large words could be vaguely seen on the book. The Art of Ascension of the Five Viscera. Seeing these few big words, Chen Shengzhen's body froze abruptly, and a dusty memory slowly surfaced from his mind. People had 5 viscera, and it was said that the 5 viscera contained the powerful strength of the human body. It was just that ordinary people were unable to bring it into play, and after a martial artist quenched his body and condensed his chi and blood, the 5 organs were even more extremely powerful. This 5 viscera ascension technique was indeed a battle technique, and it was also a battle technique that was specifically used to utilize the power hidden in the 5 viscera of a martial artist. And this battle technique was extremely easy, even a body-tempering realm martial artist could easily learn it. But the use of this war skill, has a great negative effect, only because every time you use it, you need to one of the 5 viscera in the body to explode, so that the power will be stimulated out. Even the strongest martial artist can only use it 4 times in a lifetime. As for the 5th time, I don't think anyone can survive after bursting their heart. This battle technique was obtained by the family during the migration, and the family valued its power, so they let a few clansmen learn and use it. The power of this battle technique is indeed good, but the cost is extremely serious. Even if it is only a burst of a dirty, will make the martial artist regret his life? The end is miserable. After noticing the drawbacks of this battle technique, he hid it when the clan was established in the mass burial mountain. Time had passed, causing him to have long forgotten, or rather not want to remember this battle skill. After all, every time he used the battle skill, a member of the clan would be sacrificed. Relying on this battle technique, even if one survived, it was impossible for the clan to grow. I don't know what was in the mind of the martial artist who created this battle technique. It wasn't until he saw this battle skill again today that it brought back memories of that unforgivable past. Chapter 69. You didn't learn, did you? Where did you find it? Didn't I hide this battle skill? Chen Shenghe scratched his head. I accidentally saw it at the family ancestral hall and thought that it would be a waste to leave it there, so I took it out, thinking that I would let the clansmen learn it. Chen Shengzhen couldn't help but tremble after hearing this. At first he didn't destroy this battle skill, so he put it inside the ancestral hall and placed it quite secretly. Where did he ever think that it would still be turned out by Chen Shenghe? This is not letting the clan learn, this is letting the clan die. However, recently, he had not heard other martial artists in the clan talk about this battle skill, so he thought that the news of the battle skill had not spread out. It should not be too late to remedy the situation. Thinking of this, Chen Shengzhen hurriedly asked, when did you get it? You shouldn't have had time to spread it out yet, right? None of the clansmen know about it, right? Looking at the anticipation and supplication in Chen Shengzhen's eyes, Chen Shenghe's voice was also much smaller and his mouth mumbled. About a month ago, I took it out when I went to the ancestral hall to pay homage to my ancestors. Passing it on didn't go out. It's a family battle technique. I only told the clansmen about it. Most of the clan should have learned it by now. That's right, a few days ago, clan brother Qingyu also borrowed it to learn for a day. When it came to only telling the clan members, Chen Shenghe was full of smugness. He was a member of the clan. How could he let this kind of battle technique circulate? However, every word of Chen Shenghe was like an ice blade stabbing into Chen Shengzhen's heart, until he heard that a few days ago, Chen Qingyu also borrowed it to study for a day. It was even more so that Chen Shengzhen's heart was ice cold. This kid is to catch their own clan grips. If another few days, I'm afraid that all the clan will learn, and then there really is a family war. This side of the explosion of a kidney, that side of the explosion of a liver, the end of the war, the family is also finished. Chen Shengzhen quickly calmed down. It was good that the clan was stable now, thinking that there would not be a great war for a while, and everything could still be remedied. Patriarch. At this moment, a figure walked quickly from outside. The person who came was no other than Chen Tianjing. After seeing Chen Shenghe standing, Chen Tianjing immediately snorted coldly. I'll clean you up when I get home. Tianjing, is there something wrong? Seeing Chen Tianjing, Chen Shengzhen quickly detached himself from his contemplation. After taking the family hunting team back a few days ago, Chen Tianjing had been dispatched by him to spy on the Lu family. Patriarch, in these few days, the Lu family seems to have made some moves. Hearing this news, Chen Shengzhen's expression became serious, immediately letting Chen Shenghe's several people leave. It was not too late to discuss the matter of battle techniques later. Tianjing, tell me in detail. Yesterday, I have discovered that the Lu family clan members appeared in various parts of the mass burial mountain. They are holding iron hoes and seem to be digging for something. Among them, there are also several blood condensation realm martial artists. Worrying about being discovered by them, I didn't dare to take a closer look. As Chen Tianjing reported, Chen Shengzhen frowned deeper and deeper. Even during the previous family wars, the Lu clan had not made any moves. So why was it instead that in these past few days, the Lu clan had made a move? Digging? What could be dug in the mass burial mountain? What exactly was the purpose of the Lu family? Before this, did the Lu family have similar behavior? Many doubts, one by one, appeared in Chen Xingzhen's mind. However, due to the fact that some years ago, the clan had been fighting against the Li family, they simply did not have the heart to check on the Lu family, so they did not know anything about the Lu family's current actions. But what was certain was that the Lu family must have their purpose in doing so, and after hearing the number of martial artists of the Lu family in the report, Chen Xingzhen felt a trace of worry and alarm in his heart. According to Chen Tianjing, he had observed no less than 7 or 8 blood condensation realm martial artists, including 2 or 3 late blood condensation realm martial artists. Moreover, what he observed was only a corner of the Lu family, not comprehensive. That is to say, the Lu family has at least a dozen blood condensation realm martial artists. Although the family had promoted another member of the clan to the blood condensation realm in the month of January, even with the addition of him as the patriarch, there were only 7 blood condensation realm martial artists in the family, and 3 of them had only arrived at the blood condensation realm a short while ago. This number and realm, and the Lu family is not comparable at all, and there is even a huge gap between the two in terms of combat power. If the Lu family wanted to make a move, I'm afraid the family wouldn't have much of a chance. Plus, the old ancestor in the family had also completely shut down after the last big battle, and was now lying straight in his coffin, making the family's strength weakened. And Chen Xingzhen had indeed not expected that the Lu family, which had been silently lurking, would be this powerful. But fortunately, the family still had the divine tree, which could make up for a certain gap in battle power. But when he thought of this, Chen Xingzhen's expression froze again. Has been secretly hidden Lu family since so powerful, they will not have their own family totem? It was understandable that the Li clan did not have a totem. After all, the Li clan was still a small clan that belonged to the massive burial mountain. But the Lu family had a mysterious origin and had only been in the massive burial mountain for a few years, so it was very likely that they had their own family totem. Just like their own family, if the Lu family also had a family totem, then the advantage of the divine tree would no longer exist. After thinking for a little while, Chen Xingzhen slowly said, "First, withdraw the clansmen outside. Don't poke around. As long as the Lu family doesn't make any moves that threaten the family, ignore them." I know. Chen Tianjing nodded silently. He certainly knew the gap between the two families. If the Lu family really had other intentions, I'm afraid that the family's current situation would be even more dangerous than the duel with the Li family a few months ago. Right now, what the family had to do was to pretend not to see it, even when the Lu family made a move to cross the line. Although it does not sound good, but the gap in strength is so that the family can only be silent. The family's prosperity is imminent. Similarly, the clan still lacked a high-ranking martial artist. It was also unknown when Xingyu would have the hope of breaking through to the innate realm. Chen Xingzhen decided to ask his father, Chen Changming, at night. As the previous patriarch of the clan, his father definitely knew more than he did in this regard, so he could also give Chen Xingyu some experience. The family was like this. If there was an elder who broke through to a higher realm, then for the younger generation of the family, they would definitely teach each other without hiding anything, which was the key to the family's ability to grow from strength to strength. Just as Chen Tianjing was about to leave, Chen Xingzhen abruptly called out to him, "By the way, regarding the clan's new battle technique, do you know about it, Tianjing? Does the clan head mean the 5-organ ascension technique?" "Yes, this matter is also extremely important. Tianjing, you haven't learned this battle technique, have you?" Chapter 70, Requesting Instructions. Hearing Chen Xingzhen's inquiry, Chen Tianjing also scratched his head. Seeing this scene, where did Chen Xingzhen not understand that Chen Tianjing had probably learned it as well? Chen Xingzhen let out a sigh from his mouth. This battle technique is detrimental to heaven and harmony. If it were to be passed down, it would be harmful to the family. Even if the family has a divine tree that can display divine power, it is still unknown if the divine tree is able to completely heal the aftereffects left behind by this battle skill. Hearing what Chen Xingzhen said, Chen Tianjing could not help but frown at this moment. Indeed, he had thought too simply before. And the reason why the clansmen had learned this battle technique was because they had seen the divine tree displaying its divine power a few days ago, which had led to the clansmen scrambling to practice this 5 viscera ascension technique. But if the divine tree is unable to return to the heavens after performing this battle technique, then won't the clan decline further and further? It should be known that the loss of each organ would bring great harm to the body, and there were descriptions of the loss of the corresponding organs in the battle technique. Understanding the importance of the matter, Chen Tianjing immediately spoke. "Patriarch, it should not be too late to remedy the situation. I will go and call over the clansmen who have learned this battle technique." But Chen Xingzhen just waved his hand and said, "That's just it. Most of the clansmen have already learned it now, so I guess it's too late. Let's do it this way. I'll go and ask the divine tree for instructions this night before I say anything. Chen Tianjing nodded his head in response after hearing this. If the divine tree was able to resolve the aftermath of this battle technique, then the strength of the clan would also be raised to a level out of nowhere, and could even explode with great power at critical moments. And Chen Xingjin also had his own thoughts in his mind. If it was before today, he would have definitely made corresponding measures to reblock this battle skill. But now that the Lu clan had made a move, although it had not yet collided with the clan, it made him feel a hint of crisis. He needed to prepare for the worst. With the help of the divine tree, this 5 viscera ascension technique might not necessarily not be a formidable battle technique. Chen Xingjin then remembered the blood rice in the good fields and felt quite a headache for a while. Difficulties came one after another, leaving him deeply powerless. Tonight, he would have to ask his father if he had any good solutions. 5 organ ascension technique? In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang, who had learned of this battle technique, was astonished. In Chen Tianjin's narration, Ji Yang also finally knew what Chen Xingha had secretly searched for after paying homage at the ancestral hall last month, and after knowing the effects of this battle skill, Ji Yang's heart even darkened. Awesome! He really couldn't imagine what kind of genius had actually created this battle skill. Using this battle skill, wasn't that no different from committing suicide? Even though Ji Yang was not a martial artist, he knew the importance of the 5 organs of the body. Although his life force healing effect was strong, but if he lost his brain and heart, even more life force would not help. He was only saving the dead, but could not bring the dead back to life. But if it is a few other organs, it seems that it is not impossible. Ji Yang pondered. Nowadays, he had the one leaf barrier, which could also briefly raise the strength of the clan. The two might be different in form. One was a direct transfer of life force, while the other was turning life force into chi and blood in the form of performing a divine ability. However, the essence of the two was the same. Whether it was casting the divine ability One Leaf Blind or healing the clan's injuries, all that was consumed was life force. If this 5 viscera ascension technique was more effective and saved less life force, it would not be a bad way to enhance the strength of the Qin clan. It was just that the specific effects were yet to be experimented with. Below, Chen Xingjin, who had finished recounting the matter, silently waited for the divine tree's response. But seeing that the divine tree did not make any movements for a long time, Chen Xingjin's heart was also half-cooled. It seemed that even the family divine tree was unable to do so. In that case, tomorrow he should consider how to take back the battle techniques that had been spread out, and those clansmen who had learned this battle technique would have to be carefully instructed not to use it. Just as Chen Xingjin was pondering how to resolve the aftermath, several green light points floated down and landed in Chen Xingjin's hands, then disappeared. Seeing that the divine tree had responded, Chen Xingjin's face radiated a hint of delight. If using this 5 organ ascension technique did not have too many aftereffects, then the power that the family erupted in the midst of a desperate situation would definitely surprise the enemy. However, Chen Xingjin also noticed that there were only 4 green points of light that had just floated down. Could this be the divine tree telling itself that it could only explode up to 4 organs? However, this also gave Chen Xingjin some confidence in his heart. Subsequently, Chen Xingjin once again began to recount the recent family matters and asked what should be done to solve the blood rice growth problem as well as how the other Lu clan should respond. However, this time, Chen Xingjin was not praying to the divine tree, but was instead narrating to himself into the air in front of the tree trunk, and in front of Chen Xingjin. Unseen by him, several living souls were listening attentively to Chen Xingjin's narration. This was what Chen Changming had told him earlier in his dream, saying that all of the family's dead lived in the ancestral hall. In order to save time in the dream realm, Chen Xingjin then decided to tell the matter before he went to sleep, and wait until he was in the dream realm, when his father told him the results of the deliberation, which was much more efficient and convenient. Above, Ji Yang naturally heard Chen Xingjin's description. Ji Yang didn't know anything about blood rice or anything else. He hadn't planted any land. He had only seen blood rice and thought that the color of the rice was not bad, but in terms of planting, he couldn't help much. However, after hearing the description of the Lu clan, Ji Yang's heart was also serious, especially after hearing Chen Xingjin's speculation that the Lu family was also likely to have a family totem. The family totem was something unique to this side of the world. This was understood when Ji Yang had just turned into a tree, but unfortunately, there were not many memories about it, and after Chen Changming and other Chen family elders came back to life, occasionally it was inevitable to talk about this aspect of things. Ji Yang also listened to a general, for the family totem has a certain understanding. There are many types of family totems, not confined to one, may be a flower, may be a tree, may also be a stone and other seemingly inconspicuous things, but as a family totem, the only element is to have a spirit. Only things with spirit have the potential to become family totems. This side of the world, although large, the spirit of the thing is not much, or even can be said to be extremely rare. Even if there is, once found will also be the big family to snatch. will not be left to the other small family. This seems to be many big families' respective tacit understanding. According to reason, like the mass grave mountain and other small places, I'm afraid that simply do not know what the totem, such as the Li family. If the Li clan had a totem, I'm afraid that the Chen clan would have long since ceased to exist. As for the Chen family, is an exception. After all, the Chen family at least 100 years ago is still a big family. Some family shade is not surprising. As for the Lu family of the mass burial mountain, the same cannot be underestimated. And this Lu family, the probability is not the native family of the mass burial mountain. There is a family totem. It seems not strange. Chapter 71, Deduction again. Although Chun Changming and other family members had a certain understanding of the family totem, they did not know much about it. After all, when the family was brilliant, several people were not very old, and even in the family, they could only look at the glory of the family's divine tree from afar. When a few people came of age, the family had already fallen, leaving them with only a stump of the divine tree. Because of this, Ji Yang also had more curiosity about other family totems. If the Lu clan had a family totem, then what did their family totem look like? What was its function? Ji Yang was eager to see. Unfortunately, according to Chen Xingzhen's description, the Lu clan of today was simply not something that the Chen clan could afford to mess with. The difference in strength between the two was so great that even if the clan now had the 5 Viscera Ascension technique, along with its own supply of life force, it would still be difficult to be an enemy of it, if they really fought, not to mention taking a look at the other side's family totem. It was estimated that their own roots would have to be pulled up. Chen Xingzhen's narration also caused a sense of crisis to arise once again in the heart of Ji Yang, who had lived a peaceful life for 2 months. It seemed that he could not lie flat for the time being. At the same time, it also made Ji Yang, who originally still had some hesitation in his heart, secretly make a decision. After Chen Xingzhen finished describing the situation, he left the ancestral hall and walked towards his room. Under the shade of the tree, Chen Changming and a bunch of other family backbones living souls were currently discussing what Chen Xingzhen had just said. One person's plan was short, but all people's plans were long. Without a body, they could not take care of the family's safety and security, but their memories were still there, so they could think and advise the family. Today's dilemma lies in the growth of the blood rice and finding out the purpose of the Lu family. With some discussion amongst the crowd, a decision was quickly made. Not long after, Chen Changming's figure drifted away, ready to enter the dream to inform Chen Xingzhen of the crowd's deliberated countermeasures. As for the other living souls, they were all sitting in various parts of the ancestral hall at the moment, cultivating with the help of the yin qi emanating from the trunk of the Jiyang tree. At first, the people thought that they were just souls being revived, and that was all there was to their lives. But then they realized that with the increase of yin qi, their souls would become more solid and they could dream for a longer period of time, and even their memories were much better, and they could recall things that they had forgotten at the beginning. And they also found that the strength of the life seems to determine the concentration of yin qi in the soul body. Like Chun Changming, who was the only innate realm martial artist in the family before. In terms of soul body, there was also a clear gap with other living souls. The absorption of yin qi over these 2 months had allowed Chen Changming to briefly move around in the daytime and without the need to utilize the shade of the divine tree. Although the time of activity was extremely short, probably only a few breaths of effort, this discovery made many living souls quite interested. This was because they also wanted to see the clan in the daytime, to experience the vitality of the clan, and to see the growth of the clan's descendants. However, with their current soul body strength, it was still difficult to realize, so they needed to work harder. Although it was possible to cultivate in the space of the tree trunk during the day, the effect wasn't as fast as clinging to the side of the divine tree at night. Looking at the many living souls sitting in meditation and practicing below, Ji Yang also slowly moved his gaze away. He could feel these souls gradually becoming stronger, as if they were those living souls in the underworld realm. But this was a good thing, because these living souls did not yet know that they had another divine ability. Ji Yang was also curious as to how strong they could be when they were covered in armor. But soon, Ji Yang looked at his own panel. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Spectral Acacia. Life Force, 200. 2. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Xing. One Leaf Blind. Soul Condensation. Armor Overlay. Technique, Moon Eclipse. Gathering Yin. Battle Technique, Tai Zu Longfist, can be transmitted once. Qi and Blood, 88, can be converted to Life Force. Spiritual Power, 24. Deduction Points, 14. Deduction Available. Status, Absorbing the Moonlight. Status, Absorbed in Moonlight Flower. It had been 1 month now since the last time he had rescued Chen Tianma, and during this month, Ji Yang could absorb 3 points of life force every night. 1 month was not enough time for Ji Yang to push his vitality to 200 points, not to mention that Ji Yang would still be consumed midway due to performing divine abilities and healing his clan members. However, at 180 points of life force, Ji Yang took the initiative to transform 40 points of chi and blood, wanting to see if 200 points of life force would allow him to give birth to new branches again. Unfortunately, 200 points of life force did not work. In this January, the Chen family sacrificed once a week, and the sacrifice was still a ferocious beast of the blood condensation realm, which also led to Ji Yang's chi and blood having quite a lot nowadays, and if he hadn't transformed his life force, he would have more than 100 points of chi and blood nowadays. Just a pity, the spiritual power increase is not much, and even 2 of the ferocious beasts did not increase at all, but the good thing is that it is still enough. The number of deduction points now also has 14 points, in which one of the clansmen was promoted to the blood condensation realm, and 6 of the body tempering realm clansmen have improved, which is much better than last month. According to Ji Yang's original intention, he was prepared to save some more and then carry out a multifold deduction. But today, Chen Tianjin's narration had forced Ji Yang to make up his mind in advance. People don't harm tigers. Tigers have the intention to hurt people. Today, the gap between the strength of the 2 great clans had to make Ji Yang face up to it. Although the 2 sides were not offending each other before. But now the Chen family is weak and the Lu family has made a move. If the family's future is entrusted to the kindness of the enemy, then the Chen family is not far from extinction. Strengthening oneself is the key. Even if not for the Chen family, Ji Yang had to think for himself. He did not want to be left with a lot of unused points when the Lu family's martial artists arrived at the ancestral hall. Turning the resources at hand into his own strength was the most important thing. Even though there weren't many deduction points, Ji Yang couldn't care less. This deduction requires 20 chi and blood, 10 spiritual energy, and 10 deduction points. Do you wish to continue? Yes? No? Note, this is a double deduction. During the deduction, you can randomly bring one of your own abilities into the deduction. Note, the higher the number of times of deduction, the easier it is to unlock rare maps. Looking at the familiar prompt, Ji Yang no longer hesitated and clicked yes. The familiar scene struck again. Countless maps jumped before his eyes. Ji Yang saw among them the underworld realm that he had entered during the last multiple push. If this deduction could also randomize to this world, it would not be a bad result. After all, nowadays, his very being was the underworld acacia tree, growing in the underworld earth realm. It would definitely occupy the right place at the right time, like a fish in water. Unfortunately, the underworld realm flickered and quickly disappeared before Ji Yang's eyes. When the walking map in front of him gradually began to slow down, Ji Yang's originally calm heart could not help but give birth to some fluctuations. Who the hell invented this dog system? Chapter 72, The Fifth Push. When the image in front of him paused, a snowy white color appeared in Ji Yang's vision. Without waiting for Ji Yang to see the details, the world in front of him transformed once again. When the sight resumed, Ji Yang could already see the surrounding scene. Crowded, very crowded. This was Ji Yang's first impression. At this moment, he was still a sapling, but compared to the previous single-fold deduction, he was a bit larger, but it was not like the last 5-fold deduction, where the size of the outside world was completely integrated into the deduced world. It seemed that the more times he extrapolated, the stronger his own strength would be, as if he would carry one of his own abilities with each additional extra extrapolation. Thinking of his own ability, Ji Yang hurriedly felt it. According to the rules of deduction, twice the deduction, he was able to carry one ability into the deduction. A little while later, Ji Yang's eyes lit up as he felt it. The ability he was carrying this time was Root Beard Strengthening. This was probably the best result. Currently, he had 3 abilities, which were Root Beard Strengthening, High Temperature Resistance, and Toughness. Of these, the 2 abilities, Root Beard Strengthening and Perseverance, were more versatile and could be used no matter where he was. As for High Temperature Resistance, it could only be used for special situations. However, Ji Yang felt that Root Strengthening was a little better than Toughness. Without giving Ji Yang too much time to think, a line of subtitles quickly appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. You were born in the middle of a snowy land. In order to turn into a heavenly tree soon, you began to grow hard. Looking at the subtitles in front of him, Ji Yang's heart then froze. A snowy land? It seemed right. After randomly arriving at the screen, he did see a white color. However, when Ji Yang looked around, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Where was the promised snow? Why did he see only yellow dirt? Never mind. Ji Yang did not care about this. When the subtitles disappeared, Ji Yang also worked hard to use the Root Beard Strengthening skill. Although he couldn't use his life force to strengthen it in the world of deduction, he was able to make his roots more powerful, and at the same time, he was also able to let Ji Yang choose the direction of growth on his own. Soon, Ji Yang had already found a suitable soil for his survival through his root whiskers, and although the soil over here was very hard, it couldn't hold back Ji Yang's heart to grow hard. With the acceleration of time, Ji Yang's stature more and more strong. Originally just a seedling, he also gradually grew taller, only because of the complex terrain above. Ji Yang a few twists and turns, which is trying to grow out. When Ji Yang's trunk has the thickness of a thumb, the surrounding crowd disappeared. Ji Yang looked around, only to see all around is covered by thick snow. The world a pale, only a touch of green on his tree branches seemed quite dazzling. At this moment, Ji Yang realized that the original map was not wrong, just that he was growing in the cracks of the earth under the snow, and did not have the first glimpse of the landscape on the ground. But when Ji Yang's branches gradually grew taller, but quickly realized that it was not good, simply because when he was underneath the snow, he could still not be afraid of the cold, but when the branches grew taller, he had to face the attack of the cold wind and cold air. He didn't have low temperature resistance, so it was probably hard for him to last. The thoughts in Ji Yang's mind had just surfaced when a new subtitle had appeared before his eyes. Cold winds howl in the snowy land. The weather is getting colder and colder. In order to withstand the cold, what do you choose? Inject more nutrients into the bark of the tree, inject more nutrients into the leaves of the tree, inject more nutrients into the roots. There were still 3 choices, but after looking at these 3 choices, Ji Yang's heart was hesitant. Different choices meant different results, which might be good or bad. Ji Yang didn't know which choice was better, but he could think about it based on his previous deduction experience. If he were to infuse the nutrients into the bark of the tree, it was very likely that it would make his bark more resistant to cold. At the end of the deduction, one would definitely also be gaining abilities related to the bark aspect of the tree. However, now that he was growing in the ancestral hall and the family secret passage had been closed, there wasn't much safety for the time being, so Ji Yang ruled out this option. As for the second option, infusing nutrients into the leaves, Ji Yang thought about it for a while and also ruled it out. Where was the resistance to cold through the leaves? He was worried that he wouldn't last if he chose it. Of course, based on previous experience, choosing this might not be a problem, but Ji Yang was not prepared to take the risk. After ruling out 2 options, Ji Yang could only choose the third option, injecting more nutrients into the roots. In fact, reasonably speaking, choosing to inject nutrients into the bark should be the optimal choice. After all, the bark is the key to keeping a tree warm. But Ji Yang is not reasonable. This world is not reasonable. In addition to the bark, the roots are also quite important. But of course more importantly, the ability that Ji Yang carries this time is root strengthening. This was also the reason why Ji Yang chose the third one. After deciding, Ji Yang decisively clicked the last option. After the subtitles disappeared, Ji Yang was also able to sense the situation of his body. Originally, the nutrients absorbed by the roots should have gone towards the trunk and branches to make themselves stronger. But now these nutrients were staying on top of the roots and stagnating. With the increase in nutrients, the original roots also began to rapidly expand. In the midst of the expansion, Ji Yang slowly felt a warmth from the root beard, but the good times didn't last long. When most of the nutrients were absorbed by the root whiskers underground, Ji Yang's bark gradually stopped growing, and it began to change in color, and the already few green leaves gradually began to turn yellow, and then fell into the snow, buried by the snow. From a distance, at this moment, Ji Yang did not look like a tree, but more like a dead branch stuck in the ground. Seeing that he didn't trigger a new subtitle after his choice, Ji Yang knew that his choice might not be right, but as long as he didn't die, then it was also right. Only the direction of growth wasn't quite the same. Slowly, Ji Yang's roots grew warmer and warmer, and seemed to mutate after being injected with more nutrients. Even the snow on top of the roots also gradually began to melt. Spring and fall, time does not pass. Every time Ji Yang's roots expanded farther, the snow above would melt. Gradually, with Ji Yang as the center, several miles in a radius were restored as before, and a piece of greenery gradually grew back from the cold snow. As the range expands, the temperature decreases. Ji Yang stopped growing. The tree trunk is also revitalized. New green leaves slowly grow. Seeing this scene, Ji Yang's heart was finally completely stabilized. This time is really a fluke. Also fortunate that he carries the new ability is the root reinforcement. Otherwise may not be able to survive until now. Slowly, Ji Yang's trunk became thicker and thicker. The green leaves on the branches gradually became more and more luxuriant, and the underground roots spread wider and wider. A new oasis, because of Ji Yang's changes gradually born from this withered snow. Chapter 73, 1,000 miles of bare ground. At this time, Ji Yang's growth height had already surpassed the several previous projections and seemed to be the most successful one. At least in the previous projections, he had not lived this long. When Ji Yang looked at the greenland full of greenery and the many living beings living in this greenland, it also made Ji Yang's heart also give birth to a sense of fulfillment. When one man achieves the Tao, the chickens and dogs will rise. It's just like that. But then Ji Yang was puzzled again. A long time had passed, but why hadn't he seen any new subtitles appear? This made Ji Yang instinctively realize that something was wrong. New subtitles often represented a change in the plot, and although it was very possible to run into the danger of death if you chose wrongly, there was also a hint of opportunity in the midst of danger. At least most of the divine abilities or techniques he had obtained nowadays had come about because of choices made in new episodes. Blandness was a blessing, but he felt as if being too bland wasn't too good. Most importantly, if there were no new plots, would he have gained anything? Did it mean that he would just keep growing like this? Just as Ji Yang was thinking, he was aware of an abnormality in himself. Ji Yang looked, only to see the original green leaves gradually withered. The rough bark slowly began to fall. The hard trunk gradually lost his hardness. Only the roots underground, more and more hot, burning and burning, he seemed to wither. Without waiting for Ji Yang to save it, a line of subtitles then appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. The mutated roots have overdrawn a large amount of your lifespan. You're dying of old age. When the subtitles disappeared, Ji Yang's trunk quickly began to dismember, and the roots that were originally radiating vigor quickly lost their temperature. Ice and snow recovered this green area, hiding all traces of it, and everything returned to its original appearance. The image before Ji Yang's eyes gradually faded. Just as Ji Yang sighed in his heart, he saw a youth figure running extremely fast in the blurred image. This youth came to the place where Ji Yang had grown up before and spat out silent words from his mouth. Ji Yang couldn't hear them, but he saw the regret on the youth's face, as well as recognizing the words spoken by the youth through the shape of his mouth. Too late. Ji Yang had mixed thoughts in his mind, and then the world in front of him completely collapsed. When Ji Yang reopened his eyes, he was still surrounded by the familiar shrine. This time, Ji Yang did not rush to check the gains of the deduction, but instead thought back carefully to the scene he had just witnessed, and some doubts arose in his heart. He had thought that this deduction was just a walk in the park, and that everything in it was fake, illusory, and non-existent. The entire world, it was all for him. When he opened his eyes, the world was born. When he closed his eyes, the world was destroyed. However, what he had just seen had created a trace of doubt in his heart. Were those places really fake? If it was fake, why did the young man who appeared in that last picture show regret? But if it was real, how could it explain the rapid passage of time in the deduction world? Ji Yang couldn't quite figure it out, but the deduction this time around was something that made Ji Yang keep an eye on his heart. Perhaps the world of deduction was more interesting than he had imagined. Unfortunately, he still knew too little, and needed to get the appropriate clues from more deductions to answer the doubts in his heart. When his thoughts were detached, Ji Yang no longer thought much about it. The world of deduction was too far away from the current him, and it was not something he should consider right now. Currently, what he should consider more is when he will be able to gain a complete foothold in this side of the world, rather than worrying about either the Chun family being destroyed or himself being cut down on a daily basis. End of deduction. You have realized a new ability in this deduction, cryogenic resistance. You have realized a new ability in this exercise, free growth. You have realized a new power in this exercise, 1,000 miles of red earth. Cryogenic resistance, you can grow in places with extremely low temperatures. Free growth, you can grow into whatever shape you want. Red earth 1,000 miles, you can consume a certain amount of your life force to empower the roots with terrifyingly high temperatures. Ji Yang gazed at the new gains from this deduction, but he was not very satisfied in his heart. If he survived for a long time this time according to the length of time, the harvest should logically be good. But in fact, it was not. Moreover, it seemed that he, who had deduced the world, would also have a lifespan limit. It was estimated that he still experienced too few episodes and didn't trigger more subtitles. Ji Yang understood in his heart, and at the same time, he no longer dwelled on it, and turned his gaze to the gains he had gotten from this deduction. Low temperature resistance. Getting this ability, Ji Yang was not surprised. Compared to high temperature resistance, low temperature resistance seemed to be more suitable for the current Ji Yang. As the temperature of the mass burial mountain lowered, although Ji Yang was just a tree, he also felt it accordingly. If he waited for another period of time, Ji Yang felt that it was very likely that he would also be affected by the weather and undergo some changes. But with this ability, he didn't need to care. Free growth. Seeing this new ability explained Ji Yang's heart was envious. How good it would be if this new ability was given to his former self. Unfortunately, it was of little use to the current Ji Yang. After all, he was just a tree now. A tree, what's the use of looking good? But it wasn't completely useless. At least he could choose to keep himself unbranched. Finally, Ji Yang looked towards the only divine ability he had harvested this time. Red earth 1,000 miles. It sounded as if it was extremely good, being able to make one's roots emit terrifyingly high temperatures. But after careful consideration, Ji Yang felt that this divine ability didn't seem to be very useful. He is the family god tree. If it was his turn to strike, then I'm afraid that the family is almost finished. Relying on this divine ability is difficult to change the big picture. In addition, Ji Yang was always skeptical about this certain amount of life force. If the life force was too little, he might not feel anything. If the temperature was too high, the life force consumed might not be something he could afford. With this life force, he might as well use the one-leaf barrier to enhance the strength for his clan. But then Ji Yang thought of the clan's most recent problem, the problem of the blood rice stopping growing because the temperature was too low. If he used this divine ability, would he be able to solve this dilemma? Ji Yang pondered for a little while and prepared to experiment a little. As Ji Yang performed his divine ability, the roots buried in the ground reacted, and a faint heat gradually emanated from the underground roots. As Ji Yang's injection of life force increased, the heat also grew stronger and was quickly conducted to the ground. Around the shrine, many clan members' bodies sensed something. Have you felt that the surrounding area seems to have warmed up a bit? Yes, I noticed it too. It seems like it's gone again. Amidst the doubts of the clansmen, Ji Yang withdrew his divine power. The previous words were treated as if he hadn't said anything. Using this divine ability could indeed raise the temperature of the surrounding area, but it had a distance limitation. That is, it could only be not far from his roots and could not spread too far. If he fully exploded the power of this divine ability, I'm afraid that without waiting for the blood rice to grow, the Qin clan's house would be on fire. However, if he didn't use this divine ability at full power, it seemed that the amount of life force consumed wasn't much. At least he had just consumed only 0.1 of his life force. He just didn't know how long he would be able to last if he didn't withdraw the divine ability. But in order to conserve his life force, Ji Yang wasn't even going to use it for the time being. Right now, the Qin clan was not so extravagant that they needed to lay floor heating. Chapter 74, Natural Blood Spring. In the dream world, Chen Xingjian's father and son were communicating, and after a few people deliberated, a few solutions were thought of regarding the issue of blood rice stopping growing. For example, spreading straw next to the blood rice plants, or directly building a fire inside the good field without interruption, or even more troublesome, simply using some fabric and wood to wrap the entire good field. The purpose of all these methods was to raise the temperature of the field, thus speeding up the growth process of the blood rice and allowing it to bear fruit earlier. Chen Xingjian nodded slightly after listening. He had also thought of these methods, but other than the first one, the other few were quite troublesome and extremely labor-intensive. As for the straw, although it can raise the temperature a little, but I'm afraid the effect is not great. However, Chen Xingjian was still prepared to try tomorrow. Regardless of the outcome, they could not give up on this crop of blood rice. As for the Lu family's actions today, Chen Changming said that he would have all the clansmen who were scouting outside withdraw. This matter was left to them. Martial artists probing will inevitably reveal clues, leaving traces. If the Lu family had no intention to strike, so upset, then instead of making a mistake, let the family into a dangerous situation. And like the state they are in nowadays, it is more than suitable to be used for probing. Considering that the soul body also had the risk of being discovered by martial artists, Chen Changming decided to only let the dead clansmen check for traces outside, without entering the Lu clan's interior. Although this was slower, it was safer. Moreover, with such a big move by the Lu clan, it was impossible to have blood condensation realm martial artists guarding every place, and this was an opportunity for them to find out what they were up to. The two of them talked in detail for a while, before Chen Changming's figure slowly disappeared from the dream world. On the second day, the family had a big action. A large number of clansmen were sent to the good fields, carrying out the work of blood rice insulation, but the spiritual field range is quite large. The family's this manpower is also a bit not enough to see. Spent a whole day, only to all the good fields with straw paved. In the following days, all the martial artists in the clan were busy in the good fields, and the clan's busy is not without effect. When Chen Xingjian saw the original dried rice ears in the birth of tiny grains of rice, full of sadness on the face also more than a trace of joy, but after the joy, Chen Xingjian looked up to the sky and sighed secretly. The busyness of the clansmen in these few days did have an effect, but now that it was almost December, the weather was getting colder and colder, and frost had even begun to condense in the high places of the massive burial mountain. According to the development of the current situation, in a few days this frost will cover all the good fields. By then this crop of blood rice is still difficult to harvest, and their busyness in this extremely cold weather, and cannot have too much change. Looking at the clansmen who are still working hard in the fields, even Chen Xingjian's heart has a trace of bewilderment. Is it really necessary to give up? But when Chen Xingjian looked at the smiles on the faces of many of the clansmen as they were busy, his heart instantly became relieved. Even if this crop of blood rice cannot be harvested, it doesn't matter. The big deal is that they will plant it again next year. Chen Xingjian no longer dwelled on it, but just shouted loudly to the clansmen in the field. All clansmen, extra meals tonight. Thank you, clan chief. Clan chief is wise. The clansmen who heard the extra meal worked even harder in their hands. Clan chief, there's a discovery. Inside the Lu clan, the middle-aged man listening to the clansman's report got up violently, a regal luster bursting out from his eyes, and then he spoke. Take me to see. Seeing the patriarch's expression, the person reporting also hurriedly led the way ahead. A line of several people soon left from the clan. Within a short while, several people had arrived within a deep pit. Outside the pit, there were quite a number of Lu family members guarding it at the moment, and upon closer inspection, it wasn't difficult to realize that these guards had a minimum of the blood condensation realm, and in the surroundings of this deep pit, there are several tunnels that have been dug out. These tunnels are messy. The digging method is simple. The pillars used to support the tunnels are just a few stakes, plus the fresh soil piled up outside the pit. It can be seen that these tunnels were dug out in a short period of time. The middle-aged man did not pay the slightest attention to these extremely dangerous-looking tunnels, and instead, led by one person, he quickly walked into one of the tunnels that had only been dug not long ago. Soon, the group arrived at the depths of the tunnel. When the middle-aged man saw the splash of red soil at the end of the tunnel, he was even more excited and immediately approached and reached out to touch it. Under the middle-aged man's kneading, the bright red soil seeped out a touch of bright red blood color. Seeing the blood color of the middle-aged man's face greatly happy, mouth even said, "Good, good, good. Keep digging. We must find the exact location of the natural blood spring this time." Natural blood spring? What is that? In the Chen family, Chen Xingjin in the dream world had a bewildered look on his face. Just now, Chen Changming entered the dream realm and told him about the information that had come back from the clansmen he had sent out in the past few days, and after some judgment, Chen Changming told him that the probability was that the Lu family was looking for a natural blood spring. Chen Xingjin, who had not heard of this name, of course did not know what this was, but looking at the grim countenance on his father's face, Chen Xingjin also felt something bad in his heart. After a short silence, Chen Changming opened his mouth and explained, "The heavens and earth are vast and incomparable, and often in some places, some feng shui treasures will be born, thus giving birth to some strange effects. Natural blood spring is such a feng shui treasure. This kind of blood spring, born in the ground, but will not be like a spring general gushing out of the ground, but in the underground to form a dark current, will slowly change the surrounding." After saying that, Chen Changming sighed again. In fact, the blood rice planted by the family now is also because of this natural blood spring. I only had a guess in my mind before and did not confirm it, but last night when I personally went to check out the tunnels dug by the Lu family, I confirmed that they were indeed looking for that one natural blood spring hidden in the mass burial mountain. Hearing this news, Chen Xingjin's face was in a trance. He didn't expect that the seemingly plain and uneventful mass burial mountain would still have such a thing. But soon, Chen Xingjin reacted and opened his mouth to ask, "What is the Lu family looking for the natural blood spring for? Are they trying to take the blood spring here away?" Chen Changming shook his head. Once a natural blood spring is born, it cannot be moved away. They must have other reasons for looking for the blood spring. Although this kind of blood spring is a feng shui treasure, the effect is not too surprising among the many feng shui treasures. It is only able to produce things such as blood rice. According to you, the Lu family did not vigorously plant blood rice after coming to the mountain of mass burial. It is obvious that they do not see the incidental effects of the blood spring. Then the purpose is probably the natural blood spring itself. Chapter 75, Inescapable. If there are no more natural blood springs, wouldn't it be impossible to grow blood rice in the mountain of mass graves? That's right. Chen Changming's affirmative answer caused Chen Xingjin's mind to wander with thoughts and his brows to furrow. As the patriarch, he was well aware of the importance of blood rice, and without the threat of the Li clan, if the clan developed in this mass burial mountain all year round, relying on the blood rice, it might not be impossible to become a great clan in the future, restoring its former glory. However, without the blood rice, the progress of the family's martial artists in hardening their bodies would slow down, or even stagnate, and the family's development would lag far behind. Although it is said that the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts can also quench the body, but how many ferocious beasts can there be in the mountain of disorderly burial? How many years of hunting can the family afford? Blood rice, like the 3 crops a year, was too rare. Chen Xingjin thought that this blood rice is the reason for the unique land of the massive burial mountain, but did not think that the depths actually have the relationship of this natural blood spring. If really let the Lu family found blood spring disappeared, after the family how to develop? At this moment, Chen Xingjin eyes resolute, must not let the Lu family to find the natural blood spring, otherwise the family's future road has been broken in half. However, when he thought of the Lu family's strength, Chen Xingjin's eyes became hesitant. If the family really blocked the Lu family's move, wouldn't that be a mantis blocking the car? If the family was destroyed now, then what development was there to talk about? Swearing to block, the effect would be almost non-existent, and it would also cause the family to be destroyed, letting it go and losing the blood rice, but with a high probability of retaining the family. I think the Lu family, who found the blood rice, will not make a move against the family. If they want to make a move, they will not wait until now. It was not difficult to judge which was the lesser of the two. Thought. On the side, Chen Changming did not disturb Chen Xingjin who was thinking, and after thinking clearly, Chen Xingjin's face had a trace of helplessness. At the moment, even if they knew the purpose of the Lu family, they couldn't stop it. They could only pretend that they didn't see it. Without the blood rice, to be able to save the strength of the family is not bad. In addition to the family still has the divine tree in. Since the Lu family had not developed in the mass burial mountain in the past few years, it was thought that after finding the blood spring, it would not either. Perhaps by then the Chun family would be the only family in the mass burial mountain. In this way, the development of the family might be better than before. But this point of advantage compared to the blood rice, in an instant will be gone, can only be regarded as the loss of blood rice after the heart of the solace. Thinking back to the Lu family's actions over the past few years, Chen Changming suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help but ask towards Chen Changming with an expectant face. Father, the Lu family has been in mass burial mountain for a few years now. I think they are looking for blood springs not just this year, but in these few years, the good fields can still grow blood rice. Is it possible that they can't find it this year either? Chen Changming shook his head after hearing this. Although there are quite a lot of natural blood spring tributaries that are difficult to find, but the Lu family has ruled out most of the places even though they haven't found them in the past few years. In addition, the mountain of mass graves is just this big. This time, the Lu family made a big fuss about it. It is obvious that they have run out of patience. Even if they didn't find it this time, they will definitely find it next time. Chen Changming's words caused the last trace of Chen Xingzhen's expectations to be gone. It seemed like the odds were that the family would not be able to make a change. However, at this time, Chen Xingzhen was the one who suddenly asked, Father, do you know where this natural blood spring is located? Chen Changming nodded and calmly said, I know, the natural blood spring, it's under my Chen family's ancestral hall. Oh, Chen Xingzhen's face was as normal after hearing this. However, when he reacted, surprise was written all over his face, and even as he slept, his heartbeat raced quite a bit. He had only asked casually to answer the curiosity in his heart in the meantime, but he had not expected that this natural blood spring was actually underneath the family's ancestral hall, which was really difficult for him to accept for a while. Chen Changming continued, when the family migrated to this place, I was already severely injured and unable to return to heaven, but by chance, it was this natural blood spring with the blood rice here that was discovered. It was because of this that a new clan was established here. To be precise, that natural blood spring is underneath the divine tree of the ancestral hall, and now that the divine tree has been revived, it is thought that there is also a reason for this blood spring. The secrets that spilled out of Chen Changming's mouth one after another had already left Chen Xingzhen at a loss as to how to reply. However, when he knew the location of the blood spring, the original thoughts in his heart instantly changed. If the blood spring was somewhere else, he could still pretend that he hadn't seen it. But now that his father had told him that the blood spring was underneath the shrine's sacred tree, that meant that in order to find the blood spring, he would have to get rid of the family's sacred tree. The family god tree was also the family totem, the hope for the family's prosperity, and the god that saved the family from fire and water. In the middle of the blood meter and the divine tree, he would not hesitate to choose the family divine tree. What's more, now that the two were combined into one, he had no choice. After pondering for a little while, Chen Xingzhen nodded silently. Father, I understand. Looking at Chen Xingzhen's expression, Chen Changming nodded in relief. The reason why he did not rush to tell Chen Xingzhen this was also because he wanted to see how Chen Xingzhen would choose. Now it seemed that Chen Xingzhen already had an answer, and after Chen Changming had just learned of the Lu family's purpose, he already had an idea in his heart. If it wasn't for this blood spring, the family divine tree probably wouldn't have revived, much less brought them back to life. Whether it was for the future of the family, or for the present of the family, this battle was unavoidable, and he hoped that Chen Xingzhen, too, was of the same mind as himself. Even though the disparity was quite large, the current Chen family was not without the power to fight back. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang silently looked at the piece of dirt below that was not covered by the lapis lazuli slabs, but was stained with scarlet, and a hint of astonishment was emitted from his heart. Natural blood spring? Red earth? After Ji Yang's vitality had been enhanced, he could already glimpse the scenes of these souls communicating in their dreams. The conversation between Chen Xingzhen and Chen Changming just now was also caught in his ears. He had thought that the scarlet clay was only because of the blood sacrifice, but he hadn't realized that there was this layer involved. Ji Yang slowly twitched one of the strengthened roots and probed towards the depths below. Soon after, Ji Yang discovered something unusual. His root had sunk to a certain distance and touched a place that was like a quagmire. Moreover, the feeling coming from the roots was also very different. I think this is the natural blood spring hidden in the depths of the earth, but there is a slight difference from what he imagined. Ji Yang tried to absorb it with his root whiskers to see if he could absorb the life force from this blood spring, but the answer was no. When Ji Yang withdrew his own root whiskers, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Earlier, he had felt that the two families might fight, but now it seemed that his feeling was right. Now, Even if the Chen clan wanted to give up this blood spring, it wouldn't be possible because he couldn't move it after binding it to the Chen clan. And when he thought about the strength of the Lu family, Ji Yang even sighed that the road ahead was difficult. Chapter 76 Inquiry. Fortunately, Chen Xingxian did not disappoint him and was still his own little fanboy, and relying on his life force today, it might not be hopeless. While the two clans were still at war today, he still needed more life force. If he simply relied on absorbing lunar eclipses, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to improve quickly. The only way to do so was to have the Chen family continue to make sacrifices. Unfortunately, deduction points could not be obtained quickly, or else he would be able to continue deducing. But even with plenty of life force, facing this Lu family of unknown strength, Ji Yang's confidence wasn't too high. Under the moonlight, Ji Yang's fluorescent acacia leaves were all tinged with a bit of sadness. On the second day, without waiting for Ji Yang's signal, Chen Xingxian had already begun to offer sacrifices, and was prepared to offer sacrifices one day at a time. When Chen Tianjing and the others saw this, they were puzzled. Before it had been a 7-day sacrifice, why had it suddenly changed to a 1-day sacrifice? Even if the clan had enough domesticated beasts and food, it would be difficult to obtain food in the coming winter, and considering the long period of time, there was no need to be so diligent even if they had to make sacrifices. And when several blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan learned about the natural blood spring, all of their faces changed greatly. No longer have any doubts. Originally drawn to the many clansmen in the good field, also by Chen Xingxian, all withdrew back, so that the people continue to refine the body, to strengthen their own strength. Whether or not this crop of blood rice can be harvested is no longer the main issue for the family today. Protecting the family, guarding the family divine tree, and preserving the natural blood spring. This was what the clan was about to face. Although many clansmen were not clear about what was happening in the clan, they also felt a hint of depression through the atmosphere in the clan and began to cultivate hard. 2 days later, inside the Lu clan, a figure was curiously watching the surroundings with a slight look of excitement on his face. Looking at the person leading the way in front, Tian Mang couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "That, my lord, may I ask how much farther we have to go?" Immediately arrived. Shouldn't ask, don't ask. This time if your answer can make the patriarch satisfied. My Lu family, also not more than one of you to eat. Hearing the promise of the person in front of him, Tian Mang had a happy face. Since the last time he failed to pass the Chen family's domestic slave examination, he returned to the village, not expecting that today there was a Lu family clan member who came to his door. Lu family, that is also the great family of the massive burial mountain, although usually do not show the mountain, but from he came in, looking at the tightly guarded surroundings, but also can feel, this Lu family, the strength seems to be even stronger than the previous Chen family. If he was able to enter the Lu family, perhaps he would be treated even better than he was treated in the Chen family. It's gold. Sooner or later it will shine. And he, Tian Meng, was that piece of gold that had been obscured from the light. Thinking that he was about to meet the Lu family patriarch made Tian Meng a little nervous, and he unconsciously rubbed his hands together. Here it is. Go in, little man Tian Meng. Meet Lord Patriarch. Tian Meng, who walked into the room, bent down and saluted. I heard that you were a house slave in the Chen family before. Tell me in detail what you saw. Hearing the Lu family patriarch inquire about this matter, Tian Mang had some doubts in his heart, but thinking of the promise he had made earlier, he still immediately spoke up. During the exchange between the two, the Lu family patriarch gave a little response from time to time, and the sound of his gentle words also made Tian Mang's original mind that was still a little tense vanish, and he even didn't forget to tell all the details of what he had seen. What family slave examination they have. All of them are fake. Like me so. Speaking at the back, Tian Mang had already brought on his emotions. Considering that the opposite side was the Lu family patriarch, he still didn't say that he was too good or something like that to speak out. Good. Very good. I probably know everything you said. Go down. Many thanks, Lord Patriarch. Tian Mang once again bowed his thanks and then followed the person leading him away with an excited face. That speech just now allowed him to spit out the injustice of the Chen family, and judging from the situation, this Lu family patriarch was very satisfied with himself, so he thought that he would have no problem entering the Lu family, so how could he not be happy? And after Tian Mang left, another person was brought into the room. This person was no other than Kai Mao, who had failed the examination that day and left with Tian Mang. Greetings, matriarch. Entering the room, Kai Mao looked very formal, somewhat fearfully glancing at the middle-aged man in front of him. The room was dim. He didn't see his face clearly, and didn't dare to look at it more. However, after half a cup of tea, Kai Mao began to talk eloquently, recounting everything that had happened since he entered the Chen family. When he said that he had secretly gone to the ancestral hall in the middle of the night, the middle-aged man suddenly interrupted. What did you see in that ancestral hall? Kai Mao struggled to recall, then shook his head. I didn't see anything in the shrine. It seemed like it was just a shrine. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and asked again, think more carefully. As he spoke, a faint scent of fragrance poured into his nose, also making Kai Mao's memory clearer. Soon, Kai Mao's eyes lit up. I remembered. There was also a tree planted in that shrine. Oh, the middle-aged man's tone rose slightly. What kind of tree? It seems to be an acacia tree. It was too dark. I didn't look much. It just felt a bit strange. Okay, I know. You go down. The middle-aged man's words made Kai Mao say no more, and then he also left the room. But after leaving the room, Kai Mao's heart was slightly stunned. Just now, how could he say such words as feeling strange? At that time, when he peeked, he felt that there was nothing strange about it. Isn't it normal to plant a tree inside a shrine? Kai Mao shook his head, no longer thinking about it. It turned out that the Lu family was looking for himself just to inquire about this matter. This made his heart relieved. Before he came, he thought that he had accidentally provoked this kind of big family, clan chief, but a small Chen family. Is there a need to be so troublesome? In the room, a clansman asked in disbelief. The middle-aged man let out a light laugh. If it was before, there would be no need to be so troublesome. But now, this Chen family is a bit different. That tree in the ancestral hall, I think it is the Chen family's family totem, right? If nothing else, the revival of the Chen family's totem should have been at the time of the battle with the Li family, which is why the Li family suffered a great defeat, all because of the totem. After hearing about the totem, that clan member looked towards the compound inside the room again, his face no longer doubtful. If there was a clan totem, then one indeed couldn't be careless. Clan chief, then what should we do after that? Go prepare. Tomorrow it's time to visit this neighbor as well. When speaking of the neighbor, the middle-aged man spoke with deep meaning. Yes, clan chief, right, matriarch, those two people just now. What should be done? Chapter 77, Paying a Visit. Kill. Faint words spat out from the middle-aged man's mouth. The clansmen only retreated silently after hearing this, with no other colors on their faces. Killing two people was nothing more than a casual matter for them, and it was even much better than dealing with ferocious beasts. After the room was empty, the middle-aged man slowly walked towards the backyard. However, his face was unable to hide his joy. 5 years. 5 years. The family had searched for 5 whole years in the mass burial mountain, and if it wasn't for the fact that that natural blood spring would fall into dormancy during the winter, they would have definitely found it a long time ago. But it was also because the blood spring was dormant in winter that they could search through the blood spring return. If it were any other season, the blood spring would revive and there would be too many tributaries, making it difficult to find the exact location of the blood spring, unless they turned the entire mass burial mountain upside down. Unfortunately, with the clan's manpower today, it is simply not enough. Not to mention such a fanfare, it is easy to attract attention. But fortunately, the clan's search for these 5 years was not in vain. Yesterday, the family finally found the mainstream of the natural blood spring through the dug tunnel. After judgment, that blood spring, there is a 90% possibility in the Chun clan underneath. 5 years of time has led him from the initial eagerness to today's calm. After knowing where the blood spring is located, he did not rush to set off, but is ready to first probe the Chen clan's news. If it was before this, he probably wouldn't have been this cautious, but the last time the Chen clan fought back from a desperate situation, it had to make him a little more cautious. Most importantly, the clan was not as good now as it was in the past. It wouldn't be too late to wait until tomorrow when he used the name of a visit to check out the exact strength of this Chen family before making his move. The middle-aged man continued to walk forward and soon came to a familiar courtyard. In the courtyard, the bamboo forest was getting sparse, and the color of the bamboos was getting more and more yellow. In the middle of this not many bamboo forests, a bamboo that is not more than half a foot high and thicker than the wrist entered the middle-aged man's line of sight. Only this bamboo looks even more dead, not even a trace of green color on it. The middle-aged man then burned incense and prayed, Lord Green Spirit, this time, you must bless the family to successfully get the natural blood spring. After some worship, the middle-aged man sprinkled long-prepared blood rice into the bamboo forest. After these blood rice were thrown into the bamboo forest, they quickly lost their proper color and became the same as ordinary rice grains. Unfortunately, the green bamboos that had absorbed the blood rice did not change much. These blood rice could only maintain the vitality of the family's totem. It was not enough to bring the totem back to life. Only the source of these blood rice, the natural blood spring, could save the family's dying totem. It was precisely for this reason that the family chose to settle here. However, even though the family totem was decaying, it still retained some special effects, such as the clear scent emanating from the green bamboo when he had just questioned Kai Mao, which was the divine power of the family totem. If the family totem is in good condition, this fragrance has a lot of strange effects, can let the martial artist's sharp mind will be more powerful combat skills and other wonderful use. But it won't be for a few days. When the family gets the natural blood spring, the totem will be able to revive. And then they will be able to leave this small mountain of mass graves, return to the place that belongs to the family. Invitation? Listening to the clan member's report, Chen Xingjin had a startled look on his face, and then took a letterhead in the clan member's hand and opened it. Lu Zishan, patriarch of the Lu clan, has come to pay his respects. Looking at the contents of the letterhead, Chen Xingjin's face was calm, but his heart had already grown wary. Previously, the family had never had dealings with the Lu clan, and today's worship must be knowing the place where the blood spring was located. The visitor is not good. Not waiting for Chen Xingjin to put down the letterhead in his hand, another clan member came to report. Patriarch, there are a few people from the Lu clan coming outside, and one of them said that he is the patriarch of the Lu clan. Coming so fast? Chen Xingjin was slightly shocked in his heart, but still immediately called on Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing to follow behind. Since it was a call to pay respects, that family naturally needed to take out a certain amount of etiquette. Of course, this etiquette, more often than not, was to highlight the strength of the family. Although it was known that the blood spring was underneath the ancestral hall, the Lu clan's probability was that they were also here for the blood spring. But now the two great families have not yet torn their faces. There may still be room to turn around. Not to mention that nowadays the family is weak. If it is really unavoidable, it is not bad to be able to drag on for some time. And the hands of the invitation also let Chen Xingjin confirm that the Lu family is not an ordinary small family. More need to be careful to deal with. A few people soon came to the outside of the family, and saw the people of the Lu clan waiting outside. This time the Lu family came a total of 3 people, which stood in the forefront is a middle-aged man. Middle-aged man, although the shape of the body is slightly thin, but the whole body is through a thunder and lightning momentum. This person, obviously is the Lu family patriarch, Lu Zishan. As for the side of the accompanying two, although the temperament is slightly worse, but the two blood condensation realm late realm is to let Chen Xingjin heart sink slightly. One of them, chi and blood is extremely thick, just like already blood condensation realm into the realm of chi and blood like mercury. After hearing the news, many clansmen had also run out to watch. In the face of the Chen family's onlookers, Lu Zishan's face was as normal, and the smile on his face made many clansmen feel like spring breeze. Only Chen Xingjin, a few blood condensation realm martial artists who knew his intentions, had a grave expression on their faces. After dispersing the clansmen, the two family patriarchs also met at this moment. I, Chen family patriarch, Chen Xingjin, Lu family patriarch, Lu Zishan. After briefly stating his identity, Lu Zishan smiled and spoke. I have taken the liberty of visiting today. Please don't be offended by Clan Chief Chen. Patriarch Lu is polite. Please, please. Both sides each smiled, then slowly walked towards the clan. Soon, the group had arrived within the Chen clan's main hall. Come on people, watch the tea. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Lu Zishan suddenly said, It's winter. When I came over I saw that your clan had planted blood rice. I wonder how the harvest was. I'm sorry for Patriarch Lu's concern. The weather has been cold recently. I'm afraid it's difficult to harvest this crop of blood rice. Oh, Lu Zishan looked surprised, then nodded again. It is true that blood rice is difficult to grow in winter, but I remember that there seems to be a secret recipe within the clan that allows blood rice to be sturdy even in winter. I just don't know where I have placed that recipe now. If your clan needs it, I can send someone back to look for it and send it over. What does Patriarch Chen think? Chen Xingjin's face was overjoyed upon hearing this. There really is this secret formula? Then I will thank Patriarch Lu first. Patriarch Chen is polite. In a couple days, I will send someone to deliver it. That would be great. After the two said that, they exchanged pleasantries for another while. After exchanging pleasantries, several people no longer stayed and prepared to leave. Chen Xingjin also appeared extremely enthusiastic, sending the 3 to the door until the figures of the several people disappeared, and only then did he turn around and return to the clan. Chapter 78, Congenital Realm. After turning around, the smile on Chen Xingjin's face disappeared. Beside him, Chen Tianjing also had an anxious face as he said, Patriarch, the Lu family definitely has bad intentions. Why did you agree to them? Chen Xingjin sighed at his words. Of course I know this, but since they have discovered the blood rice, they must also know the corresponding situation. At this time, whether it's concealed or rejected, isn't that clearly telling them that we already know their intentions? The only way to not reveal the cracks is to agree to it. After saying that, Chen Xingjin's face fretted, although it seemed to have solved the pressing problem. But afterward, who knew what the Lu family would do? He needed to be prepared for the worst. He just didn't know if his performance today would be able to confuse the Lu family a bit and delay some more time for the family. In addition, the strength of the Lu family, I'm afraid that it is even stronger than what the family predicted earlier. At least one of the late-stage blood condensation realm martial artists beside Lu Zishan today is someone the family has not seen before when they were checking for news. And what worries him the most is not these late blood condensation realm martial artists. He was worried that the Lu clan had an innate realm martial artist. If there really was, how should the family deal with it? But whether there was or not, this natural blood spring, it was impossible to hand it over. Chen Tianjin then said to the duo at the side, "You guys inform down. Let the clan be ready for a life and death battle at any time. Double the number of guards at night, and I'll go back tonight to consult the divine tree and the elders of the clan." The two who heard this also looked grave, and then left to start deploying the clan's defense. On the other side, the three members of the Lu clan had also walked out some distance. At this moment, the smile on Lu Zishan's face had long disappeared. On the side, the clan member following on the side opened his mouth and said, "Patriarch, this Chen family is still planting blood rice in winter. I'm afraid they don't know about the fact that the blood springs will fall silent in winter. And it's even very likely that they don't know that the blood rice in this place is because of the natural blood springs. Just now that Chen clan chief agreed so readily. If we don't attack forcefully, we can probably exchange it with something else." Another clan member also nodded after hearing this. Zicheng is right. This Chen family is indeed ignorant, and from what I have observed, there are not many blood condensation realm martial artists in the Chen family. If it is possible, I will be able to bring my clan to attack tonight and find the place where the natural blood spring is located. Lu Zishan shook his head. "You guys are underestimating the Chen family too much. This time I used a bamboo leaf that Lord Qingling had given down earlier. This Chen family isn't as simple as it looks, especially within that ancestral hall. There are many things that I can't understand. Unfortunately, Lord Qingling is now in a deep sleep and is unable to give detailed hints. Moreover, all of the Chen family members are within the clan and have not gone out, so it can be seen that they have already made preparations and are ready to fight with my Lu family. In which case, how could they not know about the blood spring?" After Lu Zishan pointed it out, the two of them also changed their faces slightly. Indeed, they had concentrated on observing the strength of the Chen family, and had actually failed to notice this point of detail. Coupled with the warning of the family totem, I'm afraid that wanting to get the blood spring would not be a simple matter. Patriarch, then what should we do next? We can't really send the Chen family the secret formula to make the blood rice grow, right? Lu Zishan smiled faintly. His Chen family does have some strength, but it's about the family totem. The family absolutely cannot miss this time. Tomorrow you will inform all the martial artists in the clan to get ready. I'll go back and ask Uncle Ancestor Shang Rong to come out. Hearing these words, the faces of the two who were originally still pondering how to resolve this matter abruptly became relaxed. Lu Shengrong, the clan elder, the only remaining innate realm martial artist in the clan today. This clan elder is the innate realm of the Great Circle, about to step into the Chi 5 in the internal astral realm, but unfortunately because of the family struggle, carrying the crowd to escape to the mass burial mountain when seriously injured, not only fell to the realm of the early innate realm, but also until now is still in seclusion to recuperate from their injuries. But even so, the innate realm martial artist is also the blood condensation realm martial artist insurmountable gap. He Chen family, there cannot have the innate realm martial artist, otherwise last time would not have been forced into a desperate situation by the Li family. If he could ask this uncle ancestor to take action this time, the natural blood spring would definitely be in the family's possession. Lu clan, inside a secret room, Lu Zishan, who had returned to the family, had a respectful face and shouted towards the secret room with his head bowed. Lu Zishan, the current patriarch of the Lu clan, respectfully invites great uncle ancestor to come out. The shouting voice disappeared soundlessly through the stone cracks of the secret room. Lu Zishan didn't get impatient. He just stood in place and waited quietly. Half a quarter of an hour later, a rumble-like sound came from the stone door of the secret room. With the stone door open, a face of vicissitudes, hair white, beard a few inches long old man slowly walked out from the stone door. Seeing the old man in front of him, Lu Zishan's heart breathed a sigh of relief. Last time this great uncle ancestor was in a poor state of seclusion. He was really worried that he had died in the secret room. Fortunately, this big uncle ancestor is still alive and in good condition. Feeling the aura on the old man's body, Lu Zishan was surprised. Great uncle ancestor, are you healed? The old man shook his head. It's only slightly improved, back to the middle stage of the innate realm, but it will still take some time if I want to return to the peak. After saying that, the old man suddenly looked at Lu Zishan and opened his mouth to ask, before the seclusion, I said that I can't be disturbed without anything. Now Zishan, you called me out. I guess you have made some gains, right? Lu Zishan didn't talk nonsense and directly explained the matter of the natural blood spring. And after hearing that the natural blood spring could help the family totem regain its vitality, the old man nodded his head repeatedly. Good, good, good. The old man said 3 good words in a row, and there was a trace of delight on his face. Relying on himself to recover his realm alone was too slow, but with the help of the family totem, he he would be able to save a great deal of time. Most of all, he didn't have much lifespan left. A blood condensation realm martial artist's lifespan was only about 80 years, which was even a little lower than that of some pampered ordinary people. The reason for this was that the first two realms required the consumption of one's own potential. Only after reaching the innate realm, life expectancy can be increased by a few decades to 150 years. He was already 130 years old this year, and after he was seriously injured last time, his realm fell, and along with it, his lifespan was also reduced by 10 years, which meant that he only had 10 years of life left to live. Without the help of the totem, it would be very difficult for him to break through the realm of the inner dipper. The news of the natural blood spring was the best news for him right now. The old man scanned Lu Zishan up and down inside. If the family totem is still good, it's almost time for you to break through the innate realm. Lu Zishan smiled bitterly. Yes, it was true that the family hadn't seen many new innate realm martial artists in the past few years because of the family totem's slumber. But it was not too late now. As long as the family totem revived again, the family would definitely be able to be powerful. And his Lu family was not just these clansmen of the chaotic burial mountain, and he could also use this to integrate the other two veins, and then recapture everything they had in the southern border. Chapter 79, The Lu Family Attacks. Take me to see Lord Qingling. In the courtyard, the old man came to the family totem and prayed reverently before he redirected his gaze to Lu Zishan and opened his mouth to ask, "Does that Chen family have any innate realm martial artists?" Lu Zishan shook his head. "I guess there probably isn't, but the Chen family has a family divine tree, and I don't know what divine power their divine tree has yet." Lu Zishan stated his plan and told the old man about the scene that he went to investigate during the day, but the old man laughed lightly after hearing it. Since there are no innate realm martial artists, there is no need for such trouble. The night is long. Let's bring the clan over tonight. The family totem won't last much longer, so if we get the blood spring earlier, we can revive the totem sooner. Lu Zishan listened with some hesitation. After all, nowadays it is still unclear about the power of the Chun family totem. Attacking hastily may cause the clan members to be injured. However, when he thought about the realm of the great uncle ancestor, Lu Zishan did not have that last trace of worry in his heart. The strength of an innate realm martial artist was not something that the Chun family's totem, which had only been revived not long ago, could block. Not to mention that great uncle ancestor was no simple innate realm martial artist. If the Chen family really had this kind of strength, they wouldn't have been in that attitude today. Alright, great uncle ancestor, please also wait for a moment. I will go and organize the clan to gather. Inside the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen also informed the divine tree and Chen Changming and the others who were listening underneath the divine tree about what had happened during the day. At this moment, Chen Changming and the few others also had solemn faces. The visit of the Lu clan in the daytime probably already knew where the blood spring was, but the Lu clan didn't tell the news they got, and didn't even promise benefits to be used in exchange. This showed that the strength of the Lu family was probably above their imagination. No matter which way you look at it, the family is in danger, but they are just souls, no body. How can they help the family out of the crisis? Today, they still have to rely on the divine tree, as well as the many martial artists in the clan. Ji Yang, who heard Chen Xingzhen's narration, also opened his own panel at this moment. Name, Ji Yang. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Underworld Acacia. Vitality, 218. 2. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Xing, One Leaf Blinds the Eye. Soul Condensation. Armor Covering, Thousands of Miles on the Red Ground. Technique, Moon Eclipse. Gathering Yin. Battle Technique, Tai Zu Longfist, can be passed once. Chi and Blood, 108, can be converted into Life Force. Spiritual Power, 19. Deduction Points, 4. Unable to deduce, unable to deduce, unable to deduce, unable to deduce. Status, Absorbing Moonlight Flower in. In the past few days, Chen Xingzhen had sacrificed a few more domesticated beasts in the clan's captivity, allowing Ji Yang's Chi and Blood to return to 108 points, and converted into Life Force. It also had more than 50 points, and with Ji Yang's absorption of the lunar eclipse, there was not a lot of life force nowadays. However, if there were a large number of casualties among the clan leaders' martial artists, this life force might not be enough. Now that the crisis was imminent, there was no telling when the Lu family would strike. Just as Ji Yang pondered whether he could still make the clan a little stronger, the roots far underground suddenly had a slight sensation. It was a martial artist far beyond the blood condensation realm, and at the moment was rapidly approaching the Chen family. Ji Yang's heart was startled, not waiting for him to issue a warning. The living souls that had been deployed outside by Chen Changming had already returned. Patriarch, a large number of Lu family martial artists have been spotted a mile away and are rapidly approaching the family. Hearing this news, Chen Changming's face was a bit ugly, but he was only a soul body, and Chen Xingzhen did not sleep. At this moment, after he got the news, he was unable to inform Chen Xingzhen in time. so that the family could prepare for defense. This caused Chen Changming to have an anxious face. Just as Chen Changming was about to pray to the divine tree, the many clansmen in the clan were suddenly shouting out, "What's going on? It's hot!" Chen Xingzhen, who heard the shouts outside, didn't care to say much and hurriedly left the ancestral hall to investigate the situation. Just after leaving the ancestral hall, Chen Tianyu and other blood condensation realm martial artists had already arrived. A few people said with grave expressions on their faces, "Patriarch, the Lu family is here." Chen Xingzhen, who had heard the news, was shocked in his heart, but it was not the first time that this kind of thing had happened, so he immediately ran his body's qi and blood and shouted, "My Chen family members, follow me to meet the battle." The voice resounded through the clan, causing the clansmen who were still harboring doubts to no longer dwell on why the ground had just become hot, and to pack themselves up and prepare to engage in battle. It was just that many clansmen still had puzzled faces. Now the family is still quite stable. The Delu family patriarch also personally came to pay a visit. This time the enemy, and who is it? Chen Tianyu. Several people have long been ready, but several people on the next battle is not too much confidence. Just as several people rushed towards the outside of the clan, Chen Tianyu's mind was suddenly more than a string of memories. This sudden memory caused Chen Tianyu's footsteps to stall, but then he felt that the Tai ancestor's long fist, which he hadn't practiced successfully before, was suddenly integrated into his mind at this moment. This caused Chen Tianyu to show a hint of joy on his face. The great battle was imminent. If he could increase his strength a little bit more, he would have a little more hope. With the departure of Chen Xingzhen and the many living souls in the ancestral hall, there was soon only one tree left, Ji Yang. The power transmission just now was naturally done by Ji Yang, and at the current critical moment, there was no use in keeping the remaining one power transmission. But even if he had learned the Tai ancestor's long fist as a battle technique, it was still just better than nothing. Just as Ji Yang was about to borrow the underground routes to check the situation outside, a figure suddenly fell from the air and landed directly below the divine tree. The person who came was no other than Chen Xingyu, who was now known as the number one person in the family. When Chen Xingzhen came to the ancestral hall tonight, Chen Xingyu had already been sitting on the roof outside the ancestral hall. Eavesdropping, he naturally learned about the family's current situation, and the strongest perception of him, at this moment is also perceived not far away. There is an extremely powerful aura. That is the blood condensation realm late stage of the strong enemy he cannot resist. Although he knew that he would not be able to defeat the enemy, Chen Xingyu did not have any fear in his eyes. Instead, he had a resolute look on his face. He must guard the clan. Clan member Chen Xingyu, please ask the divine tree for help. Chen Xingyu's face was sincere as he worshipped towards Ji Yang. As Chen Xingyu prayed piously, a piece of the acacia leaf that emitted fluorescence fell steeply. This acacia leaf was extremely bright, directly illuminating half of the ancestral hall. When the acacia leaf fell into Chen Xingyu's hands, even Chen Xingyu felt an extremely strong life force from the acacia leaf. That was a situation that was not present in the two previous acacia leaves. He felt that what he was holding in his hand was not an acacia leaf, but a heart that was beating strongly. Chen Xingyu once again bowed, and without saying too much, he directly jumped out of the ancestral hall and rushed towards the outside of the clan. He has never been one to say much. Actions are his best indication. Ji Yang, who watched Chen Xingyu leave, was also praying silently in his heart. I hope this acacia leaf is useful. In order to maximize Chen Xingyu's strength, this time he directly used a leaf's divine passage to inject 20 points of life force into the acacia leaf. It was close to 1/10 of his current life force, and 4 times more than last time. It was evident how much Ji Yang expected from Chen Xingyu.